a charming yet fickle man, indulging in the pleasures of life, finds himself entangled with a more seasoned counterpart, whose rationality surpasses emotional whims. What commenced as a relationship rooted in hedonism gradually morphs into a subtle yet fierce competition, devoid of direct confrontation but rife with psychological tactics. They remain distrustful yet irresistibly drawn to one another, constantly testing each other's boundaries amid suspicion and intrigue, vacillating between lucidity and emotional surrender. In the end, they become ensnared in their own webs, questioning who among them is earnest and who truly values the other. Mr. Lee, your boarding is now in progress. You may proceed at your convenience. Li Shuo, who had been dozing, opened his eyes and smiled at the attendant in the lounge. Thank you. He retrieved his phone, glancing over a flurry of work-related messages, none bearing the name he yearned to see. With his briefcase in hand and his suit jacket draped over his arm, he strode confidently toward the boarding gate, typing a message to someone. Chung Xiao, are you at work? Yes, big brotherly. Aren't you on the plane yet? Boarding now. What about you? I'm organizing reports. We're taking off shortly, and I won't be able to use my phone for the next 10 hours. Will you miss me? Li Shuo mused, imagining the recipient would likely feel flustered, perhaps even blush, and he couldn't help but smile. After a moment, he received a response. I will miss you. Even through the phone, Li Shuo could envision the careful, earnest, and bashful expression of the person typing those 3 words. His spirits lifted as he boarded the aircraft, giving a few final instructions before switching off his phone. The flight attendant escorted him to the front row, beaming as she inquired, Mr. Lee, please take your seat. Allow me to assist you with your carry-on. Thank you, but I can manage. Li Shuo retrieved his notebook and placed his briefcase in the overhead compartment, which was designed with a deep recess. As the briefcase slid to the back, he suddenly remembered he had forgotten his headphones. Even at his height, he had to stretch to reach the small compartment behind the briefcase. Zhao Jinxin, upon boarding, was greeted by the sight of a tall man clad in black trousers and a navy blue shirt, his physique striking and athletic, half his head peering into the overhead compartment in search of something. This posture accentuated his broad chest and taut waist, while the curve of his hips and thighs was deliberately emphasized. His long legs, perfectly tailored in the trousers, resembled a sculpted work of art, igniting countless fantasies. Zhao Jinxin raised an eyebrow, feeling a surge of excitement, unable to resist, wondering what visage adorned such an alluring physique. Ideally, it would be. Li Shuo finally retrieved his headphones and emerged, only to find a remarkably tall young man at the cabin door. He hesitated for a moment before regaining his composure. My apologies for blocking your way. He inwardly chided himself for being so taken aback he had encountered countless attractive individuals. Yet today, he found himself momentarily entranced. This man was undeniably striking, not merely handsome, but possessing an enchanting pair of slightly narrowed peach blossom eyes that seemed to pierce through to one's soul, exuding an irresistible charm. Zhao Jinxin smiled warmly. No problem. His excitement was palpable, barely concealed. It felt akin to discovering a lavish treasure chest he had long anticipated upon opening it. He found treasures far exceeding his expectations. This stranger had provided him with an unprecedented experience and delightful fantasies in mere seconds, despite their lack of acquaintance. Many remarked that Zhao Jinxin had a peculiar taste despite being a celebrated young gentleman. He preferred mature men over youthful boys. He dismissed such opinions, believing that youthful beauty was commonplace. However, he found that through the trials of time and the refinement of experience, a man could emerge with a depth of character and a richness of charm that time itself could not tarnish. A man of a certain age, possessing such a form, was indeed a rare gem. Once seated, Li Shuo noticed the young man still observing him, his gaze somewhat audacious. Having received admiration from countless admirers throughout his life, he remained unfazed. Zhao Jinxin approached and extended his hand with a smile. Hello, I'm Zhao Jinxin, Jinxiu meaning splendid, and Xin meaning diligent. Li Shuo took his hand. Hello, I'm Li Shuoli meaning dawn, and Shuo meaning new moon. Zhao Jinxin's handshake was firm yet gentle. After stowing his belongings, he confidently took a seat. Li Shuo felt a surge of happiness surely. Everyone has fantasized about sitting next to an appealing companion while flying. In his life, he had accumulated enough flight miles to circle the globe several times. Yet never had he encountered such serendipitous fortune, a delightful coincidence that offered solace during a long journey. Zhao Jinxin inquired, Are you traveling to the United States for work? Not at all. I'm returning to visit my parents. Do you reside in New York? My parents are in New York, but I currently live in the mainland, Li Shuo replied. What about you? My parents also reside in New York. As for me, I'm constantly on the move, busy with various endeavors. Zhao Jingxin's smile revealed his bright, captivating eyes, which sparkled with interest, embodying the phrase soul-stirring to a T. At that moment, a middle-aged woman approached, standing curiously beside Zhao Jinxin. Sir, are you in the wrong seat? Zhao Jinxin looked up, presenting a charming smile. I apologize, this is indeed your seat. I just happened to run into a friend on the plane. He gestured to Li Shuo. Would you mind if we swapped? The woman averted her gaze, seemingly unable to meet Zhao Jingxin's eyes, and quickly replied, Oh, sure, that's fine. Blushing, she walked away. Zhao Jinxin turned back to Li Shuo with a smile. Li Shuo raised an eyebrow, slightly amused by the overt admiration. He smiled back and called for the flight attendant. Could I have a glass of soda water, please? Mr. Zhao, would you like something to drink? Same, Zhao Jinxin replied, keeping his gaze fixed on Li Shuo without glancing at the attendant. Li Shuo chuckled. Mr. Zhao, if you keep looking at me like that, I might misunderstand. You need not misunderstand, I find you quite fascinating. Zhao Jinxin shrugged. I prefer to be direct and not waste our time. I hope this does not frighten you. Li Shuo replied earnestly, I'm flattered, but I'm already in a relationship. Zhao Jinxin responded with a meaningful a hint of regret in his tone, though it lacked any genuine remorse. He accepted the soda water from the attendant and personally handed it to Li Shuo. Li Shuo clinked the heavy crystal glass against Zhao Jinxin's. Pleasure to meet you. Pleasure to meet you. Zhao Jinxin deftly shifted the topic, inquiring about Li Shuo's work. The two men engaged in a lively conversation, discussing gold prices, exchange rates, and the Nasdaq index, losing track of time as the plane took off. Both being exceptionally knowledgeable, their dialogue flowed effortlessly, and they enjoyed each other's company. Unbeknownst to them, after dinner, the outside world had plunged into darkness. The first-class cabin was less than half full, enveloping them in an unusual tranquility. As their conversation continued, fatigue began to creep in. Li Shuo reclined his seat, draped a blanket over himself, and prepared to read. Zhao Jinxin lay on his side, watching him, his eyes shimmering in the dim light. I can't seem to sleep. Li Shuo asked, Is it tinnitus? No, it's too early for that. You could watch a movie. I don't feel like it. Then you. How about we talk about your boyfriend? Zhao Jinxin's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Li Shuo pondered for a moment. All right, what kind of person is he? Li Shuo thought of that person, and an involuntary smile graced his lips. He is very quiet, gentle, kind, pure, and exceptionally caring. Zhao Jinxin narrowed his eyes slightly and asked softly, Is he handsome? Not particularly handsome, but he has a charm that is quite pleasing. Why didn't you bring him this time? He has to work. How did you two meet? He interned at my firm. Oh, a student? Not quite. He has been working for quite some time. Zhao Jinxin continued to bombard him with questions, to the point where Li Shuo began to feel a bit impatient. Although Zhao Jinxin did not display any air of superiority, he could sense the thoughts lurking behind his inquiries. It felt akin to a chess match where he was but a pawn, while his opponent commanded a formidable army. The outcome was all too clear even before they faced off. Gradually, he became less inclined to answer. The person he liked was good enough for him, and he found it somewhat distasteful to have him subjected to meaningless comparisons. Zhao Jinxin leaned in slightly, his gaze sweeping over Li Shuo's lips as he said suggestively, Are you not worried he might let someone like you wander off alone? Li Shuo subtly withdrew, offering a polite smile. He trusts me completely because I can take care of myself. Zhao Jinxin pouted, feigning sorrow. Why didn't I meet you first? Mr. Zhao, I appreciate your admiration, but I don't want to hear any of those polite niceties. Zhao Jinxin smiled lightly. In just a few hours, we'll be landing. I have a high-rise apartment with a private pool in Brooklyn. We could indulge ourselves in the water while enjoying the picturesque views of Riverside Park. As he spoke, his captivating eyes bore into Li Shuo's, whispering, No one knows. Li Shuo had to admit that he felt a flutter in his heart when Zhao Jinxin tempted him so closely. He had encountered many exceptional men, but none like Zhao Jinxin, possessing top-tier beauty, talent, and wealth. It was a rare encounter, and the other party was remarkably proactive. In the past, he would have had no hesitation, but he held his principles dear, especially in matters of the heart. He did not wish to be the one morally in debt. He gently pushed Zhao Jinxin away, smiling as he said, It's quite tempting, but alas, I'm already committed. He sat up. I need to use the restroom. He needed to distance himself from Zhao Jinxin for a moment. The young man was truly enchanting and far too persuasive. Zhao Jinxin watched him retreat, a playful smile gracing his lips. Interesting. After pondering for a moment, he stood up and followed. As Li Shuo entered the restroom and prepared to close the door, he caught a glimpse of a figure darting past him. Startled, he had no time to react before he was shoved inside, and the door slammed shut with a decisive click. Li Shuo turned around, irritation etched on his face as he regarded Zhao Jinxin. Mr. Zhao, this joke is hardly amusing. The restroom was cramped, two tall men squeezed together, making it difficult to move. Li Shuo felt a mix of displeasure and astonishment at Zhao Jinxin's audacity. Zhao Jinxin wore a mischievous smile. Well, that was rather impulsive. Now I feel embarrassed to go out. What should I do? He blinked innocently. Li Shuo frowned. Embarrassment or not, we need to exit. Suddenly, Zhao Jinxin pressed him against the wall, his handsome face inches away, his enchanting gaze sweeping over Li Shuo's features before finally settling on his lips. Li Shuo exhaled softly. Mr. Zhao, we are both adults. Must you resort to such childish antics to create awkwardness for the next few hours? Zhao Jinxin, slightly taller, pressed his chest against Li Shuo's, making it difficult for him to breathe, an overwhelming pressure that stirred conflicting emotions within him. Zhao Jinxin chuckled softly. Childish antics? What do you mean? What are you trying to do? What I want to do is certainly not childish. Why not take a guess? He blew gently into Li Shuo's face, his demeanor playful. Li Shuo furrowed his brow. Even he found the situation challenging to navigate. The other party had not yet made a move, and it would be an overreaction to act prematurely, especially in an airplane. He certainly did not wish to be apprehended by the police upon landing. But if the other party were to make a move, in such a confined space, with an exquisite allure so close, and in an airplania setting that countless men fantasized about, but never realized the scene was rife with temptation, Li Shuo summoned his willpower to suppress the fluttering in his heart. Zhao Jinxin licked his lips. You must admit you are thinking of something quite inappropriate, aren't you? He leaned in closer, further provoking the tension. Li Shuo felt their thighs brushing against each other through their trousers. He steadied himself, forcing a smile that did not reach his eyes. Mr. Zhao, your current behavior is making me very uncomfortable. You either let me go, or I will take action. Zhao Jinxin showed neither fear nor anger instead. He laughed, leaning his shoulder against Li Shuo. It's just a joke. Why so serious? You're scaring me, haha. Li Shuo sighed. Can you let me go now? Zhao Jinxin's eyes sparkled with mischief. Your reaction is rather hurtful to my pride. Am I not charming enough? Firstly, you're not my type. Secondly, I do not appreciate being coerced. Li Shuo maintained a neutral expression. Really? Are you completely uninterested in me? But your heart is racing. Li Shuo narrowed his eyes at him. He was generally gentle and tolerant, but that did not mean he had no temper. Zhao Jinxin shrugged, taking a step back, disappointment evident on his face. I'm a bit sad. It seems I have fallen for you at first sight. Such nonsense was hardly worth responding to. Li Shuo placed a hand on Zhao Jinxin's back, opening the restroom door and pushing him out, following suit. The flight attendant, holding a tray, stood nearby, her expression a mix of shock and intrigue as she regarded the two of them. Li Shuo adjusted his wrinkled attire and offered a gentlemanly smile to the flight attendant before turning back to his seat. Zhao Jinxin sat down nonchalantly, as if nothing had transpired, calmly requesting a glass of water from the flight attendant. Li Shuo contemplated switching seats for a moment, but decided against it. He did not want to appear as if he were afraid. After a brief silence, Zhao Jinxin suddenly expressed regret. I should have asked for your number first. Now you won't give it to me, will you? Indeed. His tone remained flat and emotionless. Zhao Jinxin shot him a sidelong glance, his eyes glinting with playful mischief, though his expression feigned innocence. Just teasing you, and you get angry? You're far too sensitive for someone your age. Li Shuo was taken aback by Zhao Jinxin's boldness and audacity. He retrieved an eye mask from his toiletry bag, donned it, and pulled the blanket over himself, preparing to sleep until they reached their destination. Zhao Jinxin unabashedly admired the elegant contours of Li Shuo's profile, his smile unwavering, but his eyes gleamed with a predatory desire. Li Shuo had difficulty sleeping soundly, and in a drowsy state, he heard the cabin announcement that the plane was preparing for descent. He fumbled for his eye mask, intending to remove it. A large hand gently grasped his, and a magnetic voice whispered in his ear, "The cabin lights have just come on, it's quite bright." Li Shuo jolted awake, recalling that it was Zhao Jinxin's voice. He closed his eyes and removed the eye mask, waiting until his eyes adjusted to the light before slowly opening them. What met his gaze was a handsome face adorned with a bright smile. That visage was extraordinarily beautiful, especially those enchanting peach blossom eyes, which, when filled with affection, made one's heart tremble, rendering him utterly defenseless. Just a glance and a smile could leave one disarmed. Though this individual is youthful, he is a seasoned player in the realm of romance, not to be underestimated. However, he falters due to his age, lacking the finesse to seduce Li Shuo. He gently pushed Zhao Jinxin aside and murmured, "Thank you. You were sleeping earlier, so I didn't wake you for dinner. I saved you a portion." Zhao Jinxin indicated towards the meal on his table. "We'll be landing shortly, so you should eat something. The sweet shrimp salad is quite delightful." "I'm not hungry." "Then how about some water?" Zhao Jinxin offered a bottle of mineral water. "Or perhaps a cup of coffee." Li Shuo accepted the water. "Just water will suffice." Zhao Jinxin regarded him with a smile, as if admiring a delicate porcelain piece, requiring patience and contemplation. It is no exaggeration to say that since the onset of his secondary sexual characteristics, Li Shuo has received affections or advances from a multitude of individuals, enough to fill a Boeing 747, encompassing various ethnicities including black, white, yellow, and brown. Among them, there are those bolder than Zhao Jinxin, yet few possess his level of confidence. It is disconcerting, yet undeniably refreshing. After finishing his water, Li Shuo intended to wash his face in the restroom. As he closed the door, he instinctively glanced back, wary that Zhao Jinxin might follow him in. Staring at his noticeably fatigued reflection in the mirror, he paused for a few seconds before bursting into laughter. This journey has brought him unexpected surprises filled with novelty, transforming what was once a tedious flight into an engaging experience. So, what is there to be angry about? Upon opening the restroom door, he immediately spotted Zhao Jinxin seated, propping his chin and gazing at him, as if anticipating the moment the door would open to greet him with a subtle smile. Li Shuo wore a teasing smile, calmly returning to his seat. He had already devised a polite yet firm manner to decline should Zhao Jinxin insist on obtaining his phone number. However, Zhao Jinxin merely engaged him in light conversation about the weather until the plane landed. Even as they exited the cabin, he refrained from broaching any inappropriate topics. In the arrivals hall, Zhao Jinxin extended his hand to Li Shuo. "Our encounter is serendipity. I hope we meet again." Li Shuo graciously shook his hand. "Safe travels." Zhao Jinxin took 2 steps back, flashing a toothy grin. "We will definitely meet again." His smile was playful and confident, as though it could illuminate the surrounding air. Li Shuo smiled lightly, not taking it to heart. At the airport, the family driver awaited him, and upon seeing the eternally tidy and amiable old gentleman, Li Shuo felt warmth in his heart. "Uncle Guang." Uncle Guang beamed. The flight actually arrived on time. Li Shuo embraced him, chuckling. "You seem surprisingly delighted. Do you particularly enjoy waiting for me?" "Who enjoys waiting for you?" Uncle Guang feigned anger. "You only return once or twice a year. Who would want to wait?" Li Shuo laughed heartily. "My apologies. I shall return more often. Come on, let's go home." During the ride, Li Shuo called home to reassure them of his safe arrival. Uncle Guang glanced at him through the rearview mirror. "You really need to come back more often. Your parents often mention you as they age. They become particularly fearful of loneliness." "Certainly." Li Shuo recalled the reason his father had summoned him home, puzzled by the lack of clarity in the phone conversation, which merely alluded to matters concerning the Inning Group. His father was once a board member of the third-ranked accounting firm in the United States, but retired early due to heart issues. Subsequently, he was rehired by his friend, the chairman of the Inning Group, as a financial consultant. Inning Group is a colossal entity in Sino-American import-export trade, and the chairman, a Chinese national, has been a longtime friend of his father. Despite his father's restless nature, his health could not endure high-intensity work, hence the half-retired, half-working lifestyle. Could it be that his father hopes he will take over? He had firmly declined to join his father's firm during university, and given his own successful ventures in China, returning seemed implausible. Li Shuo could not decipher his father's intentions, so he ceased to speculate. He gazed out at the passing scenery, feeling both familiar and foreign. After graduating university, he left the United States, returning only 2 or 3 times a year. He had always harbored a fondness for numbers, hence his study of accounting, but he found the city overly saturated. All major companies were closely tied to prominent firms. He desired to start his own business, yet could not escape his father's network, which sapped his enthusiasm. Thus, he returned to China, grateful for that decision, which allowed him to carve out his own niche. Li Shuo glanced at his phone. It was still the middle of the night in China. That person typically rose at 7, punctual as ever. He smiled knowingly and sent a text. Xiao Chengxiu, I've arrived home. When you wake up, send me a message. I'd like you to chat with my mother. If the two were to converse, it would certainly be a lively exchange from one side and a stuttering response from the other. Just imagining that scene brought a smile to Li Shua's face. Suddenly, his phone beeped twice, and he was somewhat surprised. Could it be that Li Chengxiu was still awake? Perhaps waiting for his arrival? With a sense of anticipation, he opened the message, only to find a nude torso displayed on the screen. The image captured from the neck down to the waist suggested a recent shower, with glistening droplets adorning smooth skin. The physique was remarkable, with robust pectorals and a defined six-pack. The Adonis belt tapering down to a narrow waist, disappearing from view, igniting boundless imagination. Li Shua swallowed hard, his gaze lingering on the photo for several seconds. Those familiar with him know he favors delicate, rabbit-like figures, slender and gentle, evoking a strong protective instinct. However, he does not shy away from the allure of a sizzling and sensual individual. The image before him provided a striking visual impact. He chuckled softly, saving the photo to his album, but not replying, assuming it was a mistake from someone. After a while, his phone chimed again, this time from the same number, with a message. Don't like it? Li Shuo raised an eyebrow and replied. Who are you? Send me an X, and it'll show you something hotter. Li Shuo mused that perhaps a friend was aware of his return to the U.S. and was teasing him. He casually replied with a string of XS. Soon, a message arrived, and upon opening it, he found an even more provocative photo this time, a view from the waist down, showing only a pair of underwear. The muscular thighs were taut, and beneath the black boxer briefs, a prominent bulge could be discerned, with slender fingers tugging at the waistband, hinting at a damp tuft of hair, making Li Shuo feel somewhat unsettled. He cleared his throat and awkwardly adjusted his collar. Uncle Guang glanced at him through the rearview mirror. What's wrong? Feeling hot? Oh, no, Li Shuo quickly typed on his screen. Who the hell are you? His curiosity piqued about which mischievous friend was playing a prank on him. The skin tone suggested an Asian descent, clearly attuned to his aesthetic preferences. After sending the message, he pondered and decided to call. The call rang once before being abruptly disconnected, followed swiftly by another message. Like it or not. Baby, I can do way better. Li Shuo scoffed, ignoring this enigmatic friend, curious to see who would crack first. After about 10 minutes, he found himself repeatedly examining the two photos, which were indeed provocative. Humans are curious creatures, even though one can find an array of explicit images online at no cost. The allure of something partially concealed stirs greater intrigue. He is now quite curious about how a face so handsome could possibly match such an exquisite physique without being a disappointment. And who could be the one that sent him the photograph? By the time the car arrived home, as he stepped out, his parents greeted him and his phone chimed. Unable to suppress his curiosity any longer, he greeted his parents while simultaneously unlocking his phone. The radiant smile of Zhao Jinxin on the screen nearly made him choke. Zhao Jinxin, Xiao Shua, Mrs. Li exclaimed joyfully as she enveloped him in a hug. Are you tired? Not at all, Mom. Your new hairstyle looks beautiful. Before he could adjust his expression, he felt a bit awkward and quickly shoved his phone into his pocket. Mrs. Li smiled as she tidied her hair. What's the matter? Why are you so flustered? She gazed at her usually composed son with confusion. Nothing, Dad. Li Shuo chuckled as he affectionately slung his arm around Mr. Li's shoulders. Dad, you put on some weight. Mr. Li laughed heartily. I haven't gained weight. I've been working out and have bulked up a bit. That's great. Let's head inside. Li Shuo thought to himself, bemused at how Zhao Jinxin managed to acquire his number and tease him with such provocative photos, which he had foolishly fallen for. How infuriating. Once inside, Li Shuo remained somewhat distracted. He felt a mix of irritation and amusement, seizing a moment during their conversation to block that number. He was not particularly fond of assertive individuals, especially concerning matters like this. Once he felt cornered, he became uncomfortable. He had always meticulously organized his life, maintaining a sense of control, much like his affinity for the clarity and logic of numbers. On this hurried trip home, he had not brought many items, but had asked his assistant to select a variety of gifts, especially for his mother. Mrs. Li, having been raised in comfort, had married Mr. Li, a poor young man, against everyone's expectations. However, she was cherished by her husband, adored by her son, and led a remarkably smooth life as a simple and cheerful woman. A piece of jewelry or a fruit basket would delight her, her face always adorned with a smile. After examining the gifts Li Shuo had brought, she eagerly asked, Xiao Shua, where's your boyfriend's photo? Show us. Li Shuo chuckled and pulled out his phone to search for a picture of Li Qingxiu. But the first image that appeared was the provocative photo of Zhao Jinxin he had just saved. Startled, he fumbled to retract it, but Mrs. Li was quick to catch his wrist. Wow, look at that physique. That's not it, that's not it. Li Shuo felt a flush creeping to his cheeks and hurriedly swiped the photo away. It's just something from the internet, a wallpaper. He couldn't help but silently chastise Zhao Jinxin, having never felt so mortified in front of his parents as a model son. Mr. Li, seated across the sofa, could likely guess what had transpired and wore a sly smile. Mrs. Li, unable to contain her amusement, pointed at Li Shuo's face. Oh my, it's rare to see you shy. Clearing his throat, Li Shuo quickly located a photo of Li Qingxiu and handed it to his mother. The screen displayed a delicate and fair face, with bright, clear eyes, a slightly rounded nose, and a gently defined jawline. Soft hair framed the cheeks, and a soothing smile graced the lips. The face was not stunning, but rather pleasing and comforting, giving an impression of gentleness and harmlessness. Mrs. Li's eyes sparkled. You can tell right away that this is someone with a good temperament. Indeed, he is very gentle, an excellent cook, and incredibly attentive, Li Shuo said with genuine delight. From their very first meeting, he knew that Li Qingxiu met at least 80% of his expectations for a partner, appearing at a time when he wished to settle down, truly a case of the right person at the right time. Thus, he committed an act contrary to his principles by taking Li Qingxiu from another. Although it had caused him some trouble, he weighed the pros and cons and felt no regret. He cherished Li Qingxiu, not only for bringing someone he loved into his life, but also for rescuing Li Qingxiu from harm. Why didn't you bring him back to visit this time? Mr. Li inquired. He has work commitments, and with you summoning me back so urgently, he wouldn't have had time to secure a visa. Curiously, Li Shuo asked, Dad, why did you call me back in such a hurry? Is it related to N Group? Chapter 3. Oh, it's nothing much. Your uncle Zhao wishes to meet you. Meet me? Why? Li Shuo was somewhat taken aback. He had only encountered Zhao Rongtian, the chairman of N Group, on 2 occasions. Once at the first birthday celebration of Zhao's only son, when he was still quite young and his father and Zhao were mere acquaintances. And another time during his research for a paper when he interviewed several Chinese business leaders in New York. He and T arranged the meeting through his father. So after much effort, he managed to secure an appointment that lasted merely 10 minutes. Zhao Rongtian likely had no recollection of who he was and had probably long forgotten that encounter. Your uncle Zhao previously focused his business around the Yangtze River region, but now seeks to expand trade in the north and needs to establish a branch in the capital. He is looking for a long-term accounting firm, and since you are in the capital, it's quite fitting. Oh, Li Shuo chuckled. That sounds promising. We could discuss it. However, there is no need to summon him back from America for this matter. It's likely that his parents simply miss him. While he was eager to spend time with his parents, he couldn't shake off his concerns for Li Qingxiu. He planned to meet with Zhao Rongtian and then return promptly, intending to bring Li Qingxiu back with him for Christmas. Haven't you met your uncle Zhao before? I have, when I was very young, but by the time you collaborated with him, I had already left America. Yes, he is a visionary and wise man. You should engage him in conversation. Also, extend your gratitude to Mrs. Zhao. It was she who suggested seeking your cooperation, and it's remarkable that she remembers you. Sure, he has a son, if I recall correctly? Yes, I remember. He was a late child, highly cherished. Li Shuo recalled the first birthday party he attended when he was 12, where Zhao Rongtian, as the president of the Chinese Chamber of Commerce and a socialite in Manhattan, hosted an extravagant social event. In his youth, he had been somewhat pretentious, eager to discuss Byron, and failed to appreciate the Zhao family's ostentatious blend of Eastern and Western styles. He remembered that several children his age had wanted to play with the little boy, and one child even spoke up, but the Zhao family's nurse feigned ignorance of Chinese, rolling her eyes as she held the precious child in her arms. Though he had been curious about the cherubic child, he never approached. Your uncle Zhao is sending his son to manage the branch office in the capital, and you'll meet him as well. In the future, you'll be both family friends and business partners. Li Shuo maintained a composed smile. That sounds good. The Zhao family is notorious for doting on their son, and he had some reservations about the young man's capabilities, hoping he would not be a difficult character. Otherwise, he would find himself caught between Zhao Rongtian and his father, which could prove troublesome. Why are we discussing this at home when you haven't even had dinner? Mrs. Li took her son's hand, and soon they began their meal. I'll first show you the little bok choy I've grown. They're thriving beautifully. Li Shuo followed her with a smile. After dinner, He felt rather fatigued and, after a quick shower, fell into bed and drifted off to sleep. When he awoke, night had fallen. He glanced at his watch. Although Li Chengxiu was awake, her parents were preparing for bed. Li Shuo took a picture of himself, without shaving, and sent it to Li Chengxiu, appearing quite disheveled. Jet lag was truly a nuisance. Li Chengxiu quickly replied, "You look tired. Make sure to rest well." Li Shuo dialed the phone. It rang for a long time before it was answered, and a soft, cautious voice emerged. "International long distance, it must be expensive. Let us just stick to texting." Li Shuo chuckled. "It's all right. I just want to hear your voice." Li Chengxiu laughed lightly. "What time is it there now?" "It's 10 o'clock in the evening. I had wanted you to video chat with my mom, but she has already gone to sleep." Video. Li Chengxiu hesitantly said, "No, that might not be appropriate." "What does it matter? Didn't I tell you? My parents are aware of my orientation, and they respect me." But the tone from the other end was quite uncertain. "If you feel uncomfortable, we can skip the video. How about just a few words? My parents are very curious about you." "All right, I'll be back to accompany you as soon as I finish my errands. If you're feeling bored, go play with Xiao Hui. Don't stay cooped up alone, all right?" "Okay." "Chengxiu," Li Shuo said softly, "you will like my parents, and they will like you too. With me around, you need not feel any burden." A soft sniffle came from the other end, and Li Chengxiu whispered, "Li Gu, I know." Early the next morning, Li Shuo went to play tennis with his father. This was a sport he and his mother had enjoyed since childhood. During his university years, he participated in the National College Tennis League and even reached the quarterfinals. After a morning of exercise, he took his parents to a French restaurant they frequented, then spent the afternoon shopping with his mother. As an only child living across the ocean for years, he felt he owed his parents a great deal, and whenever he returned home, he devoted most of his time to family. As dusk approached, he returned home, changed his clothes, and Uncle Guang drove their family of 3 to attend Zhao Rongtian's family dinner. Mr. Li had recently taken a liking to kunku opera under Uncle Guang's influence, and the two sang along in the car, much to the amusement of Li Shuo and his mother. Zhao Rongtian resided in the heart of the Upper East Side, near Central Park. He had constructed a small artificial lake, making it the only Chinese-style mansion in the area. Li Shuo recalled that this mansion had even been featured in domestic media, but it was his first visit. Uncle Guang parked the car at the mansion's entrance under the guidance of the security personnel. Li Shuo said, "Uncle Guang, please don't fall asleep while listening to the music. Remember to leave a little gap in the window." Uncle Guang waved his hand. "I want tea. Wait for us. Be good." Li Shuo smiled and patted Uncle Guang's shoulder. Mrs. Li stepped out of the car, and Li Shuo bent down to smooth out her slightly wrinkled dress. Just as he did, he heard a deep male voice calling his father's name. Looking up, he saw Zhao Rongtian and his wife coming out to greet them, followed by a tall young man. The moment Li Shuo recognized the young man's face, his mind erupted. Zhao Jinxin." Zhao Jinxin cast a knowing glance his way, then flashed a charming smile. "Uncle Li, Annie, it's been a long time. Annie, you're looking younger and more beautiful than ever." Mrs. Li laughed, her eyes crinkling. "Jinxin has grown up. Your words are still as sweet." Zhao Jinxin's gaze fell upon Li Shuo, and a look of surprise crossed his face. "Is this your elder brother? He is quite handsome." "Hello." Li Shuo nodded at Zhao Jinxin, and they both acted as if they had never met. He smiled graciously. "Uncle Zhao, Andy, good day." "Oh my, truly a talented young man," Zhao Rongtian remarked, sizing Li Shuo up. "I last saw you when you were just a child." Mr. Li mused, "Indeed. The last time you saw him, Jinxin had just begun to crawl. In the blink of an eye, the child has grown up, and we have aged." Mrs. Zhao chimed in. "Previously, it was either Jinxin who was absent or Li Shuo. This is our first gathering with all 6 of us. So let us head inside and chat properly." The 4 elders walked ahead, while Zhao Jinxin and Li Shuo followed behind. Zhao Jinxin glanced at Li Shuo and whispered, "I told you we would meet again." His tone carried a teasing confidence. Li Shuo averted his gaze, focusing on his father's back, pretending not to hear, and quickly walked into the house. Faced with this absurd coincidence, Li Shuo had transitioned from surprise to composure. Yet, the thought of their parents' connection made him anxious about becoming entangled with this person. He disliked mixing personal affairs with business, believing that avoiding trouble was far more important than profit. He might need to reconsider the potential partnership. During the dinner, the 2 heads of the families discussed the stock market while the 2 ladies politely boasted about their sons. Zhao Jinxin and Li Shuo sat across from each other. Li Shuo maintained a smile while looking at his mother, consciously avoiding unnecessary eye contact with Zhao Jinxin. Zhao Jinxin raised his glass. "Elder brother, let us share a drink." Li Shuo elegantly raised his glass, lightly clinking it with his companions. Mrs. Zhao covered her mouth with a smile and remarked, "You two have quite an age gap. Otherwise, you would surely have been childhood sweethearts. What a pity. I wish I had met your elder brother sooner." Zhao Jinxin spoke with utmost sincerity. Li Shuo chuckled. "Indeed. What hobbies does your brother have? Does he indulge in any activities? Tennis, skiing, diving? How about you?" "Coincidentally, I enjoy all those as well. Let us go together next time." Li Shuo smiled slightly. "That sounds great. Xiao Shuo, when Jinxin returns to the country, you must take good care of this younger brother," Mrs. Li advised. "Absolutely," Li Shuo replied with a beaming smile before turning to Zhao Rongtian. "Uncle Zhao, I heard from my father that you plan to expand trade in the north." "Yes, and it's perfect since you're in Beijing. Collaborating with family is quite reliable." Zhao Rongtian waved his hand. "However, today we are just dining and chatting. We will discuss business tomorrow in my company." Li Shuo nodded with a smile. Zhao Jinxin asked, "Elder brother, would you like some more beef?" "Oh, no thanks, I'm full," he replied. "If you're done eating, would you like to take a walk by the lake to digest?" Just as Li Shuo was about to decline, his father interjected, "Go ahead. You young people should have a good chat." Li Shuo slowly wiped the corner of his mouth and cast a sharp glance at Zhao Jinxin, who smiled innocently. Li Shuo stood up, smiling faintly, and gestured for him to lead the way. He was curious to see what tricks Zhao Jinxin might have up his sleeve. The artificial lake dug by the Zhao family was right next to Central Park, designed cleverly to showcase the beauty of the park, and, when night fell or fog rolled in, made it seem as if the entire park was their private garden. Li Shuo narrowed his eyes at the lake under the night sky, the gentle breeze refreshing. "The scenery here is quite lovely," he remarked. Zhao Jinxin, hands behind his head, took a deep breath. "It's beautiful." "I sincerely agree," Li Shuo replied. Zhao Jinxin chuckled. "I can't recall how old I was when I moved here, but as a child, I was always followed when near this lake, as if they feared I would fall in. I was never that foolish." Li Shuo mused that Zhao Jinxin was the sole heir of the Zhao family, born when Zhao Rongtian was nearly 40, making him the family's treasure. It's no wonder they would hire 8 people to watch over him around the clock. Li Shuo remained silent, waiting for Zhao Jinxin to say or do something. He didn't want to admit it, but he was indeed curious about what Zhao Jinxin would dare to do. Zhao Jinxin bent down and picked up a stone from the grass, tossing it forcefully into the center of the lake. With a plop, the small stone created a tranquil ripple under the moonlight. Li Shuo maintained his composure but felt a sense of wariness, given that Zhao Jinxin had previously ambushed him on the plain. "Although this place is nice, I still prefer my apartment," Zhao Jinxin chuckled. "It's on the top floor, nearly 200 meters above ground, with no taller buildings around." Li Shuo recalled Zhao Jinxin's words from the plain, his mind involuntarily conjuring inappropriate images. Zhao Jinxin beside him enticingly added, "Being naked in the pool, exposed to the sky and sunlight, feels as if the entire world is empty. Yet looking down, you can see the cars on the street, and children flying kites in the riverside park. But no one will see what you're doing at first. You might feel embarrassed, but soon you will." "That's enough," Li Shuo interrupted, suddenly realizing that Zhao Jinxin was leading his thoughts astray. Whether it was speculating on what outrageous act Zhao Jinxin might commit, or having the images forcibly implanted in his mind, he felt invaded by this person's intentions, which was far from favorable. He paused, revealing a somewhat helpless smile. "Jinxin, your tactics won't work on me. It has nothing to do with your charm. For the sake of our families, let us pretend nothing happened on the plane, and we can simply be friends. Wouldn't that be nice?" Zhao Jinxin glanced at him sideways, and then burst into laughter. "Really not effective? Did you like the photos I sent you?" "I did. You have a great physique," Li Shuo admitted candidly. Zhao Jinxin blinked. "They're even better. Would you like to see?" Li Shuo placed his hands in his pockets and shook his head with a smile. "If you cannot engage with me in a normal manner, then it is best we do not engage at all." Zhao Jinxin stared at him for 2 seconds before laughing heartily. "All right, I won't tease you anymore." Li Shuo checked his watch. "I should head back now." As he turned to leave, Zhao Jinxin grasped his arm. "Where's the rush? Want to have some fun at the lake?" "No thanks, it's too dark." "That's exactly why it would be fun. We could set off fireworks on the lake. It's truly beautiful." Li Shuo politely but firmly withdrew his hand. "No, my time here is limited. I want to spend more time with my parents." He nodded to Zhao Jinxin and turned to head back. Zhao Jinxin watched his retreating figure, a smile lingering on his lips. Only after Li Shuo disappeared from sight did he take out his phone, dial a number, and lazily say, "Hello, brother. I've seen him. Yeah, your taste is quite good. He completely fits my preference. Your sister-in-law has good taste, too." Before he finished, Zhao Jinxin moved the phone away from his ear, waiting for the other end to finish its outburst before cheerfully saying, "Don't be so fierce. I'm just joking. A bad temper will shorten your life. Rest assured, brother, though it may be a bit challenging, it's all the more exciting." Chapter 4. Li Shuo returned to the dining room, where his mother unexpectedly said, "You're back so soon? Where's Jinxin? It was a bit chilly outside, so I came back." He went to the restroom. It was indeed a little cold in the evening, but on pleasant nights they would dine by the lake. "Mrs. Zhao smiled and said, "Li Shuo, I hope you can spend more time with Jinxin. I dislike him hanging around friends of his age who often engage in dangerous extreme sports. Your activities are healthy and safe, and you are steady. Jinxin will surely learn a lot from spending time with you." "Thank you, Auntie. I'm merely a few years older than Jinxin and may not be able to teach him much, but if my life experiences can be of any help, I would be more than willing," Li Shuo replied, impeccably dressed in a suit, exuding an air of effortless elegance. Mrs. Zhao couldn't help but exclaim, "Li Shuo is truly perfect. How many girls must like him? Does he have a girlfriend?" "Ah, not yet," she said, awkwardly adjusting her hair. Although they had accepted their son's orientation, the conservativeness of Chinese culture rendered it a rather unglamorous topic, and they preferred not to have too many people know. Li Shuo smiled brightly. "I have a boyfriend." The moment those words left his mouth, everyone froze. Li Shuo had always conducted himself with propriety and had never openly declared his orientation. He merely intended to convey a message to the Zhao couple. "I advise you to keep your son at a distance from me." Mr. Li looked at Li Shuo incredulously, unable to comprehend his thoughts. Zhao Rongtian was the first to regain his composure. "Oh, well, the young have their own choices." Mrs. Zhao awkwardly chuckled and could only nod along. Li Shuo raised his glass to them, calmly taking a sip of wine. Shortly after, Zhao Jinxin returned and immediately asked, "Elder brother, are you free tomorrow? Let us go play tennis." Li Shuo smiled and extended his arm. "I just played tennis with my father this morning after a long time and ended up straining a muscle. Let us save it for next time." Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the visible relief on the faces of the Zhao couple. Zhao Rongtian cleared his throat. "What tennis? We have business to discuss at the company tomorrow." "Oh." Zhao Jinxin seemed to just remember, "Then I'll see you at the company tomorrow." He took out his phone and said, "Big brother, could you leave me your number?" Upon uttering the word number, a suggestive smile appeared on his face. One that only Li Shuo could comprehend. Li Shuo, maintaining his composure, retrieved his phone, pressed a few buttons, and gently slid it across the dining table, casting a knowing glance at Zhao Jinxin. As soon as Zhao Jinxin picked up the phone, he was greeted by the blacklist page. With a smile, he liberated his own number and pushed the phone back, saying, "Please take care of me in the future, big brother." "You're too polite," replied Li Shuo. After finishing their meal, the family of three took their leave. Once back in the car, Mr. Li expressed his displeasure, saying, "Why did you say those things in front of them?" Li Shuo calmly responded, "Zhao Jinxin is not suitable for collaboration. He would only bring me trouble. It would be best if his parents kept him away from me." Mr. Li said nothing, merely letting out a heavy sigh. Mrs. Li interjected, "Our son is not reckless. Jinxin has been spoiled since childhood, and he might not be fit for teamwork. Indeed, I've heard that boy is quite the playboy. I wonder if he has any real skills." "Xiao Shu, I won't force you into anything. You must decide for yourself." Li Shuo affectionately shook his father's shoulder and smiled softly. "Thank you, Dad." The following morning, the father and son of the Li family visited the headquarters of Enen Group. The receptionist escorted them to the conference room, where, apart from Zhao Rongtian and Zhao Jinxin, there were two high-ranking executives and a secretary. Upon entering, everyone except Chairman Zhao Rongtian stood up. It was Li Shuo's first time seeing Zhao Jinxin in formal attire. He towered half a head taller than the corpulent foreigner beside him, clad in a sleek charcoal three-piece suit paired with a matching tie, which accentuated his slender waist and long legs, exuding an air of elegance, as though he could effortlessly step into a fashion shoot. Li Shuo couldn't help but ponder how such a perfect physique was encased within that attire, having seen it for himself. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhao Jinxin graciously pulled out chairs for the Li family, saying, "Uncle Li, please take a seat. Big brother, please have a seat." Li Shuo thought to himself, based solely on Zhao Jinxin's polished demeanor. Who could imagine that he would arrange casual encounters immediately after their first meeting and send half-nude photos to strangers? If he weren't already involved with Li Chengxiu, he would genuinely consider visiting the apartment Zhao Jinxin mentioned. Zhao Rongtian had shed the affable demeanor of the previous day, embodying the authoritative presence of a corporate leader. He introduced the two executives, one the strategic development director, the other the financial director set to be dispatched domestically, and briefly outlined his thoughts on developing trade in the north, expressing his hope that Li Shuo would provide consultation on local policies and tax matters, as well as collaborate on audit-related issues. Following this, Zhao Jinxin presented their plan via PowerPoint. Although the company was still in its recruitment phase, with even the organizational framework incomplete, it seemed that the Zhao father and son had already envisioned the company's long-term development, considering it years ahead. If this were a small company, Li Shuo might have deemed their aspirations as lofty and boastful. However, with the imposing Enin building standing before him, he recalled his father's assertion that Zhao Rongtian was a visionary. Zhao Jinxin's capabilities also altered the Li family's perception. He addressed several questions with remarkable depth, showcasing experience far beyond that of a recent graduate. In fact, during their hours of conversation on the plane, Li Shuo had discerned that this individual was no mere frivolous heir. After a morning of discussions, Li Shuo found himself genuinely interested in the collaboration, which not only promised substantial benefits for his firm, but also heralded a significant boost in both his personal and professional reputation by associating with Enin Group. To dismiss such an opportunity solely due to personal matters would be an egregious waste, and he had no reason to fear Zhao Jinxin's advances. He should trust in his own principles and resolve. After the meeting, as Zhao Rongtian had other matters to attend to, he asked Zhao Jinxin to show Li Shuo around the company and treat him to lunch. Exiting the office, Zhao Jinxin guided Li Shuo through the various functional areas of Enin Group's headquarters. This skyscraper was situated in Midtown Manhattan, merely 2 streets from Rockefeller Center. With staggering property values, Enin Group occupied 4 floors while leasing out the others. It was no exaggeration to say that even if Zhao Jinxin had a conservative appearance, his wealth would attract countless admirers. However, material wealth held little allure for Li Shuo, as he lacked for nothing. He worked for the satisfaction and sense of achievement it provided, not for monetary gain. The office buzzed with employees, and Zhao Jinxin displayed a poised demeanor. Yet, upon reaching the deserted coffee area, his true self emerged. He leaned close to Li Shuo's ear and whispered, "Don't you think I look good in a suit? You were staring at me just now." Li Shuo took a step back and smiled. Appreciating beauty is an innate ability for everyone. Well said, Zhao Jinxin responded, extending his hand to gently brush Li Shuo's tie, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Li Shuo glanced at his watch. "I want to take up your time for lunch. I have plans with a friend." "Plans with a friend? Why not invite them to join us?" "My treat," Zhao Jinxin suggested. "It's not convenient. Perhaps another time," Li Shuo replied. Zhao Jinxin shrugged. "All right, I'll escort you downstairs." As they reached the underground parking lot, Li Shuo extended his hand. "Thank you for today. Please contact me after you return to the country. We could discuss matters over the phone." Zhao Jinxin grasped his hand, smiling. "Certainly. We shall have a profound collaboration." He emphasized the word profound. Li Shuo disregarded his flirtatious tone, retracting his hand to open the car door. "Is it Li Chengxiu you're meeting?" Zhao Jinxin asked, hands in his pockets, gazing lazily at Li Shuo, showing no hint of surprise. Li Shuo stiffened, turning his face away, his expression darkening. "You've been investigating me? It's the 21st century, the information age. I merely did a little research. There is no need to be so serious," Zhao Jinxin replied. Li Shuo narrowed his eyes. "Zhao Jinxin, I have tolerated a great deal from you. Don't push your luck. Are you angry? May I apologize?" Zhao Jinxin said with a smile. "I'm just curious. He is so thin. Can he satisfy you?" Li Shuo seized Zhao Jinxin's collar, spinning him around and pressing him against the car door. Zhao Jinxin raised his hands, his relaxed smile unwavering. "You don't seem as principled as you claim. In someone else's relationship, you're also a third party. Why resist me so vehemently?" Li Shuo responded coldly. "You know nothing." He was genuinely enraged. Until now, Zhao Jinxin's provocations had elicited more exasperation than anger. After all, one should not strike a smiling face. Zhao Jinxin had not offended him, But the recent remarks had struck at a point he least wanted exposed, and to think Zhao Jinxin had investigated him. I may not fully understand, but I agree with you, Zhao Jinxin remarked, blinking innocently. If you want something, take it. If you can't have it, then seize it. Isn't that the nature of masculinity? Well done. The situation is not as you perceive. Li Chengxiu was wronged by that scoundrel. Li Shuo closed his eyes, realizing he should not confide in an outsider. Opening his eyes, his gaze turned sharp and clear. Our affairs are none of your concern. If you offend me even once more, I will not consider any past relations. Zhao Jinxin laughed heartily. You are quite amusing. I like you. I'm merely mirroring your actions. Why are you so afraid? Is it because you fear you cannot resist me? Or do you see yourself in me? Li Shuo tightened his grip on Zhao Jinxin's collar, his fists clenched tightly, his gaze fierce enough to intimidate. The two locked eyes for an extended moment. Zhao Jinxin showing no sign of tension, his almond-shaped eyes twinkling with mirth. Li Shuo exultat, ultimately releasing Zhao Jinxin. He disliked violence, and even more so losing his composure. Straightening his attire, he pushed Zhao Jinxin aside, opened the car door, and took a seat inside. Zhao Jinxin clung to the car door, grinning wickedly as he said, Darling, if that is your type, I bet you've never experienced true ecstasy. Li Shuo was infuriated. He pried Zhao Jinxin's hand away and shut the door. Suddenly, a sharp cry of pain escaped Zhao Jinxin's lips, startling Li Shuo. He looked up to see the car door pinching Zhao Jinxin's right hand. He hastily pushed the door open, observing Zhao Jinxin's pale complexion, which was unmistakably genuine. Anxiously, he asked, Why didn't you pull your hand away? What's wrong? It hurts, it really hurts. Zhao Jinxin bent over, clutching his hand, gasping in pain. You're so narrow-minded. Li Shuo took a deep breath. I swear it wasn't intentional. Get in. I'll take you to the hospital. Zhao Jinxin slid into the passenger seat, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, writhing in discomfort. It really hurts. Li Shuo fastened his seatbelt for him. You're a grown-up, bear it a little. Who told you to cling to the door? Zhao Jinxin gazed at Li Shuo, his eyes drooping, pouting slightly, appearing utterly pitiful. Li Shuo sighed, feeling somewhat guilty. I'm sorry, but truly wasn't my intention. Although you deserved it. Kiss me, and I'll believe you. Zhao Jinxin blinked. Li Shuo pushed his head away. Sit still. Upon arriving at the hospital, Zhao Jinxin's forefingers were swollen significantly, with dark bruising at the pinched area, looking quite terrible. After an x-ray, thankfully, the bones were intact and there were no breaks in the skin. The doctor applied an ice pack, prescribed oral and topical medication, and advised rest. Li Shuo looked at Zhao Jinxin, whose right hand was temporarily incapacitated, feeling a throbbing headache. He sensed that Zhao Jinxin would become reliant on him. Sure enough, Zhao Jinxin shook his hand. Take me back. I can't drive like this. Li Shuo rubbed his temples, gathered the medicine and medical report, and sighed. Let us go. Li Shuo thought it impossible that he would visit the apartment Zhao Jinxin had frequently mentioned. Yet life is unpredictable, and he indeed came. As he stepped inside, vivid memories flooded his mind, all thanks to Zhao Jinxin's audacious remarks. Zhao Jinxin collapsed onto the sofa, lamenting, I'm in so much pain. What do we do now? You can only apply ice. It's not too serious. It will swell down in a few days. It hurts, it's just pain. Zhao Jinxin made a sorrowful expression reminiscent of a puppy. Li Shuo sighed, removed the ice pack, and gently held his hand. The once elegant fingers were now swollen like carrots, and a sense of guilt washed over him. He tenderly stroked them before placing the hand back on the ice pack. Keep icing it for now. Cold compress for a day, then switch to warm compress. I'll portion out your medication and set reminders on your phone. Remember to take it on time. And then, will you just ignore me? What else do you expect me to do? Zhao Jinxin pouted. I'm hungry. Can you cook? Yes. What do you want to eat? See what's in the fridge. Just make something. Li Shuo grabbed a cushion from the sofa, placing it under Zhao Jinxin's head. Rest for a bit. If it hurts, just endure it. Although the doctor prescribed painkillers, it's best not to take them. Zhao Jinxin silently watched him, nodding, displaying a docility completely unlike his usual self. Li Shuo contemplated, then ruffled his hair for comfort before heading to the kitchen. Chapter 5. Li Shuo cooked some porridge, sauteed okra and eggplant, and made a bacon salad. He preferred to keep outsiders out of his private space, so he only hired a cleaner occasionally, preparing meals himself, which turned out quite tasty and quick. After setting the table, he called, Time to eat. My hand hurts. I can't get up, Zhao Jinxin mumbled. Li Shuo was truly exasperated. The door pinched your hand, not your brain. Hurry up. Zhao Jinxin reluctantly shuffled over, appearing rather unwell. Li Shuo noted that his fingers had swelled more and turned an even deeper shade of purple, which was quite alarming, deepening his guilt. He pulled out a chair. Come. Seat. Zhao Jinxin sat sideways on the chair, loosening his tie and taking a breath before glancing at the table, smiling. Looks good, and it smells delicious. It tastes good too. Li Shuo casually offered Zhao Jinxin the chopsticks, but in the next moment his hand froze mid-air. Zhao Jinxin waved his injured hand like a trophy. Li Shuo set down the chopsticks and picked up a spoon. Use your left hand to eat. They both simultaneously expressed, you feed me and don't make me feed you, staring at each other in a standoff. Li Shu siga Leslie. Can you not be so childish? Zhao Jinxin propped his chin on his hand. Watching him, my hand really hurts. Li Shuo had lost count of how many times he sighed today. Resignedly, he scooped a spoonful of porridge and offered it to Zhao Jinxin's lips. Here. Zhao Jinxin grinned triumphantly, opening his mouth to take a bite. The porridge made by Darling tastes so good. Li Shuo ignored him and shoved a piece of eggplant into his mouth. I never knew you could cook. Zhao Jinxin licked his rosy lips, squinting his eyes, adding another reason to his fondness for Li Shuo. Li Shuo picked up some ochre to silence him, watching Zhao Jinxin, who, despite his injury, continued to tease him. And couldn't he help but laugh? Zhao Jinxin beamed back, his smile radiant like a star, looking at Li Shuo with a gaze filled with admiration. You look so good when you smile, and you're so gentle. If you were mine, I wouldn't let you go out alone. Everyone loves flattery, especially when it comes from someone as privileged as Zhao Jinxin. Such praise transcends mere words, carrying an irresistible charm. Li Shuo felt a shiver run down his spine. He steadied himself and replied calmly, Thank you for the compliment. Throughout his life, he had faced many temptations of wealth, status, and desire. The true measure of a person lies in their ability to withstand temptation. Today, when Zhao Jinxin referred to himself as a third party, Li Shuo's anger stemmed from a mix of shame and fury. He had used the excuse of that man harming Li Chengxiu to justify his intrusion into another's affections. Yet, he had no regrets, for he could not bear to see the one he cherished suffer. However, he would not compromise his principles again. Actually, I've heard my parents mention you before, but since you've been abroad for so long, we never had the chance to meet. Had I known you were so perfect and just my type, I would have sought you out sooner. Zhao Jinxin slightly lowered his head, a hint of melancholy in his smile. Then you would have liked me first. Li Shuo set down the spoon, cleared his throat, and gently said, Jinxin, you don't like me. You like the unattainable. But I am under no obligation to satisfy your desire for conquest. I cherish my relationship with Chengxiu, and I hope, out of respect for me and the friendship between our families, you will refrain from ambiguous behavior and interact with me normally. It would be beneficial for both of us. Zhao Jinxin lowered his head, biting his lip gently. Seeing him like a child whose lies have been exposed, Li Shuo's heart softened. After all, he was just a young man in his early 20s. Was his rejection too harsh? I don't want that. Li Shuo was taken aback. Zhao Jinxin lifted his head, mischief glimmering in his beautiful peach blossom eyes. You would be happier and more content with me. A good bird chooses the right tree to perch on. You're so clever. Why don't you understand such a simple truth? Li Shuo felt tricked, irritation creeping in. On what basis do you think we would be better together? This is completely I told you so. Zhao Jinxin's eyes, with their upturned corners, held a hint of allure. With that Li Chengxiu, you won't even experience true GC. How could you be happy? Li Shuo retorted bluntly. That's ridiculous. How do you know we haven't tea? You are together with him. Isn't it an intimate relationship? So what? Li Shuo's tone involuntarily elevated slightly. Zhao Jinxin narrowed his eyes, tilted his neck to scrutinize him for 2 seconds, and suddenly laughed. How peculiar, avoiding the question and raising your tone. You feel guilty. There are 2 possibilities. First, Li Chengxiu is indeed intimate with you, but judging by his frail and exhausted appearance, it's unlikely. Second, you two have yet to engage in such activities. Li Shuo, struck at his core, inwardly cursed Zhao Jinxin. He truly felt unfortunate, wishing it were himself being teased instead. Zhao Jinxin burst into laughter, shaking with amusement. Li Shuo, suppressing his irritation, calmly replied, We have only recently started dating. Not all relationships need to be measured by physical intimacy. Zhao Jinxin laughed so heartily that his ears turned red. He took a sip of water to compose himself and waved his hand, chuckling. I agree, wholeheartedly. However, he truly is not suitable for you. Suitability is something only I can discern. I have no need to discuss my romantic life with you. Have you finished your meal? He stood up, intending to clear the dishes. Zhao Jinxin rose as well, stepping in front of Li Shuo, and playfully said, You will never find satisfaction with Li Qingxiu. Men like you, who appear so serious, are best suited to have their hidden desires unearthed. Therefore, you should be with me. Li Shuo froze, staring incredulously at Zhao Jinxin, feeling as though a clear sky had been struck by lightning. He never imagined Zhao Jinxin would harbor such intentions toward him. This younger man, 11 years his junior, who was always playful and carefree, actually desired him. In Li Shuo's mind, Zhao Jinxin had always been the wild and bold little feline, slightly larger in stature. But in the gay community, size does not inherently relate to dominance or submission. Zhao Jinxin, flirtatious and affectionate, always seemed to await his attention, and now, after a moment of shock, Li Shuo erupted into laughter. Are you out of your mind? Zhao Jinxin, with a mischievous grin, pretended to smooth an imaginary skirt, responding, I am quite lucid. You have quite a boldness to entertain such thoughts about me. Li Shuo found the notion absurd, unable to suppress his laughter. He simply did not believe Zhao Jinxin truly fancied him, given that the young man rarely spoke anything sensible. I like you. I want to be with you, Zhao Jinxin declared, raising his hands in surrender. What have I said wrong? You are not wrong. You may continue to dream. Li Shuo placed the dishes down and headed to the sofa to retrieve his coat, preparing to leave. You intend to leave just like that? Zhao Jinxin waved his hands. Smiling, I'll report you. Li Shuo turned to glare at him. I will tell your parents that you are bullying me, that you hurt my hand with the car door, leaving me unable to care for myself, and that you refuse to take responsibility. Zhao Jinxin became increasingly theatrical, adopting a pitiful expression. Li Shuo crossed his arms. Watching him, you did not intentionally put your hand in the car door, did you? I'm not that foolish. Zhao Jinxin pouted. It really hurts. I don't know if I'll ever play the piano again, or if I'll have the strength to hold a tennis racket, ski poles, or a basketball. I wonder if there will be any lasting effects. Some injuries are not evident when young, but later. Li Shuo exhaled. Okay, what else do you want? At least help me change into something comfortable. Li Shuo took a deep breath, reminding himself to remain calm. Where are the comfortable clothes? Zhao Jinxin pointed with his chin. In the bedroom. They walked into the bedroom, and Zhao Jinxin opened the closet door, pointing at a row of pajamas. The black set. Li Shuo retrieved the comfortable clothes, and Zhao Jinxin had already opened his arms, awaiting him like a warm embrace. Li Shuo approached from behind, assisting him in removing his blazer, being careful not to let the sleeves touch his hands. After the blazer, he took off the vest, followed by the shirt. Zhao Jinxin observed Li Shuo with a playful smirk. Li Shuo felt an inexplicable flutter but maintained his composure as he unbuttoned the shirt. The chest before him mirrored the photographs, though the rising and falling of the robust pectorals with each breath exuded even more strength and beauty. Unwrapping the shirt felt akin to unwrapping a gift. Each glimpse ignited excitement, and fully unveiling it was like discovering a grand surprise. With a sudden rush, it overwhelmed the senses. Li Shuo had encountered many beautiful bodies in his youth, but Zhao Jinxin was not merely attractive. He radiated vitality. Even his hair seemed to emit potent pheromones. Zhao Jinxin purposely puffed out his chest, his deep, husky voice whispering in Li Shuo's ear. Would you like to feel for yourself? If the texture is lacking, it won't cost you a thing. Li Shuo remained silent, carefully unbuttoning the cufflinks and assisting him in donning the comfortable outfit. He then gestured to the trousers. You can handle that yourself. Zhao Jinxin protested. No, I cannot. Li Shuo, eager to conclude this quickly, deftly unfastened the belt, pulled down the zipper, and slid down the dress pants. Instantly, a pair of long, unending legs were exposed to the air. Zhao Jinxin chuckled softly. How do you find it? Li Shuo held the sleep pants. Sit on the bed. Wow, you're inviting me to bed so soon. Li Shuo wished he could silence that mouth. He pointed at the bed. Wear them or not. Zhao Jinxin took a few steps back, sprawling his legs as he sat down. Those toned, elongated limbs, a testament to his active lifestyle, sparked endless imagination. Li Shuo squatted down, guiding the pants on his feet, then instructed, stand up. Zhao Jinxin obediently stood, leaning forward almost to Li Shua's face, while Li Shua leaned back, quickly pulling the pants up. Done. Just as he spoke, Zhao Jinxin's left arm encircled Li Shua's waist, spinning them both onto the bed. With Zhao Jinxin's weight pressing down on him, Li Shua grasped Zhao Jinxin's shoulder, attempting to rise, but Zhao Jinxin's grip on his waist was surprisingly strong, immobilizing him. He hesitated to make any sudden movements, fearing he might inadvertently touch Zhao Jinxin's hand. Li Shua's voice deepened. Zhao Jinxin, I am angry. Zhao Jinxin lowered his head, his nose brushing against Li Shua's, softly saying, I want to kiss you. Li Shua's body stiffened. He felt something pressing against him and frowned. Get up. Otherwise, I won't be responsible for touching your hand. If I could kiss you, what is a little hand contact? Zhao Jinxin's gaze traced the outline of Li Shua's lips, his desire unabashedly evident in every focused look, yearning to uncover what lay beneath that tailored suit. Li Shua steeled himself, firmly taking hold of Zhao Jinxin's wrist. An avid sportsman, he possessed considerable strength as he gripped Zhao Jinxin's wrist tightly, coldly stating, Let us see if you truly fear pain. Zhao Jinxin furrowed his brow. Realizing this strength might be unbearable for his injured hand, he reluctantly climbed off. Li Shua sighed in relief. Zhao Jinxin was writhing against him, and if he didn't get up soon, he'd inevitably react. What an embarrassing situation that would be. Zhao Jinxin, looking pitiful, pointed at his tenant state. Uncle Li, you're being unfair. Li Shua patted his cheek. You still have your left hand. With that, he pushed Zhao Jinxin away and exited the bedroom, slamming the door behind him. Once outside Zhao Jinxin's home, Li Shua wiped his face, inhaling several gulps of the crisp, refreshing air, gradually clearing his muddled mind. He returned to his car and dialed Li Chengxiu. Hello, brother Li. Upon hearing that gentle voice, Li Shua felt an immediate calmness wash over him. Li Chengxiu possessed such a unique ability. Being with him felt like a serene stream flowing quietly, instilling a sense of tranquility and comfort. Chengxiu, are you asleep? Not yet. I'm working overtime today, so I'll be home late. Li Shua smiled tenderly. Your boss is truly wicked for making you work late. Li Chengxiu chuckled lightly. It's nothing. How about you? Is America enjoyable? When I return, there is hardly any time for leisure. I've been busy with important matters and spending time with my parents. You should take a day off tomorrow. Chat with my mother. She has been mentioning you a lot these past few days. All right. There was a brief silence on the line. I'm not very good at talking. It's fine. My mom has a particularly good temperament, even better than mine. Okay. Do you miss me? Li Shua closed his eyes and leaned back in his chair, envisioning that fair and delicate face, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. I do. I miss you too. I bought you many gifts. No, don't buy anything. I don't lack for anything. I want to give them to you. A silence fell on the line. That is too extravagant. You needn't worry about that. Just wait for my return. Another silence enveloped the conversation. Li Shua sighed inwardly, then rest early. Good night. Good night, brother Li. After hanging up, Li Shua revealed a bittersweet smile. Their conversations were few. Li Chengxiu was rather reserved, and they shared almost no common interests. Cultivating shared topics required time and experience, and he was not in a hurry. However, he was acutely aware that Li Chengxiu harbored someone in his heart that he could not let go of. Thus, he was unable to open up to him. Although he cared, he could not show it. This too required time to navigate. Chapter 6. Upon returning home, Li Shua spent time with his mother baking cakes, tending to flowers, and preparing dinner. The household employed 2 maids, a gardener, and a driver. Yet Madame Li particularly enjoyed baking cakes and cookies, as well as nurturing plants, finding great joy in such leisurely pursuits. As evening approached, Mr. Li returned for dinner, and upon entering the house remarked, Xiao Sha, did you injure Jean Xian's hand? Li Shua awkwardly replied, yes, the car door caught it. You must be more careful. Thankfully, it's not serious. This afternoon, old Zhao had Jean Xian deliver some materials, and his hand turned quite purple, which distressed old Zhao greatly. Madame Li expressed concern. Did you take him to the hospital? I did. Li Shua felt a slight embarrassment. In his parents' eyes, he had always been a son who required no worry, even one they could rely on. Yet, this trip home had been marred by Jean Xian's series of minor mishaps. Madame Li scolded, why didn't you accompany him this afternoon? You injured his hand, and didn't he ensure he was settled before returning? Mr. Li chimed in, Yes, you even let him drive to the company alone, with only one hand. Manhattan is so busy, it's dangerous. Xiao Shua, do you harbor some prejudice against Jean Xian? No. Li Shu Replia au Leslie. I went to his house to cook for him and then returned. Jean Xian lives alone. It's quite inconvenient. You mustn't shy away from responsibility out of prejudice. Dad, Li Shua chuckled despite himself. How old do you think I am? Just then, his phone rang, and he felt an ominous premonition. Sure enough, it was Zhao Jean Xian calling. Madame Li glanced over. Oh, it's Jean Xian calling. Li Shua steeled himself to answer. Hello, Jean Xian. Fearing Zhao Jean Xian's playful tone might disturb his parents, he pressed the phone tightly to his ear. Uncle, I'm so hungry, and my hand really hurts. Zhao Jean Xian's languid voice filled his ears. Okay, I was just about to bring you dinner. Zhao Jean Xian laughed. Uncle, and enter nearby, right? Yes. Laughter echoed on the line. Then hurry over. He exhaled softly. I've been thinking about you all afternoon. After ending the call and meeting his parents' approving gazes, Li Shuo resignedly said, I'll go deliver dinner to him. Li Shuo carried 4 meal boxes prepared by his mother, including dinner, soup, cake, and fresh fruit, to Zhao Jean Xian's home. As the door opened, Zhao Jean Xian leaned against the door frame like a limp doll, his body motionless, yet his eyes exuding a playful allure. Li Shuo couldn't help but smile. You must be starving. Hurry and eat. Will you feed me? I'll feed you. Li Shuo entered the kitchen, retrieved bowls and dishes, and arranged the food. I didn't intentionally report you. It was my dad who sent me to the company. Who knew you'd be there? It's nothing. You merely stated the facts. That doesn't count as reporting. Zhao Jean Xian's gaze boldly scrutinized Li Shuo's profile, his long legs taut from bending and the sliver of his waist visible beneath his shirt, inciting fanciful thoughts. Li Shuo turned around to eat. Zhao Jean Xian sat down, not looking at the food but instead locking his gaze onto Li Shuo's eyes. Did you chat with Li Qingxiu today? I did. What of it? What did you talk about? What significance does it hold for you to know? Knowing your enemy and yourself is essential. Li Qingxiu is not your adversary. Oh, he's certainly isn't. Zhao Jean Xian smiled, thinking he is my sister-in-law. From now on, I shall refrain from discussing anything related to him. Li Shuo picked up a piece of scrambled egg and opened his mouth. Zhao Jean Xian took a bite, looking at Li Shuo with a beaming smile. Delicious. Thank you, my mom made it. Li Shuo deliberately avoided his gaze, feeding him while eating himself. After a few bites, Zhao Jean Xian pouted. It's rare to find someone who is so impatient with me. It makes me a bit sad. Li Shuo opened his mouth, but ultimately could not bring himself to say something hurtful. Though he had come to America at a young age with his parents, his upbringing was steeped in Confucian values, striving to be kind, tolerant, and magnanimous in social interactions. Despite Zhao Jean Xian's incessant teasing, he had not truly offended him. He could only say, I'm not impatient. If we could discuss normal topics, like we did on the plane, I will be very willing to chat with you. But every time I see you, the air around me feels off. Zhao Jean Xian blinked. Have you ever been so captivated by someone? Li Shuo paused, genuinely pondering the question, and ultimately concluded that he had not. He could not comprehend such intense, self-sacrificial emotions. He believed one must either be the master of one's emotions or a slave to them. To be a master meant navigating life with ease, avoiding troubles, while being a slave needed no further examples. The world was rife with them. No. Zhao Jean Xian raised an eyebrow. You've never been enamored with anyone. It depends on how one defines enamored. We've only known each other for a few days and met just 3 or 4 times. If you could become enamored with me so quickly, it would only suggest that such infatuation is a thoughtless, insubstantial desire, not much different from hunger. Li Shuo scooped a spoonful of soup and fed it to Zhao Jean Xian. I never would have guessed you were such a dull person. Zhao Jean Xian licked the soup off his lips. Being enamored is a passion, an addiction akin to substances. We all know substances are harmful. So you've never been enamored with Li Qingxiu? Li Shuo narrowed his eyes. What exactly are you trying to prove with your roundabout questioning? Zhao Xin sin bolinket innocenti. I want to prove that being with him is dull. Try being with me, darling. Do you even want to eat? Actually, I've already had a burger. I just wanted to see you. Li Shuo set down his spoon, crossed his arms, and leaned back against the chair, quietly calming himself. He feared he might inadvertently say or do something inappropriate. Zhao Jinxin blew him an air kiss from across the room, her smile radiant and carefree. Li Shuo rose to leave, but caught sight of the untouched medication on the coffee table. He pointed the pills. You haven't taken them? Oh, I forgot. She replied. Hesitating for a moment, Li Shuo walked over, portioned the medication, and wrapped each dose in tissue. Zhao Jinxin observed him intently, her gaze softening as she admired the strong lines of his profile, which appeared gentler in concentration. After sorting the medication, Li Shuo picked up Zhao Jinxin's phone. Fiddling with it as he explained, I've set alarms for you at 9 a.m., 3 p.m., and 9 p.m. to remind you to take your medication. This little packet is a single dose. Avoid getting your hand wet, and don't lie on it while sleeping. I'll arrange your meals and have them delivered to your home. I'll come over the day after tomorrow to help you with hot compresses. What about bathing? She asked. I can't help you with that. You can manage to change clothes, drive, and eat a hamburger with one hand. Bathing shouldn't be a problem. If it is, just go home, he replied with a forced smile. Zhao Jinxin chuckled lightly. How heartless. When you fall in love with me someday, will you regret it? Let us discuss that if such a day ever comes, Li Shuo said, nonchalantly clapping his hands as he prepared to leave. Just then his phone rang. He glanced at the screen and saw it was a call from his law firm's partner. It was nearly midnight back home. A call at this hour usually indicated an urgent matter. Li Shuo quickly answered, Hello, Xianggu. Li Shuo, are you still in the United States? Xiang Ning's voice sounded weary and serious, indicating something was amiss. Li Shuo felt a twinge of anxiety. Yes, what is wrong? There has been an incident here. Li Shuo's mind raced through recent projects, searching for anything that might have gone awry. Stay calm and tell me what happened. Zhao Jinxin watched him, a slight smile playing on her lips. Do you remember the Benhui real estate case from 5 or 6 years ago? Of course, what about it? A sense of foreboding washed over him. The legal representative of Benhui, who has been missing for years, has suddenly resurfaced, and he has implicated you. Li Shuo widened his eyes in disbelief. This is absurd. They deceived us with false accounts, and they embezzled billions from X-Bank. Did a single penny end up in my pocket? Realizing he had raised his voice, he glanced at Zhao Jinxin, turned away, and lowered his tone. He implicated me? On what grounds? Xiang Ning urged. Who knows what is going on? The case was settled years ago, and those who needed to be apprehended were caught. You merely conducted the audit based on their deliberate deception. Our firm's suspicions were cleared long ago. How could that representative suddenly appear after all this time? Li Shuo grabbed his coat. Wait a moment, I'll step outside to talk. He looked at Zhao Jinxin, attempting to maintain composure. I'm sorry, but I must leave. She nodded, her gaze deep and inscrutable. As he exited Zhao Jinxin's home, his tone turned serious. What is that person's purpose? Unclear. I've already asked a friend to investigate. I believe this matter is significant. His sudden accusation against you brings him no apparent advantage. Although he doesn't participate in company operations and is unaware of the loan fraud, he still faces civil liability. Yet he has no money, which is why he has evaded capture for so long. Since X-Bank is a state-owned enterprise, they have seized everything necessary and pursue personal debts. He could simply remain hidden indefinitely without consequence. I truly cannot fathom his motives. He doesn't even know you. Indeed, what could he possibly gain from this? Li Shuo felt a sharp pain in his temples, struggling to understand what this individual sought by framing him. You genuinely have no personal vendetta against this person? None. I don't even know him. Li Shu Sudan Li Pauja. Everyone has their motives for acting, whether they stem from money, status, desire, emotion, or self-actualization. If no public rationale could be deduced, perhaps there existed a private one. Xiang Ning also contemplated, Li Shuo. This is likely a personal grievance. That representative is now destitute. With just a small incentive, he might be willing to do anything. Have you crossed anyone recently? Li Shuo clenched his teeth, recalling a certain individual, a grudge stemming from Li Qingxiu. Xiang Ning sighed heavily. Brother, this trouble seems quite severe. Who did you offend? Li Shuo instinctively avoided naming that person. Does he have any evidence? There are rumors, but the specifics are unclear. It could be fabricated evidence or something detrimental left over from your collaboration with Benhui during those years. Regardless, a case has been filed, and if you return to the country, you will be taken in for questioning immediately. Li Shuo exclaimed in anger. Is it really possible to file a case based solely on his word? Brother, what kind of formidable person have you offended? This matter has clearly been orchestrated from the beginning. Otherwise, it wouldn't have escalated so rapidly. My connections are insufficient to uncover anything useful. Li Shuo's fist tightened. Xianggu, please continue to monitor this situation. I'll find someone to investigate further and update you. You. Fine, okay. After hanging up, Li Shuo struck the wall in frustration, taking several deep breaths to calm his racing thoughts. Xiaoqin, was it you behind this? Chapter 7. Li Shuo called a friend in the judicial system to request assistance with the investigation, then returned home, feeling restless. After much contemplation, he could only pinpoint Xiaoqin as the individual he might have offended, given his character and disposition. It was difficult to imagine he could have antagonized anyone else to such an extent. Xiaoqin was Li Chengxiu's former boyfriend. Though Li Shuo was loath to describe him as such, he was merely a cad who wielded his small measure of power without a shred of respect. How could he have allowed Li Chengxiu to be with such a person? Back in his room, he sat at his desk, staring blankly at the closed notebook before him, his heart heavy with unease. After contemplating in the dark for some time, he slowly opened the notebook and retrieved the materials for the Benhui real estate project. Benhui had been a company he collaborated with when his career was just taking off. The owner was a man from the north, with a boisterous personality, akin to a big brother figure who had provided him with some guidance. They had once shared a close friendship. However, this man had a significant flaw, an insatiable ambition for rapid company growth, leading to numerous projects and a massive funding gap. He vividly recalled a late-night encounter several years ago when the owner had approached him with a proposal to fabricate attractive financial statements to secure a bank loan, promising that once the projects were operational again, the loan could be repaid without anyone being the wiser, and even offered him a stake in the company. Without hesitation, he had refused. He had never compromised his principles for money and was unwilling to touch any high-voltage lines. Gradually, the owner had distanced himself from him. Yet, since their contract had not expired, he was still responsible for the year-end audit. At that time, the financial situation at Benhui appeared far better than he had anticipated, and it seemed flawless. Naturally, he had his doubts. No fraudulent account could remain entirely convincing. He knew that with enough diligence, an audit would reveal the truth. Without informing anyone on his team, he had stayed up for 3 consecutive nights, sifting through a sea of data to uncover evidence of forgery. He then confronted the owner, a moment he would never forget. The man, nearly the same age as his father, had wept and pleaded with him, repeatedly promising his assurances. In the course of their friendship, he ultimately succumbed to a moment of weakness, harboring a glimmer of hope that, after the project yielded profits, he could surreptitiously repay the loan. Consequently, he feigned ignorance and, relying on the fabricated accounts, produced an audit report. With this report in hand, Benhui secured a loan of 12 billion from bank. Once the truth came to light, the boss refrained from mentioning him, and lacking any incriminating evidence against him, he merely provided a few testimonies, suffered a minor loss of reputation, and paid a fine, thus extricating himself from the case. Apart from the boss and himself, no one was aware of the underlying deceit. Yet, his conscience remained burdened by this transgression, the gravest error of his life, a decision he deeply regretted. Countless times, he lamented why he did not intervene as he watched his friend take reckless risks, inadvertently becoming an accomplice. Following this, he rebranded the company, partnered with 2 associates, and established a new firm. This incident forever lingered as a cautionary tale in his mind, a scar that was brutally reopened by Xiao Kun. He held little faith that Xiao Kun possessed evidence to incriminate him, even if the boss divulged the matter. It would be mere hearsay. However, if enough influence were wielded, it could be manipulated to his detriment, at the very least, to disrupt his peace. Was Xiao Kun's motive solely to protect Li Chengxiu? Li Shuo gazed at the extensive documentation, recalling the sleepless nights spent searching for loopholes. A conflicting sentiment of desire to uncover the truth while simultaneously fearing the revelations left him restless. His eyes gradually lost focus, and the chaotic information swirling in his mind felt as though it might burst forth and shatter his consciousness. Indeed, anything that strays from the path is bound to attract trouble. He had committed an act against his principles, leading to years of guilt, and now faced retaliation for his betrayal. While wealth and fame held no sway over him, emotions repeatedly dragged him down. His aspiration in life was to cultivate a self-reliant existence without harming others. Thus he endeavored to approach every situation and individual with rationality. Reality reaffirmed his belief that only through sufficient reason could risks be mitigated, benefiting both himself and others. He harbored no regrets for any actions taken on behalf of Li Chengxiu, even if not motivated by affection. aiding a friend, was an obligation he could not dismiss. He had faltered in execution, yet he had not erred in intent. However, he recognized the necessity of exercising greater self-control, refusing to be governed by his emotions again. After a sleepless night, as the workday commenced in his home country, Li Shuo reached out to several friends to ascertain the situation. Their reports aligned with what Xiang Ning had conveyed. The authorities had initiated a case and dispatched personnel to investigate the firm, although they had yet to acquire a search warrant. The lawyers withheld project documents, leading to protracted disputes. The current predicament was clear. Upon his return, he would be immediately taken in for questioning. Whether anything would ultimately surface remained uncertain. However, if he chose not to return, this minor economic case would unlikely pursue him across the ocean, ensuring his safety. Given these circumstances, returning was not an option. He was uncertain how many traps Xiao Kun had laid for him. If Xiao Kun's influence proved formidable enough to persuade the boss to testify against him, he would indeed find himself in dire straits. Li Shuo instructed his lawyer to continue monitoring the situation while also enlisting a private investigator to look into the legal representative of Benhui Real Estate, the boss's nephew. Subsequently, he spoke with Xiang Ning, who sighed repeatedly. Can you finally tell me what is going on? Never mind, I'm not foolish. The person who barged into your office last time was Xiao Kun, right? Li Shuo managed a wry smile. Yes, he is likely behind it. My dear brother, after all these years, how could you let emotions lead you into such a predicament? Brother Xiang, this transcends mere emotions. Xiao Kun has been abusing his power. Cheng Xiu, after all, has worked at our firm, an earnest and kind individual. Could I simply turn a blind eye? Well, what now? Will you stay in America indefinitely? Li Shuo lowered his voice, using a rich, resonant tone to reassure him. When the enemy comes, we shall meet them. When the waters rise, we shall build barriers. Those who commit wrongdoings will inevitably face repercussions. The mistake he made in a moment of folly is now coming back to haunt him. Xiao Kun, I await your reckoning. After hanging up, Li Shuo took time to calm himself, though his thoughts remained tumultuous. He contemplated for a moment before pulling out his phone to call Li Chengxiu. On the other end, a voice deliberately lowered. Hello, brother Li. Chengxiu, are you at work? Li Shuo closed his eyes, picturing Li Chengxiu's demeanor and actions, which grew increasingly amusing in his mind, though he could not muster a smile. Yes, just a moment. A while later, the background noise on the call quieted significantly. Li Chengxiu said earnestly, Brother Li, when did I speak with your mother? I've prepared. Li Shuo smiled gently. What have you prepared? Li Chengxiu bashfully replied. I practiced what to say. Li Shuo felt warmth enveloping his heart, responding tenderly. Time zones are always misaligned. There is no rush. All right. Li Chengxiu hesitated before asking, Brother Li, you seem a bit off. Did you just wake up? No, Li Shuo closed his eyes, rubbed his brow, his chiseled features showing signs of fatigue and swelling. The words he wished to express felt daunting, as he feared Li Chengxiu would likely refuse. Brother Li, what is wrong? Li Shuo sighed softly. Chengxiu, I'm sorry. Something unexpected has arisen here. I cannot return for the time being. You, is it your parents? No, they are well. It's my firm that is in trouble. Li Chengxiu inquired. Is it serious? Li Shuo affirmed. This matter is quite complex. I have been wrongfully accused. The moment I return, I will be investigated. Everything has happened so swiftly, and I cannot assess the risks. Thus, I cannot take the chance of returning. Can you understand? Li Chengxiu quietly asked, Is it really serious? Li Shuo replied solemnly. I initially did not wish to alarm you, but considering your safety, it is necessary to prepare you. This incident is likely the work of Xiao Kun. A sharp intake of breath echoed across the line. Even ocean apart, Li Shuo could sense Li Chengxiu's tremor upon hearing that name, stirring his compassion. Frustrated, he said, The matters I am currently shouldering have been settled for years, with no third-party interests involved. Those who slander me will not benefit, but rather invite trouble upon themselves. It seems likely that other motivations drive their actions against me, and the personal vendetta, I suspect, points squarely at Xiao Kun. Li Chengxiu's voice trembled slightly. Brother Li, is it really him? Li Shuo pondered. Most likely. So, you can't come back? Not in the short term. I cannot take the risk of returning. If I remain in America, the worst-case scenario is that I may never be able to return, but if I go back, I cannot predict what will happen. Li Chengxiu's brat kibarat. Li Shua's voice softened. Chengxiu, I am very concerned for you. If it is indeed Xiao Kun, his first move would be to prevent my return, and then he would come after you. I have already instructed my assistant to find you a new place, so be prepared. Li Chengxiu whispered, Brotherly, I am sorry. Chengxiu, there is no need for you to apologize. This is not your fault. Since yesterday, I have reflected on much, considering my parents' advancing age and the troubles at hand. Perhaps this is fate guiding me. Perhaps I should remain in America for a time. I have one question for you, the answer to which is what I genuinely wish to hear. What is it? Are you willing to come to America? Once again, silence enveloped the line. Li Shua covered his eyes with his hand and mustered great courage to ask this question. He was acutely aware that the bond between them was not yet deeply rooted. Li Chengxiu harbored more gratitude towards him than anything else. He recognized that this was a monumental decision, one that would necessitate a radical upheaval of her past life and departure from her familiar surroundings. A challenge difficult for anyone to face. Yet, if she were willing, everything could be surmounted. Language, environment, friends, work, everything could be overcome. I'm here for you. If only you would come. I don't know. I will have my assistant assist you with your visa. During this time, you can contemplate your decision. You can even change your mind before boarding the plane, but I genuinely hope that one day I can embrace you in America. To avoid raising suspicion from his parents, Li Shua took a shower and meticulously shaved, striving to present himself in a better light. When he had just returned to the country, he had tasted the bitterness of starting a business and had never asked his family for a single penny or expressed his struggles. Now that his parents were relishing their golden years, he could not let them worry about him. After preparing himself, he descended for dinner. Mr. Li's first words upon seeing him were, Did you visit Jean Xian yesterday? How is he? Quite well. He should be recovering from the swelling in a few days. Li Shua suddenly remembered that he had yet to order a meal for Zhao Jean Xian. Oh, that's good. I hope there are no lingering effects. Li Shua called the nearest restaurant to Zhao Jean Xian and arranged for lunch to be delivered, ensuring they included a note that read, Take your medicine on time. During dinner, Mrs. Li inquired when her son would return to the country. Oh, no rush, Li Shua replied with a smile. There have been fewer matters at the office lately, so I thought I would come back and spend some time with you. That's wonderful, Mrs. Li exclaimed. Uncle Zhao has bought a vacation villa at Thousand Island Lake. He's been inviting us to visit. Since you're back, let us go on a vacation together. Li Shua's smile faltered slightly. Together? Both families? Yes, Jean Xian rarely comes home, and with his hand injured, it would be convenient to take care of him while on vacation. He felt no desire for a vacation, nor did he want to share a room with Zhao Jean Xian. Your mother has already bought 4 dresses. Mr. Li winked at Li Shua. Is that so? Li Shua forced a smile. Then I must prepare the camera to capture my mother at her most beautiful. He found it difficult to refuse. Mrs. Li chimed in. By the way, didn't you say you wanted me to have a chat with your boyfriend? Perhaps it's best to wait. He is particularly shy. Maybe I will bring him back to America next time, and then you can have a good conversation. A fleeting look of melancholy crossed Li Shua's eyes. Come now, son. Try this sea cucumber. After just a few bites, his phone rang twice. Fearing he might miss an important call or message, Li Shua picked it up to find a text from Zhao Jean Xian. You actually sent me restaurant food, accompanied by a crying emoji. Li Shua quickly replied, Have you taken your medicine? I don't want to eat, nor do I want to take medicine unless you come to accompany me. I have matters to attend to today. You don't have to come. Just send me a nude photo. Li Shua placed his phone on the table, ignoring him. The phone began to buzz incessantly with incoming messages. His parents looked at him puzzled. It's just my assistant sending documents, Li Shua explained awkwardly. He hastily finished his meal, grabbed his phone, and retreated to his room. Upon checking his phone, he saw multiple messages from Zhao Jean Xian. Just take a picture of your backside. All right, how about your chest? Your waist or thigh will suffice. I can't compromise further. Your hand will do, right? Uncle Li, I really like your hand. Please send me a picture, and I promise to behave all day. Li Shua found himself both amused and exasperated. He had never encountered someone so audacious and cunning. He opened the camera and snapped a photo of his hand, sending it with the message, You said you would behave? So be good today. Zhao Jean Xian replied with a smiling emoji and the message, I will spend the whole day thinking about this hand holding my treasure. Li Shua felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him and sent a photo of himself giving the middle finger. Zhao Jean Xian was truly a trickster. After a moment, his phone buzzed again. Glancing over, he saw it was another message from Zhao Jean Xian. Despite his hesitation, curiosity got the better of him, and he opened it. I know you're facing trouble here. I am willing to help you. Li Shuo froze, his fingers quickly pressing the buttons. Do not investigate my affairs any further. Who told me I liked you? How much weight does liking someone truly carry? Did Xiao Kun like Li Qingxiu? Presumably, but the only thing he brought to her was pain. Did Li Qingxiu like him? Perhaps. But it was unclear how much of that affection was diluted with gratitude and dependence. What about Zhao Jinxin? For someone like him, the frequency of using the word like might rival a catchphrase. Aside from sounding pleasant, it held no substantial value. Li Shuo let out a bitter laugh and replied with a stern message. Stop meddling. Chapter 8. Most individuals who achieve greatness possess a decisive and vigorous character. Just a day after Li Shuo agreed to go on vacation, his father informed him to pack his bags for an afternoon departure. Li Shuo felt bewildered. He was overwhelmed with issues back home, and his long-distance phone calls had already racked up quite a bill. How could he possibly consider a vacation? Yet, seeing his mother's joyful expression, he couldn't dampen her spirits and instructed the maid to pack his belongings while he continued making calls. Just as he was discussing a significant case, the phone began to beep incessantly with another incoming call. He glanced at the screen and saw it was Zhao Jinxin calling. He promptly hung up. Please continue, Lawyer Wang. After just a few exchanges, the phone rang again. Li Shuo, feeling impatient, said in a low voice, Lawyer Wang, please hold on for half a minute. He switched to Zhao Jinxin's call. Hello. Zhao Jinxin drawled, his tone languid and casual. Are you ready? Ready. I am just. Remember, bring your swim trunks. I like black ones the most. Zhao Xin Xin Tuke Lai Di. I can't wait to check out the results of your workouts. Li Shuo was already feeling irritable, and Zhao Jinxin's teasing only fueled his frustration. He retorted curtly, I don't have time for this nonsense right now. Can you please not waste my time? There was a moment of silence on the other end, and Zhao Jinxin's voice turned serious and low, tinged with a hint of hurt. I just wanted to hear your voice, I'm sorry. The call ended abruptly. Li Shuo held the phone stiffly, his scalp tingling with regret. He was not typically one to take his frustrations out on others, but this situation was more than just being ensnared by a rival. It had unearthed a long-buried guilt within him, and he was also worried about Li Qingxiu. He felt defeated, anxious, and fearful, while Zhao Jinxin had unwittingly struck a nerve. However, this did not justify his outburst. He would apologize to Zhao Jinxin when they met in the afternoon. After lunch, Uncle Guang drove them to a private aircraft club on the outskirts of New York, home to a small airport where mid-sized private planes were maintained, parked, and took off. Zhao Rongtian's plane was typically housed there. The Zhao family had arrived earlier. Zhao Rongtian was dressed as if preparing for a golf game, in white attire that exuded a casual air. When not in the office, he appeared much more amiable. Zhao Jinxin stood with his injured hand hanging limply at his side, his head drooping. Upon seeing them, he greeted them with little enthusiasm, casting a hurried glance at Li Shuo before quickly looking away. Li Shuo felt a surge of guilt. He approached Zhao Jinxin and asked quietly, Have you taken your medicine on time? Zhao Jinxin nodded, still keeping his head down. Li Shuo pulled him aside and lowered his voice. Sorry. I should have raised my voice at you. Zhao Jinxin raised his head and looked at Li Shuo with a hint of sorrow, softly asking, Do you really dislike me? Never, Li Shuo quickly replied. I cannot accept you, but I have never harbored any animosity towards you. Despite Zhao Jinxin's frivolous and reckless demeanor, he possessed a certain charming spontaneity. After all, who would casually dislike someone who held affection for them? Zhao Jinxin blinked, wondering if he found it bothersome. Li Shu Shukulat, unable to resist, ruffling his hair. You truly are a handful. Could you allow your uncle a moment's respite? I've been quite busy lately. Seeing Li Shuo's gentle and radiant smile made Zhao Jinxin's heart flutter. He subtly pressed his lips together, his eyes sparkling like stars, as if they were aglow. Unfortunately, Li Shuo did not notice the gaze that seemed to yearn to engulf him, as he was called away by his father. After a brief conversation, the plane was ready. It was a Cirrus jet, with only a co-pilot on board. Li Shuo inquired, Where's the captain? Zhao Rongtian laughed heartily, pointing to himself. If Jinxin's hand weren't injured, it would be the two of us flying together. We both took the exam for our licenses. Li Shuo felt a pang of guilt. It's all my fault for being careless. Madame Zhao chuckled. Oh, it's nothing. A few bumps and bruises are inevitable. Brother, it really is fine. I even got to enjoy 2 meals cooked by you. I never expected you to be such a talented chef. Zhao Jinxin beamed, appearing particularly endearing. Li Shuo felt quite embarrassed by his words. He had almost ignored Zhao Jinxin yesterday. With a desire to make amends, he said, "I've been a bit busy these past few days and haven't taken good care of you. The doctor said you should start warm compresses today, once we reach Qianao Lake. I'll help you with that." Zhao Jinxin wrapped his arm around Li Shuo's shoulder. "Thank you, brother." Li Shuo could distinctly feel Zhao Jinxin's height and weight, which added a slight pressure. Even though he was not considered short in Europe and America, Zhao Jinxin had the stature and broad shoulders of a Caucasian, albeit without exaggerated muscles. Sometimes he found it curious how Zhao Jinxin could so freely act spoiled and clingy. Once on the plane, Zhao Jinxin pulled him to the last row of seats, then raised both hands, smiling at Li Shuo. Li Shuo immediately understood his intention and leaned over to fasten his seatbelt. With a click, the buckle secured, Zhao Jinxin unexpectedly planted a kiss on his cheek. Li Shuo jolted, surprised, and shot a glance at Zhao Jinxin before quickly turning to check on the four elders, relieved that no one had turned to look. He glared at him and mouthed, "What are you doing?" Zhao Jinxin blinked innocently. "I don't know. I just couldn't help it." His expression resembled that of a child who had inadvertently taken a bite of someone else's ice cream. Li Shuo was both exasperated and amused. "This is a family trip. Please behave." Zhao Jinxin licked his lips and nodded. Li Shuo returned to his seat, took out his phone, and sent a text to Xiangning, informing him that he would only be able to contact him in a few hours, then turn off his phone. The situation was currently at a standstill. The authorities had filed a case, but had not yet obtained a search warrant due to a lack of favorable evidence. However, according to the lawyer, it was only a matter of time before they secured one, and he strongly advised against returning to the country. Li Shuo was worried for himself and for Li Qingxiu. He had spent the last couple of days piecing everything together and suspected that Shao Kun did not truly intend to harm him. He deduced that Shao Kun lacked sufficient evidence. However, this maneuver could effectively prevent him from returning home. As long as he stayed away, separated by half the globe, he could not protect Li Qingxiu. Tomorrow, his assistant would ensure that Li Qingxiu was temporarily settled in a hotel, which he had chosen for its discretion, guaranteeing that Shao Kun would not locate him anytime soon. Through the embassy, he arranged for an expedited visa, promising it would be ready in 3 days. Once Li Qingxiu was by his side, he could safeguard that tender yet resilient man. As he gazed out at the receding landscape, his heart was filled with unease. Suddenly, a hand rested on his shoulder, prompting him to turn around. Zhao Jinxin said, "Our first encounter was also on a plane." The noise of the engine somewhat muffled their voices. By lowering their volume, the people in the front row would not hear them. Li Shuo could clearly sense that Zhao Jinxin was feeling somewhat restless. After all, their initial meeting on the plane had left a profound impression on him. Li Shuo cautiously replied, "Indeed. I truly fell for you at first sight." Zhao Jinxin leaned in closer, nudging his shoulder. "You were precisely my type." Li Shuo longed to ask if he was lacking in paternal affection, but refrained, considering it disrespectful to Zhao Rongtian, opting instead for a noncommittal smile. Zhao Jinxin gazed at Li Shuo with innocent eyes reminiscent of a fawn. "I will help you resolve your troubles back home. Will you go on a date with me? Just once?" Li Shuo shook his head. "I told you not to involve yourself in my affairs. I can manage on my own." "Really? But you seem quite troubled. You didn't sleep well last night, did you? Those dark circles under your eyes are quite evident." Zhao Jinxin gently touched his face, seriously stating, "Brother, I genuinely want to help you. Even if you return home to meet someone you like, I still want to assist you. I don't want to see you suffer." Li Shuo's heart skipped a beat. Zhao Jinxin's eyes sparkled with sincerity, revealing genuine concern for him. After so many interactions, this playful, mischievous Zhao Jinxin had for the first time moved him. He opened his mouth, sincerely saying, "Jinxin, thank you, but I do not wish to owe you any favors. I just want to go on a date with you just once." Zhao Jinxin grasped his arm and gently shook it. "Just a meal and some drinks, nothing more." Li Shuo looked at his expectant expression, unable to find the resolve to refuse. Perhaps beneath the frivolous facade, Zhao Jinxin truly harbored feelings for him. Yet, since he could not accept this person, he could not exploit him either. He sighed, softly saying, "A meal and some drinks are certainly agreeable. That is not a date. Friend can enjoy such activities together, but I will still handle my own matters. Thank you for your kindness. I truly appreciate it." Zhao Jinxin smiled, a smile so charming it could make one's heart race. It's settled then. There's a wonderful tavern in the resort, run by a German. All the beer is imported from Germany. I must take you to try it. Li Shuo nodded, smiling. All right, I am looking forward to it. Zhao Jinxin reached out once more, his thumb brushing over the slight bruise under Li Shuo's eyes, the corners of his lips lifting into a gentle smile. Chapter 9. Upon arriving at the resort, it was just in time for dinner. The housekeeper had prepared a barbecue in the courtyard. The weather was neither too hot nor too cold, perfect for outdoor activities. The villa housed two semiedes who, upon seeing a crowd, bounced around excitedly, eager to leap on Zhao Jinxin. Li Shuo, quick on his feet, seized Zhao Jinxin's wrist and lifted it high. Zhao Jinxin looked at Li Shuo with surprise. Li Shuo sighed with relief. These little creatures almost knocked into your hand. Zhao Jinxin casually draped his arm around Li Shuo's neck, whispering affectionately, "Thank you." Li Shuo promptly pulled his arm down and examined his fingers, noting they were not as swollen as they had been 2 days prior. "Let us eat first. After dinner, I will help you with warm compresses and apply medicine." Zhao Jinxin gently patted the heads of the two dogs. They are brothers, one named and the other B. But I can't tell them apart. Such casual names. If a third one were to appear, would it be named CII? Zhao Jinxin burst into laughter. "If there is a third, you can name it." The housekeeper served 3 enormous Canadian lobsters on a table laid with ivory-colored linens. The aroma of butter-baked lobster wafted through the air, accompanied by various seafood and fresh vegetables, not only enticing in scent, but also exquisitely arranged. The elders beckoned them to dine. Seated opposite each other, Zhao Jinxin glanced at the lobster, then smiled brightly at Li Shuo. Li Shuo put down the fork he had just picked up and instead reached for the chopsticks, for no utensil could rival their dexterity. He used a knife and chopsticks to tear off pieces of lobster meat, placing them onto Zhao Jinxin's plate. "Eat up," he urged. Zhao Jinxin speared a piece with his fork, savoring it as he watched Li Shuo, his expression reflecting satisfaction. Li Shuo set down the chopsticks and began to peel shrimp, placing each one into Zhao Jinxin's plate. Madame Zhao could no longer restrain herself. "Li Shuo, you needn't worry about him. Just enjoy your meal. He can manage with something that doesn't require hands." Li Shuo chuckled lightly. "It's fine. I feel a bit airsick and can't eat much." He was eager to finish attending to Zhao Jinxin, so he could retreat indoors to make a phone call. He had caught a glimpse of his inbox earlier, and his lawyer had sent over more documents. "Young Master Li, would you like some medicine for your motion sickness? I can fetch it for you," the butler inquired thoughtfully. "Oh, that would be great." Li Shuo seized the opportunity to excuse himself. "I'll join you inside. I'll just lie down for a bit after I finish eating." "Son, you used to never get airsick. Are you all right?" "It's nothing serious." Li Shuo blinked and flattered. "I've never flown on a private jet before." Zhao Rongtian smiled appreciatively. "Go rest for a while. If you're hungry, just let the butler know. There's food available anytime." "Thank you, Uncle Zhao." Li Shuo followed the butler into the villa. The butler led him to a prepared guest room, and then returned with medicine and a glass of warm water. Li Shuo was engrossed in checking his emails and waved a hand without looking up, saying, "Thank you. Just leave it on the table. I'll eat it later." The butler kindly handed him the water and medicine. "You should take it quickly. This medicine is very effective. After taking it, lie down for a bit and you'll feel better." Reluctantly, Li Shuo accepted the medicine. Observing the butler's eager gaze, he steeled himself and swallowed the medication. He had initially intended to mimic what he had seen on television, waiting for the butler to leave before spitting it out, but due to his inexperience, the moment he took a sip of water, the medicine went down and there was no stopping it. However, he dismissed it. It wasn't poison. After taking the medicine, the butler proactively draped a light blanket over him. "Young Master Li, this medicine will make you sleepy. If you wake up and feel hungry, just call for me." Sleepy? The butler nodded. "It's not as strong as cold medicine. You won't sleep until the next morning. A few hours of rest will suffice." "All right, thank you." Li Shuo felt utterly helpless. After the butler left, he changed into his pajamas, reviewed the documents sent by his lawyer, and made some phone calls. Minutes later, he found himself feeling drowsy, and before he knew it, he had drifted off to sleep. This slumber was profoundly refreshing. When Li Shuo awoke, his mind felt light, his body warm, and he sensed a comforting weight on his waist, providing a profound sense of security. Li Shuo turned abruptly to find Zhao Jinxin's face magnified next to him, blissfully asleep. Li Shuo bolted upright, startling Zhao Jinxin awake. Rubbing his eyes, Zhao Jinxin looked at him in confusion. Li Shuo threw back the covers, checking that both of them were dressed, feeling somewhat relieved, overwhelmed by surprise. He forgot to be angry, exclaiming, what are you doing here? Zhao Jinxin remained remarkably calm. I came to see how you were doing. Since you wouldn't wake up, I felt tired and decided to nap with you. You. Faced with Zhao Jinxin's nonchalant demeanor, Li Shuo found himself nearly laughing in exasperation. He was at a loss for what to reprimand. Any accusation he might voice was met with Zhao Jinxin's unaffected smile, as if his words were striking soft cotton. Gritting his teeth, he got out of bed and headed for the door. Zhao Jinxin yawned twice, unwillingly saying, I'm not doing anything to you. The bed is so large. Can't I just sleep for a bit? How reasonable that sounded. Li Shu cursa internally. Zhao Jinxin sat up, scrutinizing Li Shuo's sullen face for a moment before breaking into a wide smile and suddenly lunging to embrace Li Shuo's waist, toppling him back onto the bed. Li Shuo barked, "Stop fooling around. Let go." He struggled, but could not budge Zhao Jinxin, completely baffled by how someone so lean could possess such strength. Zhao Jinxin's arms clamped around Li Shuo's waist like iron pincers, one leg resting on Li Shuo's, and he chuckled, "It's so comfortable to hold you while sleeping. I really want to strip off these obstructive clothes." Li Shuo narrowed his eyes. "If you don't let go, I won't pay you any attention." Zhao Jinxin's enchanting eyes sparkled with mischief, his tone possessive. "Li Shuo, once you're on my bed, you belong to me." Li Shuo gritted his teeth. "Haven't, and we been on your bed?" Zhao Jinxin burst into laughter, burying his head against Li Shuo's chest and rubbing it vigorously before finally releasing his hold. Still smiling, "Just teasing you, don't be mad." Li Shuo shoved him away, unceremoniously ordering, "Get out." "Actually, I came to apply medicine to you." Zhao Jinxin waved his injured hand. "Seeing you sleep so soundly, I couldn't bear to disturb you." The sight of that hand extinguished half of Li Shuo's irritation. He rolled his eyes skyward. "Wait here." He took a couple of steps toward the door, turned, and commanded, "Get off my bed." Zhao Jinxin lifted his t-shirt, revealing his attractive abdominal muscles, breathing heavily. "Baby, are you sure?" Li Shuo grabbed his jacket draped over a chair and tossed it at him. Zhao Jinxin laughed heartily as he caught the clothing, sitting up in a rush. Li Shuo went downstairs, realizing it was nearly 11 o'clock, and the elders had long since gone to sleep, which explained Zhao Jinxin's audacity. He requested a new towel and hot water from the butler. Upon returning to the room, he found Zhao Jinxin lounging against the headboard, swinging his feet as he awaited his return. Li Shuo opened his suitcase and retrieved a portable medicine kit. While it was labeled as portable, it was nearly the size of a can of baby formula, taking up quite a bit of space. "You carry this with you?" Zhao Jinxin asked in surprise. "ISNT to treat you?" Li Shuo opened the kit, pulling out alcohol, cotton, and medicinal liquid. As Zhao Jinxin watched him organize the items on the bedside table, his bright eyes sparkled, and he couldn't help but remark, "I've never seen a man as meticulous as you." "It's nothing. I just take responsibility for my actions," Li Shuo replied as he settled beside him, placing a towel over his own knee and extending his hand. Li Shuo's hands were not conventionally beautiful. His fingers were long but not overly slender, with slightly rounded fingertips and a dry palm, the lines of his palm clearly etched. His nails were clean and slightly pink, exuding a sense of stability and warmth, making it difficult for anyone to keep their guard up around him, much like his character. Zhao Jinxin professed his fondness for Li Shuo's hands, and he truly meant it. In contrast, Zhao Jinxin's hands were delicate and slender, fair and smooth, resembling those of a pampered young lady. However, when his hand rested atop Li Shuo's, Li Shuo felt the faint calluses, a testament to hard work, present in several areas, his fingertips and pads. Previously, when Zhao Jinxin had injured his hand, Li Shuo had been too apprehensive to touch it, so he hadn't noticed. Surprised, he turned Zhao Jinxin's hand over, curious, "What kind of equipment do you play with?" He examined Zhao Jinxin's left hand, which was in much better condition than the right. He hadn't noticed during their handshake earlier. Zhao Jinxin casually replied, "Guns, crossbows, knives, nunchucks? Just dabbling." Li Shuo frowned. I have a gun license, so don't worry," Zhao Jinxin said, rubbing his palm against Li Shuo's hand. His voice soft, "If anyone bullies you, I'll protect you." Even if it were merely a casual remark, Li Shuo felt a flutter in his heart. He gently grasped that hand. "Don't move. If it hurts, just tell me." Zhao Jinxin looked at him with longing. Li Shuo pretended not to notice as he wiped the injured area with alcohol before pouring the medicine onto the cotton. "This will feel a bit burning and sting, so bear with it." Li Shua gently dabbed twice, while Zhao Jinxin feigned discomfort with exaggerated sounds. Li Shua continuously soothed him in a soft voice, urging him to endure, assuring him that everything would be fine. Zhao Jinxin gazed at Li Shua's lowered brows and the slightly trembling, thick lashes that resembled two delicate fans, generating a gentle breeze in his restless heart, tickling him enticingly. He increasingly understood why his proud cousin held such apprehension towards this man. After meticulously applying the ointment, Li Shua let out a heavy sigh of relief. He picked up a warm towel from the tray and wrapped it around Zhao Jinxin's hand. Apply the medicine and then heat it. It will promote blood circulation and hasten the dispersal of the bruising, he advised. Zhao Jinxin pursed his lips and quietly remarked, "Once my hand is healed, you won't be this considerate towards me, will you?" Li Shua pondered for a moment before responding thoughtfully, "I will treat you fairly as a friend." "That's even worse," Zhao Jinxin retorted, attempting to withdraw his hand. Li Shua grasped his wrist gently yet firmly, softly admonishing, "Don't be mischievous." "Then let us take it slow," Zhao Jinxin replied, his gaze penetrating into Li Shua's eyes, exuding a hint of vulnerability. Li Shua smiled slightly, urging him not to speak foolishly, assuring him that he would heal soon. Zhao Jinxin continued to stare at him in silence. Li Shua suggested, "You should return to your room. Leave the compress on for 10 minutes, and then remove it." Remarkably, Zhao Jinxin did not protest. After a brief moment of silence, he stood up and walked toward the door, pausing to glance back at Li Shua. "Do you truly feel nothing for me?" Li Shua's heart involuntarily trembled, his pulse quickening as Zhao Jinxin's eyes sparkled in the dim light, illuminating the hidden corners of his heart. Suddenly feeling parched, he clenched his fists unconsciously and replied calmly, "No." Zhao Jinxin turned away, his shoulders rising and falling with a heavy sigh as he exited. Li Shua fell back onto the bed, staring at the unfamiliar ceiling, his thoughts in disarray. Zhao Jinxin took Li Shua to a music bar in the resort area. The resort was already quiet, and during this season, the business of restaurants and bars was particularly bleak. When they entered, there were no other customers. The owner and chef of the bar was a burly German man, and his slender wife served as the bartender. They appeared oddly well matched. The two settled in a secluded corner. It was dinner time, and Zhao Jinxin ordered the bar's signature roasted goose leg along with 24 beers. He then asked Li Shua, "How is your tolerance for alcohol?" "Not much, but I can manage," Li Shua replied cautiously, recalling the last time when a few hours of sleep following medication led to Zhao Jinxin crawling into his bed. He hoped that he would not find himself in a similar predicament today. Fortunately, it was just beer, a beverage he had never become inebriated from. This bar offered over 20 kinds of beer, and he had chosen the one that was self-fermented, rich in flavor, and with a relatively higher alcohol content. Though beer is never excessively strong. Zhao Jinxin smirked, "Don't worry. I won't get you drunk unless you have a reason to be." Li Shua felt a pang of embarrassment, as if his thoughts had been laid bare. He replied nonchalantly, "I won't get drunk." The roasted goose leg arrived promptly, and upon seeing its enormous size, Li Shua felt his appetite dwindle. Zhao Jinxin cut a piece of the meat and offered it to Li Shua to try it. "It's delicious." After a moment's hesitation, Li Shua opened his mouth and tasted it. The spices were robust, yet the meat was tender and succulent. Indeed, quite delightful. "Here." Zhao Jinxin speared another piece with his fork. Li Shua gently pressed his hand down. "I can serve myself. Previously, when I was injured, you fed me. Now that my hand is almost healed, it's time for reciprocity," Zhao Jinxin said, wiggling his nearly healed fingers. Li Shua chuckled, "But my hands are perfectly fine." He proceeded to eat on his own. Zhao Jinxin licked his lips. "If you were mine, I would love to give you a perfect date. Whether this constitutes a date is debatable, but what qualifies as a perfect date?" "I am rather curious," Li Shua replied. Zhao Jinxin countered, "How do you usually date someone?" "It depends on what the other person likes. And if it were me, where would you take me?" Li Shua squinted slightly. Zhao Jinxin's mother mentioned that he had always been popular and had quite a few boyfriends. Li Shua was keen to know if this was indeed true. Zhao Jinxin smirked, his smile carrying a hint of mischief. "You are all looks with no substance." Li Shua was fully aware that Zhao Jinxin was trying to provoke him. Yet men often enjoyed engaging in such trivial competitions. He dabbed his mouth with a napkin and smiled. "All right, I'll ask you 3 questions, answer honestly, and I shall grant you a perfect date. Go ahead. What type of cuisine do you prefer? What kind of art do you appreciate? Do you favor tranquility or liveliness? I enjoy rich, calorie-dense foods. I appreciate calligraphy, classical music, rock, and modern art related to metal, and I prefer liveliness. Li Shuo cleared his throat. Tomorrow morning, you'll have a good sleep, and I will pick you up around 10 o'clock to take you to an art exhibition in Queens. For lunch, we'll dine at a Mexican restaurant to sample their liqueurs. After lunch, you'll need a bit of rest. So I'll take you to a classical music club where we can secure a private room for you to nap while listening to classical music. Upon waking, they serve authentic English afternoon tea. If you're too full for dinner, we can explore New York's largest independent designer home decor center, which features many fascinating and practical metal art furnishings, or I can take you to an underground rock bar. It all depends on your stamina. Finally, I'll escort you home. He finished his proposal in one breath, looking at Zhao Jinxin with confidence. Zhao Jinxin did not offer feedback, but raised an eyebrow. Now it's my turn. Answer me 3 questions. What positions do you prefer? What settings do you enjoy? Do you have any peculiar kinks? Li Shuo was taken aback, feeling a surge of irritation. He had been meticulously contemplating what constituted a perfect date, only to have this fellow expose his true nature with 3 simple questions. He exhaled through his nose, choosing not to respond. Hey, speak up, Zhao Jinxin said innocently. I'm being serious. Doesn't your idea of a date include intimacy? What kind of date would that be? Are you afraid of being outdone? Zhao Jinxin teased. Li Shuo maintained his composure. Those are private matters. I prefer not to discuss them. If you want the answer, I shall make my own guesses. Zhao Jinxin. Li Shuo poured beer into his glass. You should drink more and speak less. Zhao Jinxin raised his glass, clinking it against Li Shuo's before downing it in one gulp. As he set his glass down, he remarked, I guess you prefer the doggy style. Enjoy intimate settings like an office surrounded by public spaces, and though I can't pinpoint your kinks, I'm certain you have many that you dare not disclose, let alone act upon. Li Shuo stared at Zhao Jinxin, momentarily at a loss for words. Zhao Jinxin had accurately hit the mark. Zhao Jinxin burst into laughter. I was right, wasn't I? Come on, don't be a sore loser. Li Shuo, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger, retorted, why do you even care to guess these things? You should be asking how I arrived at my conclusions, Zhao Jinxin said, shaking with laughter. The first is a matter of probability. I was just taking a wild guess. Most gay men prefer that position. It's comfortable and easy. He shrugged. It's perfect for beginners. Li Shuo clenched his fist, feeling a surge of desire to punch him. Second and third can be explained together. Deep within you lie many wild thoughts, yet you find yourself constrained by traditional values, cultural norms, and your own identity, deliberately suppressing these impulses. Coupled with your long-standing admiration for someone like Li Chengxiu, whose slightly unconventional proclivities you find difficult to articulate, the office serves as an ideal venue, allowing you to experience the thrill of public release while providing a sense of security, acting as a safety valve for your cautious nature. Li Shuo's expression darkened. Being pierced by such pointed remarks from someone nearly a decade younger was undeniably unsettling. Despite having done nothing wrong, he felt a wave of shame wash over him. Please stop, or I will leave right now. Zhao Jinxin gently patted his hand, offering reassurance. Don't be upset. We are merely discussing dating. I am discussing dating, while you're discussing sex. Sex is a part of dating. In reality, whether dining, listening to music, or visiting exhibitions, isn't a man's ultimate goal simply to get into bed? Zhao Jinxin said with a playful smile in his charming peach blossom eyes, leaning slightly forward and lowering his voice. A single unforgettable experience of passion can conquer you far more effectively than 10 perfect dates. This only amused Li Shuo further. Forget it, you're simply that kind of person, impossible to reason with. We are quite suitable, are we not? During the day, we can date according to your plans. And at night, we can indulge according to mine, making love. Zhao Jinxin licked his lips lightly. With me, every day will be a new adventure. Li Shuo remained silent, surprisingly tempted by Zhao Jinxin's proposition. He recognized the truth in Zhao Jinxin's words. Being with someone bold, playful, and adventurous would indeed be exhilarating. Yet he detested the feeling of being led around by the nose. Besides, he already had. He chuckled bitterly to himself. He had just been broken up with today. Despite having experienced several relationships, he could face their endings with rationality and composure. If he were to be honest, the most heart-wrenching breakup had been with his college boyfriend, with whom he had once imagined a future filled with meaningful adventures in Africa, only for that person to ultimately choose an offer from Wall Street. For the confused and directionless young man he had been at that time, it had felt like not only a violation of their emotional commitment, but also a betrayal of faith. Of course, he had matured since then, fully understanding his ex-boyfriend's choice and recognizing his own selfishness and naivety. Unfortunately, the past was just that, past, and time could not be reversed. With Li Chengxiu's decision to break up, he felt an uncanny sense of fate. Their relationship had always been built on a shaky foundation, and he could accept that he had failed to move that person. He could also manage the resulting feelings of disappointment, but he had not anticipated Li Chengxiu's sudden departure. The person had been in his home. He had lost them, and he felt responsible. He sighed deeply. Jinxin, I have no doubt about what you say, but I am not in the mood to discuss this right now. I understand. I know what you want to talk about. My romantic failures? He took a sip of his drink, his gaze dimming as if shrouded in mist. I truly cannot comprehend why my relationships always fail. Zhao Jinxin rose and settled beside Li Shuo, comfortably leaning back on the sofa, smiling as he said, Of course. It's because you choose the wrong partners. That statement is utterly ridiculous, Li Shuo replied with a wry smile. What I mean is, you have been choosing the wrong type of partner. Someone like Li Chengxiu is entirely unsuitable for you. What you truly desire is a stable life. And you mistakenly believe that only a homely type like Li Chengxiu can provide that for you. Li Shuo fell silent. He indeed thought that way. Your thinking has been misguided from the start. Zhao Jinxin leaned closer. If you do not love someone enough, there is nothing to sustain a stable life. Moreover, if you cannot even maintain harmony in your physical relationship, a breakup is merely a matter of time. Li Shuo scoffed. Then tell me, what kind of person is suitable for me? Someone who allows you to express yourself. Zhao Jinxin whispered in Li Shuo's ear. Like me. Li Shuo slightly turned his head away. With all due respect, Jinxin, someone like you is only suitable for a physical relationship. Then let us start with that. It isn't a bad thing, is it? Li Shuo set down his glass, having consumed several drinks, feeling his blood begin to heat. You keep trying to steer me to your side. I no longer wish to converse. It's dark now. Let us head back. He started to rise. Zhao Jinxin firmly pressed his shoulder, forcing him back into his seat. Li Shuo, what are you running from? Are you so afraid of me? Me? Why would I fear you? You clearly have feelings for me, yet pretend otherwise. Previously, you rejected me because you had a boyfriend, now that you are single. What excuse do you have? Li Shuo gazed at Zhao Jinxin, astonished. He had never seen Zhao Jinxin so assertive, even when previously playful. It had mostly been in a teasing manner. Now, however, there was an undeniable forcefulness, compelling him to confront the situation, which made him slightly uneasy. He pushed Zhao Jinxin away, regretting coming to drink. Perhaps he had overestimated his own maturity and underestimated Zhao Jinxin. For the first time, he realized how dangerous this person was. Suddenly, Zhao Jinxin's hand slipped beneath the table, wrapping around. Li Shuo was taken aback, his eyes widening in shock as he hissed, Zhao Jinxin. He grasped Zhao Jinxin's wrist tightly, feeling the pressure. Despite the discomfort, Zhao Jinxin did not relent, instead smiling mischievously. Experience it well. After all, it's free. Li Shuo nervously glanced towards the bar, where the owner and his wife were engrossed in conversation, oblivious to them. Although 2 more tables were occupied in the bar, they were far enough away. Nonetheless, his heart raced, and he dared not make any sudden movements for fear of being discovered. Zhao Jinxin's technique was indescribable. It had been quite some time since Li Shuo had experienced anything like this. His body began to tremble uncontrollably, and he instinctively bent forward. Zhao Jinxin pressed close to his cheek, his moist lips brushing against him. Isn't this delightful? They might discover us. See a well-dressed person like you engaging in such activities where others cannot see. He chuckled softly, but what did it matter? You're enjoying this, aren't you? You like it, don't you? Li Shuo breathed heavily, his chest trembling as he feared the gaze of onlookers, yet he felt an exhilarating thrill from this audacious act. He had never experienced such a sensation before, the thrill of mischief. Darling, Zhao Jinxin whispered, you can fully embrace this. You are already 34. How much longer will you suppress yourself? Li Shuo bit his lip, letting out a couple of low coughs, evidently struggling to contain himself, even refraining from speaking. Zhao Jinxin gently grasped his chin, abruptly sealing his lips with his own. Unlike the tender kiss from earlier, Zhao Jinxin's movements were raw, and commanding, fiercely sucking on his soft lips, his tongue plunging deep, stirring everything within him as though it were an invasion. Li Shua's gaze grew increasingly dazed. The sensory stimulation escalated, and that fervent kiss flooded him with overwhelming passion, rendering him unable to resist its allure. It had been far too long since he had felt such indulgent pleasure, he thought. Suddenly, he relaxed his guard, loosening his rigid body, deciding to fully embrace the experience Zhao Jinxin offered. In this dimly lit tavern in an unfamiliar city, tucked away in a corner behind a simple wooden table, Li Shua let go of all restraints. This might be the most audacious and shameful thing he had ever done, yet he found it exhilarating. Zhao Jinxin withdrew his hand from beneath the table, gently wiping his palm with a napkin while admiring the alluring blush gracing Li Shua's face. This man was simply delectable. Li Shua's eyelashes fluttered gently. His head felt heavy as if it were too much for his neck to bear, and he kept it slightly lowered. He could sense Zhao Jinxin's gaze, yet he needed to compose himself. Zhao Jinxin nibbled on Li Shua's ear and teased, "Uncle Li, are you shy?" Li Shua lifted his head, his eyelashes glistening with a hint of moisture, and his lips, kissed to a rosy hue, stirred an unexpected tension in his abdomen. He looked at Zhao Jinxin, attempting to mask the turmoil within with calmness. "You certainly have some audacity, but you like it, don't you? It's acceptable, is it?" Zhao Jinxin spread his palm, bringing his slender fingers to his lips, delicately licking away something suspicious. Li Shua's face instantly flushed, a moment of vulnerability flashing in his eyes. Zhao Jinxin grinned triumphantly. "Are you going to act like a man and join me at the hotel? Or like a coward and go home to sleep?" Li Shua gazed deeply at him and replied, "Between us, it's merely physical." Zhao Jinxin blinked. "Then let us go to the hotel." Chapter 13. As soon as they entered the guest room, Zhao Jinxin pinned Li Shua against the wall, his fiery lips crashing onto Li Shua's. The kiss was forceful and urgent, a stark contrast to the usual playful demeanor of the young man. Li Shua felt the gates of his deepest desires flung open, a torrent of emotions surging forth, enveloping every inch of his being. It was a long-lost passion. Though Li Shua considered himself not one to engage in casual encounters, having spent a few reckless years in his youth, he had since established a successful career and matured, gaining mastery over both body and mind. It had been a long time since he felt such explosive desire from anyone. This was fundamentally different from indifference. He certainly enjoyed intimacy, yet he found fulfillment in various other pursuits, such as achievements and self-actualization. For him, intimacy was a necessary part of life, devoid of the mystery and allure it once held in his youth. However, just moments ago, in that quaint little tavern, Zhao Jinxin had rekindled a fervent yearning within him, awakening a younger version of himself. The two tugged at each other's clothes, regardless of their expensive fabric. It was merely an impediment. Li Shua pressed Zhao Jinxin onto the bed, their bodies sinking into the mattress. Gazing at the mischievous young man, he felt a rush of blood. Yet, doubt crept into his mind, stemming from a concern for their family's connections and thoughts of Li Qingxiu. Zhao Jinxin seemed to read his thoughts effortlessly, provocatively asking, "What's wrong? She has already dumped you, and you're still holding on to your virtue?" "Din Xin," Li Shua replied solemnly. "Is this right? What's wrong about it?" Zhao Jinxin tugged at his open collar, compelling him to lean down, their lips brushing, and in a teasing whisper, he asked, "Do you want to? If you want it, why hesitate?" "It's not that I hesitate." Zhao Jinxin kissed him deeply, wrapping an arm around his waist and flipping him beneath him. Li Shua's mind raced. The tension was palpable. Yet how could one retract the arrow once loosed? His breath quickened. Zhao Jinxin was unlike any of Li Shua's usual partners. He had always preferred slender, delicate frames. He hadn't anticipated that a sturdy, muscular body would offer such a completely different, yet exhilarating sensory experience. The sheer strength of the bones and the perfection of the muscles were nothing short of divine craftsmanship. "Is this comfortable?" Zhao Jinxin murmured softly. Li Shua was accustomed to being in control during intimacy, but he sensed Zhao Jinxin's desire to please him and decided to play along. Zhao Jinxin's teasing made Li Shua tremble. Grasping Zhao Jinxin's hair, he urged, "Enough, I want you." Zhao Jinxin playfully wiped his lips with his fingers, narrowing his eyes with a smile. "Really?" Li Shua wrapped his long legs around Zhao Jinxin's knees, using the momentum to pull him onto himself. Their passionate yet gentle kiss sealing their lips once more. However, as Li Shuo bent his legs, Zhao Jinxin seized his ankle, assuming a distinctly aggressive stance. Caught in the moment, Li Shuo froze, his fist clenched, creating a gap between their almost touching chests. He looked at Zhao Jinxin in confusion. Zhao Jinxin smiled, licking Li Shuo's chin. I've said it before, I want you. Did you ever doubt it? Li Shuo's eyes widened, attempting to retract his legs. Yet, Zhao Jinxin held his ankle firmly. He half sat up, embarrassment flooding his face as if doused with cold water. Are you joking? He genuinely wished to cherish this man who had captivated him for half a month, but what was this? What makes you think I'm joking? Li Shuo felt a tingle of anxiety. Was Zhao Jinxin serious? It seemed he truly meant it. With a sudden shove, Li Shuo pushed Zhao Jinxin away, struggling to maintain his composure despite feeling mocked. Sorry, Jinxin, I can't be the bottom. Zhao Jinxin firmly pressed him down by the shoulders, the force rendering Li Shuo unable to rise. With a smile on his face, a wild glint flickered in his eyes. Darling, do you know why I say you want to be a good bottom? Because you're meant to be on top. If you don't try, you'll never know what you're missing. I assure you, you'll feel like you've wasted your past. Li Shuo felt a surge of irritation. I'm not interested. Zhao Jinxin pinned him down, refusing to let him up, playfully blowing air onto his face. I have a keen eye for people. Just give it a try. I can't believe you've never been curious. Curiosity doesn't necessitate action. Aren't you curious? Li Shuo raturta, blundi. I am. Zhao Jinxin blinked. Then let me satisfy your curiosity. Li Shuo gently pinched his chin. Do you trust me? Zhao Jinxin chuckled, but I can't. What do you mean? My blood coagulation mechanism is inherently flawed. Once injured, it's hard to stop the bleeding. Zhao Jinxin smiled brightly. This is my first time. Can you guarantee that you won't hurt me? Would you be able to bear it? Uncle Li? Li Shuo felt a shiver run down his spine, questioning whether Zhao Jinxin was fabricating excuses. He had been with inexperienced partners before, but rarely, and with such a daunting reason, his confidence in his skills wavered. Zhao Jinxin kissed him softly again, sweetly pouting, I'm not lying. I really like you and wish to be with you, but the way you want. I truly can't. Li Shuo turned his face away. Then let it be, Jinx, I can't do it. Why are you so resistant? Li Shuo took a deep breath. You are so much younger than me. If it were someone of the same age whom he liked, he might have agreed, but Zhao Jinxin failed on both counts. The thought of being with a boy nearly a decade younger made him feel utterly embarrassed. Why do you care about age? Zhao Jinxin coaxed softly in his ear. Isn't the feeling right now what matters? Don't you want me? Li Shuo's face burned. Yet he couldn't overcome the mental barrier, turning away. Jinx, I can't. Please get up. This cold water doused his ardor, and his mind cleared considerably. Perhaps this was a divine sign indicating that they were not meant to embark on such a path. A shadow flickered in Zhao Jinxin's eyes as he clenched his fists and slowly released them. Disappointment and loneliness washed over his features as he propped himself up from Li Shuo, offering a wry smile. I'm sorry. I was foolishly hopeful, thinking, you might have a bit of affection for me. This isn't about whether I like you. You're also gay. You should understand that some things are not easily changed or accepted, especially at my age. Zhao Jinxin pressed his lips together, gazing deeply at him, and softly said then, come to me, I do not mind. I merely wish to be with you. Observing Zhao Jinxin's hesitant expression, Li Shuo felt a pang in his heart. Overwhelmed with compassion, he gently ruffled Zhao Jinxin's hair and replied, Jinxin, I do not wish to hurt you. I believe we are not suited for each other. There's no need to force it, is there? Zhao Jinxin shook his head, stating, I like you. Even if you do not like me, I still like you. His bright eyes sparkled like the galaxy. I boldly declare that I would provide you with the best experience. If I cannot fulfill that promise, what does it mean to like someone? I do not care about the possibility of being hurt, as long as it is for you. Li Shuo felt a wave of guilt wash over him. Every word from Zhao Jinxin pierced his heart, and the distressed expression on his face was unbearable. He pulled Zhao Jinxin into his embrace, gently running his fingers through his thick hair. Fool, I told you I would never hurt you. I believe we are progressing too quickly. We do not know each other well enough, or else we would not have encountered such an awkward situation today. However, I am willing to get to know you anew, if that is agreeable to you. Zhao Jinxin rested his heavy head on Li Shuo's shoulder, wrapping his arms around Li Shuo's waist, and expressionlessly said, Uncle Li, you are truly gentle. Li Shuo affectionately kissed his forehead. Suddenly, Zhao Jinxin revealed a meaningful smile. This seems rather interesting. Li Shuo lay in bed, holding Zhao Jinxin, gently patting his firm back. He felt a twinge of guilt for inadvertently hurting Zhao Jinxin. This person truly liked him. Otherwise, he would not have compromised. The two were clearly aflame with passion, but discovered irreconcilable conflicts at a crucial moment. Zhao Jinxin was not the only one feeling sorrow. Li Shuo was equally disappointed, yet he struggled to accept it. He sighed heavily in his heart. The embrace felt almost alive, a tantalizing sensation that left him frustrated, knowing he would surely be sleepless that night. After calming their emotions and taking cold showers, they dressed and returned home. After all, it was difficult to explain a night spent away when their families lived so closely together. Upon reaching the door of Li Shuo's room, Zhao Jinxin suddenly hugged Li Shuo's waist from behind, softly asking, "Shall we sleep together?" Li Shuo contemplated for a moment. Perhaps not. How was he to spend this night? Zhao Jinxin kissed him twice and left in disappointment. Li Shuo returned to his room, his mind a chaotic whirlwind. Checking his phone and email revealed no news from Li Chengxiu, causing him even more distress. He collapsed onto his bed, burying himself under the covers. Where's Li Chengxiu? How was he to deal with the openly affectionate Zhao Jinxin? Undoubtedly, he felt an attraction toward Zhao Jinxin, but it was merely an attraction. Emotions invariably spawn unnecessary troubles. Yet one cannot evade them. He could only strive for rationality to minimize his heartache and disappointment. Just as he began to drift into a light slumber, there was a gentle knock at the bedroom door. Li Shuo jolted awake and whispered, "Who is it?" The door slowly creaked open, revealing Zhao Jinxin peeking in, cautiously saying, "Uncle Li, I still want to sleep with you." Li Shuo felt a mix of pity and helplessness in his heart as he extended his hand. "Come here." Zhao Jinxin quickly dove under the covers, embracing Li Shuo tightly. Li Shuo softly inquired, "Are you unable to sleep? Can you sleep?" Zhao Jinxin retorted. Li Shuo offered no reply, simply patting the back of his hand. "Sleep now." Zhao Jinxin's warm, solid chest pressed against Li Shuo's back. Both were restless, yet neither wished to disrupt the current tranquility. Chapter 14. After waiting a day and night without any news from Li Chengxiu, Li Shuo began to suspect that Li Chengxiu had not left on his own accord, but rather had been kidnapped by Xiao Kun, who indeed had a history of such deeds. He sequestered himself in his room, contemplating for a long while before instructing his assistant to check Xiao Kun's phone number, mentally preparing himself for the call. When the call connected, a heavy silence fell upon both parties. Presumably, Xiao Kun could surmise who was calling by the area code. Li Shuo restrained his revulsion and declared, "This is Li Shuo." A sharp intake of breath emanated from the receiver, followed by a young yet aggressive voice nearly shouting, "Where's Li Chengxiu?" Li Shuo's heart sank. Xiao Kun did not appear to be feigning, and he could no longer maintain his composure, coldly retorting, "You dare ask me? I want to ask you." The anticipated explosive confrontation did not materialize. Instead, that voice suddenly seemed deflated. "He has gone missing. You beast." "Xiao Kun, are you pleased now?" Li Shuo, with remarkable restraint, refrained from uttering crude insults, but had never felt so disgusted by anyone before. The very thought of this name made him tremble with rage, as if everything associated with this person epitomized filth and disgrace. Xiao Kun clearly lacked the energy for futile banter. Rasping, "He might have gone somewhere. How would I know? He said he was going to stay with a relative, but he never mentioned any relatives to me." Xiao Kun choked on his words. "He has no relatives." Li Shuo's voice turned venomous. "Xiao Kun, Chengxiu has little money, is in poor condition, and has no one to turn to. If anything happens to him, I will absolutely, unequivocally not let you off the hook." Xiao Kun fell silent. Li Shuo found it increasingly unbearable to speak with him. "Pack up your mess and don't think you can trap me, Li Shuo. I will return. It is only a matter of time. Let me go find him." The call ended abruptly. Li Shuo slammed the phone down in frustration, his hands tangling in his hair, using the sharp pain at the roots to alleviate his almost explosive emotions. It was strange. Throughout his life, he had always been surrounded by many people, but ultimately realized that none truly belonged to him. Yet, that was of little consequence. He endeavored to act with a clear conscience, but would never let the petty villains who intruded upon him go unpunished. As his vacation drew to a close, Li Shuo packed his belongings, preparing to return to New York. He stepped out the door to find the butler arguing with Zhao Jinxin over a suitcase. "Young master, allow me. Your hand is not yet healed." "My left hand is fine," Zhao Jinxin replied with a smile, refusing to let go. "Young master, let me do it." Li Shuo effortlessly took Zhao Jinxin's suitcase, allowing the old butler to carry it down the stairs, genuinely concerned about any possible mishaps. Zhao Jinxin blew a kiss at Li Shuo. "So caring about me." That sidelong glance was nothing short of enchanting. Li Shuo was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the butler, who indeed wore an awkward expression. Zhao Jinxin bent down and kissed the butler's cheek. "Fourth uncle, thank you for your hard work these past few days. Please don't tell my parents, okay?" "Ah," the butler nodded repeatedly. "Be careful on the way." Once downstairs, Li Shuo quietly asked, "What were you just doing?" "When I came out of your room this morning, I happened to bump into fourth uncle." Zhao Jinxin shrugged. "Don't worry. He won't gossip." Li Shuo breathed a sigh of relief. Just as Zhao Jinxin had said, their current relationship was merely a mutual dalliance, and they had not yet truly crossed any lines. Zhao Jinxin liked him, and he believed that wholeheartedly, but affection comes in many forms, and he did not wish to bear the risk of being discovered by their elders. Zhao Jinxin observed his expression keenly. After boarding the plane, the elders continued discussing their vacation, clearly still relishing the experience. Li Shuo and Zhao Jinxin sat in the back row. Zhao Jinxin occasionally tugged at Li Shuo's little finger. After several attempts, Li Shuo could no longer tolerate his clinginess and captured Zhao Jinxin's hand, pressing it down onto his thigh, which indeed made Zhao Jinxin obediently quiet. Li Shuo felt a wave of nostalgia, recalling just a few days prior when they sat on the same plane in the same seats, with him feeling quite wary of Zhao Jinxin, and now they found themselves in a state of ambiguous intimacy. Zhao Jinxin's capabilities were one aspect. The upheaval on Li Chengxiu's side was the primary cause. Li Shuo felt an absurd sense of fate. That foreboding feeling of inevitable failure had accompanied him ever since he managed to bring Li Chengxiu close to him. However, Li Chengxiu embodied his expectations for a partner so perfectly that he found himself engaging in many unwise actions. In the current situation, perhaps it was unfair to place all the blame on Xiao Kun. He too was an accomplice. This was precisely why Li Shuo felt a sense of responsibility towards Li Chengxiu, beyond mere affection. Now back in New York, it was time for them to get back to serious matters. Li Shuo assisted Zhao Jinxin and the financial director set to be dispatched to the domestic branch in establishing a financial system that was more suitable for local conditions and could enhance auditing efficiency. While this was certainly not his concern, he felt compelled to help due to the connections between Zhao Rongtian and his father. The branch in the capital already had several employees and was still in the process of hiring and preparing. Their initial encounter on the plane had been due to Zhao Jinxin returning to the country for an inspection. Although Li Shuo kept a close eye on domestic affairs, he also tried to immerse himself in his current tasks. Otherwise, he would be unable to suppress his wandering thoughts. It was one thing if it were someone else, but the person missing was Li Chengxiu, gentle, honest, and somewhat withdrawn. He felt he could no longer hope for anything more than Li Chengxiu's safety. One day, the three of them were in Zhao Jinxin's office, discussing which financial software to adopt for an entire afternoon. The financial director, Mr. Han, preferred the software compatible with the head office for internal networking, but Li Shuo suggested that once they arrived in China, they should use the most commonly used software domestically, which would be more convenient and efficient for both local financial personnel and auditors. Zhao Jinxin remained non-committal for the time being. Ultimately, the discussion revealed the pros and cons of each option, and as the sun began to set, the three of them felt somewhat fatigued. Zhao Jinxin said, "Let me think this over. Let us call it a day." "All right, Director Zhao. Mr. Li, may I treat you both to dinner?" Zhao Jinxin glanced at Li Shuo and smiled. "Let's chat some more next time. I'll pay then." Mr. Han nodded. "Good, then I'll head back first." After gathering his things, Mr. Han left. Li Shuo leaned back in his chair, stretched his arms, and arched his back. The angle of his neck accentuated his Adam's apple, displaying a masculine grace. Zhao Jinxin stood up and closed the blinds. Li Shuo paused his movements, slowly lowering his arms and gazing intently at him. Zhao Jinxin smiled and walked over, sitting across Li Shuo's lap. "Are you tired?" Quite heavy." Li Shu shukulet. "I've never had anyone heavier than myself sitting on my lap." "How about you? Are you tired?" "Not really, just a bit bored." "Clearly, you make sense, Mr. Han is worried that switching financial software will complicate his KPI assessments from the head office. especially since it's his first year on assignment. There's bound to be immense pressure, which is understandable. Li Shuo raised an eyebrow. Not bad, you figured that out. Zhao Jinxin wrapped his arms around Li Shuo's neck, resting his forehead against his. Uncle Li, you underestimate me. Do I look foolish to you? You're simply too young, which inevitably leads to a lack of experience. In what aspect? Zhao Jinxin playfully bit Li Shuo's nose with his lips, then moved down, capturing Li Shuo's soft lips. The warmth between their mouths ignited a passionate desire. Li Shuo's hand found its way to Zhao Jinxin's back. Shall we go eat? I want to eat you. Zhao Jinxin teased, his tongue tracing the outline of Li Shuo's lips before slipping into his slightly parted mouth, intertwining with his warm tongue. Li Shuo instinctively wrapped his arms around Zhao Jinxin's waist, responding to the fervent kiss. Their kissing skills were commendable, as they playfully escalated the intensity, transforming a simple kiss into something exceedingly sensual, with the sounds of their lips and tongues intertwining, causing a flush to rise in their cheeks. Breathless, they parted, both with moist corners of their mouths and deepened gazes. Li Shuo felt his trousers tighten slightly and softly said, "Be good, get up. I'll take you out for a nice meal." "Actually, I'd love to do it in the office," Zhao Jinxin whispered in his ear, "not just the office. There are many thrilling places. Do you want to know?" Li Shuo's Adam's apple bobbed slightly as he steadied his mind and firmly grasped Zhao Jinxin's waist, lifting him back onto the ground. "All right, if you're not hungry, I certainly am. What do you want to eat?" Zhao Jinxin pouted. "Fine, I'll listen to you. How about hot pot? There's an old hot pot place we often visit. It's particularly flavorful." "Sounds good." Li Shuo gathered his belongings and opened the door for Zhao Jinxin, waiting for him to exit first. As Zhao Jinxin reached the door, he quickly stole a kiss from Li Shuo, then exited the office with a smile. Outside, the bustling crowd made Li Shuo's heart race. Yet he couldn't help but feel a thrill of excitement. They drove to Chinatown in Brooklyn, which was as lively as ever. Li Shuo found a parking spot, and Zhao Jinxin looked around with curiosity. "I rarely come here. It's really lively, with all sorts of things for sale." "Indeed. You were born and raised in America, while I came here when I was 10. Our cultural foundations and emotional ties are quite different. When I used to dine out, I often chose this place." Zhao Jinxin smiled. "I spent 3 years in high school in the capital, so it's not much different from you." "Really? Why did you go back to study then?" "My dad thought my handwriting was ugly and was worried I would forget my roots." Li Shu lauga hartili. "Your uncle is quite foresight. When you return to China, you must take me to find good food and fun places." "Of course." Li Shuo stepped out of the car. "I promised your parents I would take good care of you." Zhao Jinxin walked around to his side, leaning against the car door and trapping Li Shuo between his tall frame and the vehicle, smiling. "What about besides my parents' reasons?" Li Shuo blinked. "My parents?" Zhao Jinxin playfully pinched Li Shuo's chin, using a tone that was both commanding and childishly endearing. "Say something nice to cheer me up. Otherwise, I'll kiss you right here." Li Shuo glanced around. 2 grown men standing so intimately would surely attract attention. He didn't want to be the center of gossip, so he adopted a slightly indulgent tone. "I worry about you. I will take care of you." Zhao Jinxin beamed, quickly pecking Li Shuo on the lips. "You." Li Shuo frowned, feigning anger. "Why don't you keep your word? Are young people these days so unruly?" Zhao Jinxin grinned. "If I didn't kiss you after such a lovely atmosphere, that would be truly unruly." His smile bore a hint of childlike mischief. Li Shuo's heart fluttered. He had never encountered anyone who, like Zhao Jinxin, could constantly surprise him with flirtation. Every moment spent together kept him guessing what delightful mischief would come next, whether it would send shivers down his spine, make his heart soar, or leave him in a daze. A person like Zhao Jinxin was perfectly suited for romance, possessing all the qualities a lover could have, while continuously creating the romance, sweetness, surprises, and excitement that love requires. At his age, he shouldn't possess such captivating skills, which could only mean he was a natural of flirting, with every breath infused with desire. "How about this place?" "Unklali." Zhao Jinxin naturally tugged at his sleeve, resembling a child, disarming Li Shuo's defenses. "Do you want to leave your coat in the car? Otherwise, it will smell of hot pot." "No," Zhao Jinxin replied eagerly. "This is your first time treating me to dinner, our first date in New York. Our first visit to Chinatown, our first hot pot together. Such an important day. I want to preserve this fragrant outfit as a keepsake forever." Li Shuo felt a rush of sweetness, his lips curving into a smile. "As you wish." The two of them walked side by side into the hot pot restaurant. The boss recognized Li Shuo and promptly assigned him a seat by the window. The establishment was bustling with patrons, and just the aroma of the spicy dishes was enough to tantalize the appetite. The menu was simply a printed sheet, allowing customers to mark their selections. Similar to many hot pot restaurants back home, the table for two was rather small, and as they leaned over the menu, Zhao Jinxin lightly bumped his head against Li Shuo's. Chuckling mischievously, Li Shuo, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, "Aren't you a bit childish? Don't you find me particularly endearing?" Zhao Jinxin raised an eyebrow, adopting a comical expression. Li Shuo stifled a laugh, tapping him lightly on the head with a pencil. "Zhao Jinxin, you are indeed quite charming, both alluring and adorable. Almost like a sprite." At that moment, someone walked by, exclaiming in surprise, "Hey, Jinxin." Both of them looked up to see two young men of Chinese descent standing in the aisle, approximately the same age as Zhao Jinxin. What a coincidence! Zhao Jinxin stood up, smiling as he shook their hands. Li Shuo politely rose as well, nodding in greeting. One of the young men scrutinized Li Shuo with an unabashed gaze, leaving him feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Nevertheless, Li Shuo maintained his composure, unwilling to let such rudeness disrupt his decorum. "Stop speculating," Zhao Jinxin said, half-jokingly. "He's the older brother of a friend of my father. Quit pretending. We saw you two leaning into each other just now," one of them chuckled. "You've always had a thing for older men, haven't you?" Zhao Jinxin narrowed his eyes slightly. "Oh, how do you know that?" Although his voice remained jovial, a chill crept into his expression. Li Shuo felt a sudden jolt. He had never witnessed this side of Zhao Jinxin before, and the abrupt shift in mood was somewhat intimidating. The young man's lips quivered, his expression shifting uneasily, rendering him momentarily speechless. The other quickly intervened. "Hey, Jinxin, didn't you say you'd be back at the end of the month? We were looking for you, and you mentioned having pressing matters." "I returned because of family matters," Zhao Jinxin replied with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. "This aisle is rather narrow. Let us catch up another day." Sure. After they left, Zhao Jinxin explained, "They were former classmates, not very close. Don't take it to heart." Li Shuo waved dismissively, indicating it was of no concern. "So you were originally supposed to return at the end of the month?" he inquired. "Yes," Zhao Jinxin replied with a grin, "which makes our initial meeting a grand stroke of fate." "Indeed, fate," Li Shuo murmured, lowering his gaze as he finalized the selections. Zhao Jinxin watched him, gently rubbing his fingers together, his eyes sparkling with mischief. After handing the menu to the waiter, Li Shuo casually remarked, "So, have you always preferred older individuals?" "I'm drawn to mature men," Zhao Jinxin replied with a smile. "Everyone has a type they are fond of." Li Shuo responded warmly. "It seems you have quite the knack for handling mature men, given your experience." He had previously thought Zhao Jinxin was merely flattering him, but now it dawned on him that Zhao Jinxin genuinely favored older companions. This realization explained why Zhao Jinxin felt emboldened to flirt with him, possessing a level of confidence that allowed him to maintain the upper hand. Li Shuo felt a complex mix of emotions. If Zhao Jinxin's playful demeanor was indeed calculated, it was somewhat disconcerting. After all, he found himself rather susceptible to such charms. Who could resist a child's playful affection? Yet, it was not necessarily a negative thing. He often found himself enjoying the attention. Still, he couldn't quite articulate why he felt a twinge of discomfort about it. In a calm, yet playful tone, Zhao Jinxin leaned in slightly and whispered in Li Shuo's ear, "Your words sound a tad envious." Li Shuo chuckled. "At least it's only sounding like." "I understand what you're thinking," Zhao Jinxin said, lightly tracing Li Shuo's chin with his finger. "I am attracted to your maturity and elegance shaped by age, but you're distinct from everyone else in the world. The experiences I've gathered from past relationships serve only to help me be more attentive to you. Surely that doesn't imply insincerity, does it?" Li Shuo grasped Zhao Jinxin's fingers gently, rubbing the pads lightly. "I didn't mean it that way. I apologize for my narrow-mindedness." He was surprised and regretted his earlier words. Typically, he was not one to speak harshly without cause. Regardless of Zhao Jinxin's sincerity, it was not his place to speculate. Could it be that he truly felt a hint of jealousy? He quickly dismissed the notion. Although he held a fondness for the young man, he didn't think it warranted jealousy. Perhaps at that moment, he had merely confirmed some suspicions, given Zhao Jinxin's ease with flirtation, which had always made him somewhat wary. Regardless, He regretted the words he had just uttered. Zhao Jinxin smiled gently, his demeanor gentlemanly. I know your intentions were innocent. I admit, subtlety is not in my nature. It's understandable if you find me unreliable. However, I see nothing wrong in pursuing someone I admire. He gazed deeply into Li Shua's eyes, speaking each word deliberately. And I know you will come to like me as well. Li Shua found himself momentarily lost in Zhao Jinxin's beautiful eyes. Just then, the waiter arrived with their hot pot, interrupting their silent exchange. Li Shua cleared his throat, attempting to mask his emotions. Zhao Jinxin lowered his head, seemingly lost in thought. Once the dishes were served, they both resumed a semblance of normalcy. What do you enjoy adding to your hot pot? Li Shua asked. Sliced lotus root and lamb. How about you? Frozen tofu. Li Shua replied with a smile. It absorbs the flavors beautifully. Next time, come over for a fresh hot pot. Our family chef makes a remarkable one. I'll make sure to prepare plenty of frozen tofu for you. Sounds delightful. After finishing their meal, Li Shua drove Zhao Jinxin home. As Zhao Jinxin unbuckled his seatbelt, he coyly suggested, shall we go upstairs for a while? Not tonight. I have things to attend to, Li Shua replied. You have no pressing matters. You're just trying to avoid me. It really doesn't matter who goes up first. Zhao Jinxin leaned closer, resting his chin on Li Shua's shoulder. I'm willing to prioritize you. Li Shua's fingers lightly tapped the steering wheel, hesitating as he mentioned about your condition. It only flares up with external injuries. I can't coagulate on my own, Zhao Jinxin shrugged. But I trust you. You wouldn't hurt me, would you? Li Shu raplia au quarli. Jinxin, I imetrulitucha. But I really can't. The thought of making love while constantly worrying about potential mishaps would certainly overwhelm him. He was a cautious person, even if he felt a strong attraction toward Zhao Jinxin. A glint of mischief flashed in Zhao Jinxin's eyes, though his tone conveyed disappointment. I want to be with you, every moment. I want to make you mine. You might not understand. Li Shua struggled to meet Zhao Jinxin's gaze, the intensity of his longing both flustering and flattering him. Yet he found it challenging to reciprocate such fervor. Rest assured, I won't pressure you into anything you are unwilling to do. Zhao Jinxin wrapped his arms around Li Shua's waist, softly kissing his cheek, his voice laced with temptation. We don't have to go all the way. How about that? Li Shua turned to look at him, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. Come upstairs with me. All right. In the elevator, the restraint faltered. Li Shua found himself pinned against the elevator door, breathless from Zhao Jinxin's kisses. And upon reaching the apartment, their impulses spiraled into chaos. Li Shua's experiences with Zhao Jinxin bestowed upon him the intoxicating sweetness of youthful love and sensory stimulation, akin to the allure of poppies, captivating and addictive. For someone who believed that passion waned with age and should settle into a steady life, this revelation was a profound surprise. It made him realize that he was not lacking in youth. He simply had not encountered the right person. Throughout his interactions with Zhao Jinxin, Li Shua had been exercising restraint, attempting not to let these fervent emotions overwhelm him. However, as Zhao Jinxin drew closer, he found himself torn between self-discipline and the temptation of immediate pleasure. The presence of Li Chengxiu had served as a safety valve, but now that it was gone, the powder keg exploded. The two collapsed onto the plush wool carpet, discarding their clothing as if they were adversaries. They kissed, caressed, and nibbled at each other. The more fervent their movements, the more they could unleash their pent-up desires and express their admiration for one another. They employed every means to entice each other, their blood surging with wild emotions, reaching a boiling point. Their heavy breaths penetrated the air, resonating in their ears with a force that eclipsed the most frenzied rock music. Severing the threads of rationality, Li Shua surrendered first, reclining on the carpet, eyes wide as he gazed at the ceiling, taking deep breaths while his body continued to quiver in the aftermath of pleasure. Suddenly, his view was obstructed as Zhao Jinxin positioned himself on either side of Li Shua's head, his desire-tinged eyes exuding an irresistible allure. With lips flushed like ripe fruit, he smiled lazily and greedily, whispering, "But I still want more." Li Shua inhaled deeply, fixating on Zhao Jinxin's entrancing gaze. Zhao Jinxin leaned down, playfully biting his chin before murmuring in his ear, "You're not enough either. Your body has yet to be fully explored. If you entrust yourself to me, I will show you that everything you've experienced before pales in comparison." You will think of me every night as you drift into slumber. In a sudden motion, Li Shuo rolled over, pinning Zhao Jinxin beneath him, laughing with breathless amusement. It's a pity you're not in sales. Not a pity at all. No amount of money can compare to your charm, Zhao Jinxin replied, cradling Li Shuo's face in his hands. I know you resist because you're afraid. Afraid of what? Afraid that what I say is true. Li Shuo, resting atop Zhao Jinxin, teasingly poked at his taut skin, chuckling, I admit I'm a bit curious. But what if you're just boasting? Can I seek compensation? I'll compensate you with myself, Zhao Jinxin said, taking Li Shuo's finger in his mouth, swirling his tongue around it. If you dislike it, do as you please with me. However, if you enjoy it, Li Shuo narrowed his eyes, what then? You will become mine. Is that your ultimate goal? Zhao Jinxin grinned. Am I not someone worthy of your pride? Li Shuo leaned down to kiss him gently, whispering, Jinxin, you deserve anyone's admiration, but I'm not so easily swayed. However, as a reward for your performance today, I promise I will consider it. Zhao Jinxin gazed intently at Li Shuo's confident and carefree smile, even the slightest lines at the corners of his eyes exuding a rich charm bestowed by time. He paused for a moment before replying, one day, I will make you wholeheartedly submit. Li Shuo kissed him passionately, playfully nibbling at the corner of his mouth. And soon they were both laughing in each other's embrace. That night, Zhao Jinxin wished for Li Shuo to stay over, but Li Shuo, not wanting to become too attached, decided to return home. Madame Li was in the living room reading when she saw him come back and asked if he was hungry. Mom, I want to eat at Lao Zhao Hot Pot. I'm quite full. Oh, who did you go with? Madame Li set her book down and approached him. With Jinxin, Li Shuo replied with a smile, wrapping an arm around her shoulder. What are you reading? As they leaned in closer, Madame Li suddenly froze, staring intently at his neck. Li Shuo instinctively looked down, but saw nothing. Mom, what is wrong? Madame Li's expression was peculiar. On your neck, haven't you noticed? Li Shuo touched his neck, suddenly realizing what it was. Embarrassment washed over him. How many times had this happened? How many times had he embarrassed himself in front of his parents because of Zhao Jinxin? It was simply, Madame Li Siga, you broke up with that boyfriend from back home, right? You were eager to chat with us when you first returned, but after a few days, you stopped, and your mood seemed to dip, so I figured it out. Madame Li said helplessly, I don't know if I should blame myself for having made you too handsome. Your romantic encounters have been unceasing since childhood, but why can't you settle down? Is it your own issue? Li Shuo forced a smile. Mom, I find this question perplexing too. I believe I've treated them all well, but in the end, they leave me. It's not just that they break up with me. It's that I can't even endure it anymore. Madame Li shook her head. I thought you would surely marry a wonderful wife when you grew up, and we wouldn't have to worry about your love life. Yet here you are, not only unmarried, but without a stable partner your age. Next time I go back home, I must find a place to pray for you. She cast a meaningful glance at her son, saying earnestly, but you mustn't be fickle. Hurting others will ultimately harm your own fortune. Mom, I'm not fickle, Li Shuo replied, amused. All right, if you're not hungry, get some rest early. Madame Li continued, I must pray for you. Perhaps I should consult a master about your fate? Mom, don't be superstitious. Those masters don't concern themselves with same-sex relationships. You don't understand. The next morning, Li Shuo thought his mother was merely speaking idly. But to his surprise, she woke him early and asked if he wanted to accompany her to see a master. Li Shuo sighed, Mom, I don't want to go. Please don't go either. This master is very accurate. Even Uncle Zhao believes in him. If you want to go, give me a piece of clothing you've worn recently. That would suffice. Still groggy, Li Shuo sat on the edge of his bed, dazed for a few seconds before pointing to the shirt he had changed out of the previous day. How about that one? Madame Li wrinkled her nose as soon as she picked it up. It reeks of hot pot. It's unbearable. Turning to her son, she added, why don't you take off your tank top for me? Mom, oh, I'm not asking you to do anything. I just need a piece of clothing. If you don't believe, then don't, but let a mother seek some peace of mind. Madame Li was the quintessential Jiangnan lady, speaking in a soft, gentle tone. And when she acted coy, she possessed the charm of a young girl, making it hard to refuse her. Li Shuo had no choice but to remove his tank top. Madame Li surveyed his chest muscles with pride, declaring, my son is so handsome. Your romantic fate must be excellent. Li Shuo chuckled, reminding her to come back early. After Madame Li left, Li Shuo found himself unable to sleep. He got up to wash and, as usual, checked his phone. He found an email from Xiang Ning, which contained a draft of the cooperation agreement with N Group. Xiang Ning also left a note mentioning that the investigators have been inactive lately. neither visiting the company nor seeking conversations with them, suggesting perhaps a positive turn in events. Li Shuo was not surprised. Xiao Kun either wanted him to return to find Li Chengxiu together or was simply too preoccupied to deal with his affairs. Most likely the latter. As soon as things became clearer, he could return home. Truth be told, he had no idea where people would go next, when Xiao Wei was equally at a loss. And surprisingly, he felt even less informed about Li Chengxiu compared to Xiao Kun. He had exhausted every conceivable means to locate the person in question. Now, all he could do was to fulfill his obligations and leave the rest to fate. After printing the draft contract, Li Shuo drove to the headquarters of Enin. Fortunately, he had not idled away his time during his stay in the United States. Otherwise, his mind would have been even more tumultuous. Zhao Rongtian happened to have some free time, and Zhao Jinxin was also at the office, so the three of them proceeded to the chairman's office to discuss the contract. Zhao Rongtian expressed his agreement with the terms put forth by Li Shuo, raising very few objections, primarily because the contract was fair and just. Li Shuo adhered to his own principles in business, never haggling over profit. He admired the business philosophy of a wise Jewish sage. If 3 individuals partner to divide $10, then securing 3 is sufficient. There is no need to insist on the fractional 3.333. The same principle applies to human interactions. He did not mind earning a little less if it meant avoiding numerous troubles while garnering goodwill and friendships. During the negotiation, Li Shuo sensed that Zhao Jinxin was observing him intently, his unabashed gaze causing Li Shuo some discomfort, particularly since he felt somewhat insecure. If not for his strong composure, he might have easily lost focus. After concluding the contract discussion with Zhao Rongtian, the two exited the office. Zhao Jinxin remarked meaningfully, "This might be the fastest contract my father has ever negotiated, especially since it's our first collaboration. Efficiency is key. A straightforward approach benefits everyone." Li Shuo felt a sense of relief. He valued the partnership with Enin greatly. "Do you know what my father's personality is like?" Zhao Jinxin asked with a smile. Li Shuo pondered for a moment. Enin's corporate culture is characterized by a predatory nature, and Uncle Zhao himself is decisive and resolute. Thus, he is quite formidable. At that moment, Zhao Jinxin gently supported Li Shuo's waist, guiding him into the break room. "You're right. My father is such a person. If you advance, he will advance 3 steps. If you retreat, he will retreat 3 steps. If you are aggressive, he will outdo you. If you are magnanimous, he will be even more so. He always aims to be the big shot." As Zhao Jinxin spoke, he chuckled. "Isn't it amusing? I've been observing my father for quite some time. He is particularly intriguing." Li Shuo pieced together Zhao Jinxin's words and couldn't help but smile. Indeed, it is quite fascinating. It is precisely this adaptable nature that has contributed to Enin's success. Your father is truly remarkable. Zhao Jinxin leaned against the coffee machine, his eyes sparkling with mirth as he gazed at Li Shuo. "So you have genuinely surprised me today." "Why?" Li Shuo inquired. "I am uncertain whether it was intentional or not, but you have seamlessly aligned with his temperament. When he advances, you retreat, and vice versa. The balance is something I sometimes struggle to gauge." Zhao Jinxin's gaze deepened as his tone took on a husky quality. "Li Shuo, is there another side to you that I have yet to discover?" Li Shuo replied with a smile. "I am unsure whether to say you overestimate or underestimate me. If I lacked even the basic negotiation skills, it would be quite futile after all these years. However, I am not as formidable as you might think. In Uncle Zhao's eyes, I am merely a junior with a foundation of friendship established by the previous generation, allowing him to make concessions toward me. Thus, as long as there are no significant deviations on fundamental issues, the contract naturally proceeds swiftly." Li Shuo smirked. "You are underestimating yourself. You know, just now, while you were impeccably dressed in a suit, engaging in serious negotiations, I wish to strip you of that suit." He took a long stride forward, covering Zhao Jinxin's mouth with his hand. His peripheral vision caught sight of someone approaching. Zhao Jinxin's eyes gleamed with amusement. "You can't be serious for even 3 minutes." Just as he finished speaking, he felt something warm and soft brush against his palm, a sensation both delightful and ticklish, prompting him to quickly withdraw his hand, which still bore a faint moisture. "If I am not serious, shouldn't you punish me?" Zhao Jinxin teased, licking his lips with a hint of mischief, perhaps. "Punish me by forbidding me from reaching climax for an hour." Li Shuo playfully patted his cheek, raising an eyebrow. "You must be joking." "I'm not joking. Let's see if you dare to try," Zhao Jinxin challenged, pulling Li Shua's hand closer to himself, suggestively stating, "How about this? We set a timer. For every minute less, I owe you 1,000,000. For every minute more, you owe me an additional scene, prop, or position. Your choice." Li Shua chuckled softly, leaning in to whisper in Zhao Jinxin's ear, "Until the wild geese descend from the heavens, let us not get caught up in the details of steaming or braising." He planted a kiss on Zhao Jinxin's lips and laughed heartily as he walked away. Zhao Jinxin touched his cheek where Li Shua had kissed him, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Engaging with someone like him was never monotonous. Zhao Jinxin chased after Li Shua out of the company. "Where are you going to?" For a moment, Li Shua was unsure of his destination. His parents were out, and after years of entrepreneurship, he had never felt so leisurely. "Let us head to the gym. It's been ages since I last exercised. Together, let me take you to my club." "Sounds good." As soon as they hopped into the car, Zhao Jinxin leaned in to wrap his arms around Li Shua's neck, playfully lamenting, "Uncle Li, you haven't kissed me today." Li Shua replied with a smile, "I just did." "That doesn't count as a kiss," Zhao Jinxin pouted. A glimmer of mischief danced in Li Shua's eyes as he teased. "All right, just a peck. Now buckle up and sit tight." Zhao Jinxin, clearly unsatisfied, pressed his hand against the back of Li Shua's head, forcefully sealing his lips with a passionate kiss. Their mouths intertwined, and amidst the narrow confines of the car, the air thickened with a palpable tension. After a lingering moment, Zhao Jinxin finally released Li Shua. "Now that's more like it." Li Shua adjusted his collar, casting a sidelong glance at him. "Now you can sit properly and fasten your seatbelt. If you continue to be mischievous, I'll buy you a child car seat." Zhao Jinxin paused, his hand gripping the seatbelt, grinning wickedly, their sex chair designed like a child seat. Li Shua chuckled in mock reproach. "Enough of that. Are you a reincarnation of a lecherous demon?" Zhao Jinxin burst into laughter. They arrived at a highly esteemed luxury fitness club, renowned throughout the nation, which even boasted surfing and indoor skiing facilities. "What would you like to do?" Li Shua inquired, shaking his arms. "Let's play some squash," Zhao Jinxin suggested. He presented his membership card at the front desk, and shortly after, a stunningly attractive woman led them to the squash court. Zhao Jinxin had stored his clothes there, but they were slightly oversized for Li Shua, who decided to purchase a new outfit. As Li Shua changed, Zhao Jinxin, already dressed, leaned against the locker, watching him intently without blinking. Li Shua chuckled, not shying away from Zhao Jinxin's gaze. "If you want to see, then look closely." He deftly tugged at his tie, tilting his neck to loosen it, then slowly unbuttoned his shirt, finally shedding it to reveal his toned physique. Throughout the process, he maintained eye contact with Zhao Jinxin, who gulped as his gaze traveled down Li Shua's chest. Li Shua expertly unbuckled his belt, pulled down the zipper, and let his trousers slide down. He relished the look of desire in Zhao Jinxin's eyes, a gaze that stirred something within him. As he donned his sports attire, Zhao Jinxin approached, his hand brushing against Li Shua's backside through the thin fabric of the jogging pants, playfully chiding, "Uncle Li, you are quite the rascal." "I think." Li Shua turned his face, playfully biting Zhao Jinxin's ear. "This is the punishment for you, little rascal." Zhao Jinxin abruptly embraced Li Shua's waist, lifting him off the ground and pinning him against the locker, the metallic clash echoing their surging emotions. Their faces were so close that they could exchange breaths, and the closeness allowed Li Shua to feel the changes in Zhao Jinxin's body. Suddenly, their breaths grew shallow. Zhao Jinxin inhaled deeply. "I truly wish to ravish you." Though the tone was playful, there was a predatory intensity in his gaze. Li Shua felt his heart race violently. He understood that neither of them could settle for mere kisses and touches. That was insufficient, far too insufficient. They craved something more intense, more primal, something more lascivious. To unleash their desire for one another. Continuing to suppress, it would yield no benefit to his body. Li Shua had never repressed himself in this regard throughout his life. However, he hesitated to approach Zhao Jinxin, fully aware that any thought of the possible consequences would surely soften him. Was he truly to consider playing the submissive role? In truth, beyond his mental barriers, his body was curious. Past experiences had instilled in him the notion that the receptive role might offer more pleasure. At least those he had shared a bed with seemed satisfied, and the physical fulfillment he had experienced in various encounters paled in comparison to the psychological satisfaction derived from granting pleasure to another. Should he dare to explore this? Yet, he found himself unable to cross that psychological threshold. A sudden exclamation startled both of them. It turned out another guest had entered. Zhao Jinxin released Li Shuo and winked at the newcomer, who responded with a thumbs up and an awkward smile before retreating. Li Shuo raked a hand through his hair, regaining his composure. Let's go play some ball. What's the wager for a loss, and what's the reward for a win? Li Shuo chuckled. If you lose, I'll let you top. As soon as the words left his mouth, he regretted them. It had been a lighthearted jest, but his earlier thoughts had clouded his judgment. Zhao Jinxin's eyes sparkled with interest, clearly taking him seriously. Fine, it's a deal, he acquiesced, as Zhao Jinxin seemed eager to engage. Li Shuo shook his head, smiling. Darling, I was a professional tennis player in college, and while I've regressed somewhat, you still can't beat me. How would you know without trying? Zhao Jinxin challenged him. Li Shuo confidently replied, All right, I stand by my word. If you lose, you must grant me one condition. Any condition. Deal. Chapter 17 Squash and tennis share numerous similarities in gameplay, yet the distinctions become quite pronounced during actual play. However, for someone like Li Shuo, who once played at near professional level, utilizing tennis techniques in squash felt akin to transitioning from piano to electronic keyboard. Thus, he was brimming with confidence. He tossed the ball to Zhao Jinxin. You serve. Zhao Jinxin caught the ball, tossed it a couple of times, and, with his racket, sent it soaring into the service area, where it quickly rebounded. From that single serve, Li Shuo discerned that Zhao Jinxin's skill was rather average. The angle of his serve was conventional, making it easy for Li Shuo to return unless Zhao Jinxin held back. Typically, the first serve is meant to psychologically intimidate the opponent, so this was likely a reflection of Zhao Jinxin's actual ability. Li Shuo stepped forward and returned the ball. After one bounce, it struck the area near the wall on his side. Zhao Jinxin reacted swiftly, positioning himself optimally for a hit. But Li Shuo had executed a tricky shot, placing it too close to the sidewall, resulting in a return that left Zhao Jinxin struggling to extend his racket, especially since he was left-handed. Though he managed to hit the ball, it grazed the sidewall and fell to the ground. Zhao Jinxin glared at Li Shuo, cheeks puffed. Li Shuo smirked triumphantly. For the remainder of the match, Li Shuo decisively dominated Zhao Jinxin. Zhao Jinxin's speed, reflexes, and strength surprised Li Shuo. Yet the game revolved around technique. After a couple of rounds, Li Shuo ceased playing with tricky angles, but Zhao Jinxin still failed to catch up. By the end, Li Shuo felt he was bullying him. When the game concluded, Zhao Jinxin, thoroughly defeated, tossed his racket to the ground and sat with his back to Li Shuo. Li Shuo hit the ball against the wall, engaging in a solo practice while teasing. Are you conceding? Zhao Jinxin remained silent. Li Shuo glanced at him, wondering if he was upset. He laughed. What's wrong? Tired? A wager is a wager. Shall we play another round? I can switch hands. Zhao Jinxin muttered. I'm done. He jumped up and walked toward the exit. Li Shuo felt taken aback. Zhao Jinxin was not typically one to sulk over a loss. Was he truly upset over a single game, even with such stakes? Li Shuo set down his racket and followed Jinxin. He caught up outside the squash court, grasping Zhao Jinxin's shoulder and turning him around. You wouldn't tea. Li Shuo froze. Zhao Jinxin's eyes were red, his lips quivering, as if he were on the verge of tears. Li Shuo was taken aback. Why are you crying over a game? He affectionately ruffled Zhao Jinxin's hair. Come on, it was just a match. Is it really worth crying over? Was he genuinely being too harsh? Were young people today so sensitive about their pride? Zhao Jinxin's lips trembled as he quietly said, Have you been playing with me all along? Li Shuo was momentarily stunned, his smile vanishing. Zhao Jinxin's expression was far too serious for this to be mere sulking over the game. He replied earnestly, Why do you think that? Zhao Jinxin released a shaky breath, choking back tears as he said, You see me chasing after you day in and day out, trying every method to win your affection. Doesn't that seem amusing to you? It foolish to like someone I can't have. Each time you dangle hope before me only to shatter it. Are you really not toying with my feelings? Li Shuo enveloped Zhao Jinxin in his arms, filled with regret. I'm sorry. I truly didn't realize you felt this way. I swear I never meant to play with you, but I failed to consider your feelings. I apologize. Seeing Zhao Jinxin's red-rimmed eyes pained Li Shuo's heart, he quickly replayed their journey from acquaintance to this moment, realizing Zhao Jinxin had genuinely been pursuing him, while he had remained detached, enjoying a carefree relationship without commitment, especially after just ending a prior romance. Yet, he could no longer ignore the possibility that Zhao Jinxin genuinely cared for him. If that were the case, his behavior had been utterly inappropriate. Regardless of his feelings for Zhao Jinxin or his willingness to enter into a serious relationship, he should not have strung someone along simply because he believed Zhao Jinxin was carefree and could handle it. Li Shuo felt immense regret and guilt. He had hurt someone who cared for him. What had he been thinking during this time? Zhao Jinxin sniffled. Do you have any feelings for me? Li Shuo took a deep breath and sincerely replied, yes. He certainly liked Zhao Jinxin. However, he was not in the right mindset for a serious relationship. And Zhao Jinxin's background, age, and personality filled him with concerns. Yet, he recognized his affection for this young man. Zhao Jinxin hugged Li Shuo tightly and softly said, "That's good." After releasing him, he gently pushed Li Shuo away. "I'll head back first." Li Shuo wished to retain him, but opened his mouth without sound. He leaned his forehead against the glass wall of the squash court, slowly closing his eyes, his mind a whirlwind of confusion. Perhaps parting ways now was for the best. He needed solitude to think clearly about their relationship. Upon returning home, Li Shuo organized the results of their negotiations and sent them to Xiangning, then stared blankly at his phone. Should he call Zhao Jinxin? But what would he say? He should have accompanied Zhao Jinxin home. But that would have led to an awkward journey. Li Shuo sighed, recalling Zhao Jinxin's reddened eyes, feeling a pang of discomfort. He was a person of strong morals, with principles against wrongdoing. If he had erred and caused pain to someone, it would weigh heavily on his conscience. Zhao Jinxin's not-so-severe accusation left him filled with guilt. Perhaps it was time to let go of the past and start anew. He recognized that Li Chengxiu had never truly liked him and had now initiated a breakup. With Zhao Jinxin appearing in his life, clinging to thoughts of Li Chengxiu would be unfair to her. He could not force someone else's feelings, nor remain entangled in the past. He ought to cherish the person before him. However, he had his concerns. Zhao Jinxin was 11 years his junior, in a playful and carefree stage of life, with a personality that was quite open and not particularly focused. Moreover, their parents were friends, and should any romantic issues arise, it could become quite messy. Each of these factors was enough to warrant caution. Yet, Li Shuo was not one to concede to societal norms. Despite Zhao Jinxin's youth, he possessed an undeniable charm, and Li Shuo felt confident in his ability to keep him engaged. As for their parents, love itself was not a wrongdoing. Since he had committed no sin, he saw no reason to live in fear. He never contemplated compatibility before a relationship began, nor did he dwell on the obstacles posed by reality. The suitability of a couple and the longevity of their bond were not determined by background or external factors, but solely by their personalities and love. Why ponder the possibility of a breakup in the future? What significance did such thoughts hold? He did not even know when his own life might end. When he desired to be in love with someone, he simply embraced that desire. The more Li Shuo contemplated, the broader his perspective became, and his mood lightened considerably. It was time to release the past and confront Zhao Jinxin in this budding relationship. At that moment, he heard someone calling him from downstairs. He opened the door and recognized his mother's voice. "Mom, you're back. Come downstairs." Mrs. Li sounded quite excited. As Li Shuo descended the stairs, Mrs. Li cheerfully remarked, "Xiaoshu, a master foretold your fortune, and he was remarkably accurate. Many things I hadn't disclosed to him." Yet he knew. Li Shuo almost forgot about this, chuckling as he asked, "What did he say?" "He said you are destined for great wealth," she replied. "Oh." Li Shuo observed the jade around his mother's neck and the bag on her arm. One would have to be blind not to notice. "I specifically asked about your romantic fate." Mrs. Li continued, pulling out a piece of paper from her bag. "I noted everything down. The master said you would find someone born in the year of the sheep. And though your relationship may face some ups and downs, it will ultimately be harmonious." "A sheep? That person would be a year older than you. Or maybe 11 years younger." Mr. Li interjected, "He's not that young. Perhaps you should look for someone a bit younger." "You men just prefer younger partners, don't you?" "Mrs. Li Theasa." Mr. Li chuckled. "Isn't that about our son?" "I believe it's better to have a closer age for common interests," Mrs. Li suggested, but she added, "Ultimately, it depends on you." Li Shuo blinked. 11 years? "Yes, either 1 year older or 11 years younger." Such matters should unfold naturally," he replied. 11 years. Could it possibly refer to Zhao Jinxin? After entertaining this thought, Li Shuo immediately scolded himself for indulging in superstition. However, the notion of a sheep lingered in his mind. Indeed, love should develop organically, but one must also remain attentive, should he encounter someone of that zodiac sign. He ought to be vigilant. Li Shuo half-heartedly responded with an while his mind began to wander. Was there truly some predetermined fate at play? He scolded himself once more, yet the idea regarding the sheep persisted. The following day, Zhao Jinxin had yet to contact Li Shuo. After waiting a day, he began to feel anxious. Since their acquaintance, Zhao Jinxin had bombarded him with messages and calls. 3 calls and over 10 texts a day was quite typical. He had assumed that Zhao Jinxin would return to his usual self, calling him Uncle Li and playfully teasing him. But now over 24 hours had passed without a word, and he felt quite unaccustomed to the absence of someone who usually surrounded him. Clearly, the events of that day had truly affected Zhao Jinxin. Li Shuo felt both guilty and distressed. After some contemplation, he decided against calling Zhao Jinxin and instead grabbed his keys and headed out. Personally delivering an apology felt more sincere. As Li Shuo drove, he ruminated on the inadequacy of arriving empty-handed. He should buy Zhao Jinxin a gift. But nothing came to mind. Passing a street, he noticed an exhibition hall showcasing cloud brocade, with a large poster outside featuring the works of a young artist. A glance revealed patterns of the 12 zodiac animals. Intrigued, he turned his car into the venue. The exhibition was sparsely attended, likely due to it being the final day. He casually picked up a brochure, flipped through it, and inquired with a staff member about the sheep pattern. The staff guided him to the largest exhibition hall. Inside, over 30 exquisite pieces of cloud brocade adorned the walls, each meticulously woven, with vibrant colors and intricate patterns. No matter how much praise one could muster, it ultimately boiled down to one word: beautiful. A few foreigners examined the pieces with magnifying glasses, marveling at the artistry. The zodiac-themed works dominated the largest wall, where a circular piece was framed in a square redwood frame, intricately carved with floral designs. Li Shuo immediately spotted the sheep brocade. It was undeniably a piece of refined artistry. "Hello, I would like to purchase this zodiac sheep work," he informed the staff. "Please hold on," the staff member replied, returning a few moments later. "Sir, the price for this piece is $40,000. "Very well, please wrap it as a gift," he instructed. "Certainly." As he took the beautifully packaged gift to his car, Li Shuo chuckled and shook his head. He had indeed been influenced by his mother's hints. He had never paid much attention to the zodiac before. Arriving at Zhao Jinxin's residence, he rang the doorbell. It was the weekend, and he wondered if Zhao Jinxin would be home. After a prolonged wait, Zhao Jinxin's face finally appeared on the intercom screen, looking as though he had just awakened. "Li Shu," with a gentlemanly smile, Li Shuo asked, "May I come up?" "Sure." The security door clicked open. Li Shuo stepped inside the building, took the elevator, and glanced at the gift in his hands, his heart brimming with anticipation as he looked forward to seeing Zhao Jinxin's joyous expression. The apartment door stood ajar, and, as he entered, he heard the sound of running water from the bathroom. The living room's floor-to-ceiling windows were open, letting in a chilly breeze that was somewhat uncomfortable. Yet the air was tinged with a faint scent of alcohol, likely emanating from clothes strewn about on the floor. After a while, Zhao Jinxin emerged, barefoot in jeans, his upper body bare and glistening with water. He was drying his hair as he asked, "Why didn't you call before coming? I'm a mess." He kept his head down, avoiding eye contact with Li Shuo. Li Shuo sighed internally and walked over to close the window. He then pointed to the slippers on the floor. "Put on your shoes. It's cold. Aren't you afraid of catching a cold?" "I'll be fine," Zhao Jinxin replied sulkily. It seemed that the events of that day still lingered in the air. Seeing Zhao Jinxin's clear signs of a hangover deepened Li Shuo's guilt, leaving him with an unpleasant feeling. "I came to apologize today and brought you a gift," he said, lifting the gift box. Zhao Jinxin finally looked up, his dark eyes fixed on Li Shuo, filled with a touch of vulnerability. "You don't need to apologize. There is nothing to apologize for." "Yes, there is," Li Shuo replied, stepping closer to gently stroke Zhao Jinxin's damp hair and planting a soft kiss on his forehead. "I made you sad, and I'm truly sorry." Zhao Jinxin paused for a moment before embracing Li Shuo tightly, his voice tinged with a hint of grievance. "It's okay. I'm willing." Li Shuo felt a pang of heartache. Humans are such insatiable creatures. Zhao Jinxin was perfect in every way. What was he hesitating for? It was precisely due to his myriad concerns that this young man was left hurt. From this moment forth, he resolved to engage sincerely with Zhao Jinxin. Li Shuo pulled over a towel, gently drying Zhao Jinxin's hair. "Go dry your hair and put on some clothes. Otherwise, you might catch a cold. No, I want to see the gift first, Zhao Jinxin replied, flashing a charming smile that revealed a row of pearly white teeth, quite endearing. Then put on your clothes first. Look at the gift, and then dry your hair. Zhao Jinxin swiftly kissed Li Shuo and darted into the bedroom. A soft smile spread across Li Shuo's face, warming his heart. As Zhao Jinxin reached the bedroom door, he suddenly gripped the door frame and turned his head. If you want to see my abs, I can take my shirt off anytime. With a playful wink, he blew a kiss to Li Shuo. Go put on your clothes, Li Shuo chuckled. In less than half a minute, Zhao Jinxin emerged wearing a simple, elegant long-sleeve wool sweater. The style was minimalist, the color subdued. Yet the fabric and cut were exquisitely tailored, accentuating Zhao Jinxin's prominent collarbones, broad shoulders, sturdy chest, and toned waist perfectly. With excitement, Zhao Jinxin exclaimed, "What gift did Uncle Li buy for me?" Li Shuo smiled. "Open it and see for yourself." As Zhao Jinxin untied the ribbon and opened the gift box, he mysteriously speculated, "It wouldn't be a mermaid costume, would it?" Li Shuo chuckled. "What are you thinking? Does this box look like it?" The gift box, adorned with embroidered wrapping, while machine-made, was undeniably elegant. "Just kidding," Zhao Jinxin said, licking his lips before suddenly opening the box. Wow! He lifted out a stunning piece of cloud-patterned brocade depicting a zodiac sheep. Seeing his joy, Li Shuo felt a wave of relief wash over him. "I passed by an exhibition and instantly fell in love with it. Your name has Jin in it, and you're a sheep in the zodiac. It suits you perfectly." Zhao Jinxin gazed at Li Shuo, his eyes sparkling with delight as he earnestly said, "This gift is truly thoughtful. I love it." "Thank you. I'm glad you like it," Li Shuo replied, finally feeling at ease. Zhao Jinxin, holding the brocade, wandered around the living room, contemplating where to hang it. Where'd be a good place? No, if I hang it there, it'll gather dust. First, I need to dry my hair. Li Shuo placed the brocade back in its box. "You have time to decide where to hang it." Zhao Jinxin leaned against Li Shuo. "Uncle Li, help me dry my hair." "All right, come here." Zhao Jinxin sat at the head of the bed, while Li Shuo stood in front of him, drying his damp hair. With a mischievous smile, Zhao Jinxin raised his hand and slipped his fingers into the gaps of Li Shuo's shirt buttons, teasing his skin. "Stop it." Li Shuo playfully ruffled his hair. Zhao Jinxin, ever the mischievous one, began to unbutton Li Shuo's shirt. When Li Shuo pushed his hands away, he reached for the belt buckle instead. "Little rascal, can you be a bit more obedient?" "Li Shuo, if you call me a little rascal, how can I be obedient? That would be a disservice to you. Where do you come up with such nonsense?" Li Shuo said, "Put your hands behind your back." "What benefits are there to putting my hands behind my back? If you're obedient, I'll make you something delicious." Zhao Jinxin promptly placed his hands behind his back, looking up at Li Shuo with a grin that was both cunning and charming. Li Shuo couldn't help but laugh, feeling in high spirits as he played with Zhao Jinxin's hair while humming a tune. After a while, Zhao Jinxin grew restless again, wrapping his legs around Li Shuo's calves and playfully rubbing against him. Fortunately, his hair was dry, so Li Shuo set the hairdryer aside, pinning Zhao Jinxin on the bed, feigning a threat. "If you don't behave, do you want a spanking?" Zhao Jinxin giggled. "Domestic violence. I'm going to call for help. Go ahead. Let us see who comes to your rescue." Li Shuo mischievously tousled Zhao Jinxin's hair. Suddenly, Zhao Jinxin yanked Li Shuo down onto the bed, attempting to pin him down. Unwilling to back down, they began to roll playfully on the bed, both trying to overpower the other until they burst into laughter. Zhao Jinxin hugged Li Shuo and planted several kisses on him, whispering in his ear, "Uncle Li, I really like you." Li Shuo's heart fluttered as he cupped Zhao Jinxin's face, kissing him earnestly, their lips meeting with a warmth that felt even closer after what had transpired 2 days prior. Li Shuo's hand slipped beneath Zhao Jinxin's shirt, caressing his sturdy back and resting on his shoulder blades, feeling their powerful rhythm with each movement. Zhao Jinxin teased Li Shuo, rubbing against his thigh. As the atmosphere between them intensified, Zhao Jinxin suddenly pushed Li Shuo away and sat up, running his fingers through his hair in a slightly agitated manner. Li Shuo propped himself up, puzzled what's wrong. Zhao Jinxin forced a smile. "Maybe we should stop. It makes me feel more uneasy. We don't have to go all the way." Recalling their last experience, Li Shuo found comfort even without going all the way. Zhao Jinxin jumped off the bed, shaking his head, and turning away from Li Shuo, said, "You can, I can't." With that, he walked out. Li Shuo was left staring at Zhao Jinxin's retreating figure until it vanished from sight. He fell back on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling and after a while, he chuckled helplessly. Sitting up, he adjusted his clothes and exited the bedroom, finding Zhao Jinxin drinking water. Leaning against the wall, Li Shuo gazed at this strikingly handsome young man with a perfect physique, reflecting on his affection and admiration for him, feeling a mix of pride and warmth. Zhao Jinxin set down his cup. "Uncle Li, cook me something to eat." Li Shuo smiled. "What do you want to eat?" "As long as you make it. I promise to clean my plate." Li Shuo approached and playfully pinched his chin. "What makes your mouth so sweet?" "Only sweet to you," Zhao Jinxin replied, kissing him lightly on the temple. "I want to see you in an apron." "Sure, but I want to wear it naked." Feigning surprise, Zhao Jinxin exclaimed. "How did you know what I was going to say?" Li Shuo tapped his head gently. "Come help me out." Zhao Jinxin, disappointed, said, "One day, you'll wear an apron for me, naked." Li Shuo couldn't help but imagine that scenario, feeling a sudden wave of embarrassment. He was not a conservative man. Had he been Zhao Jinxin's age, he would have likely enjoyed playing these games. But now, engaging in such antics with someone significantly younger made him feel shy. Feeling bashful, Zhao Jinxin teased, grinning suggestively. "Being with me guarantees you'll have something new every day." Li Shuo chuckled. "I believe that." Zhao Jinxin indeed had that kind of charm, making him particularly enticing. Zhao Jinxin retrieved an apron from the cupboard, shaking it out before tying it around himself. Li Shuo questioned, "You're cooking?" Zhao Jinxin blinked innocently. "Let you taste my cooking. I haven't had the chance to show you since my hand was injured." Li Shuo was surprised. "Why didn't he expect you could cook?" "Not just can, but it's delicious," Zhao Jinxin replied, heading toward the kitchen. As he passed by Li Shuo, he whispered in his ear, "Another reason for you to fall for me." Li Shuo's heart raced, experiencing an indescribable sensation, a mix of tingling excitement that lingered in his mind. As Zhao Jinxin cooked, Li Shuo assisted him. In the end, he prepared 2 steaks, lobster soup, mashed potatoes, a bowl of seafood salad, and freshly squeezed cream kiwi juice. Li Shuo was astonished that Zhao Jinxin was not boasting. He looked quite adept at cooking. Unable to resist, he asked, "Who did you learn from?" "Do you really need to learn? Just watch a tutorial and you can do it," Zhao Jinxin replied with a smile. "I don't like living at home. My parents always treat me like a child, so I deliberately live further away from them. Usually, I either order takeout or whip up something myself. It's quite easy." Li Shuo tasted a piece of beef, which was tender and flavorful. He complimented, "Delicious. What kind of beef is this?" The butler delivered exquisite Wagyu beef, urging me to indulge while it was fresh. Alas, I was too preoccupied that day to prepare it. And freezing it felt like a waste. "I shall make it for you fresh next time." He playfully winked at Li Shuo. "Do you like me a bit more now?" "A little," Li Shuo replied with a smile. After dinner, Li Shuo assisted Zhao Jinxin in tidying up the room, tossing the wine-scented clothes into the washing machine. Their laughter and chatter bore a resemblance to an old married couple, creating an illusion in Li Shuo's mind that they had known each other for quite some time, leading an ordinary yet delightful domestic life together. Once they finished their tasks, darkness enveloped the room. Zhao Jinxin turned on the projector, and they settled side by side on the spacious sunken tatami to watch a film. As the movie progressed, Zhao Jinxin leaned against Li Shuo, occasionally nudging his belly with his head or touching his waist, his hands never idle. Initially, Li Shuo focused on the film, contemplating how to cradle Zhao Jinxin like a pet and smooth his hair, but Zhao Jinxin grew increasingly restless, stirring a fire within him, prompting Li Shuo to respond in kind. Their long, athletic bodies entwined on the tatami, and soon, garments lay strewn about, discarded like wild beasts in an embrace. Kissing and caressing, feeling each other's warmth and firmness, the flames of desire raging fiercely, nearly severing the threads of rational thought. Zhao Jinxin was taut, like an arrow drawn to its limit, forcefully pinning Li Shuo beneath him, his eyes filled with insatiable longing. Li Shuo met his gaze, equally consumed by desire. Feeling a haze cloud his mind, Zhao Jinxin kept rubbing against him, his voice hushed. "Is it okay? Uncle Li, I beg you." Li Shuo's reason wavered, his heart trembling. Zhao Jinxin clearly perceived the hesitation in Li Shuo's eyes. He lowered his gaze, propping himself up, biting his lip, and with a bitter smile said, "Forget it." He attempted to rise. Li Shuo took a deep breath, caught between understanding and frustration, and suddenly rolled over, wrapping his arms around Zhao Jinxin's waist, pulling him back onto the tatami, his heated lips brushing against Zhao Jinxin's ear, whispering hoarsely, "Don't go." In Chapter 19, Zhao Jinxin's bright eyes remained fixed on the depths of Li Shua's gaze, an unspoken yearning seeping into Li Shua's skin, penetrating every nerve like a gentle spring rain. Li Shua smiled faintly. You've won me over with your persistence. Go ahead. Zhao Jinxin swiftly bound Li Shua's body with his arms, his voice involuntarily rising. Really? This is your chance to prove yourself. Li Shua playfully pinched his chin, contemplating that if the technique fell short. He hesitated to voice that if it didn't feel right, there wouldn't be a next time, for such words could be too hurtful. He genuinely liked Zhao Jinxin. But harmony in this aspect was crucial in a relationship for him. If they truly couldn't overcome this hurdle, it might be best to part ways before emotions deepened. It wasn't in Li Shua's nature to give up without trying. As a man, one must be magnanimous, especially an older man. And Li Shua felt he had come to terms with it. Zhao Jinxin, clearly excited, blushed deeply, showering Li Shua with kisses before mischievously declaring, "You won't regret this." With a swift motion, he pinned Li Shua beneath him, sealing his lips with fervent kisses. Li Shua reciprocated the passionate embrace, while feeling Zhao Jinxin's taut muscles beneath his palms. Though Li Shua had a solid frame, he was lean, with well-defined muscles that appeared enticing in a suit, and without clothing, he made Zhao Jinxin yearn to consume him. They teased each other, the air thick with an electrifying atmosphere. Zhao Jinxin left a trail of kisses and bite marks along Li Shua's neck. Unable to resist, Li Shua grasped Zhao Jinxin's head, fingers weaving through his thick black hair, savoring every touch and kiss. Their passion intensified. Li Shua attempted to relax, yet his cheeks burned, feeling as if they might ignite. Zhao Jinxin leaned in, teasingly whispering near Li Shua's ear, "Your face is so red. It's truly beautiful." Li Shua wrapped his arms around Zhao Jinxin's neck, whispering, "Be gentle, all right?" Zhao Jinxin pressed soft kisses against Li Shua's cheek. "Leave it to me." Overwhelmed with embarrassment, Li Shua instinctively covered his eyes with his hand. He wished for comfort, thinking that if it didn't feel right, their connection, no matter how faded, would have to end painfully. To his surprise, Zhao Jinxin was gentler than he had anticipated. Yet Li Shua still felt awkward and uncomfortable. His long lashes glistened, his pupils dark, silently gazing at Zhao Jinxin. Though he said nothing, his unspoken anxiety struck Zhao Jinxin's heart. The seemingly gentle and strong Li Shua could display such a vulnerable expression, akin to a frightened creature. Zhao Jinxin leaned down, softly kissing the corner of his mouth. "Don't be afraid." He approached Li Shua with the utmost patience he could muster. Li Shua reminded himself that even if it was entirely unenjoyable, it would constitute a new experience in life. By viewing a singular event from a broader perspective, one could transcend the ordinary ebbs and flows of joy and sorrow, laughter and anger. Yet he soon found it impossible to shift his focus from a philosophical standpoint. Given Zhao Jinxin's physical condition, it was impressive that they attempted such a challenge on their first encounter. As they gradually reached a crescendo of pleasure, discomfort faded, replaced by an astonishingly new sensation. Li Shua could not articulate what he was experiencing. He only knew he could not resist. Their minds, senses, and bodies seemed to exist solely for each other, everything else fading into oblivion. Upon awakening, Li Shua cracked open his eyes to find only darkness. Was it night already? Before he could reorient himself, a wave of soreness washed over him. Goodness, it hurt. Was Zhao Jinxin human? Was that the stamina of a human being? Li Shua cursed inwardly, his foggy mind flooded with memories and images, each one making him blush. He had been intimate with Zhao Jinxin, experiencing his first encounter as a receptive partner. Li Shua felt a mix of emotions. Although reluctant to admit it, Zhao Jinxin had delivered on his promise, providing him with sensations he had never known before. He had always enjoyed intimacy, but what Zhao Jinxin offered had shattered all his previous experiences, leaving him in awe. Of course, the night's wildness left him with lingering concerns. Even when he was Zhao Jinxin's age, he had never possessed such stamina. It was utterly terrifying. Li Shua lay sprawled on the bed, too sore to move, his mind racing to contemplate whether Zhao Jinxin was exceptionally skilled or if his own physique was more suited to this role. After much deliberation, he arrived at no conclusion, but felt much more at ease. Just then, the bedroom door swung open, and as Li Shua lifted his head, even this simple action sent pain coursing through him, eliciting a grunt. "Uncle Li, Zhao Jinxin hurried to the bedside, gently caressing Li Shua's face. His voice soft. Are you in pain? Don't move. I'll bring you some food to eat shortly. Li Shua felt his cheeks flush. Thankfully, Zhao Jinxin had drawn the curtains. Otherwise, how embarrassing it would have been to be seen. He feigned composure, replying, It's not that bad. I just didn't sleep enough and am too lazy to get up. Zhao Jinxin smiled, leaning down to plant a kiss on his lips. Are you really not hungry? Not hungry. Zhao Jinxin climbed under the covers, enveloping Li Shua in a warm embrace. It was then that Li Shua realized he had changed into sleepwear, feeling dry and comfortable, while Zhao Jinxin's body radiated warmth. I'm here to assess the results. Did you enjoy last night? You mustn't lie. Zhao Jinxin playfully nibbled at Li Shua's ear, his tone laced with affection. Li Shua hesitated, finally admitting, perhaps I truly am more suited to being receptive. I never thought about it before, because I was quite fine being the other way around. He even felt a twinge of regret for not having explored relationships with others in the past, pondering whether he had squandered so many years of enjoyment. However, it all depended on whom he encountered. Zhao Jinxin gently massaged his waist, asserting, You are not suited to be a zero. You are meant to be mine. Li Shua scoffed, such a bold claim. It is indeed true, so you must not seek anyone else. Zhao Jinxin playfully nuzzled against Li Shua's cheek, showering him with kisses. I will ensure you are well-fed every day. Li Shua cleared his throat. If they were to repeat last night's fervor daily, he might meet an untimely demise. Uncle Li, do you know how many times you came last night? Zhao Jinxin asked with a mischievous grin. Oh, how many? Li Shua raised an eyebrow, curious himself. I lost count. It was simply numerous. Zhao Jinxin embraced him tightly. I wasn't lying, was I? What joy could you find with a bunch of frail chicks? Your body is exquisite, perfectly suited to be desired by man. Li Shua turned and kissed him forcefully to silence his unrestrained tongue. Zhao Jinxin responded with equal fervor, their chemistry palpable, igniting sparks with just a kiss. To prevent things from escalating further, Zhao Jinxin shifted his body slightly away from Li Shua, but kept his arm around his waist, nuzzling his face against him. Li Shua Buddha langit smila. Despite feeling unwell, his heart felt as though it were steeped in warm water, utterly content. In a world so vast, the probability of encountering a partner who resonated on every level was remarkably slim, yet they had fortuitously crossed paths. Zhao Jinxin had completely altered Li Shua's standards for companionship, reshaped his approach to love, and transformed his understanding of intimacy. While others hesitated or refrained from certain experiences, Zhao Jinxin had boldly embarked on them, making him irresistibly captivating, akin to an addictive substance. If perhaps he and Zhao Jinxin could continue along this path, it would indeed be a delightful prospect. The two held each other sweetly, feeling drowsy, and in a moment of haze, Li Shua suddenly remarked, By the way, I plan to return to the country next month. Zhao Jinxin's eyes flew open. Why? I believe my matters will have cooled down by then, and I can't linger here any longer. Will you return with me? Do not go back. Li Shua Rablia. I will assess the situation at that time. Isn't it quite pleasant here? Why return? One cannot stay here indefinitely. Your branch in the capital has nearly completed its hiring. You all must get to work. Zhao Jinxin's eyes concealed emotions that were hard to decipher. Not so soon. There's no rush. You may not be in a hurry, but I suspect your father is, Li Shua yawned. I know this is your first time managing a company. Rest assured, your father has dispatched several executives to assist you. I will help you, so do not fear. Zhao Jinxin fell silent for a moment, then whined. I do not wish to work. I only want to indulge in leisure with you. Li Shua chuckled. Being idle for too long can be exhausting. Speaking of which, Li Shua realized he was indeed hungry. Ah, is there anything to eat? Are you hungry? Zhao Jinxin kissed him lightly. I made porridge. Let me heat it up and bring it to you. I am not sick, Li Shua protested as he attempted to rise. Zhao Jinxin gently pushed him back down onto the bed, affectionately saying, I simply want to serve my Uncle Li. Grant me this opportunity. Li Shua chuckled. All right, I grant you this chance. Zhao Jinxin walked into the kitchen and placed the porridge in the microwave. He stood for a moment, then took out his phone from his pocket, swiftly typing a few words with one hand and sending the message. The recipient's name was Xiao Kun. Chapter 20. Zhao Jinxin returned to the bedroom with breakfast, only to find Li Shua no longer in bed. The sound of running water came from the bathroom. He set down the breakfast tray and opened the bathroom door. Through the steam, he caught sight of Li Shua's silhouette, his back turned toward him. The lines of his shoulders, waist, hips, and legs were manifestations of strength and beauty, his water-kissed skin radiating a soft glow. The scattered marks of passion on his back stirred Zhao Jinxin's desire. Even the slightly curled tips of his hair and the delicate pink of his heels embodied the most potent allure. Zhao Jinxin bit his lip, his gaze deepening and becoming more exposed. Li Shuo seemed to sense something, turning sharply, and Zhao Jinxin's unguarded desire was caught in the act. They both froze momentarily, and Zhao Jinxin cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment. Li Shuo laughed, peeping, "Are we?" "I was merely observing openly," Zhao Jinxin replied, unwavering in his gaze. Li Shuo turned off the shower, picked up a towel, and slowly turned to face him. Zhao Jinxin whistled, his expression filled with anticipation. Yet at the moment of turning, Li Shuo shielded himself with the towel, causing Zhao Jinxin's expression to fall. Unable to contain himself, Li Shuo burst into laughter. "Uncle Li is bullying me," Zhao Jinxin pouted, resembling a dejected rabbit. "You've seen it before." Li Shuo flicked water from his hand toward him, then hastily dried off. Zhao Jinxin retrieved a bathrobe from the wardrobe, shaking it out and gentlemanly holding it open. Li Shuo turned away, extending his hand for Zhao Jinxin to assist him in putting on the robe. Zhao Jinxin embraced him from behind, tying the belt of the bathrobe, while teasingly saying, "It smells wonderful. How did I not notice how fragrant my body wash is?" "Perhaps you do not use it often," Li Shuo replied with a smile. Zhao Jinxin playfully swayed him from side to side, saying, "Next time, I want to shower with you." "All right, but first let me eat," Li Shuo responded, feeling the effects of last night's exertion. "I will feed you. Let us eat in the living room." "I will feed you in the living room," Zhao Jinxin insisted eagerly. Li Shuo, resigned, said, "Fine, fine." Li Shuo tried to maintain a normal posture as he walked, straightening his back and kicking his legs out, but even this mundane action elicited discomfort in sensitive areas, causing him awkward pain. His lips twitched as he struggled to take a few steps. Zhao Jinxin reached out to embrace him, but Li Shuo firmly pressed down on his shoulder, wearing a look that dared him to try. Zhao Jinxin blew him a kiss. "All right, you walk on your own. I'll prepare the bowls and chopsticks." Taking advantage of Zhao Jinxin's momentary distraction, Li Shuo quickly bent down, his expression betraying his struggle, feeling as if his back might dissolve from fatigue. Upon reaching the dining room, he found Zhao Jinxin had already prepared breakfast, a bowl of plain porridge accompanied by a few simple side dishes, all mild and low in oil, reflecting Zhao Jinxin's thoughtful nature. "Here, try this. The porridge has just been heated. See if it's too hot." Li Shuo sampled a bite of the tomato and scrambled egg, the sweetness delightful. Simple dishes often tested one's culinary skills, and he praised delicious. "So, you can make a Chinese breakfast?" "I can do much more," Zhao Jinxin replied mysteriously. "I know many techniques that you will enjoy in the future." "You're incorrigible," Li Shuo chided playfully. "By the way, your aunt called you this morning." "Oh, I'll return her call shortly." I answered it. Li Shuo nearly choked, surprised. "Why did you answer? You didn't return all night." "So your aunt was bound to worry. I didn't know when you would wake, so I thought it best to reassure her." Zhao Jinxin replied nonchalantly. "I told her you were drinking with me and got drunk, sleeping at the hotel." Li Shuo sighed in relief, knowing Zhao Jinxin's candor. He feared his mother might infer something more. Zhao Jinxin gazed deeply at Li Shuo, chuckling softly. "What is wrong? Are you afraid they might find out?" Li Shuo hesitated before countering. "Aren't you worried?" "Not at all. What is there to fear?" "Neither am I," Li Shuo shrugged. "I merely feel this isn't the right time." Zhao Jinxin smiled subtly. "That makes sense." He then changed the subject. "This pickled vegetable is made by my family's chef. It pairs perfectly with porridge. Give it a taste." Two individuals, after enjoying a meal, nestled together to listen to music and engage in conversation. Li Shuo recounted his experiences of teaching aid in Africa, his voice trembling as he described the suffering he had witnessed firsthand. Zhao Jinxin listened attentively, occasionally caressing Li Shuo's broad palm and gently playing with his soft hair, imagining what the rebellious and innocent Li Shuo of his early 20s must have been like. He felt a profound sense of regret that they had not met sooner and longed to have seen that version of Li Shuo. Zhao Jinxin shared his own experiences from school, revealing how his obsession with extreme sports during high school nearly cost him his life on 2 occasions. It was only after witnessing a classmate succumb to a terminal illness that he decided to abandon such reckless pursuits that caused his parents distress. The two conversed for an entire afternoon, deepening their understanding of one another. Li Shuo felt an increasing fondness for this young man. Their backgrounds were similar. Their values aligned closely, and their personalities harmonized beautifully. It was indeed rare to encounter someone with whom all aspects resonated so well. Most importantly, the intense passion that ignited between them left him utterly enchanted. As night fell, Li Shuo felt it was time to return home. But Zhao Jinxin playfully clung to his waist, refusing to let him go. With a smile, Li Shuo teased, "Are you not going to let me go home? Such a rascal. Don't leave," Zhao Jinxin insisted. "Stay with me a little longer. I've already spent 2 days and a night with you, my dear. Just a bit more," Zhao Jinxin implored with innocent eyes. "If I don't see you, I'll miss you endlessly." Li Shuo gently caressed his face and teased back. "Then you can just think about me. It might be quite delightful." "No, I won't let you leave," Zhao Jinxin declared, using his weight to push against Li Shuo, his head nudging the collar of Li Shuo's robe as he began to kiss him earnestly. Li Shuo quickly pushed away the furry head, aware that he was still not quite steady on his feet and could not risk igniting a fire. "Uncle Li, please don't go. I promise I won't do anything," Zhao Jinxin pleaded with a pitiful expression. Li Shuo, smiling indulgently, replied, all right, I won't leave. I'll stay for another night." Truthfully, he did not wish to depart either. They were in the throes of young love, cherishing every second spent together. At that moment, Li Shuo's phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from home and quickly answered, "Hello, Brother Xiang." "Hey, little brother. I have 2 pieces of news for you, one concerning you and the other about Li Qingxiu. Which would you like to hear first?" Xiang Ning's voice was filled with excitement. Li Shuo almost blurted out that he wanted to hear about Li Qingxiu first, but he immediately remembered Zhao Jinxin was nearby and opted for, "Let us hear about mine." "The legal representative of Ben Hui has retracted his statement, saying you were not involved in that matter." "That's wonderful." Li Shuo couldn't help but slap the armrest of the sofa, wondering how much money that scoundrel Xiao Kun had given him to obstruct justice like this. Zhao Jinxin climbed off Li Shuo and unconsciously turned to gaze out the window. "Indeed, those wicked individuals will eventually face retribution," Xiang Ning said angrily. "How much trouble have they caused you? You've been in America for 3 months now. You can return at any time." "All right, I'll finalize the contract with Enin and head back, probably at the beginning of next month." Li Shuo paused, anxiety washing over him, and, about Li Qingxiu. "We discovered that Xiao Kun recently visited Li Qingxiu's hometown. So we sent someone to investigate and found that Li Qingxiu sends money every year to the person maintaining his mother's grave. Given the timeline, we should find out where he is either next month or the month after." Li Shuo let out a heavy sigh, feeling a tightness in his chest. "Xiao Kun is still a step ahead of us." "Not really. We have tracked that person's account movements, so we will at least be able to locate Li Qingxiu at the same time as Xiao Kun. Little brother, you don't need to worry too much. Xiao Li may seem delicate, but he is quite resilient. He will be fine. What we could do now is wait. If you truly wish to help him, you must first find him." "Yes, Brother Xiang, I apologize for the trouble during my time abroad." "Oh, we are brothers. No need for formality. When you return, I'll treat you well and help wash away the bad luck." After hanging up, Li Shuo felt a sense of relief. At least now, there was a lead. He resolved to find Li Qingxiu before Xiao Kun did. Zhao Jinxin looked at him curiously. "What is the matter?" "Li Shuo's milat. It's all good news. One is that I can return home, and the other is that I have a lead on Li Qingxiu." Zhao Jinxin nodded, awkwardly offering congratulations. Noticing Zhao Jinxin's unusual demeanor, Li Shuo quickly understood what he was thinking and playfully pinched his cheek, laughing. "Are you feeling jealous?" Zhao Jinxin lowered his head, silent. Li Shuo gently stroked his hair and, with sincerity, said, "Jinxin, if I hadn't truly ended things with Qingxiu, I wouldn't be with you. So you can rest assured, I, Li Shuo, have never betrayed any relationship. I have a responsibility to Qingxiu. I cannot bear to see him suffer, and I wish to help him. You can understand that, right?" Zhao Jinxin smiled. "I'm not that petty." Li Shuo chuckled and, unable to resist, planted a kiss on him. "Qingxiu is a truly wonderful person. I would love to introduce you to him." Zhao Jinxin responded with a nonchalant "Tomorrow, please remind your company's lawyer to finalize the modified contract. Once that is done, shall we return home together?" "Sure." Li Shuo beamed. "Finally, we can go back. These past 3 months have been unbearable, and so many things have been delayed. What is the sudden change that allows you to return?" "The person who implicated me retracted his statement. It seems he was coerced by the mastermind behind it. As Li Shuo thought of Xiao Kun, a wave of disdain washed over him. He had never been one to hold grudges, always striving to be as forgiving as possible. Yet, Xiao Kun stirred a desire for revenge within him for the first time. However, Xiao Kun's influential connections in the capital were beyond his reach, which only fueled his hatred further. A fleeting shadow crossed Zhao Jinxin's face, but he quickly smiled. This is great news. We must celebrate. I'll open a bottle of wine. Come, come. Zhao Jinxin opened a fine bottle of wine, and the two reclined on the tatami, sipping and chatting. As the wine flowed and the atmosphere became hazy, they unknowingly tumbled into each other, sharing tender kisses and caresses. Zhao Jinxin was exceptionally gentle, ensuring Li Shuo was comfortable, yet he refrained from going all the way. In that blissful state, Li Shuo felt an indescribable and immense happiness. Whenever he fell in love, Li Shuo pondered whether this person would accompany him until the end. He had always believed that with his personality, finding a calm and gentle partner would lead to longevity. However, reality proved him wrong time and again with breakups, including with Li Qingxiu. Zhao Jinxin's arrival made him question whether he had been looking for the wrong type of person all along. Perhaps someone as bold and free-spirited as Zhao Jinxin was the perfect complement to him, bringing unexpected joy and excitement that ignited his strong hopes for their future. Chapter 21. The two spent yet another day together at home, but Li Shuo felt it was time to return. Since his mother had seen the hickeys on his neck last time, he worried she might think he was out gallivanting. In his 20s, he had indulged in a few reckless years, but at this age, he didn't wish to give his parents such an impression. Zhao Jinxin looked at him with a pitiful expression. Then just go home for a meal and come back to find me. I need to spend time with my parents too. Li Shuo playfully tapped his nose and laughed. Shall we go on a date tomorrow? Sure, where to? Where do you want to go? I want to make love, Zhao Jinxin said earnestly. Li Shuo crossed his arms and regarded him for a few seconds before bursting into laughter. Where exactly do you want to make love, you little imp? Zhao Jinxin smiled mysteriously. Tomorrow, you come to the company, and we'll first go over the contract with the lawyer, then I'll take you there. In a playful manner, Li Shuo gestured to his cheek, requesting a kiss before his uncle departed. Zhao Jinxin firmly grasped the back of his head, sealing his soft lips with a fervent kiss. Li Shuo's eyes crinkled with delight as he wrapped his arms around Zhao Jinxin's neck, reciprocating the sweet and intoxicating kiss. Eventually, Zhao Jinxin released Li Shuo, whose breath was nearly stolen, his enchanting peach blossom eyes shimmering with desire. Will you miss me when I'm gone? Of course, Li Shuo replied, tousling his hair gently. See you tomorrow. Zhao Jinxin pressed his lips against Li Shuo's once more, asking if he really had to leave. Each question accompanied by a kiss, his hands gripping Li Shuo's waist tightly. Li Shuo chuckled, you little rascal. I truly must go, but I'll be at the office early tomorrow, all right? Zhao Jinxin pouted, reluctantly letting him go. See you tomorrow. With a smile, Li Shuo walked home, his thoughts drifting to Zhao Jinxin, a grin inevitably gracing his lips. It had been a long time since he had experienced such pure joy and love, especially one so abundant and fulfilling. Upon returning home, his parents, observing his buoyant demeanor, refrained from inquiring about his recent whereabouts. In the study, Li Shuo discussed his collaboration with Enan with his father, their thoughts aligning closely. He informed his father that the troubles at home had been resolved, and he planned to return once the contract was finalized. Mr. Li sighed, it's time to go back. You've been here long enough. Your mother and I were beginning to feel you might stay permanently. A wave of guilt washed over Li Shuo, Dad. I'm sorry for not being around all these years. Do not concern yourself with that. Your mother and I are in good health. We can discuss the future later. If you choose not to return, in a few years, I'll retire and bring your mother back with me. Jiangnan has a pleasant climate, perfect for retirement. I will visit often, Li Shuo assured him. Mr. Li smiled. By the way, have you started dating again? Ah, haha, Li Shuo replied with a dry chuckle. We're still getting to know each other. Were it someone else, he would have readily admitted it. But with Zhao Jinxin as his partner, he felt somewhat at a loss on how to explain. Son, have you ever counted how many you've been with? Li Shuo chuckled. What is it to you? Are you going to reprimand me? I'll one-T scold you. With your mother absent, it's just the two of us to have an open discussion. Well, officially, I've had about 8 or 9. When you were younger, it was understandable to play around, but now that you're older and so charming, shouldn't you consider settling down? Li Shuo sighed, Dad, I'm not as frivolous as you think. Every relationship I've had has been sincere. despite the fleeting nature of some. He understood why his parents lacked trust in his romantic endeavors. His longest relationship lasted 3 years with his college boyfriend, while others faded too quickly, making him seem fickle, though he suffered in silence. Your character is sound. Why do you keep breaking up? Li Shuo rubbed his palms together, offering a bittersweet smile. It's hard to articulate, but it's never due to infidelity. I have never cheated. Often, feelings simply wane, or my accommodating nature leads partners to overstep boundaries in my work and life, which frequently results in breakups. It seems the harder I try to maintain a relationship, the faster it crumbles. Perhaps exploring different types of partners, like Zhao Jinxin, might yield a more lasting connection. So far, the joy and surprises he brings me are unparalleled. Mr. Li sighed again. I truly don't understand you. We don't wish to pressure you, but your work and life are stable now. Finding a partner and perhaps starting a family would be quite wonderful. Wouldn't it? Li Shuo smiled. Dad, I've always wanted stability, but it ultimately depends on fate. Doesn't it? Regardless, you've never caused us much worry. We trust you to manage your life. Above all, your happiness is what matters. Li Shuo nodded with a smile. Seizing the opportunity before Xiang Ning fell asleep, Li Shuo discussed the progress with Enan. After their conversation, he inquired about the firm's current situation, realizing he had been so preoccupied with his case and Li Chengxiu's matters that he had overlooked the firm. All is well. We can talk more when you return. Li Shuo sensed Xiang Ning was withholding information, prompting him to ask, Xiang Ge, has the firm been affected? Certainly. There has some impact. The auditing circle is quite small, and for those of us in finance, reputation is paramount. Although your case will eventually clear up, outsiders will still harbor doubts. Li Shuo replied quietly, I've considered this, but the situation has arisen, and I can only confront it. He paused, suddenly recalling something. Is there an issue with Brother Liang? Liang was another partner in the firm, brought in by Xiang Ning, and their relationship was not particularly close. Xiang Ning remained silent for a moment. Let us discuss it when you return. Li Shuo suspected Liang was displeased with the negative impact on the firm caused by him, but Xiang Ning was likely suppressing it, which was understandable given it was indeed his fault. He contemplated this year's bonuses, considering offering Xiang Ning and Liang a little extra as compensation. After hanging up, Li Shuo pondered the firm's issues and, out of nowhere, Zhao Jinxin's face flashed in his mind, prompting a smile. What to do now? He couldn't focus on serious matters. He took out his phone and texted Zhao Jinxin. What are you up to? Zhao Jinxin quickly replied, thinking of you. Li Shuo grinned, contemplating a call, but hesitating, fearing it might lead to endless chatter, which seemed rather frivolous for someone of his age. Instead, he sent another message. What time shall we meet at the office tomorrow? 9 o'clock sounds good. That early? I just want to see you sooner. Li Shuo couldn't suppress the smile that crept onto his lips, ultimately succumbing to the impulse and calling him. Hello, Uncle Li. Zhao Jinxin's voice was lazy. Are you at home? Li Shuo asked with a smile. Yes. I don't want to go out. It's boring outside, and I'd rather stay home and think of you. Zhao Jinxin chuckled softly. Your words are so sweet. Who taught you that? Who needs to learn anything? Just thinking of you makes me articulate. Zhao Jinxin replied, unfazed. The two exchanged affectionate banter, lost in their sweet nothings until their phones died, and Li Shuo fell asleep, enveloped in a cocoon of bliss. The next morning, Li Shuo selected a new outfit, shaved, and meticulously styled his hair. Satisfied with his reflection, he left for the day. Arriving at the inn group, he unexpectedly encountered Zhao Jinxin and his father. Upon seeing him, Zhao Jinxin's eyes sparkled, a sight that warmed Li Shuo's heart. Zhao Rongtian joked, Li Shuo, you look exceptionally handsome today. Why not come work at our company? The female employee's KPIs would surely soar. Li Shuo replied with a smile, I could assist with the performance at your Beijing branch just as well. Zhao Rongtian laughed, all right. You two get to work and finalize that contract quickly. Once Zhao Rongtian departed, Zhao Jinxin took hold of Li Shuo's arm, whispering with a playful grin. Why are you so dressed up? Aren't you afraid of appearing improper? I merely donned a new outfit. It's nothing extravagant, Li Shuo said, puffing out his chest, feeling confident in his appearance. Why wear something new if you were just going to take it off? Li Shuo chuckled inwardly. In public, let us be mindful of our words. As they entered the break room, Zhao Jinxin locked the door, pushing Li Shuo against the wall and kissing him passionately, their lips meeting with an enticing sound. All right. Breathless, Li Shuo pushed him away, questioning whether he was not supposed to meet with the lawyer. Upon seeing you, I lose all desire to do anything else. Zhao Jin Xin whispered close to Li Shua's ear, only wanting you. Li Shua chuckled, pinching his waist. Enough of this nonsense. Let us first address the important matters. Zhao Jin Xin pouted. All right then. Li Shua adjusted Zhao Jin Xin's slightly disheveled shirt. Let us go. Zhao Jin Xin wrapped one arm around Li Shua, kissing him once more before releasing him. The duo arrived at the legal department, where the lawyer was already prepared, and they commenced reviewing the contract. Since the major points had already been discussed between Li Shua and Zhao Rongtian, today was merely about fine-tuning the details. Though tedious, progress was swift. Dressed in a well-fitted suit and adopting a serious demeanor, Zhao Jin Xin appeared remarkably professional at the negotiation table, shedding his usual sense of mischief and indulgence. Li Shua found this version of Zhao Jin Xin irresistibly attractive. Amidst the occasional exchange of glances, sparks ignited between them. Fortunately, both remained clear-headed, clandestinely flirting while ensuring the business at hand was not neglected. The lawyer, not oblivious, noticed their subtle interactions and gently cleared his throat. Shall we take a break? No need. Let us finish the contract in one go. Zhao Jin Xin replied with a smile directed at Li Shua. Observing the lawyer's apparent discomfort from prolonged sitting, Li Shua suggested, Lawyer Chun, you seem tired. How about we take a few minutes to enjoy some tea? The lawyer sighed in relief, pressing the internal line to request some refreshments while standing to stretch. Suddenly recalling something, he asked, By the way, Mr. Zhao, has the investment from Mr. Xiao been received? Chapter 22. While Li Shua was engrossed in the contract, he instinctively looked up upon hearing the uncommon surname. Zhao Jin Xin maintained his composure. It should have arrived. I'll check later. Lawyer Chan was about to say more when a knock echoed at the office door, prompting him to say, Come in. The secretary entered, carrying freshly brewed tea and assorted snacks. Li Shua did not dwell on it, assisting the secretary in arranging the items on the table. Zhao Jin Xin cast a furtive glance at Li Shua, his eyes shimmering with delight as he remarked, This dessert is from the French patisserie downstairs. I adore this cranberry pudding. He offered a piece to Li Shua to taste. Delicious. It looks exquisite, Li Shua responded, smiling. There are quite a few delightful eateries around your company. Working here must make it easy to gain weight. Indeed, not many utilize the gym provided by the company. They engaged in conversation about health and fitness, and after a brief respite, they completed the remaining clauses of the contract. Some points of contention would need to be clarified with Zhao Rongtian, but the issues were minimal, and Li Shua calculated that they could finalize everything within the week. Following the discussions, Zhao Jin Xin escorted Li Shua back to his office. Li Shua shook his slightly stiff shoulders and teased, Mr. Zhao, it's been a pleasant collaboration. Indeed, a delightful partnership. Zhao Jin Xin replied with a mischievous smile, extending his right hand toward Li Shua. As Li Shua raised his hand to shake, he was suddenly pulled into Zhao Jin Xin's embrace. With a hint of flirtation, Li Shua inquired, Now that work is done, where shall we go for a date? To a place you enjoy, Zhao Jin Xin said, wrapping his arms around Li Shua's waist, nuzzling his cheek as he led him toward the door. A place I like? Where? The office. Zhao Jin Xin sealed his lips over Li Shua's just as he locked the door with a decisive click. Reminiscing about their conversation in that quaint tavern, Li Shua felt a warmth spreading through him despite not having done anything yet. He was already feeling flushed. Amidst their fervent kisses, Li Shua murmured, You have quite the audacity. Zhao Jin Xin chuckled softly. Not all. He lifted Li Shua effortlessly, striding to the desk, placing him upon it. Li Shua felt a twinge of discomfort, but was firmly pressed down by Zhao Jin Xin's weight, leaving no room for protest. Such a unique environment only heightened the thrill for both men, their passions igniting fervently. Clearly well prepared, Zhao Jin Xin, once Li Shua was ready to embrace him fully, made his move. The sturdy wooden desk shook under their fervor. Zhao Jin Xin then carried Li Shua to the floor-to-ceiling window, which was shielded by blinds. Facing the towering Rockefeller Center, surrounded by an array of skyscrapers, Zhao Jin Xin grasped the blinds and tugged fiercely, tearing them from their hinges. Li Shua found himself pressed against the window, his view limited to the narrow slats. Witnessing the bustling cityscape below, while behind him was raw, unfiltered desire. Should anyone in the adjacent buildings possess even the most rudimentary telescope, they would undoubtedly discern the scene unfolding within that window and could easily guess what was transpiring. Li Shua's mind blanked. The unparalleled experience providing both physical and emotional exhilaration. Zhao Jin Xen, Zhao Jin Xen, Zhao Jin Xen. His mind echoed with this name that effortlessly drove him to madness. After such intense exertion, both men felt an acute hunger. Zhao Jin Xen hummed a tune while ironing his clothes, then personally assisted Li Shua in dressing. Only then did they resemble a respectable pair leaving the office. Zhao Jin Xen had arranged for a yacht to cruise around Manhattan. They dined on the freshest sashimi aboard, accompanied by the principal violinist of the Philharmonic Orchestra, while the vibrant nightscape of Manhattan enveloped them. As the wine flowed and the moonlight deepened, the Hudson River began to cradle only their solitary vessel, the city lights shimmering within reach, yet seemingly distant due to the separation of the riverbanks, imparting a sense of serene isolation upon their boat. Wrapped in a cashmere blanket, they reclined on lounge chairs, appearing invisible in the bustling world. They could see the outside, but remained unseen. In this intimate space, it was only the two of them. For a long while, silence enveloped them. Li Shua felt the alcohol coursing through his veins, rendering him lightheaded and blissfully relaxed. The cool breeze brushing against his face, the heavy yet warm blanket draped over him, and the soft head resting on his shoulder all combined to create an exquisite sensation, despite his inebriation making him sway. Never had he felt so acutely aware that this was what love resembled. Experiencing such a moment, in contrast to past encounters, he inevitably considered that perhaps he had never met the right person before, and that Zhao Jin Xen was indeed the one truly suited for him. Zhao Jin Xen hummed softly in Li Shua's ear, gently asking, "Are you cold?" "Not at all," Li Shua replied with a smile in his tone. "Do you wish to sleep on the boat, or should we go ashore?" "I'm too lazy to move. Let us sleep on the boat," Li Shua yawned, his entire body feeling too heavy to even lift a finger. "Whatever you say." Zhao Jin Xen kissed him, lifting him into the inner cabin's bedroom. Li Shua couldn't help but think that being cared for was rather delightful. Perhaps it was due to his advancing age and dwindling energy, but he found himself enjoying the passive role in their romantic relationship, which, surprisingly, felt quite pleasant. Zhao Jin Xen nestled under the covers, holding him tightly, nuzzling his hard head against Li Shua's neck. "Uncle Li, I really like you." Li Shua replied with a smile. "I like you too. How much do you like me?" "Very, very much." This affection, akin to a flame ignited with a catalyst, spread through every nerve, was an experience he had never known before, leaving him in awe. His feelings typically unfolded slowly, yet Zhao Jin Xen seemed to awaken a dormant gene within him, revealing that he too could feel this intensely. It was fresh, intriguing, and unforgettable. Zhao Jin Xen smiled. "I want to take you on vacation, but it seems time is a bit tight." "Indeed, once the contract is signed, I shall return. Are you not coming back with me?" "Once everything is settled domestically, we can embark on a vacation." "Very well." Zhao Jinxin gently caressed his cheek with his lips, remarking, "Are you tired? Sleep now. What weariness is there?" "Merely fatigue," Li Shua retorted, unwilling to concede. Zhao Jinxin chuckled softly and whispered in his ear, "Who is it that could hardly stand after my indulgences?" Li Shua playfully pinched his thigh, prompting an exaggerated yelp from Zhao Jinxin. The two erupted into laughter and, before they knew it, had fallen asleep in each other's embrace. Li Shua experienced a rather wild period. During the repeated revisions of the contract, he and Zhao Jinxin met nearly every day, and no matter the reason for their encounters, they inevitably found themselves in a place where pants were shed, often lost in ecstasy. Zhao Jinxin was both bold and playful, and many details made Li Shua blush upon recollection. Even in his most vibrant 20s, Li Shua had never engaged in such a passionate affair, one that felt as if it could explode at any moment. Zhao Jinxin's presence rendered all of Li Shua's past relationships bland by comparison. At times, he believed himself to be abnormal, like a train that had suddenly veered onto a roller coaster track, reveling in the thrill. The more he succumbed to the allure, the more he sensed the peril. Yet, the danger only intensified his infatuation. Of course, he understood that such fervor could not last forever, but for now, he yearned to continue. By the end of the month, all terms of the contract had finally been negotiated, awaiting only Zhao Rongtian's signature on Monday. As the firm's official seal resided in the homeland, Li Shuan needed to bring the contract back for signing, after which it would officially take effect. Zhao Rongtian was elated. Coincidentally, it was his wife's 50th birthday, and he hosted a banquet at a hotel, naturally inviting Li Shua's family as well. Li Shua inquired about Mrs. Zhao's preferences in advance, preparing a set of snake-patterned wooden utensils, neither too extravagant to raise suspicion, nor too modest given their relationship. It was evident that Zhao Rongtian held great respect for his wife. He reserved the entire banquet hall, elegantly adorned in a classical style. Although the guest list was small, comprising only close confidants and friends, the quality of the dishes was remarkable. Zhao Jinxin presented his mother with a pair of jade earrings worth over 10 million. Looking exceptionally handsome and dignified, much to the envy of many. The Zhao family was a household name within the Chinese community across America, seemingly favored by the divine. Watching Zhao Jinxin on stage filled Li Shua with pride and affection. After the meal, music favored by Mrs. Zhao filled the hotel, and the couple led the dance. Most guests were peers of the couple, and whether they could dance or not, they joined in for a bit of fun, as they were all familiar faces. Li Shua encouraged, "Dad, Mom, come on, dance with us." Mr. Li cleared his throat, stood, and gestured to his wife, and together they happily began to dance, creating a serene atmosphere. Li Shua watched his parents with a gentle light in his eyes. Suddenly, a hand unexpectedly reached out in front of him, startling him. He looked up to find Zhao Jinxin striking a classic pose inviting him to dance, his playful, twinkling eyes utterly enchanting. Li Shua chuckled. "Stop joking. Come on. What's the harm?" Li Shua surveyed the surroundings, awkwardly adjusting his attire, and whispered, "Jinxin, please. What are you afraid of? It's just a dance." Zhao Jinxin seized his hand, pulling him from his seat while exuberantly announcing, "Dear elders, Brother Li and I are about to make fools of ourselves." Laughter erupted around them, and applause followed. Li Shua took a deep breath, striving to appear composed, and smiled. "All right, let me assess your dancing skills." He wrapped an arm around Zhao Jinxin's waist, who readily placed his hand on Li Shua's shoulder, embodying the role of a partner. Both had received training in social dance, and, despite being two tall men dancing the tango, they exuded a unique charm that drew continuous applause and laughter. The elders thought the younger generation was merely jesting. Yet the expressions of both sets of parents grew slightly uneasy, though they dared not show it. Meanwhile, Zhao Jinxin and Li Shua became increasingly immersed in their dance, as if the surrounding sounds and gazes had vanished. Even in such an awkward situation, it was filled with joy for them. As the dance concluded, beads of sweat formed on Li Shua's forehead. He winked at Zhao Jinxin. "Not bad. Enjoyable, isn't it?" Zhao Jinxin leaned closer, whispering, "Next time, let us find a secluded spot outdoors and dance naked." Li Shua laughed. "I knew you would think of something outrageous. I am contemplating serious matters, not skewing anything." At that moment, the host suddenly seized the microphone. "Dear guests, we have just received a congratulatory gift from our homeland. This is the most distant gift received by Mrs. Zhao on her 50th birthday, and I must present it to everyone." All eyes turned towards the host as he opened the jewelry box. From a distance, Li Shua observed what appeared to be a relic of a Buddha. The host cleared his throat and read from the card. This relic was obtained from Master Hui, wishing Anne a happy birthday, good health, and eternal youth. "Yours sincerely, Shao Kun." Upon hearing the name Shao Kun, Li Shua was momentarily taken aback, suspecting he had misheard or that the microphone had distorted the sound. How could he hear a name so unrelated to this birthday banquet, halfway across the ocean? However, the next moment, he noticed the abrupt change in Zhao Jinxin's expression, rendering his mind blank. Shao Kun? Shao Kun? Is he Mrs. Zhao's nephew? Could it be the same Shao Kun? Is such a coincidence conceivable? Li Shua felt his vision blur, his mind buzzing, the people, objects, and space around him warped. He sensed a hand gripping his arm and instinctively shook it off. In an instant, clarity returned. He stared intently at Zhao Jinxin, unable to voice a single question. For Zhao Jinxin's unprecedented expression spoke volumes. This person, the young man he had cherished, was indeed the cousin of the one he despised most. What did this all mean? What did his relationship with Zhao Jinxin mean? Their encounters, their companionship, all. What did it amount to? Zhao Jinxin must have investigated him, having heard him mention Shao Kun's name multiple times over the phone. It was impossible for him to be unaware, therefore. These cousins had conspired against him. The entire time, his heart felt as if it had been struck with a fierce blow. The dull pain and subsequent humiliation draining the color from his face. How could this happen? How could it be so? Li Zhao Jinxin raised a hand, attempting to steady Li Shua's wobbling form. He had never anticipated such exposure. He did not wish for this. Xiao Shua, what's wrong? Mrs. Li approached, grasping his arm. Oh dear, why do you look so pale? Are you tired from dancing? Look at your father and I. We're not tired at all. Li Shua enveloped his mother's hand with his own, forcing a smile. Mom, I'm fine, just a little tipsy. Oh, then go outside for some fresh air. That will help. Zhao Jinxin stated solemnly. I'll take Brother Li out. Li Shua gazed deeply at Zhao Jinxin, feeling it miraculous how, within mere minutes, this person he once viewed with familiarity had become a stranger to him, a stranger so loathsome. He slipped his hand into his pocket, clenching it tightly, the sharp pain of his nails digging into his palm, sharpening his focus. He straightened his posture, politely nodding and smiling at those around him. I'm stepping outside for some fresh air, and strode purposefully toward the exit. Zhao Jinxin gritted his teeth and followed closely behind. As the two exited the banquet hall and took a slight right turn, they found themselves on the expansive, sunlit terrace. Li Shua stepped onto the balcony, gazing at the city's twinkling stars, momentarily lost in thought. Li Shua Zhao Jinxin called softly. With his back turned to Zhao, Li Shua calmly replied, Xiao Kun is your cousin. Zhao Jinxin took a deep breath. Yes. He sent you to get close to me. Yes. Because of Li Changxiu, yes. Suddenly, Li Shua turned sharply, his expression twisted with rage, casting aside his usual demeanor of gentle sophistication. He swung his fist towards Zhao Jinxin. Zhao Jinxin did not flinch. He didn't even blink. Li Shua's fist grazed Zhao Jinxin's cheek and struck the wall behind him with a resounding thud. A flicker of desolation crossed Zhao Jinxin's eyes, and his brows furrowed. Li Shua studied Zhao Jinxin's face, the one that often playfully called him Uncle Li and bore an almost primal allure in moments of intimacy. This was the face that frequented his sweetest dreams, the visage that could effortlessly lift his spirits. Now, he found himself unable to unleash his anger upon someone he cherished. He had always abhorred violence. How could he direct it toward the one he loved? He could only glare with bloodshot eyes and grit his teeth, exclaiming, How dare you deceive me? Yet, if everything had been a ruse from the very beginning, then his affection for Zhao Jinxin was nothing but an illusion. After all, the spontaneous, charming, and mischievous Zhao Jinxin might have been merely a fade. The thought sent a shiver down Li Shua's spine. Zhao Jinxin grasped his wrist, noticing the blood seeping from Li Shua's knuckles. Let me tend to that. Li Shua withdrew his hand, truly grasping the chaos within his heart. Zhao Jinxin lowered his head, resembling a remorseful student. I initially approached you because of my brother, but I genuinely like you. He forced a smile. Uncle Li, can we talk? I don't wish to see you right now. Li Shua lacked the courage to face Zhao Jinxin. The events of the past 3 months left him questioning whether he had fallen under a spell, enchanted by a man 11 years his junior. While that was one thing, the realization that he had been played was another. He yearned to understand the mocking mindset of Zhao Jinxin as he watched Li Shua being manipulated, to comprehend just how foolish and laughable he appeared. Mere moments ago, he believed he had encountered true love, only to be harshly awakened by reality's slap. An overwhelming sense of betrayal and humiliation threatened to explode from his very core. Xiao Kun, once again, had devised a method to mock him. Li Shua recognized the need for solitude to collect his thoughts, or he might commit an act contrary to his cultivated demeanor. He pushed Zhao Jinxin away and strode purposefully out of the hotel. Zhao Jinxin pursued him for a few paces before stopping, watching Li Shua's retreating figure until it vanished, at which point he kicked over a trash can in frustration. Li Shua texted his father, claiming he felt unwell and would be returning home, then took a taxi. Upon reaching his room and lying down in the darkness, he felt his mind still ablaze. Anger and sorrow had not diminished. Instead, they intensified, becoming increasingly uncontrollable with each errant thought. He felt like a beggar whose beautiful dream had been shattered, harboring resentment not only towards the one who interrupted his slumber, but also towards the one who had inspired the dream. He was not one to succumb to emotional hysteria. He could forgive betrayal, acknowledging that if someone fell for another, Perhaps it was his own shortcoming. He could also accept rejection, understanding he was not perfect and could not win everyone's affection. However, he could not tolerate being utterly toyed with, especially when malice was evident from the start. The realization that he had consumed that malicious deception as if it were a delightful treat, only to discover it was shards of glass that had ravaged his insides, left him bleeding internally. At this point, he could no longer discern whether his sorrow or humiliation caused him more pain. Zhao Jin Xian, the one who had brought him endless joy and vitality, was merely playing with him. He had plunged into this pit, emerging bruised, while Xiao Kun, standing at the edge, must have laughed mockingly at his expense. Clenching the blanket, Li Shuo let out a low, furious growl in the darkness. Xiao Kun, Zhao Jin Xian, you have gone too far unbeknownst to him. He eventually succumbed to sleep. Upon awakening, the sun had risen. He sat up, cradling his head, which throbbed painfully. After taking 5 minutes to gather himself, he finally got out of bed and headed to the bathroom. The mirror reflected a weary, disheveled face, his casual suit wrinkled beyond recognition, presenting an unkempt appearance. Li Shuo mechanically removed his clothing and turned on the shower. The cold water cascaded unexpectedly, shocking him to the core. He couldn't help but mutter a curse under his breath, slapping his palm against the tiles several times until his wrist felt as though it might shatter. Trembling, he eventually stopped. Under the icy shower, he washed away the turmoil, finally calming his mind. It had been ages since he had lost control like this. Such a loss of reason was a profoundly unsettling experience, often leading to disastrous consequences. He was relieved that he had not completely lost his composure in front of Zhao Jin Xian. Being played for a fool was embarrassing enough without adding the disgrace of losing his poise. Yes, Zhao Jin Xian had toyed with him. The reality was undeniable. Dwelling on why he had been foolish served no purpose. He needed to stand tall and help himself navigate this emotional turmoil, the very turmoil stemming from his affection for Zhao Jin Xian. This was indeed a predicament. Li Shuo chuckled bitterly, ruffling his hair. Thankfully, their acquaintance was still fresh, and no profound emotions had yet taken root. The intensity of infatuation, while overwhelming, could fade with time. He liked Zhao Jin Xian, but he could also learn to let go. With time, what cannot be dulled? Those exhilarating, sweet memories could surely be buried deep within his mind, rendered insignificant. Thus, he consoled himself, striving to piece together his shattered self-esteem. Suddenly, his phone chimed. Upon checking, he found numerous messages, most of which were from Zhao Jin Xian. Uncle Li, can we talk? Are you still angry with me? I never lied to you. Li Shu, I truly want to have a proper conversation. Li Shuo tossed his phone aside. He could vividly imagine Zhao Jin Xian's expression while sending those texts. Initially playful, attempting to downplay the situation's impact, he eventually recognized the need for a more serious approach. Looking back, Zhao Jin Xian had approached him from the outset with intent. The charming, carefree Zhao Jin Xian from their first encounter was indeed different from the Zhao Jin Xian he now faced, who continually adjusted his strategy based on Li Shuo's reactions. Just how deep was Zhao Jin Xian's cunning in their romantic entanglement? It was chilling. They would, of course, need to talk. His contract remained unsigned, and upon returning to the capital, there were subsequent collaborations to discuss. As for his relationship with Zhao Jin Xian, the one who dared to mock him so brazenly had already been judged in his heart. Feigning illness, Li Shuo refrained from leaving his room all day. It wasn't due to a lack of appetite. Rather, he required a closed-off space for self-regulation. There was no reason for anyone to witness his disheartened state. No one knew that he silently digested the shards of glass he had consumed. Coincidentally, a friend invited him out that afternoon. Despite feeling extraordinarily fatigued, he decided to go out for a drink to lift his spirits. As he prepared to leave, the butler arrived to inform him that Zhao Jin Xian was at the door. He truly hadn't expected Zhao Jin Xian to boldly come to his home. Suppressing his anger, he instructed the butler to have Zhao Jin Xian wait for 10 minutes. He initially donned a rather casual outfit, but as soon as the butler departed, he promptly changed into a formal suit, complemented by a vibrantly colored polka-dotted bow tie, exuding a playful elegance suitable for a date at an upscale venue. He tidied his hair and spritzed on some cologne. Gazing at his reflection, he appeared nearly flawless, save for the dark circles beneath his eyes. A sudden wave of longing for when shall we washed over him. If that little sprite were here, She would undoubtedly enhance his appearance to magazine-worthy perfection and bring a smile to his lips. Taking a deep breath, he patted his face, relaxed his facial muscles, and then revealed a confident smile, standing tall as he descended the stairs. Zhao Jinxin was seated on the sofa in the living room. Fortuitously, his parents were out, sparing him the need for explanations. Upon seeing Li Shuo, Zhao Jinxin rose, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. He had not anticipated encountering such a radiant Li Shuo. His gaze followed Li Shuo until he stood directly before him. Li Shuo met Zhao Jinxin's eyes, suppressing the anger and embarrassment within him, and managed a slight smile. "I told you I'm fine, just had a bit too much to drink. I appreciate you coming all this way." The formality in his tone felt as if they were strangers, erasing the sweet intimacy they had recently shared. Zhao Jinxin inquired, "Are you heading out?" "Oh, I have plans with a friend." "Apologies," Li Shuo replied, glancing at his watch. "Jinxin, next time you come by, please give me a heads up. Otherwise, if something comes up, I won't be able to entertain you." Zhao Jinxin forced a somewhat stiff smile. "Can we find a place to talk? I promise it won't take too much of your time." Li Shuo expressed genuine regret. "Jinxin, I'm really sorry, but I'm running late. My friend is quite particular, and I spent half the day searching for a perfume he likes." Just then, Uncle Guang entered. "Uncle Guang, is the car here? It's waiting outside. Are you leaving now? If not, I'll turn off the engine to save fuel." "I'll be right there, the eco-friendly champion." Li Shuo winked at him, turning back to Zhao Jinxin. "I'm sorry, let's talk over the phone." He turned to leave, but Zhao Jinxin grasped his arm firmly. Li Shuo exerted effort to break free, but Zhao Jinxin's grip was surprisingly strong, holding him in place. Gritting his teeth, Li Shuo urged himself to remain calm. After having suffered a humiliating defeat on the battlefield constructed by Shao Kun, he refused to give in here in his own home. He slowly turned his head, forcing a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. "Jinxin?" Zhao Jinxin narrowed his eyes. "I'll drive you. We can talk in the car, and it won't delay your date, right?" Li Shuo glared at him. Zhao Jinxin turned to Uncle Guang with a bright smile. "Uncle Guang, I'll take Brother Li. My car is hybrid, lower carbon footprint, and it's on the way. Do you know where I'm headed?" Zhao Jinxin replied nonchalantly, "Anywhere is on the way." From Uncle Guang's perspective, he couldn't see the tension between them and said, "That's great. You can take him then." "Oh, Lambert doesn't like honking, so try to use the lights instead." Zhao Jinxin gave a thumbs up to Uncle Guang. "Leave it to me." Only then did Li Shuo manage to free his arm from Zhao Jinxin's grip. He smoothed his sleeve and said, unyieldingly, "All right, I'll trouble you, Mr. Zhao." Once in the car, Zhao Jinxin pressed his forearm against Li Shuo's chest, pinning him in the passenger seat, a smirk playing on his lips. "Who are you dressed up for?" Li Shuo struggled to breathe under the pressure of that arm. While it was painful, it was quite uncomfortable and left him immobile. He often suspected that some of Zhao Jinxin's restraint techniques were rooted in combat training, particularly precise and ruthless. "Let me go," he gritted out. Zhao Jinxin observed his slightly pale lips for a couple of seconds before leaning indecisively to kiss him. Li Shuo frowned. Zhao Jinxin tasted and teased those soft lips. But when he received no response, he used his tongue to provoke further. Finally, Li Shuo could no longer hold back and bit down hard on the corner of Zhao Jinxin's mouth. Zhao Jinxin flinched away, a look of pain crossing his face. Li Shuo regarded him coldly. "Sorry, did that hurt?" Zhao Jinxin licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze inscrutable. "Uncle Li, you're quite fierce. Say what you want to say." Li Shuo glanced at his watch again. "I really am in a hurry." "I want to apologize," Zhao Jinxin said earnestly. "I approach you with ulterior motives and conceal my relationship with my brother." Li Shuo nodded. "I accept your apology. Can we leave now? But I genuinely like you." Zhao Jinxin grasped his arm, his eyes pleading, "Uncle Li, please don't be angry. Weren't we happy together?" "Very happy," Li Shuo replied with a smile. "But everything related to Shao Kun disgusts me, especially since you cooperated with him to play me so low. Thank you for your company during this time. Go back and report to your cousin. This is where it ends." Zhao Jinxin's expression faltered. "Can we forget about my brother?" Setting him aside, "You and Li Qingxiu were never meant to last. He doesn't like you. Can't you see that? That's between him and me. It has nothing to do with you." Li Shuo fixed his gaze on Zhao Jinxin. "While you watch me suffer from Shao Kun's damage to my reputation and legal troubles, what were you doing? Feigning concern while secretly relishing my misfortune? You dare say you've never deceived me? I never deceived you. If you abandon Li Chengxiu and be with me, you can return home. I'm helping you. Li Shua's shamelessness left Li Shua astounded, and he could no longer contain his anger. So, I should thank you. Zhao Jinxin seized Li Shua's hand, holding it tightly, and pressed his lips to it. What is it to you about my brother and Li Chengxiu? You are just an outsider. Now, isn't this wonderful? Am I not good to you? Aren't we great together? You're also an outsider. Li Shua forcefully yanked his hand back, inhaling deeply as he adjusted his bow tie, ultimately tearing it off in frustration. Zhao Jinxin, listen carefully. I can tolerate much from you. Your temper, your flaws, your selfishness, your lack of reason. Everything, as long as you are sincere with me. But you've been playing me from the start, and you've crossed a line. He spoke through gritted teeth. No one has ever dared to toy with me like this. You are the first and the last. Zhao Jinxin's lips quivered, momentarily rendering him speechless. Drive, or I'll get out. Li Shua stared straight ahead, refusing to look at Zhao Jinxin. After a few tense seconds, Zhao Jinxin finally started the car. The journey was silent, with Li Shua feeling as if the 20 minutes stretched into an eternity. The entire vehicle was suffused with Zhao Jinxin's presence. Even his subtle breaths resonated in Li Shua's ears like a drone. Li Shua longed for a clean slate to begin anew, allowing him to wholly embrace this young man, to invest in their passion without reservation. Yet, the more he desired this, the more painful Zhao Jinxin's slap in the face felt. How could intimacy shatter into such alienation so swiftly? Each of Li Shua's past relationships, even at their conclusion, had never ended in such open hostility. After all, those were individuals he had cherished, who had brought joy and companionship into his life. He had always approached them with goodwill and understanding. But Zhao Jinxin had trampled his dignity, igniting a desire to confront him physically. He couldn't let it go. Hence, before the situation worsened, he decided to part ways decisively and gracefully. Upon arriving at the designated location, Li Shua eagerly opened the car door. Zhao Jinxin placed a hand on his shoulder, leaned in close, and whispered in his ear, "Darling, enjoy yourself." Li Shua shrugged off his hand and exited the vehicle. Today, he was meeting his university classmate, Chang Sheng, with whom he had shared a long-standing friendship, as they were not only acquaintances in the same circle, but also colleagues. However, due to Li Shua's prolonged stay abroad, they had not seen each other for 2 years. As Li Shua entered the restaurant, he spotted a familiar figure seated by the window. He composed himself, adjusting his expression, and approached, greeting Chang Sheng. Chang Sheng looked up. "Ah, Li Shua." He stood up, and they embraced warmly. Li Shua playfully patted Chang Sheng's firm biceps. "You've been working out." Chang Sheng replied with pride, "It's even better without a shirt. I'll show you next time." Chang Sheng was not conventionally handsome, but possessed a unique charm. Single eyelids, a pronounced nose, and a darker complexion, with a mischievous smile that hinted at a wild side, making him an archetype adored by Caucasian boys. Li Shua, on the other hand, had a preference for Eastern men, ensuring their tastes never conflicted, thus solidifying their camaraderie. Chang Sheng pushed a glass of lemonade towards Li Shua. "Why didn't you reach out when you returned? I thought you'd only be here for a week or two. Wanted to spend more time with your parents, so I didn't want to intrude. But then some issues arose back home, and I didn't want to burden you." Chang Sheng observed him. "How are things now? Is there anything I can assist with? You don't look too well. Did you stay up late last night?" Li Shua pinched his cheek and chuckled. "I had a few drinks last night. It's nothing. The issues are mostly resolved. I'll be heading back early next month." "That's good to hear. My boss has sent me back next month as well. We should meet up in the capital." "That sounds splendid." As they chatted casually, Li Shua noticed Chang Sheng's gaze drawn to something behind him. He turned to see Zhao Jinxin approaching, his expression shifting slightly. Zhao Jinxin casually sat down beside him, saying nonchalantly, "Finding a parking spot here is quite a challenge." Chang Sheng looked at Li Shua in surprise, and this is. Li Shua could only offer a forced smile. "I forgot to mention, I brought a friend, Zhao Jinxin." "Jinxin, this is my university classmate, Chang Sheng, a senior accountant at Ernst Young." Zhao Jinxin extended his hand with a smile. "Pleasure to meet you." Chang Sheng reciprocated politely, and they exchanged business cards. Zhao Jinxin reached for Li Shua's lemonade, chiding, "Why are you drinking something cold? Were you not feeling well yesterday?" He summoned a waiter to bring hot tea instead. Li Shua and Chang Sheng exchanged glances. Li Shua's eyes concealed embarrassment, while Chang Sheng wore a knowing smirk. Zhao Jinxin handed one menu to Chang Sheng and spread the other in front of Li Shua, gently inquiring, What would you like to eat? If your stomach isn't well, we can keep it light. Li Shuo cleared his throat. I'm fine now. Order whatever you like. He felt an urge to throw Zhao Jinxin out of the window. What was he trying to achieve with such audacity? After choosing their dishes, Zhao Jinxin excused himself to the restroom. Once he was out of sight, Chang Sheng leaned forward, lowering his voice. How did you end up with Zhao Jinxin? Li Shuo paused, surprised. You know him? He may not know me, but who in the Chinese gay community doesn't know him? Li Shuo took a sip of tea, pushing down the discomfort he felt, and responded with a calm smile. Oh, why is he so famous? Is it just because he's wealthy? He's good-looking and affluent. But most importantly, he has a peculiar taste for older partners since he was a teenager. Chang Sheng reclined in his chair, tapping his fingers on the table. Scrutinizing Li Shuo with a smirk, someone like you, in your early 30s, handsome and refined, fits his type perfectly. Li Shuo chuckled. I've noticed. You're still smiling? He has a reputation for discarding partners once he's done with them. Don't be naive. Li Shuo paused, smirking. You underestimate me. I'm only in it for the fun. What's there to be naive about? Chang Sheng exhaled in relief. That's good. As long as you have the right mindset, you won T lose out. This guy is quite a catch. Li Shuo observed Zhao Jinxin returning from a distance, his hand beneath the table slowly forming a fist. How well did he truly know Zhao Jinxin? Besides being Xiao Kun's cousin, what other unfamiliar facets could this man possess? Zhao Jinxin resumed his seat, and the three continued to converse. Zhao Jinxin seamlessly integrating himself into their discussion, occasionally inquiring about Li Shuo's university days. Chang Sheng, without Li Shuo's prompting, tactfully redirected the conversation. Their banter continued as they dined, maintaining a seemingly harmonious atmosphere. Eventually, the main courses arrived. Both Li Shuo and Zhao Jinxin had ordered the restaurant's signature beef, and Zhao Jinxin cut his portion into smaller pieces before swapping plates with Li Shuo. Chang Sheng raised an eyebrow, feeling a tinge of awkwardness. Zhao Jinxin smiled, lifting Li Shuo's hand from beneath the table, showing it to Chang Sheng. His hand is injured. The wrist was marked with red abrasions from a mishap the previous day. Li Shuo withdrew his hand. It's just a scrape. Zhao Jinxin's current tenderness felt insincerely ostentatious. When I was hurt, you were quite attentive as well. Zhao Jinxin smiled at Li Shuo, seemingly oblivious to the tension. Eat up. This place is quite famous. If you like it, we can come again next time. In front of Chang Sheng, Li Shuo could only manage a forced smile of gratitude, burying himself in his meal. After a few bites, Zhao Jinxin excused himself again for the restroom. Once he departed, Chang Sheng teased. He treats you well. I never expected him to have such a character. He doesn't seem to have any ulterior motives. Li Shu Shuklad legally. We get along fine. Chang Sheng continued. Why does he keep asking about your university days? Didn't you talk about it before? When I was in college. He was just a kid. There wasn't much to discuss. Chang Sheng laughed. That's true. But honestly, if it weren't for Zhao Jinxin's reputation, I would suspect he has feelings for you. Li Shuo laughed dismissively, though a sense of desolation washed over him. Until yesterday, he believed Zhao Jinxin genuinely cared for him, relishing in his own charm. Chang Sheng's words were like a revelation, making him realize Zhao Jinxin's true intentions. Initially, it was about helping his cousin deal with a rival, only to find himself attracted to the rival. Zhao Jinxin's professed affection was likely sincere, especially given their intimate compatibility. As long as Zhao Jinxin had not yet grown tired of the game, Li Shuo felt a surge of bitterness and anger. He was furious at how easily he had fallen into a sordid trap and how hastily he had developed feelings for someone so disingenuous. He resented Xiao Kun and Zhao Jinxin's despicable actions and was equally infuriated with his own foolishness. By the way, Chang Sheng suddenly recalled. I ran into someone at the bidding meeting. Guess who? Li Shuo chuckled. Spare me the suspense. Who is it? Han Fei. Li Shuo froze. The mention of that name sending a jolt through him. Han Fei had been his longest relationship, spanning over 3 years from freshman to senior year, and was once the person he cherished most. I had intended to tell you earlier, but then you brought. Chang Sheng gestured towards Zhao Jinxin's plate. Unable to finish his thought, Li Shuo sighed. I didn't expect to hear news of him. Is he doing well? It is not often that one hears of my association with him in the realm of the four greats. Over the years, I have certainly heard much about him and encountered him a couple of times. He appears to be doing quite well. Once a poor boy, He now earns a respectable salary in the hundreds of thousands. The last time we met, he inquired about you. Oh, what did he ask? Just the usual, how you have been, where you are, and so forth. Nothing of great significance, but I thought it prudent to mention it, in case you wish to reminisce. He seems quite nostalgic. Li Shuo indeed harbored a desire to meet Han Fei, yet he felt a profound sense of guilt towards that individual. Had he been less immature back then, more understanding and less critical, perhaps they could have remained together. With such thoughts in his mind, he mused that perhaps it was better to remain apart. He let out a bitter laugh, confessing, I have never forgotten him, but feelings once lost cannot be reclaimed. Just consider this as if I never mentioned it. After a while, Zhao Jinxin returned, his lips slightly pale, yet his smile unwavering. Cheng Sheng asked, Are you all right? What happened to your mouth? He had not noticed earlier, but now he could see a small tear at the corner of Zhao Jinxin's lips. I drank too much water during the day, Zhao Jinxin replied with a smile, seemingly recalling the incident, and half-jokingly pointed at Li Shuo. He bit me. Wasn't he bad? Li Shuo coughed, lightly chiding Jinxin. Stop it. Zhao Jinxin, unfazed, winked at Cheng Sheng, who joined in the laughter. After their meal, Cheng Sheng departed first, and Li Shuo immediately dropped his fade, furrowing his brow at Zhao Jinxin. What do you mean by this? I am meeting an old friend. Why are you intruding? Zhao Jinxin blinked innocently. How was I to know it was a friend? You are so charming. I feared you might be on a date with someone else. Dating someone else is merely a matter of time. It shouldn't concern you, Li Shuo retorted, standing up and grabbing his coat as he prepared to leave. Zhao Jinxin trailed closely behind. He's also gay, isn't he? He pursued you, has he? Besides, yes, not your type. And you're not my type either, Li Shuo couldn't help but scoff. But you like me, don't you? Zhao Jinxin seized Li Shuo's arm, twisting him to face him. You enjoy being with me, don't you? You find pleasure in our intimacy. I like you too, and I cherish our moments together. If that's the case, why do you reject me? If you are angry, what can I do to appease you? Li Shuo's eyes blazed with fury as he coldly replied. Zhao Jinxin, is sex all you can think about? I enjoy certain things in life, but I do not live solely for that. You conspire with someone who has wronged me, and you expect me to act as if nothing has happened. If you truly care for me, cease your harassment. Let us preserve some fond memories of each other and part amicably. That would suffice. He exerted all his strength to shake off Zhao Jinxin's grip and strode away. In the next moment, his body was swept into a broad embrace, Zhao Jinxin's arms encircling him tightly from behind, as if attempting to meld him into his very being, an embrace that felt impenetrable. Just as Li Shuo was about to erupt in anger, Zhao Jinxin whispered softly in his ear, I'm sorry. The voice was tender and frail, almost pitiful. Li Shuo froze. I didn't mean it that way. I don't just want to sleep with you. Zhao Jinxin murmured, I genuinely like you. Everything about you captivates me. If given another chance, I would never agree to my brother's scheme against you. From the moment I first laid eyes on you, my interest was not for anyone else's sake. I simply couldn't help but want to be near you. Imsuri. Umklali. Please don't be angry with me anymore. Can we go back to how we were? Li Shuo's heart trembled slightly at Zhao Jinxin's soft, submissive tone. He felt a flicker of wavering resolve. However, thoughts of Xiao Kun, other past actions, and Cheng Sheng's opinions on Zhao Jinxin made him doubt his understanding of the man before him. Perhaps all that he admired was merely a fade. What remained of his affection if it was all an illusion? What justification was there to pursue a relationship? Merely for copulation? He was a human being, not an animal. Zhao Jinxin repeatedly brushed against Li Shuo's cheek and neck, lamenting, Uncle Li, let us reconcile, please. I have not deceived you. I truly care for you. Li Shuo closed his eyes, and amidst the muddled thoughts, a sudden clarity struck him. He opened his eyes, gritting his teeth. You say you haven't lied to me? I have not. I like you, Zhao Jinxin insisted. Didn't you claim that you have a clotting disorder? Just now, I bit your lip. How are you unharmed? The thought that Zhao Jinxin might have deceived him for his own pleasure ignited Li Shuo's rage, causing him to tremble with fury. Zhao Jinxin tightened his embrace, responding solemnly, I simply bleed slower than others. It's not serious. A small cut might bleed for a moment, but it's not a big deal. I just forgot to prepare the coagulant today. Actually, Shut up. Li Shuo gritted his teeth. Zhao Jinxin, your words are nothing but lies. I despise you. Let me go. He struggled fiercely. Zhao Jinxin, left with no choice, released him, looking forlorn as he pleaded, I haven't lied. Li Shua took a deep breath, calmly and coldly stating, once the contract is finalized, I will arrange for a liaison at the firm to handle all our business communications from now on. He hailed a taxi and swiftly climbed in. Watching the taxi speed away, Zhao Jinxin gently stroked his forehead, muttering two harsh words through clenched teeth. Damn it. After a brief pause, he let out a derisive laugh. Upon returning home, Li Shua believed he had finally escaped Zhao Jinxin, only to be met by his mother's probing question as soon as he stepped through the door. Did Jinxin come by to see you this afternoon? Resigned. Li Shua nodded. Yes, I was feeling well yesterday. He came to check on me. Mr. Li closed the book he was holding, scrutinizing his son intently. Li Shua felt uneasy under his father's gaze. What is the matter, Dad? You're not developing feelings for Jinxin, are you? Mr. Li's unexpected remark caught him off guard. Li Shua frowned. Dad, what are you talking about? Cold sweat broke out on his back. Had this question been posed 2 days prior, how would he have responded? When he believed he had done nothing wrong, he had little desire or inclination to lie. Thus he would likely have admitted it. If he were to foolishly confess his feelings for Zhao Jinxin, only to find himself cruelly toyed with in the end, he would be at a loss as to how to face his parents. Look at Jinxin. He is quite handsome. You two have spent a lot of time together lately, and your relationship seems to be going well. Yesterday you even danced together, Mr. Li remarked awkwardly. Can we not think too much into it? Oh, and Jinxin is a sheep by zodiac. Mrs. Li chimed in with apparent seriousness. Mom, that is superstitious. Li Shua sighed. Dad, please don't overthink it. We're just friends. Mr. Li sighed with relief. That's good. Otherwise, how would I explain to your Uncle Zhao and his wife? Mrs. Li disagreed. Why do you speak of our son like that? There's nothing wrong with him. In today's open society, it's essential to respect the wishes of a younger generation. While she said this, she added, but being gay isn't necessarily a good thing. You shouldn't date my friend's son. What is wrong with my friend's son? Is our Xiao Shua not good enough for him? Aside from not being as wealthy, how is he inferior? It's not that, Mr. Li interjected. What do you mean by that? Li Shu. Exasperata. Respunda. You two can argue all you like. I'm going to bed. I'm not arguing with him. Mrs. Li insisted, pulling Li Shua aside. Whoever you choose, I will support you. I believe in your judgment. Li Shua gently tousled her hair and said, Mom, if I ever have someone special, I promise to tell you. Since I haven't mentioned anyone, please don't jump to conclusions, all right? Mrs. Li flashed him a thumbs up. Li Shua thought to himself that if he had been in the United States for a longer time, he would surely have been aware of Zhao Jinxin's notorious reputation. However, his parents, being from the older generation, were unlikely to be privy to any gossip from the gay community. If they were aware, they would certainly advise him to keep a distance from Zhao Jinxin. Everyone knows that it's best to steer clear of a notorious flirt. Zhao Jinxin was a master of seduction and bed skills. Li Shua was well aware that this young man was not as innocent as he pretended to be. Yet, Li Shua was overly confident and infatuated, thinking that as long as Zhao Jinxin liked him, there was no need to label him based on past actions. The truth, however, proved that he was not only deluding himself, but also blind to the reality. His fall from grace was utterly embarrassing. He could not bear the thought of being humiliated by the one he cared for most. Li Shua received a call from Xiang Ning, urging him to return to the country swiftly. This was not the first time Xiang Ning had pressed him. He suspected that the partners were putting pressure on Xiang Ning due to his absence. During his time away, Xiang Ning had shouldered all the responsibilities, leaving Li Shua feeling both guilty and anxious. Consequently, he contacted his lawyer again to inquire about the progress of the contract, only to be told that the necessary internal procedures were still pending, and there would be no quick resolution. Li Shua had a nagging suspicion that Zhao Jinxin was meddling, as he had previously assured Li Shua that the processes would be completed swiftly, with the earliest signing possible by the following Monday. Now, the timeline was uncertain. Li Shua could only attempt to reassure Xiang Ning while pressing the lawyer for updates, but he knew the lawyer lacked the influence to escalate the matter with Zhao Rongtian. Thus, he was left with no choice but to contact Zhao Jinxin. However, after some hesitation, he decided against calling him, choosing instead to wait a couple more days. Zhao Jinxin had not been idle, sending flirtatious messages to Li Shua, all of which Li Shua ignored. He spent his days at home reading, exercising, cooking, savoring tea, and cultivating his inner self. With his imminent return home, he wanted to spend more time with his family. and he needed to quiet his mind to forget the lingering memories Zhao Jinxin had left on his body. Otherwise, he would find himself obsessing over meaningless thoughts, such as wishing Zhao Jinxin were not Xiao Kun's cousin. Even if Zhao Jinxin were a flirt, he would have been willing to be friends with benefits. But life does not entertain what-ifs, and he demanded of himself to erase Zhao Jinxin completely from his mind. That afternoon, Zhao Jinxin called again, only to be hung up on. Almost immediately, a text followed. "Uncle Li, if you don't answer my call, I will come to your house to find you." Li Shuo raised his middle finger at his phone, redialing Zhao Jinxin, and said coolly, "What do you want? Regardless of the reason, do not come to my house. My parents might misunderstand." "They are not misunderstanding. We are nothing at the moment." Li Shuo's voice turned icy. "What is the status of the contract?" "Why haven't I heard anything for several days? There are objections from the finance department. We are still discussing internally, but I will expedite it." Zhao Jinxin chuckled. "Are you anxious? If you are so concerned, why not call me? If you truly cared, you would push this forward regardless of my prompting. If you were deliberately stalling, my inquiries are of no consequence." "Of course, they are useful," Zhao Jinxin purred. "As long as Uncle Li says something nice, my work efficiency can soar." Li Shu responda. "Then I must rely on the capable Zhao to exert extra effort." Realizing Li Shuo intended to end the call, Zhao Jinxin hastily added, "I want to see you. Without the contract signing, I have no reason to meet you. Then I shall drop by your house. I'm sure your parents would welcome me." "Zhao Jinxin, am I not being clear enough?" Zhao Jinxin softly replied, "You are clear, but I am equally straightforward in expressing my feelings for you. How can I give up just because you are angry? What must I do for you to forgive me?" "Thank you for your affection," Li Shuo replied, his face devoid of expression. "If you truly wish for my forgiveness, have Xiao Kun personally apologize to me and make amends for the damage to my reputation." Zhao Jinxin was momentarily speechless. Li Shuo smiled gently. "Is that too difficult? It is expected. You are all allies in this. I am merely an outsider. There is no need to compromise familial harmony for my sake. The weather is pleasant today. You should go out and enjoy it. Goodbye." After hanging up, Li Shuo exhaled slowly, the tension in his chest easing slightly. Each time Zhao Jinxin feigned innocence, he found it hard not to soften. He had always been someone who easily empathized with others, or perhaps it should not be called empathy, as kindness was one of his life philosophies. Yet each time, he was acutely aware that Zhao Jinxin might be deceiving him, as their relationship had been built on lies from the beginning, orchestrated by his adversary. He could forgive unintentional mistakes and genuine remorse, but he could not forgive a deceitful liar, especially when the deception pertained to emotions that pained him deeply. When Zhao Jinxin appeared at Li Shuo's home before dinner, Li Shuo realized he had underestimated the young man's audacity. Li Shuo's parents were both surprised and perplexed. Their gazes at him were complex. Li Shuo recalled the time in high school when he was stalked by an overly enthusiastic admirer, and combined with Zhao Jinxin's cheerful demeanor, he felt as though he had jumped into the Yellow River and could not wash away his shame. He could only steel himself and offer an explanation. Jinxin has come to discuss the contract with me. It seems there are some objections from the finance department." Mr. Li furrowed his brow. "Why didn't you discuss the objections with me?" Zhao Jinxin smiled. "Aren't you busy with another major project? It's best we handle this. It's not a significant matter." Mr. Li replied, "That's true. Jinxin, why not stay for dinner? We could talk afterward." "Thank you, Uncle," Zhao Jinxin said, handing Mrs. Li a gift box. "Auntie, I brought you an avocado cake. It's low in fat and tastes delightful. Please try it, and if you like it, I can have a shop deliver more." Mrs. Li beamed. "Jinxin, you are so considerate." "Thank you, come, sit down. I just brewed a pot of flower tea." Zhao Jinxin sat down comfortably, complimenting the tea set and engaging in lively conversation with Mrs. Li. Li Shuo felt increasingly sidelined and asked his father about the progress of the major project he had been following. This was a strategic project for Enen Group, crucial for developing the Asian market in the coming years, and it was unnecessary to involve his father or Zhao Rongtian in trivial matters like this. As dinner time approached, Zhao Jinxin acted as if he had known the family forever, mingling effortlessly with Li Shuo's parents, housekeeper, nanny, and driver, making it impossible for Li Shuo to send him away. After dinner, Li Shuo suggested, "Let us go to the study to discuss." He was genuinely concerned about Zhao Jinxin saying or doing something inappropriate in front of his parents. Zhao Jinxin shook the folder of documents. "Let us go." Li Shuo led him upstairs to the study. and as soon as the door closed, Zhao Jinxin's true color showed as he lunged toward him. Li Shuo had anticipated this and quickly dodged, his anger flaring. "Zhao Jinxin, do not go too far." Zhao Jinxin pouted, looking almost like he would wag his tail. "I missed you. It's been several days since we last saw each other. Do you have no sense of shame?" Li Shuo could no longer contain his frustration and shouted quietly. Zhao Jinxin froze, staring intently at Li Shuo. After venting his anger, Li Shuo felt he might have been too harsh, but he also realized that being gentle would yield no benefits. Clenching his fists, he spoke in a low voice. "Listen carefully. Your cousin is the person I detest the most, yet you profess to like me while conspiring with him to deceive and manipulate me. How can you still act as if nothing is wrong in front of me? Do not deplete the last remnants of my goodwill." Zhao Jinxin's expression darkened. His hands clenched and then released behind his back, before tightening once more as he spoke softly. "I cannot alter the past, but I will strive to make amends. Furthermore, I refuse to believe you can forget me so easily." "Eventually, I will forget you," Li Shuo retorted with a cold laugh. "So do not flatter yourself. At least not yet." Zhao Jinxin advanced step by step towards Li Shuo, asserting at the very least, "You are still thinking of me, recalling how I captivated you, remembering how you pleaded with me, and how I ensnared you." Li Shuo instinctively took a few steps back, feeling the pressure of Zhao Jinxin's intimidating gaze. This was becoming all too familiar. He had lost count of how many times this man had made him feel like a stranger, as if the Zhao Jinxin he knew was vastly different from the one standing before him. Zhao Jinxin seized Li Shuo's waist and deftly tripped him, causing Li Shuo to fall backward onto the desk. Unable to endure any longer, Li Shuo struck out at Zhao Jinxin's face, but Zhao Jinxin, without flinching, grasped Li Shuo's wrist and firmly pressed it down onto the desk. Li Shuo narrowed his eyes and demanded, "What do you intend to do, Zhao Jinxin?" Zhao Jinxin smiled ambiguously, his gaze tracing the contours of Li Shuo's lips. "I told you, I miss you. How could I resist when Uncle Li is so enticing? You must take responsibility. Why should I be accountable for your unreciprocated feelings?" Li Shuo shot back. "To be honest, making love with me must be quite exhilarating." Zhao Jinxin leaned in gently, pressing his lips against Li Shuo's in a soft kiss. Li Shuo found Zhao Jinxin's demeanor chilling, realizing the immense strength he possessed. Had he truly held back during their playful scuffles in the past? Admit it, it felt good, didn't it? Zhao Jinxin chuckled softly when Uncle Li was being intimate. He certainly wasn't as coy, was he? "In my presence, you were more authentically yourself. Can you truly let me go? Who else can bring you to such heights of pleasure?" Li Shuo gritted his teeth. "With you, it's only about the pleasure of sex, you deceitful hypocrite." Perhaps this aggressive Zhao Jinxin was his true self, yet the young man he once adored, so charming and carefree, was merely a fade. This was the truth he loathed to accept. "Then let us restrict ourselves to mere physical intimacy." Zhao Jinxin purred playfully, yet his actions belied a primal urge as he pressed against Li Shuo's thigh. "Since we both desire it, why not indulge? I will increase your commission by half as compensation for your losses during this time. Just do not be angry with me, for I truly miss you." Zhao Jinxin pressed his lips against Li Shuo's once more, this time tenderly and lingeringly. A wave of despair washed over Li Shuo, a profound sense of disappointment and anger engulfing him. He forcefully pushed Zhao Jinxin away, gritting his teeth, "Get out of my house." A glint of coldness flickered in Zhao Jinxin's eyes as he restrained Li Shuo's wrist, his expression complex. Li Shuo coldly declared, "As if I have never known you." Zhao Jinxin bit his lip, gradually lowering his head until it rested against Li Shuo's shoulder, whispering like a mosquito, "I'm sorry. I truly do not know what to do anymore." Li Shuo paused, his heart racing with anxiety as he resolutely pushed Zhao Jinxin away and stood up. "You should leave." Zhao Jinxin stood still for a moment, then gathered his documents and turned to leave. Li Shuo sank wearily into a chair, pondering which version of Zhao Jinxin was the true one. In the following days, Zhao Jinxin ceased his harassment of Li Shuo, leaving Li Shuo feeling an emptiness within, prompting him to engage in self-deprecating humor. It seemed Zhao Jinxin was preparing to give up, as he too was on the verge of returning home. Once he left, he would be far away, and naturally, Li Shuo would find peace. On Friday, Li Shuo received a call from his lawyer informing him that the contract could be signed that day. Overjoyed, He replied that he would arrive shortly, coinciding with his father's visit to the company, so he hitched a ride. As they approached 7th Avenue, they found themselves stuck in heavy traffic, a common occurrence. Uncle Guang turned off the engine and glanced at the time, uncertain of how long the jam would last. Li Shuo chuckled. Uncle Guang, if you've driven in the capital, this doesn't seem too bad. Oh, how long does it take you to get to work? 20 minutes without traffic. But it's unpredictable with congestion, he replied. While they chatted, Li Shuo's phone rang. He saw it was Zhao Jinxin calling. Considering it was likely a business matter due to the contract, he answered. Hello? Brotherly, where are you now? Zhao Jinxin's voice was indeed serious. We're stuck on 7th Avenue, almost there. All right, we'll wait. Before Zhao Jinxin could finish his sentence, a deafening explosion erupted in Li Shuo's ears. Accompanied by violent tremors, his heart raced and his scalp tingled as the 4-ton SUV rocked like a toy. His phone slipped from his grasp, and, instinctively, he grasped the back of the driver's seat to stabilize himself. What was happening? In shock, Li Shuo turned to follow the sound of the explosion. Several hundred meters behind them, flames shot into the sky, thick smoke billowed, and car horns blared chaotically. Pedestrians fled in terror, screaming bomb. Uncle Guang suddenly cried out in alarm. Li Shuo whipped around to see his father slumped over the steering wheel, clutching his chest, his face pale, eyes wide, shaking uncontrollably. Dad! Li Shuo sput. Meanwhile, in the office of the Enin Group, Zhao Jinxin heard the dual blast from both the window and his phone, leaving him momentarily stunned. The lawyer leaped to his feet, rushing to the window, exclaiming, My God, there has been an explosion on 7th Avenue. Zhao Jinxin sprang from the sofa, rushing towards the door. He shouted into the phone as he sprinted to the elevator. Li Shuo, Li Shu. The cacophony on the other end was overwhelming, filled with the sounds of car horns, sirens, and screams, but absent was the voice he desperately wished to hear. Zhao Jinxin's complexion turned ashen, his heart sinking as he reached the elevator, realizing it would take ages for one to arrive. He kicked open the emergency exit door and raced down the stairs. Li Shuo, can you hear me? Li Shuo. His desperate cries echoed through the empty hallway, colliding with the walls. Damn it, answer me. In frustration, he hurled his phone against the wall, shattering it into pieces. Medic, where's the medic? Li Shuo shouted as he gripped Uncle Guang's sleeve. Trembling, Uncle Guang retrieved a bottle of medicine from the compartment. Li Shuo snatched the bottle, quickly pouring 2 pills into his father's mouth, then opened a bottle of water to help him swallow, but most of it spilled, dousing the 3 of them. Li Shuo exited the car, opened the passenger door, and dragged his father out, laying him flat on the ground. His father's pupils dilated, his body stiffened, and he had lost consciousness. The situation was dire. Breathing heavily, Li Shuo's mind buzzed as tears welled in his eyes, his legs trembling under the weight of despair. He bit down hard on his lip, using the pain to force himself to remain calm, kneeling beside his father to perform CPR. After just a few compressions, Li Shuo felt a hard shove against his back, nearly toppling him onto his father. He turned to see a panicked man tumble beside him, and he instinctively pushed him away. The street was chaos. Some sought to escape the danger, while others searched for loved ones, the crowd surging in both directions, threatening to trample them at any moment. Uncle Guang exited the vehicle, positioning his frail body in front of Li Shuo, saying quickly, I'll shield you, as he dialed 911. Li Shuo leaned down, administering artificial respiration while firmly pressing on his father's heart area. Sweat drenched his forehead as fear invaded his entire being like a plague, and he had never felt time stretch so unbearably long. Dad, please, wake up. Wake up. He pressed relentlessly until his arms grew numb. At last, Mr. Li exhibited a faint breath. Uncle Guang was on the verge of tears. The emergency call won't connect. Li Shuo glanced around in despair. All the cars were jammed together, and the street was chaotic with people. It was impossible to drive anywhere, and the nearest hospital was 2 blocks away. Given the proximity to the explosion, all emergency resources were undoubtedly occupied. Stifling tears, Li Shuo gritted his teeth and hoisted his father onto his back. His father, a robust man, weighed at least 30 pounds more than him, and as he lifted him, his legs trembled with strain. Hey, stop. 3 young black men suddenly blocked their path, brandishing knives. Hand over your wallet. With bloodshot eyes, Li Shuo shouted, Get lost. Uncle Guang echoed, Get out of the way. These men, clearly under the influence of drugs, intended to rob amidst the chaos. You can't hold that old guy for long. Hurry up and give us your wallet. I'll give it, just let us go. Uncle Guang yelled as he rummaged through the car for his wallet. In the next moment, Li Shua's vision blurred as one of the assailants was kicked away like a rag doll. Zhao Xin seen. Li Shua stared in disbelief as Zhao Jin Xian twisted another man's shoulder and landed a punch to his face, watching as the man's tooth flew from his mouth in slow motion. The last standing robber finally reacted, lunging forward with a knife. Zhao Jin Xian deftly dodged and seized his wrist, executing a vicious maneuver that elicited a scream from the assailant. Grabbing the man's hair, Zhao Jin Xian slammed his head against the car window, rendering him limp. Throughout this, Zhao Jin Xian's expression was chillingly fierce, a stark contrast to his usual nonchalant demeanor. Li Shua stared at him, speechless. The two locked eyes from less than 2 meters apart. For a fleeting moment, the chaos and explosions vanished, leaving only the connection between them. Li Shua perceived Zhao Jin Xian as sharp, valiant, and formidable against the backdrop of smoke and turmoil. Zhao Jin Xian looked at Li Shua, his disheveled hair and red-rimmed eyes betraying his usual composure, revealing only desperation and disarray. In that ephemeral gaze, something pierced through their hearts. Zhao Jin Xian dashed over, grasped Li Shua's neck, and kissed him forcefully. The intensity of the kiss caused Li Shua's jaw to ache. Yet that pain bestowed an unexpected sense of calm, allowing his turbulent emotions to regain a semblance of composure. Zhao Jin Xian violently shrugged off his suit jacket, took Li Shua's father on his back, and said in a low voice to the hospital. Li Shua, at a loss for words, followed Zhao Jin Xian as they sprinted towards the hospital 2 blocks away, pushing through the crowd with Uncle Guang. Sweat streamed down his face as he uttered the most fervent, sincere prayer of his life. Zhao Jin Xian initially ran swiftly, but halfway through, he was already panting heavily, his eyes bloodshot and his shirt soaked with sweat. Let me take over. Li Shuja. No need. We're almost there, Zhao Jin Xian replied, trembling. Li Shua understood how heavy his father was. His legs had quaked under the weight. At Zhao Jin Xian's current pace, he would struggle to run 100 meters. Zhao Jin Xian pushed forward for 2 blocks, visibly faltering as the hospital came into view, his legs beginning to wobble. Li Shua supported his father to prevent him from falling, while Uncle Guang rushed ahead to call for emergency assistance. As they neared their destination, 2 male nurses emerged from the chaotic hospital, carrying a stretcher. The moment Zhao Jin Xian placed Mr. Li onto the stretcher, he felt the world spin and collapsed onto the ground. Xin Xin. Li Shua glanced between his father and Zhao Jin Xian, anxiety etched on his face. Zhao Jin Xian gasped for air. Don't worry about me. Go. Li Shua gritted his teeth and turned to follow the stretcher. Inside the hospital, injured patients filled every corner, creating a tumultuous and crowded scene. After a struggle, they managed to get Mr. Li into the emergency room. Li Shua and Uncle Guang stared at the closed door, their hearts gnawed by anxiety. Uncle Guang sank to the floor, quietly weeping. Li Shua wiped the sweat from his brow and knelt beside him, comforting him. Uncle Guang, don't be afraid. My dad will be fine. Uncle Guang choked back tears. Should we notify Madam? Not yet. There was an explosion nearby. It's dangerous and chaotic. Just then, Uncle Guang's phone rang. It was a call from home. Li Shua took the phone, shushing Uncle Guang, and stepped into a quieter stairwell to answer. Uncle Li, his mother cried, where are you? There was an explosion on 7th Avenue. Mom, it's me. Your phone. I've been trying to reach you and your dad. You're scaring me. We're okay. My dad and I were just in a meeting. Li Shua's voice was calm and reassuring. Mom, we're safe. Stay at home and don't go outside. It's not safe. His mother sighed in relief. As long as you're both fine, that's all that matters. After hanging up, Li Shua leaned against the wall, closing his eyes tightly, overwhelmed. He couldn't bear to think about what would happen if his father. What could he do? He felt utterly helpless. If it weren't for Zhao Jin Xian, he might not have even made it to the hospital. He prayed to every deity he could think of, never having experienced such pain and despair. Regaining his composure, Li Shua returned to the emergency room. Uncle Guang stood against the wall, his face etched with sorrow, looking pitiful. Li Shua took a deep breath, patting Uncle Guang's shoulder. Uncle Guang, stay here. I need to check on Jin Xian. He was uncertain of Zhao Jin Xian's condition. Perhaps he was utterly spent and unable to move. Uncle Guang nodded. Go quickly, we owe him so much. Li Shua dashed out of the hospital, his eyes scanning for that familiar figure. At last, amidst the chaos, noise, and suffering in the hospital corridor, he spotted Zhao Jin Xin sitting on the floor by a public phone, looking utterly exhausted as he spoke on the phone. Li Shua's heart fluttered as he approached step by step. Zhao Jin Xin noticed him, slowly hanging up the phone and reaching out his hand. Li Shua knelt before him. "Are you okay?" Zhao Jin Xin pulled him into a tight embrace, his grip fierce, as if afraid Li Shua would vanish. "You scare me to death," he murmured. Li Shua felt warmth in his eyes and returned the embrace. "Thank you. Thank you." Zhao Jin Xin stroked his back. "As long as you're okay. Your uncle will be fine. I've arranged for a cardiac specialist from a nearby hospital. A helicopter will arrive in 5 minutes. If your uncle's condition allows, he'll be transferred directly." Li Shua choked on his words. "Thank you." At that moment, he could think of nothing else to say. This man had appeared during his life's most vulnerable, desperate moment, pulling him from the abyss. No one had ever given him such a profound emotional shock. Zhao Jin Xin gently wiped away the tears from the corners of Li Shua's eyes, suppressing his own tumultuous feelings and smiling slightly. "I never expected Uncle Li to have such a pitiful side. If you were to ask me to fetch the moon now, I might even agree." Li Shua managed a faint smile, tears still shimmering in his eyes, yet he held them back. Zhao Jin Xin softly kissed his eyelids, whispering, "Don't be afraid." In the 28th chapter, Li Shua helped Zhao Jinxin to his feet. Zhao Jinxin's complexion remained pallid. The sudden and intense exertion had taken a toll on his body, leading to potential muscle damage and inevitable aftereffects. "Can you walk?" Li Shu inquired. Zhao Jinxin leaned against him, weakly responding, "I can't. My legs hurt terribly, my hands ache, my whole body is in pain." Li Shua felt a pang of guilt. "Should I carry you?" he offered. "No, just support me," Zhao Jinxin replied. Li Shua assisted Zhao Jinxin to a chair. "Rest here for a moment. I need to go to the emergency room." Zhao Jinxin grasped Li Shua's hand, pulling him to sit beside him. "Let me catch my breath for 2 minutes. I'll accompany you. By then, the cardiologist should have arrived." Li Shua frequently glanced toward the emergency room, his anxiety mounting, yet he knew that impatience would not help, as he could not rush in to aid his father. Regulating his breath, he asked, "Do you know what caused the explosion?" "I heard it was a terrorist attack, a car bomb. The blast site was just over a kilometer from your vehicle," Zhao Jinxin recalled. The chilling fear from the moment he heard the lawyer's shout about the explosion on 7th Avenue still haunting him. During the frantic dash to 7th Avenue, he had dared not entertain the thought that Li Shua might be in danger until he saw him standing there unharmed, at which point his heart finally settled. He truly wished never to experience such a moment again. Li Shua clenched his fists against his forehead, filled with frustration. His father had suffered a heart attack several years prior, though it had been mild, prompting an early retirement for health reasons. Yet, unable to remain idle, he had become a financial advisor to Zhao Rongtian. Over the years, his father maintained a healthy lifestyle, light diet, regular sleep, and consistent exercise, appearing robust. Had it not been for the excessive shock today that triggered another episode, those around him would have nearly forgotten his condition. In such chaos, had Zhao Jinxin not appeared suddenly, Li Shua could hardly fathom the consequences. Zhao Jinxin gently stroked Li Shua's back with his warm palm, saying nothing further. After a brief respite, the two made their way to the emergency room, just as the hospital's senior staff arrived with a renowned cardiologist to assist. Li Shua sat anxiously outside the emergency room, time dragging on interminably. Zhao Jinxin took his hand, enveloping it with both of his, softly rubbing the warm skin with his thumb. At that moment, Li Shua could hardly think of Shao Kun or betrayal. He was solely concerned with whether his father would pull through, knowing that any kindness offered now was merely a source of comfort. After an agonizing 40 minutes, the emergency room light extinguished. Li Shua rose stiffly, his eyes fixed on the doctor emerging from the room, his body trembling uncontrollably. Zhao Jinxin held his hand tightly. The doctor smiled, stating that CPR had been highly effective, and thanks to the prompt medical attention, his father was now stable. Tears that Li Shua had been holding back streamed down his face as he covered his eyes, speechless with emotion. Uncle Guang rubbed his own heart. Caught between laughter and tears, Zhao Jinxin smiled with relief, embracing Li Shua and gently patting his back. "See, I told you he would be fine." Li Shua wiped his tears and gently pushed Zhao Jinxin away, feeling a twinge of embarrassment now that the crisis had passed. He composed himself and solemnly said, Jin XN. Thank you. Zhao Jinxin opened his hands, revealing a bright smile. At your service. Li Shu Shuklat. Mr. Li had not yet regained consciousness and was being transported by helicopter to a superior hospital. Li Shuo and Zhao Jinxin accompanied him, while Uncle Guang returned home to fetch Mrs. Li. When she arrived at the hospital, her eyes were swollen from crying. By then, Li Shuo had regained his composure and was softly comforting his mother. Zhao Rongtian and his wife also came to visit. After a long day filled with chaos until dusk, Li Shuo finally settled everyone and everything. His mother was adamant about not returning home, insisting on staying at the hospital. After coaxing her to finish her meal, he finally found a moment to rest. He exited the ward, sinking into the sofa in the tea room, closing his eyes to feign sleep. This floor housed high-end patient rooms, with amenities rivaling a five-star hotel, making it relatively quiet. The day had been exhausting and interminable. He felt he could drift off while seated. Suddenly, he heard the faint sound of footsteps. Opening his eyes, he saw Zhao Jinxin walking in. Why haven't you gone home? Li Shuo asked, surprised, thinking Zhao Jinxin had left with his parents. I'm here to keep you company, Zhao Jinxin replied, sitting beside him with a beaming smile. Li Shuo rubbed his face. You haven't eaten, have you? I'm fine. I'm not hungry. I just spoke with the professor about your father's condition. This was an unexpected episode. He has been well cared for over the years and will recover. Don't worry too much. Li Shu Nudda. My father appears quite healthy most of the time. Sometimes I forget. His voice trailed off. For so many years, in pursuit of my career and freedom, I left them both here. Zhao Jinxin tousled his hair. Don't think like that. You are forging your own path. They're proud of you. Li Shuo managed a faint smile. The events of the day prompted him to reconsider his decisions. His previous determination to return home had been largely to escape his father's shadow. Now, after a decade of proving himself, with his parents aging, was it selfish to fulfill his filial duties across the Pacific? He contemplated and asked Zhao Jinxin, as an only child yourself, wouldn't your father miss you being sent back to the country? Of course he would, but my experience has shown that a bit of distance can actually bring us closer. I'm often away from the United States, yet I frequently return for family reunions. When I was younger, they were overly protective, which fostered a strong sense of rebellion in me. I developed a love for adventure and extreme sports. Zhao Jinxin chuckled. Shaking his head, I always sought to prove that I could emerge unscathed, even in peril. I was rather immature back then. However, it was during that period that my parents eased their control over me, and I began to understand them better. So, you need not feel guilty about past decisions. A little distance and longing can enhance harmony and tolerance in relationships. Li Shuo gazed quietly at Zhao Jinxin, his eyes shining brightly in the dim light. He found himself increasingly perplexed by this man. The one who acted coy and deceitful was the same person who had descended like an angel today, expending every ounce of strength to assist him. What kind of person was Zhao Jinxin? Was he concealing his true self behind a facade? Or were all these facets genuinely him, merely shifting according to context and emotion? Zhao Jinxin blinked. Why are you looking at me like that? Do you think I'm exceptionally handsome today? Li Shuo laughed. You truly are handsome. He paused. I don't know how to express my gratitude. Gratitude, huh? Although it may seem opportunistic to say this now. Zhao Jinxin Lenat Kluze, souffly kissing Li Shuo's lips. How about I offer myself in return? Li Shuo stared at Zhao Jinxin for several seconds before solemnly replying. All right. Zhao Jinxin raised an eyebrow. Darling, I was just joking. You are not joking. I know you're serious. Li Shuo gently held his chin. You saved my father's life today. I owe you a debt of gratitude that cannot be overstated. I, Li Shuo, am clear about my debts. From now on, I will not mention the matter of the deception involving you and Shao Kun. I would agree to anything you proposed at this moment. He was not one to leave others in his debt. And if it came down to balancing his father's life against anything else, he realized he would willingly give anything. Zhao Jinxin's expression froze for a moment. Then he revealed a stiff smile. Oh, you really wish to repay me with yourself. Why not? It is indeed quite comfortable being with you, and I have nothing to sacrifice. Of course, if you have other requests, feel free to voice them. Zhao Jinxin's lips trembled slightly as he chuckled. Do you think everything I did today was merely to coerce you into my bed? No, you save people out of your compassion. But what you desire from me, and what I can provide, is precisely this. Although Li Shuo vowed to no longer mention Shao Kun, the trust between them had already crumbled. The only thing he could offer Zhao Jinxin was this. He believed that this was indeed what Zhao Jinxin sought. Li Shuo contemplated that, given Zhao Jinxin's notorious reputation. An unencumbered relationship as mere bed partners must be his most fervent desire. Zhao Jinxin's fingertips gently caressed Li Shuo's face, his voice laced with a subtle seduction. What if I desire more than just this? Then we must reacquaint ourselves and rebuild trust. Li Shuo suddenly felt a powerful thump from his heart. This heart still trembled for Zhao Jinxin, yet was now encircled by heavy concerns. Although he wished this incident had never occurred, since it had, perhaps it could serve as an opportunity for them. A glimmering hole had opened up in the wall of worry he had built around his heart. If they could accept the true Zhao Jinxin this time, break through the barriers of their past, and return to the initial, wholehearted trust and affection, it would prove that their fate was strong enough to bind them for longer and further. This was Li Shuo's sentiment. He could immerse himself fully in passion, but could never forsake rational thought. Zhao Jinxin regarded him for a moment before bursting into laughter. Li Shuo silently observed him. Zhao Jinxin playfully patted Li Shuo's cheek, smiling as he said, "Uncle Li, I truly admire you. No one has ever dared to treat me this way. I find your proposition most appealing." Suddenly, he captured Li Shuo's lips, somewhat roughly claiming that soft mouth, his tongue forcing its way past the teeth, invading the warm cavity with reckless abandon. Li Shuo was momentarily taken aback, but soon reciprocated. Zhao Jinxin's kiss was like a stone cast into the tranquil lake of his weary heart, shattering the surface calm and stirring the depths. Their kiss was fervent and wild, even tinged with an incomprehensible ferocity, as if they wished to consume one another whole. Zhao Jinxin roughly tugged at Li Shuo's clothing, biting at his chest. "No, not here," Li Shuo protested, pushing Zhao Jinxin's head away. Zhao Jinxin paid no heed, as if he bore a grudge against those clothes, intent on tearing them apart. "Jinxin, there are cameras here." Li Shuo forcefully shoved him away. Zhao Jinxin froze, lowering his head, obscuring his emotions. Li Shuo adjusted his clothing, sensing that Zhao Jinxin might be upset, though he could not be certain. "Jinxin?" Li Shuo reached out to touch his face. Zhao Jinxin seized Li Shuo's hand firmly. The grip was painful on Li Shuo's wrist, yet he remained silent. Zhao Jinxin brought his hand to his lips for a gentle kiss, then slowly lifted his head, smiling to reveal a set of pearly white teeth. "Uncle Li, you're just too tempting. It makes it hard to resist." Li Shuo exhaled in relief. That moment had placed considerable pressure on him. He sat upright from the sofa. "Stop fooling around. There are cameras all over the hospital." Zhao Jinxin reclined on the sofa, embracing his waist, resting his head on Li Shuo's leg. "Then can we at least rest like this for a while?" Li Shuo affectionately stroked his hair. "All right." He felt exceptionally drained, wishing only to sit in quietude for a moment, wanting to do nothing. The harrowing events of the day were one thing. He had also just spent those 5 minutes reevaluating his feelings, a highly concentrated endeavor that was anything but exhausting. Was he doing the right thing? Li Shu Bundarat. Trust no longer existed between him and Zhao Jinxin, and he was beset by both resentment and gratitude, two extremely complex emotions. Perhaps this was indeed the only way forward. The next day, Mr. Li awoke, and both Li Shuo and his mother finally felt a weight lift from their hearts. Mr. Li remained optimistic, even joking about nearly being scared to death. Before Li Shuo and his mother could speak, Uncle Guang scolded him, nearly in tears. Uncle Guang, an orphan, had followed Mr. Li since his teenage years, accompanying him from China to America, where he married and settled down. Their families had become as close as kin, and Mr. Li's misfortune weighed heavily on him. Li Shuo later learned the full details of the bombing incident, which, as Zhao Jinxin had stated, was a terrorist car bomb attack that resulted in over 100 casualties. This news spread across the globe within hours, and as a direct witness to the event, Li Shuo mourned for the innocent victims, while also feeling grateful that his father had escaped with his life. Naturally, news reached China, and the following day, Xiangning called. Initially, it was just a polite inquiry about whether Li Shuo had been affected, but it turned into a harrowing tale. After Li Shuo finished, Xiangning took a long time to process it, exclaiming, "My goodness, you are truly fortunate to be alive." That was the most terrifying experience of my life. Just thinking about it still frightens me. The past is behind us. Your uncle survived a great calamity and will surely have blessings to come. Thank you. Li Shuo sighed. Xianggu, I must postpone my return to China. With my father like this, I cannot leave. After a moment of silence, Xiang Ning replied with a wry smile, Brother, it seems rather inappropriate to mention this now. But could you make time to return, even if just for 2 days? What is wrong? Li Shuo felt a sense of unease. After such an incident, they still wanted him to return? Xiang Ning was not someone who lacked discernment, so there must indeed be some urgent matter at the firm. Manager Liang is extremely dissatisfied with you. I've been bearing the brunt of it during this time and trying to persuade him. The firm's business volume has dropped by half this quarter, all due to the negative rumors stemming from your lawsuit. Xiang Ning spoke tiredly. Brother, if you don't return soon, I truly want to be able to manage. Li Shuo closed his eyes, furrowing his brow deeply, feeling a mix of frustration and guilt, along with an even greater loathing for Xiao Kun. He said in a low voice, Xiang Ge, I'm sorry. I've been in America during this time, and you've been managing everything. I'll cause you too much trouble. You don't need to say that to me. When I was in difficulty, you helped me without hesitation. However, Manager Liang's doubts and anger are entirely understandable. You should return, apologize, and discuss things. I completely understand Manager Liang, and I am more than willing to apologize, Li Shuo replied wearily. But now is when my parents need me the most. Xiang Ning Xiang Yi, please give me some time to consider. I'll call you tomorrow at this time to inform you of my decision, all right? Very well. I wish your uncle a speedy recovery. Thank you. After hanging up, Li Shuo opened the door. Gazing at his father lying in a hospital bed and his mother feeding him, his heart sinking. That evening, Li Shuo returned home to fetch his father's change of clothes. It was the first time in 2 days that he and Uncle Guang were alone together. Uncle Guang frequently stole glances at Li Shuo through the rearview mirror. Initially, Li Shuo pretended not to notice, but eventually, he could not help but smile. Uncle Guang, if you have something to say, just say it. It's about Zhao Jinxin, isn't it? Uncle Guang cleared his throat. Well, he had witnessed Zhao Jinxin kiss him clearly, but in the ensuing chaos, no one had the presence of mind to reflect on it. Li Shuo laughed. Please don't tell my parents, all right? What kind of talk is that? If I truly intended to tell them, would you even have the chance to say so? Uncle Guang replied, pouting. You're too kind. Li Shuo extended his fist. Uncle Guang smiled and bumped fists with him, then inquired with curiosity, when did you two get together? It hasn't been long. We're still just dating. Oh, actually, you two are quite a match, although young Mr. Zhao does seem a bit of a playboy. Li Shuo stifled a laugh, thinking how astute the elder's intuition was. He is a sheep, Uncle Guang said with a serious demeanor. Perhaps he is the destined prince that Madam spoke of. You've been brainwashed by my mother too. Some things are indeed quite accurate. You see, you both are well-matched in appearance and family background, and Mr. Zhao is so valiant and handsome. Uncle Guang is optimistic about you too. Li Shuo replied helplessly. Thank you, Uncle Guang. He and Zhao Jinxin do seem to share a unique bond. Regardless of the reasons behind Zhao Jinxin's presence before him, fate has indeed brought them together, and for a time, he felt as if they were in love. If one were to view the situation dialectically, their tumultuous interactions could be regarded as a testament to the adage that good things come to those who endure hardships. As for what the future holds, it has always been something he prefers not to dwell on. Their entire family believes in Buddhism, which teaches that one should not cling to the past, present, or future. He understands that he should not regret the past, not contend with the present, and not doubt the future. Ordinary people may not achieve such a lofty state of mind, but the pursuit of it is what constitutes cultivation. Thus, he strives to act in accordance with his conscience, minimize regrets about the past, maintain a righteous heart, and not overly concern himself with immediate gains or losses, nor indulge in anxieties about the future. His father's unexpected demise has only strengthened his conviction that the future is unattainable. All he needs to do is focus on the present, executing his current responsibilities and making decisions accordingly. Presently, he believes that the ideal mode of interaction with Zhao Jinxin is as he proposed. Zhao Jinxin should act according to his heart while he paces himself with a clear path ahead. Upon returning home, Li Shuo tidied up his clothes and personal items. Noticing that it was still early, he sat alone in the garden, contemplating the koi in the pond. The weather gradually warmed. In the blink of an eye, he had been back in the United States for over 3 months. Initially, he intended to stay for no more than 2 weeks, as his thoughts were preoccupied with someone. In such a brief span of time, everything had changed. His career, life, and relationships had turned upside down. He never anticipated that the stable career he had built over 10 years would face a crisis at the peak of his success. Initially, he harbored disdain for Xiao Kun. Had it not been for Xiao Kun's malicious scheming, many events would not have unfolded in this manner. However, upon reflection, he recognized that the crisis in his career stemmed from the seeds of malevolence he had sown himself, which external forces had now brought to fruition. A fleeting moment of poor judgment led him to breach professional ethics and the law, assisting a friend in defrauding a loan through false accounts. He was the one most accountable for this crisis, merely reaping the consequences of his own actions. With events reaching this point, he felt unexpectedly relieved. No one can commit wrongdoing without facing repercussions. The cycle of cause and effect transcends time and space, ultimately holding one accountable. And now he was paying the price for the most ethically unsettling decision of his life. Such fairness left him with no grounds for complaint. After coming to this realization, despite feeling immense discomfort, he forced himself to dial Xiang Ning's number. It seemed as if the other party had been awaiting his call. As it connected after barely a ring, little brother. Brother Xiang. Li Shuo took a deep breath. How is uncle? He has awakened and is currently recuperating in the hospital. The doctor says he needs to rest for a while to regain his strength. Oh, it's good that he has awakened. Then you. Li Shuo suddenly felt a pang of sorrow in his nose. I won't be returning for the time being. Little brother, I have decided to retain only 20% of my original shares. I will sell the remaining shares to you and General Liang at a 70% discount of the market price. And I will no longer participate in the operation of the firm, as my apology and compensation for this period. Li Shu. Xiang Ning grew anxious. What do you mean by this? I am not trying to force you out. Brother Xiang, please listen calmly. I find it both bittersweet and incredulous that I am ending the career I built through a phone call. So much has transpired during this time. This decision was not made impulsively, but rather after careful consideration. I have been away from home for too many years, failing to fulfill my filial duties to my parents. Now that my father is unwell, it is the time he needs me the most, and I wish to be nowhere else. My personal reputation has significantly impacted the firm. Whether as an owner or a partner, I have been woefully inadequate. This decision is something I can justify to you, and you can explain it to General Yang. Xiang Ning sighed heavily. Little brother, this is absolutely not our intent. Li Shuo managed a faint smile. I understand, but I believe this is for the best. When I return to the country, I will certainly apologize to both of you in person. Please don't say that. Xiang Ning's voice sounded pained. As for the ending contract, I will still sign it under the firm's name, and I will serve as a consultant and liaison, solely responsible for the Enin project, which will sound better both internally and externally. Xiang Ning responded with a heavy aha. Li Shuo exhaled deeply, smiling. Brother Xiang, thank you for all your assistance over the years. I still need you to keep an eye on Changxiu's matter, all right? That is no problem. If you change your mind, just let me know. I can help you stall for a few more days. Brother Xiang, there's no need. I originally intended to call General Liang myself, but I was concerned that he would be in a bad mood, making communication difficult, so I troubled you instead. I will have Lawyer Yang draft the contract, and we will proceed from there. After ending the call, Li Shuo felt as if a significant weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He had so swiftly and simply sold his career. When he first returned to the country, he had only $2,000 in internship wages, working at a small firm. At that time, $2,000 was a considerable sum, but due to his lack of understanding of money, he spent it all within a month. Consequently, he experienced living in a basement and consuming instant noodles by the box. Fortunately, his time spent teaching in Africa made him dismiss such hardships. After a year of work, his salary tripled, allowing him to smoothly transition to a foreign enterprise, where he accumulated 2 more years of experience before registering his own firm, gradually climbing higher until he achieved everything he has today. Yet, he ended it all with a mere phone call. It is both bittersweet and absurd. This way, he would have ample time to accompany his parents and enough moments to contemplate what he wishes to pursue in the future. Rubbing his aching temples, he adjusted his emotions, gathered his belongings, and returned to the hospital. Upon entering the ward, he found Zhao Jinxin accompanying his father in a game of Go. Li Shuo was taken aback. What brings you here? I came to see uncle. Zhao Jinxin, with a black stone nestled between his long fingers, waved it at him. Uncle's skills in Go are quite commendable. Mr. Li, you two are rather impressive, Li's father replied. Li Shuo glanced at the board. Where the black and white stones were fiercely contending, with white stones perilously gaining the upper hand. Uncle Guang interjected. "Ah, Mr. Li, let me play with you. Let the young ones have a chat." "This game is not yet finished," Mr. Li disagreed. "Playing with you is just the same." Uncle Guang nudged Zhao Jinxin away from his seat and winked at them. Li Shuo found it both amusing and exasperating. Zhao Jinxin smiled. "This hospital has an antique coffee machine from Italy, and they actually have the audacity to use it here. I brought some mambling from home. Come, let me show you." "Sure." The two made their way to the pantry where they had chatted the night before. Zhao Jinxin opened a cupboard and pulled out a hand-crank coffee machine that looked quite vintage. Even from a distance, the rich aroma of coffee beans wafted through the air. Li Shuo chuckled. "How did you discover this?" "The dean told me. Many people are unaware. Please take a seat." Zhao Jinxin poured in the coffee beans and patiently began grinding. Li Shuo settled onto a sofa, watching Zhao Jinxin diligently brew the coffee. Captivated by the broadness of his back, the strength of his arms, and the elegance of his long legs, becoming increasingly entranced. He has encountered many charismatic men from various age groups and fields, yet Zhao Jinxin possesses an extraordinary allure that surpasses all others. Even his capricious nature exudes an undeniable sensuality. It is only natural that someone so youthful would be somewhat of a libertine. At a similar age, had he not crossed paths with Han Fei, he too would have indulged in fleeting encounters, relishing the reckless abandon and novelty of youth. Recently, he had indeed been somewhat blinded by desire, believing he could win Zhao Jinxin's heart. In retrospect, it appears that even his affections may not have been genuine, revealing the depths of his own arrogance. The rich aroma of coffee soon filled the air. Zhao Jinxin inquired. "Sugar?" "One piece," he replied. Zhao Jinxin presented the coffee to him, urging, "Give it a try." Li Shuo blew on the surface before taking a sip, savoring the smooth richness and robust flavor. Pleasantly surprised, he exclaimed, "Truly remarkable." Leaning against the counter, Zhao Jinxin took a sip himself, nodding in agreement. "This coffee machine is extraordinary. I'm gonna see if I can procure the same model." Li Shuo smiled lightly, yet his gaze fell upon the dense liquid in his cup, his thoughts drifting back to the office. "What is the matter?" Zhao Jinxin seated himself beside him, gently caressing his face. "You don't seem well today." "It's nothing," Li Shuo replied, taking another sip. "Are you unwilling to share?" Zhao Jinxin scrutinized his eyes, playfully twirling a finger. "So this renewed chapter of ours, does it not include sharing our burdens and joys?" Li Shuo regarded him, a complex mix of resentment and gratitude surging within him. The very person who had forced him to sell his firm sat before him, yet he was also his father's savior. What could he possibly say? He set down the coffee cup and softly remarked, "Some burdens truly do not need to be shared." Zhao Jinxin studied him for a couple of seconds, shrugged, and turned away. "Very well." Li Shuo rubbed the nape of his neck, hoping this coffee would invigorate him until nightfall. However, Zhao Jinxin tilted his neck and teased, "While you may not wish to share your troubles, I have ways to help you forget them, if only temporarily." "Oh, really?" Li Shuo smiled faintly. "And how might I forget?" Zhao Jinxin leaned closer, brushing his lips against Li Shuo's, whispering, "By making love." Li Shuo smirked. "In your eyes, is everything resolvable through lovemaking?" "Absolutely. Otherwise, why would both humans and animals be so enamored with it, indulging for millions of years without fatigue?" Zhao Jinxin placed his coffee cup down, rising from a sofa, retreating towards the door with a mischievous smile. "Do you know what the dean told me besides the coffee machine?" Li Shuo narrowed his eyes. "What?" He revealed the name of the security guard in the hospital surveillance room. "If I gave him a pack of cigarettes, he'll temporarily disable the cameras in this break room." Zhao Jinxin reached the door, slowly closing it and locking it. Li Shuo's breath became suddenly heavier. Indeed, lovemaking was an excellent way to relieve stress, especially with Zhao Jinxin. He understood that it would allow him to forget not only his troubles, but everything else as well. Zhao Jinxin licked his lips, chuckling. "After treating you to such delightful coffee, how will you repay me?" Li Shuo's voice unconsciously dropped to a husky whisper. "What do you wish for in return?" "I want to see you undress." Li Shuo gently traced his finger over his knee, then moved to the buttons. Li Shuo had barely removed half of his clothing when Zhao Jinxin could no longer contain himself, lunging forward to press him against the sofa, kissing him passionately. The moment their bodies connected, the suppressed desire within them erupted, and they eagerly kissed and caressed one another. Li Shuo craved this madness, especially during this intensely disheartening period of his life. Zhao Jinxin's firm embrace and warm body offered him the most primal and reliable comfort. In that secluded break room, they unleashed their passion while desperately stifling their sounds, the thrill of secrecy intensifying their pleasure, leading them into a bottomless abyss of ecstasy. The madness in the break room left Li Shuo with a tinge of regret. Though he was not one to adhere strictly to conventions, he had never engaged in such outrageous behavior. Yet, whenever he was with Zhao Jinxin, it seemed he could not restrain himself from attempting bolder actions. Ironically, he could make love with Zhao Jinxin in public, but hesitated to open his heart. This contradiction represented their current state perfectly. After all, that day, Zhao Jinxin had tacitly acknowledged their arrangement as bed partners. For days, Li Shuo had deliberately avoided contemplating their conversation from that day. Now, with his mind finally calm, he reflected on how he had been profoundly shaken by the unexpected news about his father, rendering him out of sorts. He could have expressed himself more delicately rather than implying that Zhao Jinxin was coercing him, and it was no wonder Zhao Jinxin had been angered. However, his proposal had been correct. He could not trust Zhao Jinxin, who likely viewed him as nothing more than a passing amusement. Hence his evasion of the topic of rebuilding trust. He preferred clarity in communication, keeping matters straightforward. If they were to engage physically, let it remain just that, free from emotional entanglements. It suited them both well. As for the emotions he had cast out like a net, he could retrieve them bit by bit, even if it meant ensnaring a heap of debris. During the week his father was hospitalized, Zhao Jinxin visited twice. On the day of his discharge, Zhao Jinxin even offered to help, but Li Shuo declined. He feared that Zhao Jinxin's frequent appearances would raise suspicions with his parents. Although he felt his father was astute enough to suspect something, his intelligence meant that as long as he kept silent, no one would question him. Uncle Guang and the housekeeper were busy tidying up, while he rushed to the hospital to complete the discharge procedures. After gathering the paperwork, he hurried back to the ward. As Li Shuo stepped into the elevator, watching the doors slowly close, a voice suddenly called out, "Please wait." The voice was not loud, its tone calm and steady, lacking any hint of urgency, yet carrying a unique accent that was quite pleasant and oddly familiar to Li Shuo. Almost instinctively, he stepped forward, using his arm to block the elevator doors. As they opened, a handsome, refined face appeared before him. Both men froze for a moment, memories flooding back like a long-sealed box bursting open, dust swirling in the air and blurring their vision. Li Shuo felt his breath quaver, uncertainly whispering, "Fei." The unexpected presence was none other than Han Fei. He was as melodious as his name suggested. Even after all these years, he appeared little changed, slender build, pale face, bright eyes, exuding a cool, tranquil demeanor. Although he had lost some of the youthful vitality of his early 20s, he retained an unforgettable clarity of presence. Han Fei opened his mouth, pausing for several seconds before softly saying, "Xiao Shuo." As the elevator doors prepared to close once more, Li Shuo, disregarding any semblance of decorum, quickly slipped through the gap, nearly colliding with Han Fei, who instinctively stepped back. Li Shuo felt a mix of embarrassment and anxiety. Despite being 34 and accustomed to grand settings, the reunion made him feel like a naive youth once more in the presence of this man. After a few moments of silence, both calmed themselves. Li Shuo smiled. "I truly did not expect to encounter you here." Han Fei returned the smile, his gaze warm. "Indeed. Are you here? My father is hospitalized, but he is being discharged today. He is fine now. What about you?" "My mother fell and fractured a bone, but it's nothing serious." Once again, they found themselves in a silent standoff. Once intimately close, they now stood as distant strangers, filling Li Shuo with a bittersweet ache. "Cheng Sheng." The two spoke in unison. Han Fei chuckled softly, and Li Shuo joined in the laughter. Drawing a deep breath, Li Shuo regained his usual nonchalant demeanor. "I heard from Cheng Sheng that he has seen you. Today, I am accompanying my father to be discharged from the hospital, and I have a party to host at home. If you have time another day, may I invite you to dinner?" Han Fei replied with a smile. "Sure. My phone number is 20,267. 202-6785? Han Fei paused, surprised. "You still remember. It turns out you haven't changed it. In fact, I haven't changed mine either." A wave of gloom washed over Li Shuo. How could he possibly forget that number? He had dialed it countless times, even contemplated calling after their breakup, but ultimately refrained. Initially, it was out of pride. Later he understood Han Fei better and felt unworthy to face him. And eventually, time dulled the edges of his emotions. Han Fei smiled faintly, Then, let's reconnect another day. Li Shua nodded. Han Fei took a couple of steps towards the elevator, then turned back, softly asking, Xiao Shua, are you doing well? Yes. Li Shua gazed at him quietly. And you? Han Fei replied with a smile. I am well too. He turned and entered the elevator. The two exchanged glances, as if peering through each other's aids into their very souls, until the elevator doors finally closed. Li Shua shut his eyes, lightly tapped his forehead twice, and then let out a heavy sigh. Han Fei, Han Fei, Han Fei. They had unexpectedly encountered each other. If one were to ask Li Shua who the man he adored most in this lifetime was, he would unhesitatingly utter the name Han Fei. He once believed that their souls were profoundly intertwined and felt prepared to share a lifetime together. However, later on, Han Fei not only influenced him with his calm and steady demeanor, but also shaped his aesthetic sensibilities, leaving traces of himself in every person Li Shua loved thereafter. Only Zhao Jinxin was different. Suddenly, Zhao Jinxin's face flashed in Li Shua's mind, startling him. Why would he think of Zhao Jinxin at such a moment? His phone rang abruptly, alleviating his inexplicable discomfort. Upon answering, he realized it was his mother urging him, and he responded briefly, promising to head up shortly. Back in the hospital room, Mr. Li insisted that they take a photo together, joking that he would never return again. Li Shua, burdened with thoughts, smiled awkwardly. Days later, an international courier delivered the contract for the transfer of shares to Li Shua. He read the contract 3 times, not out of concern for any hidden traps, but to convince himself with the black and white text to accept the decision he had made. Then, he solemnly signed his name. In that moment, he felt as if he had been skinned alive, selling off the hard-earned business he had built, a sense of loss that few could comprehend. After resolving that contract, the only remaining matter was the contract with Inan, which included the company's seal in the package, allowing him to sign it there. However, to sign the contract, he had to inform the Zhao family of his and the firm's current situation. He didn't want to discuss this matter privately with Zhao Jinxin. Firstly, because he had vowed never to mention what Xiao Kun had done to him in front of Zhao Jinxin, and secondly, because bringing it up would inevitably lead to discomfort for both of them. Yet, the partners had a right to know, and it was both reasonable and ethical. He could not conceal such matters due to personal issues. Reluctantly, he took the contract and went to Inan Group. Zhao Jinxin was delighted to see him, pulling him into the office for a warm kiss before asking, Are you planning to sign the contract today? Li Shua pushed him away, but before we sign, there is something I need you and your uncle to understand, after which you can decide whether to continue collaborating with the firm. Zhao Jinxin frowned slightly at Li Shua's serious demeanor. What reason do we have not to cooperate? The contract is already completed. Li Shua adjusted his tie, concealing his agitated emotions, and stated earnestly, Due to a reason we both know, I have sold my shares in the firm, retaining only a few original shares, and will no longer participate in the firm's operations. Zhao Jinxin's expression darkened, quietly observing Li Shua, waiting for him to continue. You may seek better partners, but if you still wish to collaborate with my firm, I will oversee the Inan project as a consultant, ensuring that our service quality remains uncompromised. Zhao Jinxin crossed his arms, lowering his head slightly, and after a moment of silence, he raised his gaze and said softly, I am sorry. Li Shua shrugged, feeling no inclination to respond. He had already accepted Zhao Jinxin's apology, as it had saved his father's life, and everything was settled. The person who truly owed him an apology was clearly not present. He said, Discuss it with your uncle. Regardless of the outcome, I will respect your decision. I can also recommend my friend's firm to you. I never intended to impact your career. Zhao Jinxin pressed his lips together. You intervened in my brother's relationship with Li Chengxiu. I just wanted to help my brother. Did he tell you that? Li Shua couldn't help but interrupt Zhao Jinxin, his tone involuntarily rising. Isn't that the case? Li Shua gritted his teeth. He inhaled sharply, swallowing back the words he wanted to say. Fine, I said I wouldn't bring it up, so I wouldn't. Let us not discuss it. Perhaps we should address it. Doesn't it gnaw at you to leave it unsaid? What good would it do to speak about it? Li Shua clenched the file back, his hands trembling. Inside lay the contract he had personally drafted and signed, relinquishing the fruits of his labor. And the architect of it all was none other than this man's cousin before him. Does talking about it ease my heart? Would it change anything? Zhao Jinxin sat beside Li Shua, his gaze calm as water. I know you harbor a great deal of resentment. Let it out. I am primarily to blame, so it doesn't count as breaking your promise. Li Shuo tightened his fists and turned his face away. No need. My brother said you had your sights on Li Chengxiu even when he and she were doing well, intervening when their relationship was in crisis. Is he lying to me? Zhao Jinxin clearly refused to relent. Li Shuo's expression darkened, and he barely managed to utter two words. No. So, what you did and what I did are fundamentally no different. Groundless reasoning. Li Shuo sprang to his feet, his anger surging uncontrollably. Do you know what kind of beast Xiao Kun is? Do you know how he treats Xingxiu? I'm not snatching love. I am saving a good person from indignity and harm. Zhao Jinxin sighed. My brother has a bad temper, is domineering and impulsive, but he has never liked anyone as much as he likes her. Does he like you? He likes my brother. They are just tormenting each other. What concern is it of yours? What do you understand? Li Shuo picked up the file bag. If you can't discuss business, I will take my leave. Affected by the firm's issues, he was already in a low emotional state. Remaining any longer, even for a second, looking at Zhao Jinxin's face. He feared he would lose control of his temper. Zhao Jinxin rushed after him, pressing down on the door Li Shuo had just pulled open, slamming it shut. Li Shuo took a deep breath, turned around, and calmly said, Jinxin, I'm not here to argue today, nor do I wish to quarrel with you. Our positions differ, and debating right or wrong is entirely pointless. Zhao Jinxin gently touched his face. I'm not here to argue about right and wrong. I just want you to vent. I know my brother is a jerk, but I cannot force him to apologize to you, so I apologize on his behalf. I am sorry for your career, and I apologize for concealing my identity, but I will not apologize for disrupting your relationship with Li Chengxiu, because you are not blameless in this matter either. Zhao Jinxin pressed his finger against Li Shuo's lips, silencing any potential retort. He took Li Shuo's earlobe into his mouth and said suggestively, Moreover, I have already stated that from the very first moment I laid eyes on you, everything I have done has not solely been for my brother. Even if you were the emperor himself, I would still make you mine. Li Shuo felt warmth radiating from his palm, and the anger brewing in his chest dissipated significantly. He pushed Zhao Jinxin away, saying, Let's consider that my outburst. Please do not bring it up again. Zhao Jinxin wrapped his arms around Li Shuo's waist, chuckling softly. Now that you've vented, isn't it my turn? Li Shuo felt a chill run down his spine and retorted, Is there anything else on your mind besides this? Just 2 nights ago, they had spent half the night together, and his waist still ached. He could hardly endure such intensity, especially given their 11-year age difference. Furthermore, he did not appreciate resolving every conflict through intimacy. The best way to mend disagreements was through communication, yet they had little to discuss. I have neither delayed my work nor disrupted my life. What is so wrong with that? Zhao Jinxin gently bit his lip, pulling him closer. I cannot. I have matters to attend to. Li Shuo resisted Zhao Jinxin's advances. Zhao Jinxin did not press hard, but rather confined Li Shuo in his embrace, teasing him until he felt flustered. At that moment, an unwelcome phone call interrupted their moment. I truly have something to handle. Li Shuo forcefully pushed Zhao Jinxin away and, without glancing at the caller ID, answered the phone. Hello? Xiao Shuo. Li Shuo paused, his expression and tone shifting to one of caution. Fei Yi. Zhao Jinxin narrowed his eyes. The voice on the other end emitted a soft, pleasant laugh. I was waiting for you to call me. After some thought, I realized, at our age, why play these games? So, I decided to reach out to you. Li Shuo chuckled. I have been busy with something quite important these past few days. I intended to contact you once I was finished truly. Yes, I know. You have never lied to me. Han Fei Yi continued, so, if you're free today, shall we have dinner together? Sure, where shall we go? Li Shuo pondered. The usual place? There was a brief pause on the line. All right, the usual place. After hanging up, Li Shuo met Zhao Jinxin's teasing gaze, stating, I shall take my leave now. Please let me know after you have discussed with your uncle. Zhao Jinxin pinned him against the door, trapping him within his arms, and said with a smile, Darling, is it a date? Who are you seeing? Li Shuo considered his words carefully, feeling that honesty might not be the best policy and unwilling to lie. Thus, he compromised slightly. I am meeting an old friend. An old friend at the usual place? Zhao Jinxin squinted. It wouldn't happen to be an ex-boyfriend, would it? Li Shuo met Zhao Jinxin's gaze, unwavering, and replied yes. Zhao Jinxin clicked his tongue. You couldn't even bother to flatter me? I dislike lying and see no need to. Li Shuo responda. Zhao Jinxin pressed his chest against Li Shuo's, their faces nearly touching, breaths mingling. A dangerous glint flickered in his eyes. What if I don't allow you to go? Li Shuo instinctively swallowed hard. What reason would you have to stop me? He was uncertain of Zhao Jinxin's potential justification. Yet he found himself anticipating a reason, though he could not articulate what he was waiting for. Zhao Jinxin merely gazed into his eyes, and after a moment, smiled. It seems I genuinely have no reason to prevent you. After all, I am not really anyone to you, merely a deceiver. Li Shu fronat, faling silin. Suddenly, Zhao Jinxin's large hand enveloped Li Shuo's head, roughly pushing it to the side before kissing the length of his neck. Li Shuo froze for a moment, feeling Zhao Jinxin's mouth sucking on his neck so forcefully it almost felt like a bite. Zhao Jinxin, realizing his intentions, Li Shuo abruptly pushed him away. Zhao Jinxin staggered back a few steps, licking his lips with a wicked smile, his voice soft. Go ahead. Li Shuo rubbed his neck, glaring at Zhao Jinxin in irritation. Can you not act more mature? Zhao Jinxin grinned. What does being mature entail? Can Uncle Zhao teach me? His pearly white teeth resembled those of a carnivorous beast. Li Shuo wished to confront Zhao Jinxin, questioning how he could so readily accept their arrangement in the hospital, yet now engage in such antics. However, he refrained from humiliating himself. Despite knowing countless individuals, he found this 20-something man utterly inscrutable. The more elusive Zhao Jinxin became, the less he wished to open his heart, especially after being deceived. Disappointed, Li Shuo shook his head, take care of yourself, and turned to leave. Zhao Jinxin stood with his hands on his hips, staring blankly at the closed door for a while, before muttering mockingly, take care of yourself? Who the hell cares? Back in the car. Li Shuo glanced at his neck in the rearview mirror, noticing a large, reddish-brown hickey adorning his skin. Only a scarf could conceal it, but wearing a scarf in such weather would look suspicious. He even contemplated using makeup to cover it. But what was the point of concealing it? Why should he hide it? Li Shu pundarat. He and Han Fei Yi had been apart for 12 years. 12 years. The thought of seeing Han Fei Yi again filled him with excitement and joy, evoking memories of their innocent and pure feelings from their school days, akin to sipping honey. Yet, upon reflection, they had not seen each other in 12 years. Perhaps Han Fei Yi had found someone else by now, and he too. Li Shuo gazed at the hickey in the mirror, lost in thought. He and Zhao Jinxin were nothing substantial, merely a physical encounter. However, that did not imply that there was something between him and Han Fei Yi. He could not deny a flicker of anticipation within him, but he could not distinguish whether it stemmed from nostalgia for his youth or current feelings for Han Fei Yi. Ultimately, he would find out by meeting him. Li Shuo released the collar he had been tugging at, and, no longer trying to obscure the truth, drove towards the CAF where he and Han Fei Yi used to frequent. This CAF, located near the university, was likely older than he was and had become a part of the school's history, frequented by students and faculty alike. Since graduating, Li Shuo had not returned. Much like his relationship with Han Fei Yi, which had languished for 12 years without inquiry. Upon entering the CAF, Li Shuo immediately spotted Han Fei Yi seated beneath a bookshelf in the corner. Today, he wore casual attire, resting his elbows on the table. His neck bent as he read. At a glance, he appeared no different from the surrounding students. Li Shuo felt as though he were witnessing a double exposure of past memories and present reality. He could not count the number of times Han Fei Yi had awaited him in this manner, reading until he approached, lifting his head and smiling slightly, saying, "You're late again." Han Fei Yi's smile pierced through the fog of time, reappearing before him. Li Shuo felt a pang in his heart. Gazing at Han Fei Yi's now matured face, unable to suppress a reflection on the swift passage of time. He wondered if Han Fei Yi viewed him with the same sentiment, sharing a trove of memories that made them akin to old friends. Li Shuo offered a gentle smile. "Sorry to keep you waiting. I just arrived too. Please have a seat," Han Fei Yi replied, surveying their surroundings, noting how little had changed over the years. "Indeed, but many new books have come and gone," Li Shuo replied with a chuckle, shaking his head. "And there are still patrons. 12 years have flown by in the blink of an eye." Han Fei Yi quietly regarded Li Shuo. "You have changed quite a bit, so composed, so stylish. Yet, you remain just as gentle." Li Shuo smiled softly. "You appear to have changed little." Han Fei Yi was a year older, yet even during their student days, he exhibited a maturity that surpassed Li Shuo's. Though his exterior resembled that of a delicate scholar, he possessed remarkable determination, insight, and bravery. This fluidity of strength and gentleness had only deepened with age. As Han Fei suddenly noticed the kiss mark on Li Shua's neck, he paused for a moment. Although Li Shua had been prepared, he instinctively covered his neck and apologized, saying, "I'm sorry, I was too reckless. I didn't intend to leave the house like this." Han Fei chuckled. What kind of person is he? Someone who loves to be reckless. Is he your boyfriend? Or? Li Shua suddenly felt a lump in his throat, inexplicably anxious, and softly replied, "Not a boyfriend." Han Fei nodded, choosing not to press further, his lowered brows making it difficult to discern his emotions. Such matters were commonplace in the gay community, especially since they were no longer children. "Where are you working now?" Li Shua changed the subject. "I switched jobs last year to a tech company focused on AI, serving as the financial director." As he spoke of his career, his spirits lifted a bit. "We raised $220 million in our Series B funding, planning to go public within 2 years. Congratulations, Li Shumilat. We shouldn't have met at a CAF today. We should be having a drink." "This is just fine." Han Fei raised his coffee cup. What matters is the company and the sentiment. The drink itself is secondary. Li Shua lifted his cup as well, clinking it against Han Fei's, sincerely saying, "Fei, I truly congratulate you." Han Fei took a sip of his coffee, his smile suddenly becoming somewhat stiff. "Our company's product focuses on medical AI. Last year, with the support of investors, we donated a batch of equipment worth $5 million to Africa." Li Shua was taken aback. The donation ceremony was quite grand. Our boss attended, and I went along. Han Fei took a deep breath. "After so many years, I finally went to Africa and provided a little help to the people there, though it was far too late. During that time, I kept thinking of you, Fei." Li Shua felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. "I've always wanted to apologize to you. I was so immature back then and didn't understand your struggles." He had grown up in a privileged environment, never having worried about money. At that time, he was too young to comprehend Han Fei's choices, and he regretted it in the years that followed. Han Fei's eyes turned slightly red. "I also want to apologize to you. You know, my parents came to America illegally. I couldn't refuse the annual salary of $50,000 back then, but I broke our promise." "Fei," Li Shua said solemnly, "I'm sorry." After 12 years, he finally had the chance to apologize to Han Fei sincerely and completely. Han Fei took a breath, calming his emotions, and gently replied, "Xiaoshu, no one is at fault. We were simply too young. At that time, I thought, if you loved me, why couldn't you stay for me? You thought if I loved you, why couldn't I go with you? In reality, I never stopped feeling inferior when I was with you. It was only a matter of time before we parted ways." "Fei, you have no reason to feel inferior." Li Shua gazed at him. "You are perfect." He still remembered the first time they met, the young man in a white shirt, handsome and composed, standing out among a crowd of tall individuals like a rare orchid, ethereal and solitary, reminiscent of a fawn in the woods, innocent and fragile, instantly capturing his heart. Han Fei smiled faintly. "Xiaoshu, you are the one who is truly perfect. You will never know how others perceive you. It is likely far better than you imagine." Li Shua laughed. "Thank you. You, who were handsome in your youth, have grown even more charming in your 30s, while I have become more like an older man, having dedicated myself to work these years." Han Fei yulked. "It seems you've been too busy to look in the mirror." Li Shua observed him earnestly. "We are both ordinary people, yet you possess little of the mundane essence, just as you did back then." Han Fei yulked. "You still know how to flatter. Time flies too quickly. Next year will be my zodiac year." Li Shua was momentarily taken aback. "You are also a sheep?" "Yes, didn't you forget? I'm a year older than you." "I didn't forget. I just remembered." Li Shua rubbed his hair, feeling inexplicably agitated. Two sheep, one younger by 11 years, who had spent an entire night entwined just days ago, and one older by a year, sitting right before him, reminiscing about a trove of youthful memories. Could it be that what the so-called master said was true? Li Shua hurriedly took a sip of his coffee, interrupting his thoughts, fearing he might be brainwashed. "These years I have always." Han Fei's words were interrupted by the ringing of a phone. Li Shua glanced at his phone on the table, and the screen displayed Zhao Jinxin's bare chest. Li Shua quickly grabbed the phone, while Han Fei awkwardly turned his head away. Li Shua cursed Zhao Jinxin in his mind, wondering when he had changed it. He answered the call, slightly irritated. "Hello? Uncle Li?" Zhao Jinxin's voice sounded pitiful. "What's wrong?" "My home." Li Shua felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing something might have happened. "The power's out." Li Shua paused for a moment. "I have something to do. I'm scared of the dark." Li Shua sighed. "How old are you now?" "Can't an adult be afraid of the dark?" Zhao Jinxin mumbled. "Uncle Li, could you come keep me company?" Li Li Shuo thought Zhao Jinxin was being ridiculous. Yet he couldn't entirely dismiss the possibility that Zhao Jinxin was genuinely afraid of the dark, despite having been deceived more than once. Han Fei suggested, "If you have something to do, you should go ahead. Today was just a casual chat." Li Shuo considered that Han Fei had seen the photo on the caller ID. He might really need to excuse himself to ease the earlier awkwardness. He said into the phone, "Hold on a moment." After hanging up, he awkwardly said, "Fei, I'm really sorry. Can we reconnect later?" Han Fei nodded with a faint smile. Li Shuo looked at him earnestly and couldn't help but reach out to touch his hair, saying, "Seeing you doing well makes me very, very happy." Han Fei's bright eyes sparkled, revealing a gentle smile. "I feel the same." Li Shuo stood up, gave a gentlemanly bow, and turned to leave. Han Fei watched his figure until it disappeared. After getting into his car, Li Shuo called Zhao Jinxin back. Zhao Jinxin picked up almost instantly. "Uncle, are you back? Tell me the truth. Are you just being difficult?" "No." Fao Hinxin replied timidly. "I'm really scared of the dark. When no one is with me at night, I have to leave a light on to sleep." Li Shuo had indeed heard of many people having such habits, and he momentarily couldn't tell if Zhao Jinxin was serious. If he was, then Zhao Jinxin must be frightened right now. He sighed, "Then wait for me. I'll come over now. Do you have emergency lights or candles at home?" "Yes," Zhao Jinxin whispered, "but the light is too dim. It looks scarier." Li Shuo began to believe Zhao Jinxin was genuinely afraid of the dark, so he reassured him. "Don't worry, I'll be there soon." As he drove, he thought about how Zhao Jinxin had been so valiant and fierce when dealing with those three robbers. Yet he often displayed a childlike side. Of course, in bed, he had a seductive side as well. This multifaceted and ever-changing Zhao Jinxin was both dangerous and uniquely charming. Li Shuo couldn't help but fantasize about Zhao Jinxin curled up in a blanket, hiding in a pitch-black room, waiting for him to comfort him. And a smile crept onto his lips. He reached Zhao Jinxin's home in record time. The entire building was indeed shrouded in darkness. It seemed the power was truly out. The luxurious apartment is equipped with a generator that provides emergency power, ensuring that the elevator remains functional. As Li Shuo ascends a staircase, he gently knocks twice on the door, which swings open in a whirlwind. A tall figure leaps from the shadows and envelopes him in a tight embrace. A wave of tenderness washes over Li Shuo as he softly pats Zhao Jinxin's back, murmuring, "It's all right, it's all right. Uncle Li is here." Zhao Jinxin licks the kiss mark he left on himself, revealing a smug smile. "You're so slow. Slow. I nearly ran a red light." Zhao Jinxin refuses to let go, retreating backwards into the room. This apartment features a duplex layout, with a single floor exceeding 200 square meters. The spacious living room is currently engulfed in darkness. Looking out through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, the surroundings reveal no taller buildings. Only the ominous deep blue night sky burdened with dark clouds, which appears somewhat frightening. Li Shuo vigorously rubs Zhao Jinxin's hair, reassuring him, "Are you feeling better now? I'm here, so there's nothing to fear." Finally lifting his head, Zhao Jinxin gazes at Li Shuo with a forlorn expression. "Did you enjoy your date? Why wouldn't I be happy to see an old friend thriving?" Li Shuo, reluctant to delve into matters concerning Han Fei, suddenly recalls something. "When did you change my caller ID picture? That is quite reckless. What if my parents see it?" Zhao Jinxin shrugs, unfazed. "I want you to think of me at all times." Li Shuo deletes the caller ID picture in front of him. "Don't do that again." He gestures to his neck. "This too. I'm serious. If you keep this up, I'll be upset." Zhao Jinxin wraps his arms around Li Shuo's neck. "What? Is it affecting your relationship with your ex?" He emphasizes the word ex. "It has nothing to do with whom I meet. It's impolite to show up with such things. Then you should come too. That way, we'll be even." Zhao Jinxin leans in closer, tilting his head. Li Shuo pushes him away. "I have no interest in that." Spotting the emergency lamp on the table, he turns it on. "Isn't this bright enough?" "Not sufficient. I want your company." Li Shuo, exasperated, asks, "Have you eaten?" "No. Let me prepare something for you." He takes the emergency lamp into the kitchen, retrieving various ingredients from the refrigerator. Zhao Jinxin hugs him from behind, resting his head against Li Shuo's neck like a large koala. "Li Shuo chakos in disbelief. Is this how you intend for me to cook?" "Just cook. I'll hold you." Zhao Jinxin shows no signs of releasing his grip. Resigned, Li Shuo allows Zhao Jinxin to cling to him as he skillfully washes and chops the vegetables in the light of the emergency lamp. After a moment of silence, Zhao Jinxin asks, "What kind of person was your ex-boyfriend?" Li Shu pausas briefly. "He was a truly wonderful person." "How wonderful?" "Well, very mature, intelligent, hardworking, sharp-witted, and peaceful in character. I was with him for 3 years, and I never once heard him speak ill of others." "Oh, he sounds perfect." Zhao Jinxin replies with a hint of mockery. "How did he become your ex then?" Li Shuo feels somewhat uncomfortable with Zhao Jinxin's veiled sarcasm, but refrains from commenting. "After I graduated from university, I went to Africa to teach aid, and he didn't go, so we parted ways. So it was him, the one who promised to go, but backed out for work." Li Shuo halts his chopping. "I've already mentioned this. He had his reasons. Even so, isn't that just being hypocritical? He came from a difficult background and finally secured a good job. At that time, I was only thinking of myself. I didn't care about money, assuming others wouldn't either. I was selfish." Zhao Jinxin chuckles lightly. "If he truly cared about money, he should have broken up with you. As long as he was with you, would he ever lack money? To put bluntly, he didn't trust you." Li Shuo slams the knife down, his voice dropping. "Jin Exant, this is about our feelings. I don't need, nor do I appreciate, your casual analysis. What do you understand? Even if he truly didn't trust me, that was my immaturity at the time, lacking the ability to provide him with the security he needed." Zhao Jinxin unconsciously loosens his grip, raising his voice. "So, it's all your fault that you broke up, and you must feel guilty, right? Are you planning to rekindle the passion of yesteryear?" Li Shuo turns to meet Zhao Jinxin's gaze, speaking earnestly. "What has passed is past, no matter how regretful or sorrowful. It's behind us. I have no intention of reigniting any passion." His affection for Han Fei is entirely intertwined with nostalgia for youthful days. No matter how beautiful or worthy of reminiscence those times were, they remain in the past. His admiration for Han Fei pertains to the individual's character, integrity, and soul. But he has long since ceased to love him. Zhao Jinxin raises an eyebrow. "Really? Indeed. What if he still has feelings for you? What if he wants to rekindle things?" Li Shuo is taken aback. He has never considered this possibility, as it seems overly self-indulgent. Zhao Jinxin narrows his eyes. "Could you refuse him?" "I." Li Shuo hesitates, cautiously responding. "I don't know. I don't know if, after 12 years, our thoughts, beliefs, and principles still align. What if they do? Could you still develop feelings for him?" Li Shuo locks eyes with Zhao Jinxin. "I cannot foresee the future. What significance does discussing this have? Should there be boundaries between us?" Frustrated by Zhao Jinxin's relentless questioning, he wonders why he should have to answer. He has never inquired about how many people Zhao Jinxin has slept with, so on what grounds does he pose such interrogative questions? Boundaries. Zhao Jinxin seems to savor the word, scoffing. "Of course. So, have I crossed a line today?" Li Shuo lowers his gaze. "Yes, and it shall not happen again." A flicker of coldness flashes in Zhao Jinxin's eyes as he smiles. "Uncle Li is truly heartless. Now I understand why you have so many ex-boyfriends." This remark strikes a nerve with Li Shuo. He can tolerate teasing from his own father, but feels a sense of inadequacy when a boy nearly a decade younger mocks his romantic failures. He frowns. "I treat everyone with care and sincerity. If we didn't end up together, it was simply fate. Isn't that a bit excessive to say? Did I say anything wrong? You always act like a great romantic, yet you are more heartless than anyone. Take Li Chengxiu, for example. My brother did everything for him. What about you? Did you ever truly feel heartbroken?" Zhao Jinxin cannot help but provoke Li Shuo. He knows he shouldn't speak such words, yet he cannot contain his tongue. Li Shuo, mildly angered, retorts, "Must one act foolishly to be considered heartfelt? Is that not absurd? I'm no longer a child like you." "Heartless? Me? What about you, who is notoriously known in the North American gay scene? What do you call that?" Zhao Jinxin's expression shifts slightly as he laughs coldly. "Who told you that? Does it matter who told me?" Li Shuo gestures for silence. "Enough. This argument is utterly nonsensical. Your past belongs to you, and mine belongs to me. We should not pry into each other's lives, nor do we have the standing to judge. That is called a boundary." Zhao Jinxin crosses his arms. "I'm young, not married, and I make no promises. So what's wrong with having consensual encounters with others? There's nothing wrong." Li Shuo suddenly erupts, his anger boiling over. "No, there is absolutely nothing wrong. That is your freedom. So how many exes I have, whether I'm sentimental or heartless, whom I date, or who I may be with in the future, is entirely my business. Can we now cease this senseless topic?" Li Shuo feels utterly foolish for engaging in such disputes with Zhao Jinxin. who seems to have ignited a powder keg today, leaving him bewildered about the cause of their contention. He is undoubtedly the most restrained person, yet he is often driven to fury by Zhao Jinxin. Lowering his head, Zhao Jinxin remained silent for a moment before suddenly chuckling twice. All right, I admit my fault. I overstepped. Uncle Li, please don't be angry with me. Li Shuo could detect the sarcasm in Zhao Jinxin's tone, and that insincere apology only heightened his displeasure. He turned on the tap to wash his hands. Today is not a suitable time for us to interact. I'll take my leave. Zhao Jinxin wrapped his arms around Li Shuo's waist. I want to let you go. Li Shuo frowned. Let go, I am serious. After a brief silence, Zhao Jinxin confessed, I am afraid of the dark. In that moment, Li Shuo felt utterly deflated, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. How many times had Zhao Jinxin provoked him verbally, only to switch to a playful demeanor as if nothing had transpired? Sometimes, he pondered whether his overly forgiving nature allowed Zhao Jinxin to persist in such behavior. He sighed, Jinxin, I hope you can learn to respect each other in the future and refrain from questioning my life and relationships. I am serious, if you cannot. He wanted to utter the words separate, yet for some inexplicable reason, it remained unspoken. They weren't truly together, yet at least in the past, they had shared wonderful moments. The thought of parting ways with Zhao Jinxin lodged a heavy weight in his chest. What was Zhao Jinxin really thinking? Having agreed to their arrangement as bed partners, why did he exhibit such jealousy? Even for someone like Li Shuo, who had weathered many emotional trials, it was impossible to read Zhao Jinxin clearly. He resolved to observe for a while longer before deciding whether to lay everything bare, even if it might lead to humiliation. It was better than squandering time in uncertainty. His relationship with Zhao Jinxin was the first that made him feel like he was engaged in a game of strategy. As in all his previous relationships, he had been the one in control. Perhaps he subconsciously reveled in the thrill of this new and stimulating dynamic. Yet he also feared this unfamiliar sensation. Regardless, he aimed to manage his relationship with Zhao Jinxin as he had with all his past affairs, steering the course of his life with rationality and ensuring no emotional missteps occurred. Zhao Jinxin pressed his warm lips against Li Shuo's cheek, his voice laced with a hint of chill. Well, it seems our communication is best confined to the bedroom. Li Shuo squinted, brushing away his displeasure. They were indeed bed partners, and Zhao Jinxin was not wrong in that regard. Given his abrupt departure the other day, Li Shuo felt it was rather rude. After a few days, he took the initiative to invite Han Fei to a wine-tasting event. He also brought along Cheng Sheng. The three of them were college friends, though Li Shuo had a deeper bond with Cheng Sheng. After his breakup with Han Fei, Cheng Sheng naturally distanced himself from him as well. Li Shuo and Cheng Sheng arrived first. Cheng Sheng raised his eyebrows and teased, I knew you couldn't resist. Li Shuo was momentarily taken aback, then quickly replied, Oh, you misunderstood. I didn't reach out to him. We ran into each other at the hospital. Cheng Sheng clearly did not believe him, laughing as he slapped Li Shuo on the back. Really, Li Shuo insisted, if I wanted to contact him, I wouldn't have waited until now. Cheng Sheng nodded. That makes sense. So how do you feel about it? Reuniting with an old flame, how intriguing. I'm genuinely happy to see him thriving. Li Shu raplia sincerely. In fact, I'm happier than I am with my own life. Cheng Sheng made a sign of the cross over his chest, his expression earnest. Lambert, you sometimes radiate the aura of a saint. Li Shuo playfully punched him. What nonsense. Cheng Sheng laughed heartily. Do you still have feelings for him? He was so charming in his youth. Although he has aged a bit, that charisma still lingers. To be honest, at the bidding meeting the other day, a friend of mine had his eye on him, but unfortunately, his advances were rebuffed. Li Shuo sighed. It has been too long. I still admire him, but I can no longer recapture those feelings. True enough, you must now be drawn to younger prospects like that flashy young man. Li Shuo's expression faltered. Such matters transcend age. It's all about fate. He continued, by the way, if you know of any unreliable individuals approaching Fei, you must warn him. Why worry after all these years? I'm not just saying it lightly, Li Shuo replied earnestly. Fei is a serious person and deserves to be treated seriously. Cheng Sheng rubbed his forehead. He has been grinding away on Wall Street for years and is nearly a shareholder of a public company. Do you still see him as that inexperienced, impoverished young man? Li Shuo contemplated this, unable to suppress a self-deprecating chuckle. You have a point. Though Han Fei was intelligent and mature back then, He also carried the insecurities of a humble background, which made me empathize with him. Anyone who's been in a relationship with him, I would strive to protect. ISNT that the duty of a man in love. Especially when that man is Han Fei. But you're right. He is no longer a boy. He has become a true man, perhaps no longer in need of my protection. However, I promise you, if I learn of any scoundrels approaching him, I won't stand idly by. He clasped his hands together, adding, rest assured, father. Li Shuo chuckled and playfully punched him again. Before long, Han Fei arrived, dressed in a black tailcoat paired with a matching bow tie, cinched at the waist to accentuate his slender figure, the tailored trousers enveloping his long, straight legs. Each step a visual delight. Upon spotting them, Han Fei waved and approached. You two arrived quite early. It's close to my home, Li Shuo remarked, his gaze filled with admiration. Cheng Sheng was right. The current Han Fei had shed his youthful naivety, instead exuding a unique charm cultivated through the passage of time. Han Fei smiled back at him, their exchanged glances igniting a spark unlike any other. Cheng Sheng teased, you two are treating me like air. At least acknowledge my recent fitness achievements. Han Fei smiled shyly and shook Cheng Sheng's hand. Li Shuo introduced. Today's private wine tasting is hosted by a friend of mine, featuring 6 winemakers from the Bordeaux region, all from small to medium-sized vineyards with limited production, yet exquisite flavors. If you enjoy them, feel free to place orders directly. Recent stock market declines have made it hard for me to afford wine, Cheng Sheng lamented. Li Shuo joked. Then you'd better enjoy plenty of the free samples. Han Fei added, I could order a batch for the company. Xiao Shuo, I'm not well versed in wines. Please recommend something for me. Of course. Li Shuo gestured for him to follow. The two walked side by side towards a booth, while Cheng Sheng observed them thoughtfully from behind. Li Shuo guided Han Fei through the tasting, providing explanations as they conversed merrily, while Cheng Sheng humorously likened himself to a third wheel. During this time, Zhao Jinxin called, and Li Shuo hastily replied that he was busy before ending the call. He could sense Zhao Jinxin's discontent, although he had stayed to accompany Zhao Jinxin that day. The atmosphere between them had been tense. He felt they both needed time to process their emotions, and it was best to avoid meeting for the time being. As the trio reached the 4th booth, they were already a bit tipsy. Cheng Sheng appeared satisfied, while Li Shuo maintained his composure, and Han Fei's pale skin glowed with a subtle blush, making him even more attractive. Han Fei squinted and chuckled. Xiao Shuo, let us take a break. Sure, there are some snacks over there. Let us go try them. Li Shuo naturally supported Han Fei's arm. Just as they stood, they were both pressed back into their seats. Li Shuo looked up in surprise, only to find Zhao Jinxin's smiling face before him. Han Fei's expression changed, his eyes widening in disbelief at Zhao Jinxin, as if the alcohol had suddenly evaporated. Uncle Li, why didn't you bring me along to the wine tasting? How inconsiderate. Zhao Jinxin turned to greet Cheng Sheng. Hello, Chenggu. Finally, his gaze settled upon Han Fei, and with a charming and gentlemanly smile, he said, Greetings. My surname is Zhao Jinxin. May I inquire your name? Han Fei's expression tightened slightly, but he composed himself and replied calmly, Han Fei. A pleasure. Zhao Jinxin patted his shoulder, straightened up, and then sat beside Li Shuo, taking a sip of Li Shuo's unfinished drink with elegance. The flavor is delightful. Li Shuo frowned and asked, How did you come here? Zhao Jinxin replied, I was bored and wanted to find you, so I asked Uncle Guang, and to my surprise, he actually knew where you were. Li Shuo had brought Uncle Guang along for the drinking occasion and was surprised that Uncle Guang genuinely believed they were a couple, even casually disclosing Li Shuo's whereabouts to Zhao Jinxin. However, Li Shuo could not tell Uncle Guang the truth, as certain terms might be too provocative for someone of his age. He cleared his throat and began, Let me formally introduce. No need for introductions, Zhao Jinxin interrupted, his eyes blinking playfully. Your ex-boyfriend, I presume? He propped his chin on his hand, smiling unabashedly. So, how do you plan to introduce me? Li Shuo maintained his composure and replied, Fei, this is my friend. Zhao Jinxin laughed heartily. Yes, we are friends. Li Shuo turned his head, casting a warning glance at Zhao Jinxin from an angle Han Fei could not see. Given Zhao Jinxin's audacious nature, he could likely do anything. He was not afraid of Han Fei discovering their relationship, as he had nothing to hide. He simply did not want to lose face in a public setting. Zhao Jinxin continued to smile charmingly, even playfully tugging at Li Shuo's bow tie. Is wearing a bow tie on a date your personal quirk? Uncle Li is truly adorable. Li Shuo coughed lightly. I just put it on casually. Zhao Jinxin craned his neck to look at Han Fei, who also wore a black bow tie, and whistled. You didn't coordinate this, did you? Han Fei furrowed his brows. Zhao Jinxin draped his arm over Li Shuo's shoulder, gazing at Han Fei with a smirk. Why does Brother Fei look so serious when he looks at me? It seems we are not acquainted. We are not, Han Fei replied flatly. Precisely, Zhao Jinxin continued. With a handsome and graceful man like Brother Fei, if I had met you before, I certainly would not have forgotten. Zhao Jinxin's tone and demeanor oozed allure. Han Fei narrowed his eyes, displaying a faint, conventional smile. Li Shuo felt alarm bells ringing in his mind. Zhao Jinxin's demeanor was strikingly similar to when they first met on the plane. Considering Zhao Jinxin's reputation, particularly his attraction to men of their age, Li Shuo couldn't help but worry. Even he, with nearly 20 years of experience in the dating scene, had fallen for the little seducer. Han Fei's proper demeanor would hardly make him Zhao Jinxin's match. Li Shuo straightened his back, leaning slightly forward to deliberately block Zhao Jinxin's flirtatious gaze. He changed the subject. Fei, shall we grab a bite to eat? You look a bit tipsy. Han Fei nodded. All right. Li Shuo stood up, turning his back to Han Fei, glaring at Zhao Jinxin, mouthing the words, what are you doing? Zhao Jinxin feigned innocence, pouting slightly with a look of confusion. Li Shuo found himself at a loss, but turned to lead Han Fei away. As they walked ahead, Han Fei lowered his voice. Xiao Shuo, how do you know him? He's the son of a friend of my father, Li Shuo replied. But that can't be all. Han Fei's tone carried an unmistakable hint of disappointment. Li Shuo found it difficult to answer. He sensed Han Fei's inexplicable animosity towards Zhao Jinxin, but it seemed unfounded. Could it be that Han Fei fell? Li Shuo couldn't blame himself for being narcissistic. He was adored by many, and besides, he was Han Fei's first love, with whom he shared unforgettable memories. Considering this, Li Shuo hesitated to respond. The four of them found a round table to sit at. Li Shuo ordered a few appetizers and a pot of fruit tea, while Zhao Jinxin ordered 3 glasses of champagne. Zhao Jinxin crossed his legs and beamed at Han Fei. Brother Fei, you don't drink much, do you? Not really, Han Fei replied, staring intently at the rose petals floating in his teacup. Then why bring him a drink? Zhao Jinxin feigned reproach towards Li Shuo, sounding as if he were scolding his husband for encouraging a guest to drink. Han Fei's brow furrowed slightly, but soon returned to normal. He forced a smile and said, I wanted a drink. Li Shuo genuinely wished to expel Zhao Jinxin, as the atmosphere had grown increasingly strange. Yet, Zhao Jinxin's behavior was impeccably polite and amiable, leaving Li Shuo with no grounds for objection. He glanced at Cheng Sheng, hoping he might alleviate the awkwardness. Cheng Sheng appeared entirely entertained, showing no intention to intervene. Li Shuo sighed inwardly. With Zhao Jinxin's upbringing, he should not embarrass them in public. Perhaps he should find a reason to escort him away soon. Before long, the waiter brought the appetizers to the table. Zhao Jinxin speared a plump cherry with a fork and naturally offered it to Li Shuo's mouth, saying, just this one, for you. Li Shuo felt caught in a predicament, unable to eat or refuse, and could only feign nonchalance as he accepted the fork from Zhao Jinxin's hand. Zhao Jinxin tasted a mousse cake, exclaiming, oh, how sweet. Noticing Han Fei eating quietly, he asked, Brother Fei, do you like sweets? Han Fei replied, it's all right. I'll give you this piece. I haven't tried it yet, so let us not waste it. Zhao Jinxin smiled gently, you're so thin. You really should eat more. Li Shuo inwardly cursed Zhao Jinxin, wondering what he was up to. Could he really have taken a liking to Han Fei? Han Fei calmly replied, thank you, but I'll pass. Zhao Jinxin stroked his chin, grinning, why do I feel like Brother Fei doesn't like me? Have I offended you? Jinxin, Li Shuo admonished quietly, what are you saying? Fei's just a bit shy. Han Fei abruptly set his fork down, took a napkin, and leisurely wiped his mouth. He then subtly turned towards Zhao Jinxin, locking eyes with him, speaking in a tone that was neither submissive nor confrontational, devoid of emotion. Mr. Zhao, do you remember Philip Chung? Zhao Jinxin tilted his head in thought. Who? Philip Chung. Han Fei articulated the name with utmost clarity, the person you were involved with. Zhao Jinxin extended a long finger, gently shaking it. Brother Fei, let us not speak carelessly. I have never been involved with anyone. Li Shuo shot a sidelong glance at Zhao Jinxin, feeling a surge of frustration. To Zhao Jinxin, their entanglement had never counted as a relationship, just as he suspected. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. Oh, then what would you call it? A booty call? Zhao Jinxin laughed charmingly. I think I remember who you're talking about. I'm not too concerned with labels. After all, we are all adults. I made it clear from the start that everything that transpired was consensual. As for the fantasies he conjured up, they are a bit of a headache for me. Han Fei chuckled coldly. So, you claim to be innocent? I misunderstood you, thinking you were a fickle-hearted playboy who abandons at will. Zhao Jinxin replied. Did he say that? Oh dear, at his age, why bother? I've never abandoned him. I hope you can advise him not to belittle himself. Han Fei clenched his fists. Li Shuo spoke in a low voice. Jinxin, it's time to go. Zhao Jinxin shrugged nonchalantly. All right, are you coming with me? Li Shuo stood up, softly addressing Han Fei. Fei, let us keep in touch. Han Fei stared at Li Shuo, his eyes filled with a complex array of emotions. Li Shuo gently patted his shoulder and said to Zhao Jinxin, let us go. Zhao Jinxin stood up, elegantly straightening his attire. Goodbye, Brother Chung. Goodbye, Brother Fei. Han Fei took a deep breath, but offered no reply. Li Shuo's expression darkened as he strode purposefully out. Uncle Li, Zhao Jinxin called after him. Are you upset? Li Shuo turned back, a calm smile gracing his face. Upset? Why would I be? Zhao Jinxin paused for a moment, raising an eyebrow and smiling. I feel the same way. What could possibly upset you? Then why are you in such a hurry to leave? Did you not notice how awkward Fei felt? Oh. Zhao Jinxin exaggeratedly elongated the last syllable. Are you worried about his discomfort? I find myself feeling more awkward, not expecting to have mutual acquaintances. My relationship with that person. You need not explain. Li Shuo interjected, hands in his pockets, smiling with an air of nonchalance. I have stated that is your freedom. Zhao Jinxin nodded. Your open-mindedness reassures me. Indeed, rest assured, I shall not become Philip Chung. However, I believe Fei's accusations may not be entirely unfounded. Zhao Jinxin lifted his chin slightly. What do you mean? Li Shuo shrugged. In this world, not everyone possesses your level of awareness. Therefore, if you never intended to engage with anyone, aside from being crystal clear, do not act as though you harbor deep affections. Is it not amusing to toy with others? He could almost envision how Zhao Jinxin interacted with the elusive Philip Chung, likely mirroring his own behavior. Pouting, being demanding, capricious, ensnaring others unknowingly, only to realize it was merely a game. Of course, his experiences were far more entertaining, a well-orchestrated deception. He had always believed that their precious moments together, despite the shadow of Shao Kun, held some fondness from Zhao Jinxin, that the sweetness had significance. This was the primary reason he wished to maintain their current relationship, yet he had miscalculated. For Zhao Jinxin, he desired no romantic entanglements whatsoever. How utterly fascinating. Fortunately, he was not Philip Chung. He was not anyone else. He was Li Shuo, capable of liking or disliking at will, and in matters of the heart. No one could lead him astray. Zhao Jinxin's smile turned somewhat frosty. Your Fei casually uttering a few words, and you take them as gospel? I made it clear from the start that he crossed boundaries and began to entangle me. Is that my fault? Li Shuo felt a rising frustration within. I shall not pass judgment on right or wrong, as I am neither party involved, and this matter does not concern me. I shall be leaving now. Each additional second spent gazing at Zhao Jinxin's face felt like a tempest brewing within him. He turned to depart. Wait a moment, Zhao Jinxin said. I have business to discuss with you. Li Shuo hesitated, not turning around. Speak. My father still hopes you will oversee the auditing work. He has approved your proposal. The contract is signed and awaits in my car. I will fetch it for you. Li Shuo closed his eyes briefly, and upon reopening them, his expression returned to normal. Excellent. That is wonderful. Zhao Jinxin regarded him intently, leading him to his vehicle. He retrieved a document folder from the passenger seat and handed it to Li Shuo, who accepted it. With less than a meter separating them, they exchanged silent glances. Neither speaking, Li Shuo's mind inexplicably drifted back to that day of chaos when, in his utmost despair, fear, and confusion, Zhao Jinxin appeared. They had locked eyes amidst the turmoil and panic, much like now. In that moment, his heart brimmed with gratitude and redemption. Now, it was filled with desolation. The weight of his declaration, that he had never been involved with anyone, overshadowed the fact that Shao Kun was Zhao Jinxin's cousin. Zhao Jinxin had always concealed himself too deeply. Every thought and action required deciphering. Inevitably, he would find himself projecting emotions, perhaps even falling into the trap of sentimentality. He should be grateful to have heard that statement today, Otherwise, with his character, he would have swiftly laid his cards on the table, inquiring about Zhao Jinxin's true feelings. Just contemplating the possible answers was enough to make him feel embarrassed. He had not won this game, but fortunately, he had not lost either. Zhao Jinxin stepped back 2 paces and then turned to enter his car, slamming the door with a resounding thud before driving away. Li Shuo stood there, stunned, watching the vehicle vanish. It was the first time Zhao Jinxin had not come to pout or feign vulnerability. It felt so unfamiliar. He rubbed his forehead, tilting his head back slightly, feeling his Adam's apple rise and fall. If this continued, he would not only lose sight of Zhao Jinxin, but also of himself. Had he overthought everything? Had he simply adhered to their initial agreement, remaining a faithful companion without overthinking, without fear of loss, he would not be so bewildered now. Zhao Jinxin had crossed boundaries, and so had he, within his own heart. Thus, he resolved to halt this train of thought. Upon returning home, Li Shuo meticulously reviewed the contract once more, signing it and affixing the official seal. He then called Xiang Ning, informing him that he had signed both contracts and would mail them back the following day. Xiang Ning replied, "I was just about to call you. There is news regarding Li Chengxiu." Li Shuo's heart tightened. What news? Have they found him? Did we not trace the account from which Li Chengxiu regularly transferred funds? Today, 1,000 yuan was deposited into that account from Yangcheng, with Li Chengxiu as the remitter. Li Shuo exhaled heavily, his voice trembling with excitement. Wonderful, wonderful. As long as he is safe. This news was the only good tidings he had received in quite some time. Quickly, send someone to investigate. I have already initiated inquiries. However, be prepared. Once we receive news, Xiao Kun will likely be informed as well. Li Shuo pondered. We must act more swiftly than him. Understood. Brother Xiang, please keep a close watch. If you locate Li Chengxiu first, ensure he is hidden. My father's condition has stabilized these past few days, and I will find time to return. Absolutely. After hanging up, Li Shuo felt restless. Receiving news of Li Chengxiu was undoubtedly a positive development. Yet Xiao Kun would likely find him first, returning everything to square one. Contemplating this, he could hardly remain still. Once his father regained more strength, he must return immediately. Li Shuo glanced at the time and called Han Fei to apologize. It was quite impolite to have interrupted their encounters twice due to Zhao Jinxin. Han Fei's voice sounded lackluster. You need not apologize, it was not your fault. Li Shuo sensed an underlying meaning in his words and sighed. Fei, is that person you mentioned a friend of yours? Yes, a former colleague and a longtime friend. He showed me Zhao Jinxin's photograph, and I have heard of him. Philip was quite despondent over this matter for an extended period. Xiao Shuo, I know I should not say this, but Zhao Jinxin's credibility is too low. I do not wish for you to be harmed. Li Shuo chuckled softly. Fei, do not underestimate me. Rest assured, to me, he is merely a naive youth. Han Fei paused. Xiao Shuo, we are now at an age where we must establish our lives. Do you still wish to play? Li Shuo felt a twinge of embarrassment. I suppose it depends on fate. One cannot force it, right? Han Fei contemplated for a moment. Indeed, fate. He shifted to a more relaxed tone. I have always wanted to have a proper conversation with you. Yet we have had no opportunity. I feel the same way. Let us find a time in the next few days. I will treat you to dinner, Li Shuo replied with a lighthearted laugh. I assure you, there will be no interruptions this time. As night fell and he prepared for sleep, Li Shuo's mind remained preoccupied with all that had transpired recently concerning Zhao Jinxin. The more he thought, the more he sensed something amiss. In the realm of love, where balance and restraint are often key, he found his rhythm completely disrupted by Zhao Jinxin. As he earnestly settled into contemplation, he realized he had committed numerous imprudent acts. How had he become increasingly unrecognizable to himself? Tossing and turning in bed, he wrestled with his thoughts until the early hours, when fatigue finally began to creep in. Suddenly, the shrill ring of his phone shattered the silence of the night, jolting him awake. He opened his eyes wide, drenched in cold sweat, and grasped his phone, the bright screen blinding him. He answered the call in a hoarse voice. Hello? Uncle Ali. The soft voice of Zhao Jinxin floated through the line. You. Instantly alert, Li Shuo wondered what could have compelled Zhao Jinxin to call at such an hour. He quickly inquired, what is wrong? Zhao Jinxin's voice was tinged with grievance. We had a quarrel. I can't sleep. Li Shuo was taken aback, falling back heavily onto his bed, exclaiming in exasperation, when did we argue? I know you're upset. You misunderstood. I am not angry. You are angry. Fine, then why do you think I'm angry? Is it because I interrupted your date? Li Shu Baoja, opting not to refute it, conceding to this notion. But I want to apologize. A soft chuckle escaped Li Shua's lips, his eyes glimmering with an unacknowledged sadness. Do as you wish. Get some rest. I want to see you. Right now. Stop it. I'm exhausted. Li Shua felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him. That is why I'm here. I'm right outside your building. Li Shua sprang from his bed, flinging open the curtains. Outside the courtyard wall was indeed Zhao Jinxin's car, its dark body blending into the night, casting a pallid hue on the figure beside it. What are you doing? It's the middle of the night. Uncle Li, I'm so cold. Just as Zhao Jinxin finished speaking, a sneeze punctuated the air. You should go back. Zhao Jinxin was the last person he wished to see, stirring a tempest within his heart. I think I'm coming down with a cold. Come down and hug me. Li Shua pressed his palm to his forehead in exasperation. You really? He found himself utterly at a loss with this person. It's so cold. Are you coming down? How many seconds until I see you? 30 seconds. Cursing himself, Li Shua leapt from his bed, hastily donning a bathrobe. 30, 29, 28, 27. Remarkably, Zhao Jinxin began counting down. Slow down. Oh, 21, 21.5, 20. Li Shua retrieved a shawl from the closet, gently opened the bedroom door, and stealthily descended the stairs. Uncle Ali. Add 10 seconds. Then you owe me 10 kisses. Li Shua swung open the door, a gust of wind sending a shiver through him. Though summer had arrived, the recent chill in the air, particularly at night, could easily lead to a cold. He quickened his pace. A shadowy figure lunged forward, enveloping him in an embrace. Li Shua's heart raced, an indescribable mix of sweetness and anxiety flooding over him. Zhao Jinxin kissed him fervently, asking in a muffled voice, how many was that? We agreed on 10, ignoring Li Shua's inability to respond. Zhao Jinxin's passionate kisses landed on his forehead, the corners of his eyes, his nose, his cheeks, and finally sealed his lips with fervor. Li Shua was overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. How could someone so effortlessly influence his emotions? Even though he knew this was wrong, he felt powerless to resist. After indulging in his kisses, Zhao Jinxin nestled his head against Li Shua's neck, murmuring, take me home. What if my parents see? You should really go back. I don't want to go back. I'll hide in your room. That's inappropriate. Zhao Jinxin clung to Li Shua, refusing to let go. I want to go to your room. He paused. Hanfei has been there, right? Li Shua's expression darkened. He despised the possessive demeanor Zhao Jinxin displayed. In a romantic context, it was playful, but in their arrangement, it felt like mockery. Why pretend to care when he clearly did not? Zhao Jinxin, oblivious to the shift in Li Shua's demeanor, persisted in his insistence to enter. Li Shua, worn down by his obstinacy, reluctantly led him inside. Once in a room, Li Shua cautioned softly, you absolutely cannot go out tomorrow. Wait for me to take you. Zhao Jinxin had already flung himself onto the bed, understood. He patted the space beside him, beckoning come. Li Shua yawned, fatigue weighing heavily upon him as he climbed onto the bed. Zhao Jinxin burrowed under the covers, wrapping his arms around Li Shua from behind, inching closer until his lower body pressed against Li Shua and his hand slipped beneath his shirt. Li Shua seized his wrist, his voice weary and indifferent. I'm not in the mood. Zhao Jinxin breathed softly against his ear, coaxing, really not in the mood? Em tired. Let us sleep. Li Shua shifted forward, creating a safe distance between them. Zhao Jinxin paused, his hand retracting, and fell silent. Instead, gently stroking Li Shua's arm while humming a soft tune. Perhaps it was the overwhelming fatigue, but Li Shua found that sound incredibly soothing, and before long, he began to drift into slumber. Zhao Jinxin remained awake, waiting until Li Shua's breathing became steady before quietly turning over to pick up Li Shua's phone from the bedside table, scrolling through to find Hanfei's contact. Committing it to memory, Li Shua slept fitfully, feeling something gentle brushing against his face, tickling him. He reluctantly opened his eyes to see a pair of smiling eyes gazing back at him. The corners of those eyes curved downwards, the tips flicking upwards, with pupils as dark and bright as night, framed by long, thick lashes that formed a crescent moon-like smile, exuding an indescribable charm. Li Shua's heart raced, and as he widened his eyes, Zhao Jinxin's face came into focus, perfectly complementing those enchanting eyes. Good morning, my sweet lamb, Zhao Jinxin said, planting a kiss on Li Shua's cheek. Li Shua was momentarily stunned, a wave of embarrassment washing over him, and he playfully scolded, "Stop calling me that. Am I the only one who calls you that?" Zhao Jinxin grinned. "Then it shall only be me." Li Shuo rubbed his eyes and yawned. "You can't call me that in front of anyone else. It's too embarrassing." "Then this is our exclusive term of endearment," Zhao Jinxin said eagerly. "What will you call me?" "What do you want me to call you?" Li Shuo replied, exasperated. "You should come up with it. Please, spare me." Li Shuo glanced at the clock. It was precisely 8 o'clock. Usually, he would be waking up at this time, but having gone to bed so late last night, he still felt weary. "When I think of something, I'll let you know, but you mustn't tea refuse." Li Shuo affectionately ruffled his hair. "You didn't tea go out, did you?" "No, but I heard movement downstairs. I figured they were preparing breakfast, so I called you to get up." "Yes, breakfast is at 8:15 in my house." Li Shuo Rabia. "I'll have them bring it to our room." It was Saturday, and around 9 o'clock his parents would be off to play golf, at which point he would take Zhao Jinxin out. "It feels like we're having an affair." "I like it," Zhao Jinxin said, licking his lips. Li Shuo smiled faintly, not responding. The housekeeper entered with a breakfast tray, and Li Shuo expressed his hunger, requesting another serving. Once the housekeeper left, Zhao Jinxin peeked out from the closet. "I should hide here nude. It would be more realistic, right?" "Stop it. Come eat." The two sat across from each other at the low table, Zhao Jinxin smiling at Li Shuo, who returned the smile despite the weight of his thoughts. After a few bites, Zhao Jinxin suddenly remarked, "Having someone to share breakfast with feels quite nice." Li Shuo pausa momentarily. He lifted his gaze, observing the bright weather outside, the delightful breakfast spread before him, and the handsome young man across the table. He found himself in agreement with Zhao Jinxin. The shadows cast by yesterday's events had begun to dissipate, and he felt a sense of release. Why dwell on the past when one could indulge in the present? Seize the joy of today, lest one squander the precious moments of life. With a smile, he reached out, gently wiping away the Thousand Island dressing from the corner of Zhao Jinxin's mouth with his fingertip, then licking it off his own tongue. Zhao Jinxin's Adam's apple bobbed, his voice deepening with a captivating allure. "Early in the morning, if you provoke me, you must bear the consequences." Li Shuo smirked. "You are on my turf now. Tread carefully." Zhao Jinxin bit his lip and set down his fork. Li Shuo firmly placed a hand on his shoulder. "All right, enough of the teasing. Let's eat in peace." He truly lacked the courage to engage in anything more intimate with Zhao Jinxin in his own room with his parents just downstairs. Though, the thought alone was exhilarating. Zhao Jinxin pouted in disappointment, but then smiled. "If only we could remain like this forever." Li Shuo momentarily pausa, concealing his thoughts as he took a sip of soup. What did forever entail? It was indeed a profound question. After they finished their meal and his parents had departed, he guided Zhao Jinxin out through the back door. "Let us be off. Try not to act so recklessly next time." Zhao Jinxin squinted playfully, "As you command." Then, he suddenly leaned in and planted a fervent kiss on Li Shuo's lips, whispering, "Next time, let us do it on your bed." Li Shuo chuckled as he ushered him into the car and closed the door. Back in his room, gazing at the two remaining sets of cutlery on the low table and the disheveled bed covers, he felt an unexpected emptiness within. How he wished for a male companion to share this space with. Although he relished the thrill of romance and intimacy, what he truly yearned for was to build a cozy home with someone he cherished. Li Shuo sent off the documents and official seal, finally feeling a semblance of career stability. Despite still receiving dividends and leading the Enen project, it did little to satiate his professional aspirations. He isolated himself in his room, contemplating the path ahead. Having been embroiled in the bankruptcy and loan fraud scandal involving Benhui Real Estate twice, his reputation in the auditing industry in the capital had been severely tarnished. He faced a choice, either to start anew elsewhere or to change careers altogether. Li Shuo resolved to assess his financial situation and that of his family. After years of entrepreneurship without a proper break, now seemed the opportune moment. If he could not decide on a specific venture, he could at least select a few projects for investment. When his father returned home that evening, he shared his thoughts, but withheld the details of the investigation against him, simply stating he wished to spend more time with them and had decided to relinquish a portion of his firm's shares to pursue other interests, which was not entirely a lie. His father was supportive, and, as they conversed, he proposed an idea. A friend from the Chinese Chamber of Commerce was seeking partners to invest in a luxury hotel in Sanya City, a venture that required no management yet promised sustainable revenue. Li Shuo found this prospect appealing and planned to schedule a meeting with the individual. Once the contract was finalized, the official operation of the Enen Group's branch in the capital was set into motion. Li Shuo carefully checked on his father's health and decided to return to the country with Zhao Jinxin at the end of the month. Though he dared not stay away too long, hoping to resolve both personal and business matters, particularly concerning Li Qingxiu. A couple of days later, Han Fei called to invite Li Shuo to dinner, and he readily accepted. During this time, Zhao Jinxin had been preoccupied with company affairs, and they had not seen each other for several days. Li Shuo was certain that this time there would be no disruptive surprises. He brought along 2 exquisite bowls of bird's nest soup from home, feeling concerned as Han Fei had not gained much weight over the years. They agreed to meet at the Italian restaurant they once frequented, a street lined with various eateries, cafes, and shops, many of which had changed ownership. Yet those that remained were steeped in shared memories. As Li Shuo drove past, he felt a wave of nostalgia. It was truly remarkable and precious to have someone with whom to share past experiences. Their timing was fortuitous, as they encountered each other at the restaurant entrance. They exchanged smiles, and Li Shuo held the door open for Han Fei. "I didn't expect so many of our old haunts to still be open," Han Fei remarked. "Indeed, their endurance through time proves our discerning taste," Li Shuo replied. Han Fei smiled. "Do you still remember what I like to eat?" "Of course," Li Shuo affirmed. "Really?" Han Fei raised an eyebrow. "Then order for me." Li Shuo summoned the waiter, perused the menu, and ordered smoked salmon, creamy seafood soup, and beef lasagna, finishing with red wine brownies for dessert. Han Fei gazed at him, astonished. "You really do remember." Li Shuo smiled. "You've always been this way, reluctant to try new dishes. When you find something you like, you order it repeatedly." "I prefer to call that loyalty," Han Fei replied, looking deeply into Li Shuo's eyes. Li Shuo met his gaze for a brief moment, nodding with a smile, raising his glass, "To the past and the future. To the past and the future." Han Fei echoed, clinking glasses with him. They dined and chatted, reminiscing about amusing stories from their past, laughing heartily and reflecting on mutual friends with a sense of nostalgia. Li Shuo realized how long it had been since he had conversed so freely with someone. In truth, he had not encountered a friend with whom he shared such a deep connection in quite some time. He understood Han Fei, his interests, thoughts, principles, and beliefs, just as Han Fei understood him. This feeling was truly a rare find. Their meal extended over 2 hours, leaving them still wanting more, but alas, the restaurant was preparing to close. After settling the bill, Li Shuo inquired, "Where's your car parked?" "I couldn't find a spot when I arrived." "So it's a bit far away," Han Fei replied. "It can be a bit chaotic here at night. Let me drive you." Han Fei nodded with a smile. They walked side by side down the dimly lit street, Han Fei patting his stomach, his usually composed demeanor revealing a rare childlike delight. "I'm so full. I haven't eaten this much in ages." "You're not on a diet, are you? You're already so thin. You really need to nourish yourself with more bird's nest soup," Li Shuo advised. "I've never intentionally dieted. It's just that sometimes when work gets busy, I forget to eat, and being alone doesn't help my appetite," Han Fei confessed, a hint of melancholy in his tone. Li Shuo soufflé remarqua. "Then you ought to find someone to keep you company." Han Fei turned to look at him. "I think so too." His normally serene and composed eyes now sparkled with a hint of fervor. Li Shuo felt a flutter in his heart, suddenly sensing something profound. Han Fei quickened his pace, then turned to stand in front of Li Shuo, boldly stating, "Xiao Shuo, is there still a chance for us?" Li Shuo gazed quietly at Han Fei, a wave of bittersweet emotions swelling within him. 12 years had passed, and the world had changed. The nostalgia for the passage of time left him feeling adrift. He spoke softly, "Fei, I don't know." As he looked at Han Fei, he seemed to see the young man he once knew, someone he had loved and resented. Now, those emotions had turned to dust, settled upon the memories like a layer of neglect, becoming inconsequential. Was there still a chance for them? He truly did not know. All he was certain of was that the person occupying his thoughts was not Han Fei. Yet, the person he longed for likely had no one in their heart either. Why then should he seek a path fraught with difficulties? Han Fei smiled gently. "I knew you would respond that way. Honestly, I don't know either. But since we are both single, and since we still connect so well and appreciate each other, I want to give it a try." "Xiao Shuo, I understand you. What you seek is not merely fleeting passion, especially at our age. I want a home, and you do too, don't you?" The word home pierced Li Shuo's heart. After turning 30, he began to seek a partner suitable for building a family. Yet now, at this age, he found himself playing around, entirely straying from his original intent. As Han Fei had articulated, he did yearn for a home. That word was profoundly moving. He chuckled softly. Yes, I want that too. Let's give it a try. Then, Han Fei opened his arms and said, You need not respond to me immediately. I hope we can simply enjoy each other's company like friends, allowing things to unfold naturally. Just remember what I said tonight. You still have a profound effect on me. Li Shuo pondered for a moment before solemnly replying, All right. Fei, I have always believed in fate. Let us see where it leads us this time. Perhaps Zhao Jinxin is merely a transient figure, while Han Fei may indeed be my true home. Maybe all my wandering over the years was simply to finally encounter the right person. Returning home, Mr. Li and his wife were still awake, engrossed in a reality show. Observing their beaming faces, Li Shuo felt a mixture of comfort and envy. If his inclinations were different, he might have already married and started a family by now. Alas, such matters are beyond one's control. Yet he has friends in the industry who, much like his parents, fell in love during their school days and have weathered many storms together, with children they have adopted running about. He is inherently a stable individual, yet his destiny seems anything but stable. Xiao Shuo, come here. This show is so entertaining. Mrs. Li beckoned to him. Li Shuo chuckled as he sat between them, wrapping an arm around each shoulder. Have you missed me during the day? Mr. Li teased. What a sentimental fellow. By the way, when do you plan to return to the country? I will go back once I feel better, Li Shuo replied. Mr. Li thumped his chest. I'm perfectly fine now. I intend to head back to work tomorrow. Dad, you should take a little more time to rest. There's no need to rush back, Li Shuo advised. I'm going stir-crazy here. Your mother wants to drag me to yoga, surrounded by women. No way. There are men too, Mrs. Li retorted. The instructor is a man. The instructor is gay, Mr. Li quipped. Mrs. Li playfully struck him. Your son is gay. What's wrong with that? Mr. Li feigned indifference, while Li Shuo smiled. All right? If yoga is off the table, please refrain from intense sports for now. I know. I heed what the doctor says. Suddenly, Mr. Li recalled something. Xiao Shuo. I bumped into a university boyfriend the other day at the bank. I can't recall his name, but I remember his face. Li Shuo was taken aback. Han Fei? Yes. He didn't see me. After all these years, he hasn't changed much. I recognized him immediately. He seemed to be doing quite well. He resigned to start a business focused on medical AI and is currently preparing for an IPO. Mrs. Li sighed. That's wonderful. I liked that boy back then. Wait, isn't he also born in the year of a sheep? I recall he is a year older than you. Mr. Li could hardly contain himself. Can you please stop with the superstitions? I'm genuinely worried our son won't find a wife. I was just making conversation. Li Shuo remembered his English name, which Zhao Jinxin had teased him about, and couldn't help but ask Mom, am I missing the sheep element in my 5 elements? Huh? Missing what? Nothing. You all carry on. I'm going to rest. Li Shuo returned to his room, took a shower, and sought a book to calm his mind. While searching, he stumbled upon a few photo albums on the shelf. He paused and gently opened one. These were photographs from the All-American College Tennis Championships during his university years. How youthful he appeared then, vibrant and radiant, with Han Fei beside him, slightly shorter, with a fair complexion and bright eyes. They embraced each other like brothers. Yet their bond transcended mere brotherhood. Those were indeed cherished moments, significant memories in his life, but now they seemed distant. The initial flutter, sweetness, passion, and heartbreak, all the intense emotions dulled over 12 years, nearly fading from memory. Time has a way of erasing even the most profound feelings. Could he and Han Fei ever rekindle what they once had? He was uncertain. As Han Fei had said, at their age, they had played and seen enough. All they desired was a stable home, someone to pour water for them when ill, someone waiting at home, someone to share joy and sorrow with. He yearned for such a person, but who could that be? Zhao Jinxin's face surfaced in his mind. Zhao Jinxin would make an excellent lover. If he were 10 years younger, a few years of fun would not tire him out. Yet, that was not what he desired now. He watched helplessly as his heart veered off course, feeling compelled to take action. He closed the album and leaned against the bookshelf with his eyes shut. Life, indeed, is exhausting. The next day, Li Shuo received a message from Xiang Ning, informing him that Xiao Kun had gone to Yangqing today, likely in search of someone. He had dispatched someone to follow him, but they lost track. Li Shuo anticipated that Xiao Kun would be cautious, especially since Zhao Jinxin was present when he learned about Li Qingxiu. How could he not alert his cousin? He instructed Xiang Ning to continue seeking ways. Once Li Qingxiu was located, he would return home immediately. After several busy days, Zhao Jinxin called, inviting him to dinner. Li Shuo tidied himself up. A man is unwilling to lose face in any circumstance. They agreed to meet at a quiet private dining establishment. Zhao Jinxin sat at a corner table, blowing him a kiss with a smile. Li Shuo approached. "Uncle Li, you look so handsome today," Zhao Jinxin remarked, surveying him flirtatiously. "Is this a special outfit for me?" "Indeed," Li Shuo replied, adjusting his bow tie. "Didn't you say this is a requisite for a date? Our outing shouldn't lack it." Zhao Jinxin licked his lips. "But no matter what you wear, all I want is to undress you." Li Shuo smiled, but offered no response. "I've been swamped these past few days. When do you plan to return home?" "I'll go back with you. My father is urging me to start my new position." "I'll return as soon as I locate Li Qingxiu," Li Shuo said, observing him closely, "but there are obstacles in my way." Zhao Jinxin scratched his nose. "Well, I'm not quite sure about that." Li Shuo shrugged and glanced at the menu. "You and Li Qingxiu have broken up. Why are you still seeking him?" "My brother will treat him well if he finds him," Zhao Jinxin replied. Li Shuo shot him a sidelong glance. "I agreed not to discuss Xiao Kun, so please refrain from mentioning him." Zhao Jinxin nodded. "All right, I want to bring it up. Today is our date." He flirtatiously asked, "What does my little lamb wish to eat? I'm unfamiliar with the dishes. Why don't you order?" "Sure." Zhao Jinxin selected several dishes and a bottle of wine, eagerly stating, "I miss the food back home. Although there are many Chinese in New York, the flavors never quite match the authenticity found in our country. Indeed, I also long to return. There's a food street near where I live, and there are plenty of takeout options available late at night." "Really? Where do you live?" "On XX Road. That is not far from my office. Would you like to move in with me?" Li Shuo asked, his tone casual as he gazed at Zhao Jinxin. Zhao Jinxin paused for a moment, nonchalantly replying, "Oh, my brother, I prepared a place for myself. Wouldn't that complicate things? You have no idea how congested the capital is. Since you haven't been there long, it might be challenging to adapt." Li Shu smiled gently. "Let Uncle Li take care of you." Zhao Jinxin brushed off the concern. "I've been studying there for 3 years. I'll manage just fine." "Don't you want to have breakfast with me every day?" Li Shuo asked with a fond smile, resting his chin on one hand while the other clenched into a fist beneath the table. "Zhao Jinxin, I will make one last effort. Promise me this. Are you too afraid to agree to cohabitation?" Zhao Jinxin laughed. "Of course I would love to, but I'm a heavy sleeper. My place is conveniently within walking distance to the office." Li Shuo felt a wave of acidity rise to the tip of his nose, causing his smile to stiffen. With all his self-control, he nearly uttered the words, "Then I will move in with you." He had already torn apart his dignity piece by piece, like paying reparations, and he felt the need to retain a shred of self-respect. He nodded with a smile. "Very well, it's convenient." The waiter brought the dishes, and Zhao Jinxin picked up a piece of pan-seared foie gras and placed it in Li Shuo's bowl. "Try this, it's the signature dish." Li Shuo lowered his head and took a bite, realizing his teeth were quaking. He forced himself to remain calm, to maintain a nonchalant smile. It's truly delicious." Uncle Li's dining demeanor was equally elegant and pleasing. Zhao Jinxin rested his chin in his hand, feigning exaggerated ecstasy. Li Shuo chuckled and raised his wine glass. "This toast is for the Inn group. May our collaboration be delightful." Zhao Jinxin clinked his glass in response. "Cheers to a pleasant partnership." Li Shuo inquired about the specifics of his plans after returning home, but Zhao Jinxin cheerfully stated, "Today is our date. We can discuss business later." He spoke mysteriously. "Uncle Li, before going back, there is something we haven't done." Li Shuo raised an eyebrow. "What is it?" "Do you remember our first meeting?" "Which part are you referring to?" "I remember every detail of every moment." Zhao Jinxin smiled alluringly. "For example, I mentioned wanting to make love in the pool of my apartment while admiring the scenic beauty of Riverside Park." Li Shuo lowered his head and smiled. "I remember." Zhao Jinxin's eyes sparkled with mischief as he pouted. "When will you fulfill my wish?" "About that." Li Shuo tightly gripped his napkin, slowly moving it to his lips to wipe them, then straightened his posture, lifting his head with a calm and resolute gaze. "I'm afraid I can't fulfill that." Zhao Jinxin paused. "Do you particularly dislike water?" Li Shuo replied, "Clearly, no. It's that we will no longer be engaging in such intimacy." Zhao Jinxin's expression froze instantly, his eyes narrowing. "What do you mean?" Li Shuo discreetly pinched the flesh of his palm, fortifying himself with all his rationality. "Jinxin, I no longer wish to continue this relationship. Let us return to being partners. Zhao Jinxin's lips trembled. Why? Were we not fine just now? Why? For no particular reason, Li Shuo stated calmly. I simply find it uninteresting now. Zhao Jinxin glared at him, and after a moment, let out a cold laugh. It's because of Han Fei, isn't it? That is but a minor factor. Just a minor factor? Li Shuo gazed quietly at Zhao Jinxin, looking at the face he cherished deeply, one he wished to shower with affection, yet felt as if it were encased in ice, the chill coursing through his veins. He opened his mouth, recovering from the spasm of pain that felt like a heart attack. Fei suggested trying, and I think it's worth a shot. Try? What are we trying? To see how he could abandon your 3 years of love for a job? Zhao Jinxin's eyes widened, struggling to suppress his rising anger. Our relationship has nothing to do with you, Li Shuo stated coolly. While we plan to start as ordinary friends, it would be disrespectful for me to remain entangled with you. Zhao Jinxin slammed his fist on the table. The restaurant had few patrons, and the limited guests turned to look at them in surprise. Li Shuo's throat moved slightly, his expression unaffected. He understood Zhao Jinxin's fury. It was the first time the ever-dominant Zhao, was cast aside. Such a fresh experience should be cherished. Youth should embrace various possibilities. As one ages, they become more timid and less adventurous. Zhao Jinxin's forehead pulsed with veins as he narrowed his eyes, whispering, Li Shuo, are you serious? Have I mistreated you? What is wrong with our relationship? Are you unhappy? He had not anticipated that a joyful date would end in such a manner. It felt as though Li Shuo had publicly slapped him, leaving him both embarrassed and furious. Yes, no, all good, happy. Li Shuo smiled faintly, but I've had enough. Zhao Jinxin glared at Li Shuo for 2 seconds before suddenly revealing an icy smile. Is that so? That's quite hurtful. I apologize. Hurtful? Upon hearing those words, Li Shuo felt an urge to laugh, though he could not muster the laughter. No need to apologize. You have done nothing wrong. Zhao Jinxin reverted to his careless demeanor, blinking playfully. What a pity. You were so delightful. I truly regret this. Li Shuo nodded gracefully. Thank you. Zhao Jinxin pulled out his wallet, tossing several bills on the table before standing up. I'm feeling sad now. I can't even eat. Li Shuo stared blankly at his wine glass. Then I want to see you off. Drive carefully. Good night. Zhao Jinxin clenched his fist, making a crack as he leaned down, whispering into Li Shuo's ear. Li Shuo expected to hear something or receive a final kiss, but the next moment, he felt a sharp pain. He jerked in response, instinctively trying to push Zhao Jinxin away. Zhao Jinxin seized his hand and licked the ear he had just bitten, his voice smooth yet chilling. Darling, don't regret it. He released Li Shuo's hand and walked away without looking back. It was only when Zhao Jinxin's figure vanished from sight that Li Shuo slumped weakly in his chair. He had ended relationships many times before, each time maintaining his composure and respect regardless of the other person's reaction. Calm, complaints, or hysteria. This time was no different, yet it felt particularly stifling, as if he could scarcely breathe. His heart ached uncontrollably, leading him to question whether heart disease ran in his family. It was merely the end of a relationship, merely waving goodbye to a passerby. In Zhao Jinxin's eyes, they had never been together. Their relationship was unworthy of discussion. Every tangled thread of his feelings was self-inflicted suffering. He loathed this sensation, this lack of control over his emotions. He despised everything that transpired that evening. Li Shuo languished in despair for several days, an unsettling restlessness coiling within him, his mind plagued with thoughts of Zhao Jinxin, unable to process it all. He resorted to self-punishing exercise to alleviate the tumult. He played basketball for hours and drenched himself in sweat at the gym, only finding temporary solace in exhaustion, where he could escape thought and turmoil. However, this state did not last long. As he passed by the squash court, his mind erupted once more. Unable to resist, he pushed open the squash court door and leaned against the wall, utterly fatigued, cursing himself for the self-inflicted misery. Remembering the match they had played, he could not even recall who had ultimately won. Zhao Jinxin had lost the game, yet achieved his aim. While he had won, but hadn't he the chance to claim his reward, which he likely would never have the opportunity to fulfill. Perhaps it was age that made one softer, more fragile. In previous breakups, he had never experienced such a low period. Now, even facing the sting of heartbreak, he felt too weary to rise. What was heartbreak, after all? It would soon pass. Li Shuo stretched his aching thighs and exited the squash court. After showering and changing, he noticed a missed call from Han Fei on his phone, alongside a text asking if he was free to watch a movie that evening. He sighed, feeling an aversion to seeing anyone, yet he replied, "Sure." After changing into a different outfit, he made his way to the cinema. Han Fei had always favored films rich in artistic essence, and this selection was no exception. The plot was as bland as water, yet the visuals were exquisite. In college, Han Fei had a passion for photography, and naturally, they engaged in discussions about lenses and lighting, rendering the conversation far from dull. After the film, they sought out a nearby Chinese restaurant for dinner. Han Fei's face turned crimson from the spiciness of the chili, yet he savored it with delight. Li Shuo chuckled. "After all these years, your tolerance for spicy food hasn't improved at all. What can I say? Perhaps it's just my constitution, yet I still have a penchant for it." Han Fei replied, taking another swig of his drink. "Fei, you really haven't changed much," Li Shuo remarked nostalgically, finding Han Fei strikingly similar to his memories of him. "You haven't changed much either, but you've certainly matured," Han Fei responded with a smile. "Haha, age does that to you. I no longer possess the vitality of my youth." Li Shuo inquired, "Fei, have you been in any relationships over the years?" Han Fei let out a sigh with a smile, and nodded. "Alas, they all ended without much to show. For years, I focused solely on my career. My heart wasn't in it." "I understand," Li Shuo replied. Before turning 30, Han Fei had experienced flings and even serious relationships, but none were considered long-term since his priority remained his career. However, after 30, it seemed as if age imparted an unspoken signal, or perhaps witnessing his friends settling down sparked a desire for stability within him. "What about you?" "I've had a few as well," Li Shuo shrugged, self-deprecatingly admitting. As you can see, they exchanged a knowing smile, sharing a bittersweet understanding of their respective situations. After their meal, with ample time remaining, they strolled through Times Square, reminiscing about the past, as if there were endless topics to discuss. Han Fei suddenly halted, his gaze fixed ahead. Following his line of sight, Li Shuo saw the stock exchange. "In a few months, our company will be listed here," Han Fei remarked with a smile. "Congratulations," Li Shuo said sincerely. "Your hard work deserves all the rewards." When my friend invited me to join the startup, I pondered for quite some time. After all, I had finally established myself on Wall Street. You know I'm not one for taking risks. Li Shuo nodded in agreement, aware of their differing personalities. "Do you know why I ultimately agreed?" Han Fei continued. "Why? I thought of you," he said, his gaze soft and bright, infused with a touch of affection. "In my youth, I regretted not being brave for love, and I've carried that regret for many years. If I shrink back now, how many more years of regret will I endure?" His words resonated deeply, stirring emotions within Li Shuo. Only those in their age group could comprehend the conflicting desire for stability while resisting the constraints of fate. At this juncture, breaking free from the familiar and seeking a breakthrough requires a courage that surpasses that of one's 20s. Had Han Fei possessed such valor back then, their lives might have been entirely different. Yet, his current bravery was indeed admirable. Li Shuo suddenly realized that Han Fei had changed significantly, particularly in his newfound confidence. Under circumstances of relative equality, perhaps they truly had a chance to reconnect. Li Shuo sighed softly. "Fei, taking this step is no small feat, and it assures me that you will succeed." Han Fei gazed at the grand sign of the stock exchange, a symbol of elite global wealth, as if beckoning him. His eyes sparkled brighter than the lights of Manhattan. "Xiao Shuo, standing beside you now, I no longer feel inferior. Therefore, I will strive to rekindle our relationship." Li Shuo regarded Han Fei, his admiration evident. This version of Han Fei, though unfamiliar, possessed a unique charm. "Just like before, let us dare to explore new feelings," Li Shuo told himself. "Let the meaningless past remain where it belongs, firmly in the past." Since that night, Zhao Jinxian had not reached out to Li Shuo. Initially, Li Shuo felt a twinge of discomfort, but gradually, he grew indifferent. His encounters with Han Fei became more frequent. They dined, browsed bookstores, watched films, and played sports, activities they once enjoyed. However, there was little progression in their relationship. Han Fei's reserved nature rendered him hesitant to take the initiative. Although he had always been proactive in relationships, he found himself unable to pursue further actions now. He preferred not to delve into the reasons behind this reluctance. He simply did not wish to change. Han Fei frequently shared updates about his company, which had passed the qualification review and submitted its formal application for listing. With smooth operations, success seemed imminent. As the weather grew increasingly warm, Li Shuo realized he had been in New York for over 6 months. News from Li Chengxiu had become entirely stagnant, leading him to suspect that Xiao Kun was obstructing Xiang Ning's investigation. Unable to sit still, he decided to return home soon, even though he knew it might be futile. He felt compelled to check on one Xiao Hui's situation. Having spent the past months preoccupied with the disappearance of Li Chengxiu, neglecting to care for others. Resolute, he informed his parents and Han Fei before booking a flight back home in 3 days. He did not call Zhao Jin Xin. It had been half a month since they last communicated, which likely suited Zhao Jin Xin just fine. As someone who valued a graceful exit, Li Shuo preferred to maintain dignity even as the internal turmoil remained unseen, believing he would eventually heal. Before his departure, Li Shuo arranged to have a meal with Han Fei. Arriving early at the restaurant, he had barely settled in when his phone rang. It was Han Fei. "Hello, Fei. Xiao Shuo, have you left yet?" Han Fei's voice sounded off. Li Shuo chuckled. "I just left. No need to rush." "I'm sorry, Xiao Shuo, I can't make it today." "Oh, what happened?" "There's been an issue at the company. The boss called us for an urgent meeting. I'm not sure what's going on, but it sounds serious." "No worries, go ahead. Business comes first." Han Fei expressed regret. "I wanted to see you off, but now I won't get to before you leave." Li Shu rablia gently. "It's all right. I won't be gone long. Perhaps I'll be back next month. You can host a welcome back gathering then. Drive safely. And call me if you need anything, all right?" "All right." After hanging up, Li Shuo awkwardly stood and told the server to cancel his reservation before hastily leaving the restaurant. It was for the best. He would be back home tomorrow and could spend some time with his parents. The next morning, Guangshu drove Li Shuo to the airport, accompanied by his parents. After completing check-in, Li Shuo cheerfully told them, "You two should head back. I've told you not to come." Mr. Li replied, "You don't need to rush back. I'm fine now. Go pursue what you want and thoroughly assess the project in Sanya. We can communicate at any time. If it seems viable, I'll push it forward on my end." "All right, don't worry, Dad. Take care of yourself." "Mom, keep an eye on Dad and watch his diet." "Understood. Travel safely." A familiar, pleasant male voice called from behind, causing Li Shuo to shudder and freeze. "Olhat, Zin Xin." "Uncle, Auntie." Zhao Jin Xin approached with a carry-on suitcase, wearing a warm smile. "Li Gu, you arrived quite early." Li Shuo took a deep breath, turning calmly to smile. "I came early to avoid traffic." "Xiao Shuo, why didn't you mention Jin Xin was returning with you?" "Oh, did I not?" "You certainly didn't." Mrs. Li interjected. "Perfect. Now you can chat during the journey. It won't be so dull." Li Shuo managed a strained smile at Zhao Jin Xin, indeed. After bidding farewell to his parents, the two walked side by side toward security. Zhao Jin Xin smiled. "Wasn't it agreed that we'd travel together? Why didn't you call me?" "Forgotten." Li Shuo gazed ahead with a stoic expression. How callous. Uncle Li's change of heart seemed rather abrupt. Li Shu politeli ramarca. That sentiment is hardly appropriate. Zhao Jinxin leaned slightly forward, chuckling softly. "Is it suitable for you to kick me aside once you've had your fun?" His voice was husky, devoid of discernible emotion, yet Li Shuo felt an inexplicable chill. He clenched his fists, suppressing the tumultuous anger within, maintaining his gaze forward as he replied with a serene smile. "That assertion is even less fitting." "Why? Did I err my words?" "I detest engaging in verbal disputes. They are a waste of time and yield no benefit. Speak as you wish." Li Shuo hastened towards customs. The brief interaction with Zhao Jinxin felt more exhausting than an afternoon spent playing ball, an emotional drain. Knowing Zhao Jinxin was aware of his departure today, he was certain preparations had been made. The thought of spending the next several hours in Zhao Jinxin's presence made him long to take a ship back home. What was Zhao Jinxin's intention? What did he truly desire? Having declined to rebuild their trust, asserting he had never been involved with anyone, and then harshly rejecting the offer of cohabitation, it was absurd for him to now adopt a victim's demeanor and speak disrespectfully. The two temporarily parted ways at customs. Zhao Jinxin finished security checks first and awaited Li Shuo at his checkpoint. Li Shuo composed himself, appearing unfazed as he gestured for Zhao Jinxin to proceed. After all, they remained partners. Zhao Jinxin smirked, a cold smile gracing his lips as they walked side by side towards the lounge. Upon entering, Li Shuo headed straight for the VIP room, wishing to distance himself from Zhao Jinxin's sight. However, Zhao Jinxin boldly followed. Li Shuo grasped the doorknob, frowning. Aren't you a member here? If not, then use my card. There are plenty of rooms. Zhao Jinxin innocently shrugged. That would be a waste. Let's share a room. Li Shuo narrowed his eyes. Was I not clear that night? Clear, but I never agreed. I do not require your consent. Zhao Jinxin leaned against the wall, smiling suggestively. It's been 2 weeks since we last met. I missed you dearly. Even if Uncle Li does not yearn for me, surely he longs for my company? Could you not be more discreet in public? Zhao Jinxin bit his lip and chuckled softly. Is that supposed to embarrass me? Uncle Li is all seriousness in public. It's so playful in private. Such a delightful contrast. Surveying their surroundings, Li Shuo recalled they were conversing in Chinese, and the likelihood of passers-by understanding was minimal. He had long surpassed the age of blushing at risk of banter, yet he had no interest in attracting unwanted attention. He spoke in a low tone. Jinxin, let us not make this too embarrassing. Embarrassing? Zhao Jinxin's beautiful eyes now concealed unfathomable emotions. I know better than you what constitutes embarrassment. He abruptly swung open the door, pushing Li Shuo inside. Taken by surprise, before Li Shuo could turn, he heard the door lock behind him. In the next moment, he was enveloped in a familiar embrace, his impending reprimand stifled by a fervent kiss. Zhao Jinxin was like a parched soul discovering water, aggressively claiming Li Shuo's lips. Li Shuo resisted, even stepping on Zhao Jinxin's foot, but Zhao Jinxin merely let out a muffled grunt, refusing to retreat. He seized Li Shuo's chin to prevent him from biting again, capturing both his wrists, deepening the kiss, even daring to explore with his tongue, leaving Li Shuo breathless before finally releasing him. Li Shuo, what do you think this will change? Zhao Jinxin breathed heavily, murmuring, I simply missed you. I want to kiss you. A jolt coursed through Li Shuo, his expression turning complex. Zhao Jinxin buried his face in Li Shuo's neck, nuzzling. Did you sleep with him? Li Shuo struggled to pull his hand away, but Zhao Jinxin's grip tightened painfully. Gritting his teeth, he demanded, let me go. Answer me first. What does it matter to you? Answer me. Zhao Jinxin gently bit Li Shuo's neck. Zhao Jinxin. Li Shuo snapped. I do not wish to fight you. Do not push me. Zhao Jinxin chuckled, his voice icy. Uncle Li is quite adorable. I wouldn't dream of fighting you, lest you miss your flight today. Answer my question. Did you sleep with him? Say it, and I will release you. Li Shuo inhaled deeply, unwilling to stoop to childishness. No. Zhao Jinxin paused, indeed releasing Li Shuo's hands. Li Shuo forcefully pushed him away, glaring. You seem to be a bit slow. I thought old flames would ignite immediately. Zhao Jinxin smiled. You must be afraid. Li Shuo narrowed his eyes. Afraid of what? Afraid of making love with that fragile Han Fei, who could crumble at a gust of wind, and not being satisfied? Li Shuo straightened his posture, maintaining a stoic expression. Jinxin, seeking momentary triumph in words is base behavior. If you believe that mocking me will affect any change, you overestimate yourself and underestimate me. Indeed, Uncle Li is mature, composed, and dignified. I'm young and reckless. You should understand. But I'm not mocking you. I speak the truth. Zhao Jinxin licked his lips, a mischievous grin on his face. If you've forgotten how you were beneath me, I can help you recall. Li Shu sansa Zhao Jinxin esa deliberata provocación. When it had been close, Zhao Jinxin had not possessed this prickly demeanor. Rather, he had been remarkably gentle. Now, Zhao Jinxin seemed to have unleashed a wild, dangerous side, filled with challenge. Li Shuo could surmise the reason. Perhaps during those years of fleeting romances, he had been the only one to propose an end, and the young man's pride could not bear the humiliation, thus leading to his wrath. Unfortunately, he was only accountable for others' emotions, not for appearances. Today, Zhao Jinxin displayed a rare facet that aligned with his actual age, but it was not something Li Shuo welcomed. Li Shuo calmly stated, your childishness and unreasonable behavior today negate any need for communication. Now leave. Zhao Jinxin's gaze darkened, gradually morphing into a tinge of sorrow. I genuinely miss you. You are too heartless. The moment an old flame reappears, you cast me aside. Li Shuo, having a temperament that softened to gentleness under supplication, felt his heart yield upon hearing Zhao Jinxin's plea. He lowered his gaze, unable to meet Zhao Jinxin's eyes. I'm sorry, but I have made my choice. Do you truly believe choosing him is the right decision? I did not choose him, but rather a different way of life. Li Shuo wearily closed his eyes. Please leave. Zhao Jinxin studied Li Shuo for a moment, his eyes glinting with coldness as he smirked. You will surely regret this. Li Shuo silently gestured for him to depart. Zhao Jinxin strode out of the lounge. Li Shuo shut the door, exhaling deeply. This combative version of Zhao Jinxin was unsettling, yet the playful, flirty Zhao Jinxin was far more perilous, as the heart's manipulation was the hardest to guard against. Once breached, nearly impossible to reclaim. As the time arrived, Li Shuo boarded the plane, having arrived earlier than Zhao Jinxin. Coincidentally, he occupied the same seat as on his flight back to America. Just as he settled in, Zhao Jinxin appeared at the cabin door with his suitcase. Their eyes met, and for a fleeting moment, time seemed to reverse, transporting them back to over 6 months prior. Their initial encounter, when reminisced upon, now seems both absurd and somewhat enchanting, evoking a deep sense of nostalgia. From strangers to intertwined souls, and eventually to divergent paths, they traversed the spectrum of intimacy to estrangement in a mere span of 200 days, a fleeting timeline that elicits profound reflections on the capriciousness of fate. Li Shuo bent slightly at the waist, discomfort evident. At the same moment, Zhao Jinxin felt a heaviness in his chest. Even the lightweight carry-on in his hand seemed burdensome. From the depths of Li Shuo's ancient, indifferent gaze, he discerned a shared recollection. After agreeing to assist his brother, he had booked the same flight to America as Li Shuo, eager to uncover the nature of the formidable person who instilled such apprehension in his brother. Little did he anticipate that the first glance would ignite his complete fascination. Yet now, he tightened his grip on the carry-on's handle. Li Shuo lowered his eyelids, subtly shifting his gaze toward the window. Zhao Jinxin settled beside him, a position Li Shuo had foreseen, remaining motionless. Zhao Jinxin adjusted into a comfortable posture, chuckling softly. Do you remember our first meeting? The same scene, the same spot. Li Shuo's heart trembled slightly, but he offered no reply. When I boarded the plane and saw you retrieving something from the overhead compartment, turned slightly towards me, Zhao Jinxin propped his chin on his hand, his finger gently grazing his lips, his eyes narrowing in playful recollection. That pose made your backside particularly alluring, your waist slim, and your legs long. At that moment, I desperately wished to undress you. Li Shuo's cheeks flushed, Zhao Jinxin's vivid description evoking an overwhelming sensation of vulnerability. In terms of audacity, he had never encountered anyone as brazen as Zhao Jinxin. Noticing Li Shuo's lack of response, Zhao Jinxin chuckled softly, leaning closer, resting his chin on Li Shuo's shoulder, and teasingly exhaled, What were you thinking when you first saw me? Li Shuo steadied his emotions, turning to reply calmly, You are quite handsome. Is that all? Zhao Jinxin raised an eyebrow. What more is there to say? Li Shu kuntarat. At the very least, you should have found me enticing, Zhao Jinxin replied, somewhat discontented. Li Shuo scoffed, dismissing the notion. Zhao Jinxin was entirely unlike any of Li Shuo's previous dates. Thus, upon their first encounter, he neither found Zhao Jinxin appealing, nor had he ever imagined Zhao Jinxin would desire him. Yet life is replete with surprises. Just then, the cabin crew announced the need to prepare for takeoff. Li Shuo pulled out his phone, sending messages to his parents, Xiang Ning, and Wen Xiaowei before powering it off. Zhao Jinxin observed his actions in silence. Soon, the plane ascended. The thought of spending the next several hours locked in Zhao Jinxin's gaze filled Li Shuo with annoyance. He flipped through the pages of his book, unable to focus. Zhao Jinxin turned to him and suddenly said out of the blue, Uncle Li, will you kiss me? Li Shuo did not even glance up. Stop joking. If you kiss me, I will lessen your punishment. Zhao Jinxin persisted. Li Shuo shot him a sidelong glance. You punish me? Zhao Jinxin smiled casually. I am actually quite upset, but I am reluctant to unleash my anger on you. Li Shuo returned his gaze to the book, indifferent. Just kiss me. Zhao Jinxin coaxed. I want you to take the initiative. Li Shuo took a deep breath, snapped the book shut, and turned to face him, forcing himself to remain composed. Jinxin, I have expressed my desire to end this. Do you understand? My intentions have been conveyed. Please refrain from these entanglements. Zhao Jinxin looked at Li Shuo quietly, then chuckled, his smile carrying a hint of cruelty. All right, but I am genuinely angry now. Li Shuo did not believe Zhao Jinxin would act out on the plane. He opened the book, wishing to block Zhao Jinxin from his thoughts. Yet he knew it was futile. Every cell in his body seemed to breathe the essence of Zhao Jinxin, a terrifying sensation, as if, wherever Zhao Jinxin was present. His full attention was wholly consumed. Zhao Jinxin reclined in his seat, chuckling. Uncle Li, even though you have annoyed me, who can blame me for liking you? Hence, I have still done you a favor. Li Shua paused, an ominous premonition stirring within him. What do you mean? You wish to rekindle your romance with Han Fei, don't you? I truly hope you find happiness, so I wish for Han Fei to be someone who can genuinely make you happy. Li Shu's brows furrowed. He turned to Zhao Jinxin. What exactly are you trying to say? Zhao Jinxin flashed a toothy grin, his unnaturally white teeth sending a chill down one's spine. As he winked, to ensure your happiness, I have decided to test him. Li Shua's eyes widened. Clarify your words. Zhao Jinxin cheerfully replied. Han Fei once abandoned you for an offer. I am concerned that in the face of benefit, he might hurt you again. Therefore, I have utilized certain connections to create a minor obstacle in the approval of their company's IPO. Li Shua was shaken to his core. Seizing Zhao Jinxin by the collar, fury radiating from his eyes as he gritted his teeth. What have you done? Don't be alarmed. It is merely a test. If he would abandon you once more for profit, then such a person is unworthy of your affections. Zhao Jinxin spoke as if he were a caring friend. Yet his words sent shivers down Li Shua's spine. Li Shua took a deep breath, his voice low and intense. Zhao Jinxin, what on earth do you want? Zhao Jinxin gently grasped Li Shua's hand, tenderly caressing it. I am doing this for your own good. Rest assured, I won't harm your former lover. I merely wish for you to see the truth about him. You should be grateful. Li Shua gazed at Zhao Jinxin's cruel and apathetic smile, feeling his scalp tingle with rage. A low growl escaped his throat as he fought to restrain his clenched fist. Zhao Jinxin's expression darkened as he met Li Shua's gaze unwaveringly. Li Shua's fist trembled in the air, yet he could not bring himself to strike. This person, damn it. Zhao Jinxin stared deeply into Li Shua's eyes, his expression complex. The surrounding passengers began to feel tense, some pressing the service bell. Li Shua's fist could not descend, even in his fury. As a man, how could he strike someone with whom he had shared intimacy? He forcibly lowered his fist. At that moment, a flight attendant approached, anxiously inquiring about the situation. It's nothing. We're just playing around, Zhao Jinxin replied with a sunny smile. Li Shua's expression darkened as he sternly said for the first time in his life to a woman, Leave us be. The flight attendant hesitated, but eventually walked away. Zhao Jinxin adjusted his ruffled collar, saying, What's wrong? Are you afraid of history repeating itself? Zhao Jinxin, you are a scoundrel, Li Shua hissed, his voice low and menacing. If you dare to confront Fei, I will not let you off easily. I have no interest in that weakling. I am merely looking out for you. Zhao Jinxin smiled. Aren't you curious how he will choose? When you land, if you call him and he doesn't answer, then he has chosen his career. That is our agreement. Li Shua's fists clenched tightly, his eyes reddened with rage. He had never imagined Zhao Jinxin could be so malicious, reminding him of the person he despised most, who shared a similar bloodline with Zhao Jinxin. They were truly cut from the same cloth. Zhao Jinxin watched Li Shua's face twist with anger, savoring a perverse delight, elegantly crossing his legs, leisurely saying, Actually, if you had kissed me earlier, I would have waited until we landed to tell you. After all, who could blame you for being so heartless towards me? Li Shua abruptly stood, striding towards the restroom. He slammed the door shut and, upon seeing his flushed face in the mirror, pounded his fist against the sink. That scoundrel Zhao Jinxin. That scoundrel. He was doing this on purpose, seeking revenge. Why would he develop feelings for such a scoundrel? Why did he not realize it sooner? How could he have been deceived by Zhao Jinxin's fade in appearance, forgetting that this person is Shao Kun's cousin? What is he to do now? His flight has yet to land for another 12 hours. He cannot make a call, nor can he reach anyone. What can he possibly do? At the moment when Fei Yi needs help the most, he is utterly powerless. This is precisely Zhao Jinxin's intention. Zhao Jinxin. Li Shua splashed cold water on his face, gazing into the mirror, gradually calming himself. It was futile to be angry here. What mattered most now was to ensure that Han Fei Yi would not bear the brunt of Zhao Jinxin's wrath. He took a tissue to dry his face and the damp ends of his hair before turning to leave the restroom. Zhao Jinxin smiled as he watched him return to his side. Li Shua clasped his fingers together on his knees, his eyes fixed on the flat-screen television ahead, and slowly spoke, What exactly do you want? I am doing this for your own good. Zhao Jinxin replied lightly. Li Shua's voice turned serious. If you truly cared for me, you would respect my choices. I do not need you to test anyone in such a despicable manner. Aren't you curious about what choice Han Fei Yi will make? I am not curious. This is not a matter of choice. No one has the right to force him to choose between his career and his feelings. Then let me be curious. Zhao Jinxin smirked. What significance does this serve? It only makes me look down on you, Li Shuo retorted. Zhao Jinxin pressed his lips together, his gaze deep, and softly asked, do you hate me? If you don't cease this childish behavior, Li Shuo steeled himself, I will come and hate you. Zhao Jinxin tightened his grip on the armrest. I am doing this simply to prevent you from being hurt. You are doing this out of revenge against me. Li Shuo shouted, do not insult my intelligence. I admit I was angry when you rejected me, but I still care for you. I do not want you to choose someone who would abandon you for personal gain. Am I wrong? Zhao Jinxin's voice dwindled to a whisper, almost inaudible. Li Shuo furrowed his brow. He could not bring himself to trust Zhao Jinxin, not after the blatant arrogance he had displayed in the lounge. His dealings with Han Fei Yi were clearly an act of retaliation. This person changes his face too swiftly. However, provoking him now would be counterproductive, so he softened his tone. Jinxin, you cannot make choices for me. Even if you care for me, you cannot interfere with my friendships. Your actions are beneath contempt. We are still friends and partners. Let us not distance ourselves further, shall we? Zhao Jinxin turned his face, looking intently at Li Shuo. No. You, Li Shuo, I am doing this for your own good, whether you believe it or not. Zhao Jinxin leaned in and kissed Li Shuo's cheek. Han Fei Yi is not worthy of you. Once you see him for who he truly is, you will thank me. Li Shuo pushed him away, angered. I do not need your guidance on judging people, especially not through such vile means to coerce others. Zhao Jinxin's eyes drooped, a self-deprecating smile crossing his face. When did I become the villain in your eyes? His expression fell, looking deeply wronged. Li Shuo's heart quaked. Was Zhao Jinxin truly a bad person? He recalled their acquaintance. Zhao Jinxin had deceived him because of Shao Kun, yet he had also saved his father. Most of the time, he was humorous, candid, and endearing. How could such a person be deemed a villain, at least not in the same vein as Shao Kun? Seizing the moment of uncertainty in Li Shuo's mind, Zhao Jinxin said despondently, you fail to comprehend my actions, and I cannot fathom why you would trust someone who has abandoned you. Li Shuo sighed. Jinxin, we cannot view the past so one-dimensionally. I have made far more mistakes than you know. I cannot explain it to you, as it is a matter between Fei Yi and me. You would not understand. I only hope you respect me and respect Fei Yi. Harming others only diminishes your own fortune. Please stop this childishness. Who have I harmed? Zhao Jinxin looked at him, his eyes unusually bright. I do not intend to do anything to him. I merely wanted to scare him a little. I just want to know if he would hurt you. I care for you. Li Shuo gazed at Zhao Jinxin, his emotions tangled and momentarily confused. Could it be that Zhao Jinxin was genuinely concerned for him? Even if his methods were extreme, was his intent rooted in care? No, that was incorrect, regardless of intent. Such behavior was fundamentally wrong. Li Shuo's tone unwittingly softened. Jinxin, if you truly only care for me, I appreciate your good intentions. But I still cannot permit you to act this way. Whatever you have done, once you disembark, you will resolve this matter. I will apologize to Fei Yi on your behalf. Zhao Jinxin turned his head away. Jinxin? Li Shuo grasped his chin, speaking sternly. Did you hear me? Zhao Jinxin replied with a flat expression. I am not listening. Are you going to hit me? I will not hit you. But you cannot change anything now. Zhao Jinxin's lips curled slightly, his smile inscrutable. Even if you become angry, I must ensure you see Han Fei Yi clearly. Li Shuo clenched his fists, the urge to shout in frustration surging within him. He suppressed his fury, turning his stiff neck towards the cabin wall. Watching the rolling clouds outside the window, his worries and anger swirled within him, rendering him restless. What was Zhao Jinxin truly thinking? While rejecting him, he engaged in ambiguous actions. Li Shuo had had enough of guessing this person's intentions. He merely wished to distance himself, to return to being the familiar self he once was. Li Shuo endured an excruciating 12 hours. The two hardly exchanged a word, the atmosphere tense and awkward. It was only when the plane came to a stop that Li Shuo eagerly opened his phone. Zhao Jinxin watched him intently. Li Shuo accessed his contacts, staring at the familiar name, but hesitating to press the call button. What's wrong? Are you scared? Zhao Jinxin remarked coolly. You claim not to care, Yet you are clearly afraid of repeating past mistakes. Li Shuo remained silent, stuffing his phone into his pocket. He retrieved his luggage from the overhead compartment and exited the plane directly. Zhao Jinxin followed closely behind. Upon reaching the arrival hall, Li Shuo turned and coldly said to Zhao Jinxin, "I do not wish to see you right now. Do not follow me." Zhao Jinxin shrugged. Li Shuo turned and walked away. "Li Shuo," Zhao Jinxin called after him, "you will miss me." Without looking back, Li Shuo continued on his way. It was not until he got into his assistant car that he pulled out his phone, hesitating for a few seconds before dialing Han Feiye's number. The phone rang once, twice, 3 times, until it disconnected with no answer. He closed his eyes, dialing twice more with the same result. He let out a long sigh. "Li Zong, what's wrong?" His assistant glanced at him. "You must be exhausted. We will be home soon." Yes, Li Shuo did indeed feel drained, emotionally drained, though he knew he must not fall into Zhao Jinxin's trap. As Zhao Jinxin had pointed out, he still felt disappointed that Han Feiye was not answering his calls. Did he not trust him? Did he not believe he could help? He immediately shook off those negative thoughts. He had no idea how Han Feiye was faring. How could he make judgments based solely on Zhao Jinxin's perspective? He sent Han Feiye a text message inquiring about his situation and could only wait. The assistant drove him home, where the house had already been cleaned by a maid service in advance. But after being away for several months, it felt particularly empty. Li Shuo collapsed onto the sofa, his mind a chaotic whirlwind. Suddenly, his phone rang. He picked it up to see it was when Xiaowei calling. "Hello, Xiaowei." The voice on the other end was crisp and melodious. "Li Ge, have you arrived?" "Yes, I am home now," Li Shuo replied with a smile, surprised by how long his trip had taken. It's good to be back. When are you free? I'd like to treat you to a meal. We should have a good chat. How about in a couple of days? Today has been exhausting." No matter. After hanging up the phone, Li Shuo's eyelids grew heavy, and he was so fatigued that he could scarcely move his fingers, eventually dozing off on the sofa. He was awakened by the sound of the doorbell. As he slowly opened his eyes, he found himself surrounded by darkness. Glancing outside, he confirmed that night had fallen. The doorbell rang again, prompting him to rise from the sofa and open the door. A young man in a hotel staff uniform stood there, holding a meal box. "Hello, are you Mr. Li?" "Yes, and you are?" "Mr. Zhao Jinxin ordered a meal for you." The young man handed the meal box to Li Shuo. Taken aback, Li Shuo accepted it, saying, "Thank you. You're welcome. Enjoy your meal." Li Shuo, feeling somewhat resigned, thought it was not surprising that Zhao Jinxin could track his flight, phone number, and home address. He placed the meal box on the table, rubbed his stomach, and realized he was genuinely hungry. Opening the box revealed a delightful assortment of 5 dishes and a soup, all of which he loved. With a sigh, he stared at the food, his emotions complex, and only began to eat when it was nearly cold. By the next day, Li Shuo still had not received any response from Han Fei nor managed to reach him by phone. He found himself unable to resist speculating in accordance with Zhao Jinxin's words, feeling not so much sorrow as a tinge of disappointment. He knew he should not let his thoughts wander, yet he vividly recalled the argument from 12 years ago when they parted ways, seemingly catching a glimpse of those old feelings once again. Perhaps that was Zhao Jinxin's intention. To ensure Han Fei was all right, Li Shuo called Zhao Jinxin. The call connected quickly, and Zhao Jinxin languidly greeted him. "Good morning. The sunlight today is splendid. I wish you were here in my arms." Li Shuo replied calmly. "Regardless of what you've done to Fei, can you cease this now?" Zhao Jinxin inquired. "Have you called him?" "I did." "Did he answer?" "No." Zhao Jinxin chuckled softly. "As I expected. Your actions are utterly pointless." Li Shuo retorted, "I cannot blame him or harbor ill thoughts about him because of this. You're simply wasting time. Whether I am wasting time is clear to you. If you truly did not care, you would have called him in front of me yesterday." Li Shuo evaded the topic, firmly stating, "Your so-called test is over. Do not trouble Fei any further." Zhao Jinxin chuckled lightly. "Don't worry. I have not been too hard on him. He values his career above all else. So what right do you have to say that about him?" Li Shuo snapped. "From today onward, do not contact me again. I will arrange for someone else to handle all business matters with you." Zhao Jinxin paused. "Don't you want to see me anymore?" "No." Li Shuo pressed his forehead in weariness. "Jinxin, you are so immature. You have disappointed me greatly. What if I said I could take you to meet Li Chengxiu?" Li Shuo's eyes widened in shock. "What did you just say?" "My brother has already found Li Chengxiu. I can take you to see him." "Take me right away today." Li Shuo urged anxiously. Zhao Jinxin chuckled softly. "I have a condition." Li Shuo's voice deepened. "Speak." You must sleep with me for a while. Zhao Jinxin. Li Shuo felt an urge to strangle him and demand if he had matured at all. Zhao Jinxin burst into laughter. I'm just joking. Don't be angry. Li Shuo took a deep breath. Zhao Jinxin's tone turned gentle and forlorn. Uncle Li, I do have a serious request. I hope you will stop being angry with me. Li Shuo was taken aback by Zhao Jinxin's sudden softness. I hope you understand that I genuinely care about you. Please, do not stay angry. Your harshness toward me truly hurts. Li Shuo fell silent for a moment. But you never think you've done anything wrong, whether regarding this matter or your approach to Xiao Kun. True, but I still hope you can forgive me. Zhao Jinxin whispered. I will take you to meet Li Chengxiu as compensation. Then, can we interact like we used to without you disliking me? Li Shuo slowly clenched his fists. For the first time, he felt a sense of fear towards Zhao Jinxin, a fear of something entirely beyond his control. He had known countless people but could never quite discern what Zhao Jinxin truly was. The sincerity or pretense behind his every action and word, the motivations behind his mixed behaviors. Whether they were wicked, tender, ambiguous, or dangerous. What did Zhao Jinxin truly want from him? He felt as if he were tethered to an invisible fishing line, the other end held by Zhao Jinxin, who could tug at it and disturb his peace with a mere pull. It was terrifying. How could such a person exist in the world? How could he allow someone like that to brazenly influence his emotions, actions, and judgments? He felt profoundly grateful for having distanced himself from Zhao Jinxin in time. He had already invested far too much in this person, more than he ever had before. If he did not withdraw now, he would only lose more. Perhaps he had remained silent for too long, as Zhao Jinxin's voice turned somber. Take your time to consider it. When you've made up your mind, call me. Li Shuo pondered for a moment before ending the call. He truly did not wish to have any further contact with Zhao Jinxin, but with Li Chengxiu with Xiao Kun's interference. They had been unable to find her for so long, and he was eager to see how Chengxiu was doing. He tossed his phone aside and slapped his forehead in frustration, feeling as if his head might explode. Li Shuo began to sift through the chaotic thoughts in his mind, a sudden spark of inspiration leading him to think of someone. This individual would be more persuasive to Xiao Kun than Zhao Jinxin, and had previously interacted with him regarding Li Chengxiu. She was Xiao Kun's elder sister, and her desire to separate Xiao Kun and Li Chengxiu was stronger than anyone else's. Li Shuo straightened up and began searching through his contacts. Soon finding a long-neglected number, he dialed the phone. Hello, who is this? A magnetic female voice answered, exuding a commanding presence even through the phone. Li Shu Smirka Gulli. Hello, I am Li Shuo. After 2 consecutive days of being unable to reach Han Fei, Li Shuo began to grow concerned. Regardless of Han Fei's thoughts, he must be feeling quite distressed. He needed to ensure Han Fei was all right. After much contemplation, he decided to call Cheng Sheng. It was already night in America when Cheng Sheng answered the phone, his voice muffled and clearly sleepy. Cheng Sheng, I'm sorry to disturb your rest. Lambert, you're back in the country. Cheng Sheng yawned widely. Yes, I just returned a few days ago. I apologize for calling so late. I'm rather anxious. No problem. What is up? Could you visit Fei's company tomorrow and check on him? Huh? Cheng Sheng was taken aback. What is going on? Li Shuo awkwardly explained. There has been a misunderstanding between us. He is not answering my calls, and I just want to confirm he is okay. I'm a bit worried. What happened between you two? Cheng Sheng was now fully awake. You're quite the romantic, aren't you? Just a few days ago, you were cozying up to Zhao, and now you're with Han Fei. Don't jump to conclusions, Li Shuo replied helplessly. It's not what you think. There is nothing between me and Fei, and I can't explain it to you. Just do me a favor and check on him, okay? All right, I'll go tomorrow. What should I say when I see him? I'm here to check on you, for Li Shuo. Just tell him not to worry and to call me back. Okay. After concluding his phone call, Li Shuo rose and made his way to the boarding gate. Today, he was flying to Yang City, and if Xiao Wen's words rang true, he would be able to meet Li Chengxiu by afternoon. Upon arriving in Yang City, Xiao Wen had a driver escort him to the hotel. It was just past noon, and Li Shuo requested lunch from the hotel, but after a few bites of salad, he lost his appetite. He took a shower, shaved, and changed his attire. Although he typically paid attention to his appearance, he seldom went out of his way to dress up. However, today, he aimed to provoke Xiao Kun as much as possible. As the time approached, his phone rang. The driver, polite as ever, informed him, Mr. Li, the car is waiting downstairs. You may come down whenever you're ready. All right, I'm heading down now, Li Shuo replied. He adorned himself with a black diamond tie clip and, upon seeing his reflection, flashed a confident, charming smile. Upon descending, he found a black Bentley parked outside the hotel's revolving door. As he stepped through the door, the driver also exited the vehicle to open the door for him. Inside sat a woman clad in a soft pink suit. From his vantage point, her face was obscured, but her tall and graceful figure was evident. Li Shuo nodded at the driver and entered the car. Xiaowen turned her head to look at him, a subtle smile gracing her lips, polite yet not overly warm. She was an extraordinarily beautiful woman, appearing to be in her 30s, sporting a sleek bob that accentuated her delicate, sculpted features, emanating an air of authority without needing to raise her voice. It was clear she was no ordinary woman. As Li Shuo settled into his seat, he noticed someone occupying the front passenger seat. When the individual turned, his expression shifted. Zhao Jinxin. Zhao blinked and greeted him with a smile. "Hello, brotherly." "Hello," Li Shuo replied, coolly nodding, then turned to Xiaowen, extending his hand. "Thank you, Miss Xiao." She shook his hand, saying, "I should be the one thanking you. I apologize for the trouble my brother has caused you." Li Shuo responded with a strained smile. No need for pleasantries. No one should apologize on his behalf. Li Shuo had multiple intentions for this visit, one of which was to ensure Xiao Kun faced the consequences of his actions. The three remained silent during the ride. Li Shuo gazed out the window, his thoughts consumed by the person he was about to meet, his heart turbulent. Suddenly, he sensed Zhao Jinxin watching him from the front seat, and feigning ignorance, he leaned back and closed his eyes to rest. He was unsure of Zhao Jinxin's motives for accompanying them. Aside from rekindling memories of their deceitful schemes, he saw no other purpose. For him, Zhao Jinxin was merely Xiao Kun's cousin, and his presence was particularly irksome. The car entered an old district, gradually slowing down. Li Shuo observed the outdated buildings, a mix of emotions swirling within him. Relief that Xiao Kun had not taken Li Chengxiu away, yet disheartened by the realization that she still lived poorly. The vehicle halted before a dilapidated residential complex. Li Shuo turned to Xiaowen, asking, "Which building?" "I'm not quite sure," she replied, pulling out her phone to make a call. "No need for that," Li Shuo interjected, suddenly spotting two familiar figures. His jaw clenched as he tightly balled his fists and roughly opened the car door. "Li Shu," Zhao Jinxin called, chasing after him. Two individuals emerged through the entrance of the community. One was slender and fair-skinned, exuding a gentle and harmless demeanor, with an air of lingering sorrow. The other was tall and handsome, clad in simple casual wear and flip-flops, yet he could not hide his noble bearing, looking so strikingly handsome that it made others feel inferior. He walked behind, appearing somewhat dejected. Li Shuo's emotions surged, and he blurted out, "Chengxiu." Both turned to look at him in surprise. He strode forward and embraced Li Chengxiu, relieved to see her standing before him, his anxieties finally settling. After a moment of shock, she choked on her words, "Brotherly." Suddenly, a shadow darted past him, and his body was violently shoved aside. Xiao Kun pointed an accusatory finger at him, his voice low and menacing. "Don't you dare touch my people. When enemies meet, tensions run high." Li Shuo gritted his teeth. "Xiao Kun, you shameless scoundrel." He clenched his fists, ready to charge. Zhao Jinxin suddenly intervened, stepping between them with a grin. Calm down, it's a hot day. No need to get so worked up." Xiao Kun narrowed his eyes. "Jinxin, did you bring her here? And this idiot?" "Not all. I merely accompanied my sister to check on you," Zhao Jinxin replied, casting a glance at Li Shuo, urging him to stay calm. Li Shuo's gaze was icy, his anger simmering as he pushed past Zhao Jinxin. "Chengxiu." Zhao Jinxin again obstructed him, taking Li Chengxiu's hand in his and flashing a charming smile. "Hello. You must be Li Chengxiu. You look truly delightful." Li Chengxiu instinctively withdrew her hand, stepping back, her eyes darting between the Xiao family members, clearly apprehensive. Her startled expression evoked a wave of protectiveness in Li Shuo. Xiao Kun frowned. "Chengxiu, don't be afraid. This is my cousin, Zhao Jinxin." The silent Xiao when approached, her tone laced with sarcasm. "Aren't you going to introduce your sister?" Xiao Kun impatiently replied, "Sister, what are you doing here?" Xiaowen raised her hand and delivered a sharp slap, her anger palpable. "What do you think I'm here for?" Xiao Kun lowered his gaze, falling silent. Xiaowen took a deep breath, trying to rein in her emotions. "Let's go inside and talk. Standing out here makes us a spectacle." "Chengxiu." Li Shuo attempted to move towards her, but this time, Both Xiao Kun and Zhao Jinxin blocked their path, igniting his frustration. The five of them ascended the narrow, worn staircase, and, at the threshold of her room, Li Chengxiu softly urged, "Brotherly, please come in and sit." Xiao Kun glared. "You dare enter his home?" Li Shuo smirked provocatively. "We used to live together and shared a key. What is the problem with me entering?" Xiao Kun's eyes reddened with rage. "Aren't you with Jinxin now? Acting all love-struck in front of Chengxiu is disgusting." His words pierced Li Shuo's heart, unleashing all the suppressed humiliation, anger, and hatred that surged within him. He yearned to strike Xiao Kun down. "Xiao Kun, you despicable beast. Do you think your vile tactics can bring me down? You only make Chengxiu despise you more." Zhao Jinxin's eyes narrowed, his expression unreadable. "You are the one meddling between us, you hypocritical monster. And you can fabricate evidence to slander me." Li Shuo bared his teeth. "I couldn't return home for 6 months. I sold my firm. Are you satisfied now? But let me tell you, I have no regrets about my actions. You know better than anyone how you treated Chengxiu. You deserve it. You should rot in America and never return." Xiao Wen interjected sharply, "Enough. Xiao Kun, be quiet." She pushed both him and Zhao Jinxin, insisting, "Go inside. They can settle their matters themselves. I have accounts to settle with you." Xiao Kun remained unmoved, and Li Chengxiu opened her door, her face pale as she told him, "You cannot come in." Xiao Kun froze, his expression one of shock, as he glared at Li Shuo with a mix of fury and resentment. "Brother, let's go," Zhao Jinxin said, pulling Xiao Kun away while casting one last glance at Li Shuo. Li Shuo deliberately avoided Zhao Jinxin's gaze, straightened his collar, and gave Xiao Kun a slight smile before turning to enter with Li Chengxiu, slowly closing the door behind him, deliberately taking his time as Xiao Kun's furious shouts echoed behind them. Inside, the room was a simple one-bedroom layout, stark and unadorned, clearly a temporary dwelling. Li Chengxiu stood with her back to Li Shuo, her hands resting on the stove as she took a soft breath, her voice slightly trembling. "Brotherly, would you like something to drink?" Li Shuo sighed and replied softly, "Just water will suffice." Li Chengxiu poured 2 glasses of water and brought them over. "Please, have a seat." Li Shuo settled onto the sofa, glancing around and feeling a wave of awkwardness wash over him. Once they had shared intimate and sweet moments together, but now those memories felt distant and foreign, perhaps because he had never truly entered her heart. He took a sip of water and, with a bittersweet smile, said, "Chengxiu, it's been so long since we last met. I have so much to say, yet I find myself at a loss for words." Li Chengxiu gazed at him with her bright, gentle eyes. "Brotherly, how have you been?" How had he been? Fairly well, he thought. Sufficient food and clothing, a healthy family. Nothing particularly wrong, except he found it hard to articulate, so he countered her question. "And you?" Li Chengxiu smiled. "I'm doing all right. I found a job." Li Shuo glanced towards the adjacent room, his expression darkening slightly. What was going on there? Li Chengxiu's complexion shifted subtly. "He found me and moved next door." Li Shuo lowered his head. After a long pause, he said in a deep voice, "Chengxiu, why didn't you come to America back then? If only things had been different." Li Chengxiu would not have found herself in such a dilemma, nor would she have developed feelings for someone she was hesitant to like. Guilt washed over her face. "Brotherly, I'm so sorry. I've caused you trouble. I was too scared to go. I realized that decision was sudden for you." Li Chengxiu's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "I'm sorry." Li Shuo looked into her eyes. "You needn't apologize to me. The matter with the firm is behind us. What I wish to know now is your future plans. I understand you want to escape from Xiao Kun, and I am still willing to help you. I am the only one who can." Li Chengxiu remained silent for a long while before softly murmuring, "Brotherly, I'm sorry." Li Shuo softened his tone. "Chengxiu, what do you feel you owe me?" Your greatest wrong was disappearing without a word. Li Chengxiu's shoulders trembled, tears brimming in her eyes. "Can you imagine how anxious I was in America upon hearing of her disappearance? Why couldn't you trust me? Why didn't you wait for me to help you? Have you considered my feelings?" Li Chengxiu could only choke out apologies, unable to articulate more. Li Shuo, unable to bear it, gently patted her shoulder. "I do not wish to blame you. I understand your difficulties. Chengxiu, I know you have never had feelings for me, and that is all right. It is not your fault. You have given me a period of joy and warmth, and I still admire you greatly. Just say the word, and I will support you wholeheartedly." Li Chengxiu shook her head, tears still in her eyes. "Thank you." Li Shuo sighed, feeling a profound sense of loss. Yet he was not surprised by her rejection. Perhaps, as when Xiao Wei had said, only love as intense and mad as Xiao Kun's could be considered true love, though he could never accept such a thorny and absurd affection. Nevertheless, he could not change Li Chengxiu's mind. He spoke heavily. My number hasn't changed. In a moment, please send your number to my phone. If you change your mind or face difficulties, call brotherly, all right? Li Chengxiu nuda zitanli, brutally. I don't deserve someone like you. Li Shuo ruffled her hair, feeling a lump in his throat. Foolish girl, do not speak like that. Li Chengxiu hesitated. About your firm. Oh, it's nothing, he replied nonchalantly. I sold part of my shares. I won't need to work anymore, just collect dividends. Li Chengxiu furuit hadburoth. Chengxiu, do not blame yourself for this matter. It is not your fault. Besides, I am doing well now, with more time to spend with my family. I have my eyes on a project, and will be going for an inspection soon, so don't worry about me. Li Chengxiu nudda. Li Shuo looked at her frail shoulders and reddened eyes, longing to embrace her, not for any ulterior motive, but simply to offer warmth, like seeing a stray rabbit in need. Yet, he refrained and stood up. I shall not disturb you any longer. Remember to reach out if you need anything. Li Chengxiu stood as well. I will. Li Shuo inhaled deeply and turned towards the door, pausing suddenly as a thought struck him. Chengxiu, regarding what Xiao Kun said. My relationship with his cousin is not as you might think. Li Chengxiu bauza, boildaret. When I was in America, he had his cousin approach me. Such a lowly tactic. Li Shuo struggled to articulate his feelings, unable to entirely deny his connection with Zhao Jinxin, yet unwilling to admit he had been played. Li Chengxiu gazed at him quietly, without a trace of doubt in her eyes. Li Shuo chuckled bitterly. This matter is inconsequential. I shall take my leave now. Let us keep in touch, shall we? All right. As Li Shuo exited, he found Xiao Kun and Zhao Jinxin smoking in the corridor. Upon seeing him, they both turned their gazes towards him. One could not deny that the brothers were strikingly handsome, yet none of them had good intentions. Xiao Kun strode over with a chilling demeanor. What did you two discuss? Li Shuo raised an eyebrow. I can tell you word for word if you wish to take notes. Xiao Kun seized Li Shuo's collar, menacingly stating, Is my lesson not enough for you? Clearly, it was insufficient. Zhao Jinxin grasped Xiao Kun's hand, frowning. Bro, let go. Xiao Kun looked at him incredulously. Who the hell are you helping? Let go. Zhao Jinxin pushed Xiao Kun away. Li Shuo straightened his attire, adjusting his tie and aligning his tie clip, stating clearly, Xiao Kun, merely attempting to frame me is far from sufficient. Without the firm, I will not starve. Why not have someone take me out instead? As long as I draw breath, I will ensure you regret it. Zhao Jinxin whispered. Could you possibly say less? Li Shuo shot him a cold glare. No. Zhao Jinxin licked his lips. From this moment on, if you utter another word, I will kiss you. Li Shuo widened his eyes. Zhao Jinxin grinned playfully. Xiao Kun shouted, Get lost, all of you. Li Shuo scoffed heavily and turned to leave. Zhao Jinxin hurried after him. Xiao Wen had already departed, and as Li Shuo stepped out of the compound to hail a taxi, Zhao Jinxin followed closely. Li Shuo, Brother Li, Uncle Li. A rental car halted before Li Shuo, who opened the door to enter. Zhao Jinxin slammed the door shut with a bang, signaling the driver to leave. The driver sped away without looking back. Li Shuo turned around. What do you want? Zhao Jinxin rubbed his nose. You saw, right? My brother moved to this place for Li Chengxiu. So, he truly likes Li Chengxiu. You can rest easy. His affection for Li Chengxiu does not negate his animalistic tendencies. So what? They cannot be separated. What does it matter? Li Shuo felt a mix of anger and amusement. You truly are Xiao Kun's cousin. Why am I even telling you this? You neither understand, nor does it concern you. Zhao Jinxin grasped Li Shuo's arm. Fine, let's not speak of them. Let's talk about us. We have even less to discuss. Li Shuo flagged down another taxi. At least we have a collaboration, right? Yes. I will send you my assistant's number. I will visit your company on Monday to discuss the details. Li Shuo entered the taxi without looking back at Zhao Jinxin. The more he recognized Zhao Jinxin's influence over him, the more he felt danger, a primal instinct to flee from peril. Until Zhao Jinxin was completely out of sight in the rearview mirror, Li Shuo finally exhaled a long breath. He reached for his tie clip, which was attached to a thin wire connected to his shirt. Pulling it out, he revealed a small, flat box at the end of the wire. Upon opening it, he discovered a chip. Ajala smila gresa Li Shu's lips. Upon returning home, he did not even change his clothes before inserting the chip into the reader and connecting it to his computer. The video player quickly displayed a shaky image, capturing every moment from the encounter with Xiao Kun to the departure. The footage, recorded by the pinhole camera on the tie clip, clearly depicted Xiao Kun's face despite the chaotic moments of physical confrontation. This little device, produced by an American military contractor and prohibited from circulation, had taken considerable effort for Li Shuo to acquire, validating its high price. After shutting off the video, he called his lawyer, Lawyer Wang. I have obtained a recording of Xiao Kun committing perjury and framing me. No, he did not admit it outright. I intended to bait him into speaking more, but I feared that being too obvious would arouse his suspicions, and the situation was rather chaotic at the time. Yes, I confronted him twice, and he did not refute my accusations. At the very least, this footage clearly indicates his significant personal vendetta against me. He unlawfully invaded my office and assaulted me, which has been documented by the police. Indeed, I am aware that the strength of this evidence is still insufficient. Li Shuo gazed at the frozen image of Xiao Kun's agitated face on the screen, a glint of cold determination igniting in his eyes. You must ensure that the legal representative identifies him, no matter the cost. After ending the call, Li Shuo saved multiple copies of the video and uploaded them to cloud storage and his email. Simultaneously, he mentally retraced the entire incident, convinced that the impact he could inflict on Xiao Kun would not be lesser than that which Xiao Kun had inflicted on him. His intentions were straightforward: vengeance, while also restoring the tarnished reputation of his firm. This plan had been brewing since his time in America, but he had hesitated due to Zhao Jinxin. Now that he had severed ties with Zhao, confronting Xiao Kun had reignited all his loathing and resentment. How could he let him go unpunished? The following day, Li Shuo woke early, the first thought on his mind being to call Cheng Sheng. When Cheng Sheng answered, he casually replied, "I went to see him. He all right and looks pretty good." Li Shuo was taken aback, uncertainly asking, pretty good? Yes, did you two have a fight? No, anyway. He didn't say much to me. Perhaps he felt it inappropriate to speak freely with an outsider. Oh, Li Shuo frowned, realizing it would be difficult to ascertain Han Fei's condition through Cheng Sheng. Did you ask him to call me back? I did, and he said okay. No other comments? Li Shuo felt an odd sense of unease. Just some casual chatter, nothing else. Cheng Sheng inquired, what exactly happened between you two? Li Shu Siga. It's hard to explain, Cheng Sheng. Thank you. I owe you a drink when you return. Haha, no need for thanks. After hanging up, Li Shuo dialed Han Fei's number again, but remained unreachable. A vague sense of misunderstanding loomed between them, and the distance made face-to-face communication impossible. He genuinely had no idea what had transpired. However, according to Cheng Sheng, the company matters seemed to have been resolved, which brought him some relief. For now, he could only wait for Han Fei to reach out. After washing up, Li Shuo gathered the necessary documents and headed to the firm. Upon seeing him, Xiang Ning embraced him tightly and patted his back heartily. Li Shuo felt both guilt and gratitude. Xiang Ge, thank you. I truly don't know what I would have done without your management during this time. Xiang Ning sighed. We are brothers. No need for formalities. Is President Liang in the office? Yes, go greet him. Even if you want to be working together anymore, you are still a partner in the firm. Don't let the relationship sour. Li Shuo smiled. Rest assured, I intend to apologize to him during this visit. The two proceeded to meet the firm's third partner, where Li Shuo sincerely apologized for the negative impact he had caused during this period. They then discussed the Enen project. Although Li Shuo would no longer work at the firm, his status remained largely unchanged. He personally selected 4 individuals, including an assistant, to form a working group for the Enen project, with the assistant serving as the liaison while he took the lead. He would continue to access all the firm's resources, and they would prioritize the Enen project as an annual focus. After their discussion, Li Shuo and Xiang Ning found a place to eat, reminiscing about the events that had transpired over the past 6 months with a sense of nostalgia. Li Shuo disclosed his intentions regarding Xiao Kun, prompting Xiang Ning to furrow his brow. Have you truly thought this through? I have. I do not possess the capacity to forgive someone like Xiao Kun. Li Shuo took a sip of his drink, determination glimmering in his eyes. After all, he is from a Xiao family, not someone to be trifled with. I am aware. Fortunately, I am neither a Chinese national, nor do my parents reside here, and I have now distanced myself from the firm. Li Shuo chuckled. There is nothing he can use against me anymore. Xiang Ning shook his head. I truly do not agree with your course of action, but I cannot sway you. Thankfully, your family is not here, so you need not fear him. As long as that legal representative can identify him as a perjurer, it will be enough to bring him down. Li Shuo poured a glass of wine for Xiangning. Cheers to my success. Xiangning sighed. I would rather wish you happiness. Li Shuo laughed heartily. Thank you, Xiangge. That day, Li Shuo indulged a bit too much in drink, returning home to find himself swaying at the door, confronted by the dark, empty expanse of his large house. A sudden wave of profound loneliness washed over him, akin to the fermentation of wine. The longer it brewed, the more potent it became, enough to sting the nose with its sharpness. If only someone were waiting for him at home. After navigating the complexities of romantic entanglements for over a decade, he found himself still solitary. He chuckled at his own predicament and collapsed onto the sofa, sleeping until dawn. He awoke feeling sore and with a headache, having been stirred by the cold in the middle of the night. When the alarm rang the next day, his hungover mind felt foggy. He recalled that he had a meeting at Zhao Jinxin's company and struggled to rise. After taking a shower, he glanced at his reflection in the mirror. Puffy eyelids and dark circles under his eyes made for a dismal sight. He changed his clothes, enduring the headache, hastily consumed some bread, and set out with his documents. Upon arriving at Enen's office building, Assistant Liu was waiting in the lobby. The moment he saw Li Shuo, he teased, President Li, where did you party last night? I just had a drink with Xiang. What is there to party about? Li Shuo rubbed his forehead. Do I look that exhausted? It's obvious you drank too much and didn't sleep well, but don't worry. President Li, you still look handsome. Li Shuo smiled. Thank you. Let us head up. Enen had rented an entire floor of this office building, and the office emanated a strong scent of fresh paint, which made Li Shuo feel particularly nauseous. He was quite uncomfortable. The receptionist escorted them into the general manager's office, where Zhao Jinxin was discussing matters with the financial director. Upon seeing Li Shuo, Zhao Jinxin frowned. What is wrong with you? Have you been drinking? That tone was far too familiar. Li Shuo cleared his throat. Oh, I had a couple of drinks with friends last night. Hello, President Zhao. This is my assistant, Liu. Zhao Jinxin approached and, disregarding the others, attempted to touch Li Shuo's face. Li Shuo skillfully dodged, casting a warning glance at Zhao Jinxin, emphasizing, President Zhao, I'm fine. It won't affect our business discussions. Assistant Liu's curious gaze darted back and forth between the two. Zhao Jinxin lowered his hands and shifted his stance. President Li, please. Li Shuo secretly let out a sigh of relief. The four of them meticulously discussed some cooperation details, but as Li Shuo spoke, he found himself drifting off. His head grew increasingly heavy, his energy waned, and his reactions became sluggish. The lingering odor of the room's recent renovations made him feel nauseous. Could it be that he had consumed counterfeit liquor yesterday? Zhao Jinxin, noticing Li Shuo's evident lack of focus, gently tapped the table. Li Shuo, are you all right? Huh? Li Shuo was momentarily startled. Oh, it's probably just the smell from the renovations. I'll step by the window for some fresh air. As he stood, a sudden wave of dizziness overwhelmed him, causing him to lean back uncontrollably. Zhao Jinxin sprang to his feet, catching him in a tight embrace. Li Shu, his arms encircled Li Shuo's waist and felt an unusual warmth. Checking Li Shuo's forehead, he confirmed he had a fever. The meeting is over. Xiao Lu, go fetch a doctor. Li Shuo, leaning on Zhao Jinxin's arm, managed to maintain his composure. Am I running a fever? Are you not aware of your own fever? Zhao Jinxin helped Li Shuo back onto the sofa, squatting in front of him and gently touching Li Shuo's flushed eyelids. Your eyes are bloodshot. Doesn't it feel uncomfortable? A bit, Li Shuo replied, reclining against the back of the chair, feeling weak and slightly nauseous. His health had always been robust, and he couldn't recall the last time he had a fever. He had mistakenly blamed the restaurant's wine. He shouldn't have dozed off on the sofa for half the night. Zhao Jinxin pressed him down onto the sofa. Just rest for a moment. Li Shuo touched his face, but couldn't discern his actual temperature. He only felt a sense of weakness. How could such a blunder occur while they were discussing serious matters? Suddenly, he felt a cool sensation on his forehead. He opened his eyes to see Zhao Jinxin's enlarged face, with a bottle of ice-cold mineral water pressed against his brow. Zhao Jinxin reassured him. The doctor will be here shortly. Li Shuo nodded slightly. I'm sorry about today. It doesn't matter. Zhao Jinxin gazed at Li Shuo's flushed cheeks and misty eyes, unable to resist leaning down to gently kiss his softly exhaling lips. Li Shuo furrowed his brow. But before he could muster the strength to push Zhao Jinxin away, Zhao Jinxin had already released him, playfully winking. This version of Uncle Li is simply irresistible. I couldn't tell myself. Li Shua turned his face away. I think I should go to the hospital. As he spoke, he was reminded of his situation. Zhao Jinxin pressed him back down. Stay still. I promise not to tease you anymore. Look at you. You're sick and unaware, and there's no one else around. Let me take care of you. It's just a cold. A cold is still something to be concerned about. Zhao Jinxin gently caressed Li Shua's burning forehead. Uncle Li, is it so wrong for me to be by your side? Li Shua looked at Zhao Jinxin with watery eyes. Perhaps due to his fever, he murmured, You cannot give me what I desire. Zhao Jinxin was taken aback. His lips parted, but hesitated for several seconds before responding, If I cannot provide it, then neither can anyone else. Li Shua mulled over this statement for a long time, still unable to comprehend its meaning. Clearly, this was not the time for deep contemplation. So he surrendered, closing his eyes and drifting off to sleep. Zhao Jinxin meticulously observed Li Shua's features, his gaze dangerously hungry like a wolf. He adored every part of this man, from head to toe, and had no intention of sharing him with anyone. After the doctor arrived, he administered an injection to Li Shua and left some medication. Zhao Jinxin fed Li Shua the medicine before lifting him effortlessly and placing him in the office's lounge. Li Shua, feeling drowsy, weakly murmured, I'll have Xiao Lu. Take me home. I've already sent Xiao Lu away. Zhao Jinxin playfully shook Li Shua's nose. You're in my hands now. Li Shua lacked the strength to counter Zhao Jinxin. All he desired was sleep. Zhao Jinxin pressed a kiss to Li Shua's forehead. Sleep now. You'll feel better when you wake. Li Shua closed his eyes, thinking, let this be a dream, where Zhao Jinxin remains by his side, and they can embrace naturally, where he could indulge a little. Zhao Jinxin leaned against the headboard, watching Li Shua gradually slip into slumber, his gaze unwavering. Li Shua's eyelashes fluttered, and he struggled to open his eyes, taking in the familiar beige curtains. Am I home? He momentarily couldn't distinguish between wakefulness and dreams, feeling his head still heavy and his throat dry and sore. Right? He remembered. He had a fever and had fallen asleep in Zhao Jinxin's office. How did he end up home? Did he sleep through being carried back? He moved his fingers, realizing he lacked the strength to form a fist. Taking a deep breath, the burning sensation in his throat compelled him to sit up in search of water. As he propped himself up, Zhao Jinxin entered upon hearing the commotion. You're awake? Water. Li Shua startled himself with his own voice. Zhao Jinxin retrieved a cup from the bedside table and brought it to Li Shua's lips. Drink slowly. Li Shua gulped down a large cup of water, feeling his throat slightly soothe. He frowned and asked, You brought me back? Who else could it be? Zhao Jinxin squinted. Rest assured, you're much lighter than Uncle. Li Shua paused, softly saying, Thank you. He was not only expressing gratitude for this moment, but also recalling the time during the New York bombing when Zhao Jinxin had carried his father 2 blocks, exhausted yet unwavering. Perhaps illness made one vulnerable and tenderhearted. He looked at Zhao Jinxin and found he was no longer as angry as he had been a few days prior, nor did he have the strength to remain upset. Why say thank you to me? Zhao Jinxin gently pressed the back of his hand to Li Shua's forehead. You don't feel as hot anymore. He grabbed a thermometer and placed it in Li Shua's mouth. Li Shua, with tousled hair and a white tank top revealing his shoulders and collarbone, looked dazed as he stared at the blanket, his eyes glistening like a small creature caught in the rain. This was a stark contrast to the composed and mature Li Shua everyone knew, and it made Zhao Jinxin feel a rush of desire just from looking at him. Unable to resist, he leaned over and kissed Li Shua's warm cheek. I've scheduled a doctor to come. Before you sleep, we'll give you another injection, and by tomorrow, your fever will surely break. Li Shua nodded, his eyelids growing heavier again. Zhao Jinxin removed the thermometer from his mouth, checking the reading, 38.5. It has indeed gone down. Li Shua exhaled deeply, attempting to sound composed. Jinxin, thank you for today. You should go rest. I can take care of myself. Zhao Jinxin smirked. Do you genuinely wish for me to leave? Li Shua closed his eyes. There's no need to trouble you. A voice within him contradicted his words. He didn't want to be alone at this moment. Perhaps this was his only opportunity to indulge, to revel in the presence of someone he cherished. After all, he was ill, and in this state, he could afford to be irrational. The lucid Li Shua would never allow himself to show weakness to Zhao Jinxin. You're sick. How could I bear to leave you alone? Zhao Jinxin gently caressed Li Shua's face, saying softly, Don't be stubborn, okay? Don't think about anything now. We'll talk once you're better. I'm not going anywhere. Li Shuo silently regarded Zhao Jinxin, momentarily at a loss for words. Zhao Jinxin swallowed hard. Li Shuo's frail appearance was utterly enticing. He playfully tugged at the strap of Li Shuo's tank top, his voice low. If you keep looking at me like that, I might lose control. Li Shuo was taken aback, turning his face away. Zhao Jinxin wrapped his arms around him from behind, nibbling on his ear and enticingly murmured, I've heard that those with a fever tend to feel particularly warm in that area, and it's also said that making love helps with perspiration. You'd recover faster. Would you like a try? Not all. Li Shuo struggled slightly, but to no avail. He murmured, Stop it. I really want to. Zhao Jinxin teased, playfully licking his ear with his tongue. You will definitely be more sensitive than usual. Perhaps you will end up crying. Li Shuo furrowed his brows tightly, his heart racing with anxiety, fearing that this boy might lose control. Zhao Jinxin chuckled. Don't be afraid. I'm just teasing you. I'm a gentleman. He gently combed Li Shuo's disheveled hair, laid him down, and covered him with a blanket. Rest for a while. I will call you when the doctor arrives. Li Shuo closed his eyes and nodded. Although he wasn't truly tired, he felt exhausted dealing with Zhao Jinxin. Zhao Jinxin stayed by his side, humming a gentle tune. The room was enveloped in tranquility, with the mysterious melody penetrating Li Shuo's heart like a cool spring flowing through his feverish body, providing him immense comfort. He was grateful for the presence of someone during this time, especially Zhao Jinxin. Before long, the doctor arrived, administered another injection, and advised him to change out of his damp clothes. After the doctor left, Zhao Jinxin disregarded Li Shuo's insistence to change himself, instead maneuvering his arms to remove his tank top. It was then that Li Shuo realized he was only wearing underwear beneath. Zhao Jinxin meticulously dried Li Shuo's skin with a towel, his gaze intensely focused. Li Shuo felt a surge of heat from that penetrating look, prompting him to shut his eyes. Yet, deprived of sight, his other senses heightened. He could feel Zhao Jinxin lifting his arms and gliding over his skin, his fingertips sending shivers across Li Shuo's body. Eventually, he sensed Zhao Jinxin tugging at his underwear. Startled, he opened his eyes wide. What are you doing? Zhao Jinxin replied innocently. The doctor said you need to change. You've sweated a lot. If you don't, your cold will worsen. Li Shuo furrowed his brow at him. I am perfectly capable of changing myself. Yes, I know, Zhao Jinxin replied slyly, but I want to do it for you. And you happen to lack the strength to resist. Are you a gentleman or a rogue? I am a gentleman who becomes a rogue in front of you, Zhao Jinxin declared, pulling down the small piece of fabric. Li Shuo propped himself up, but Zhao Jinxin pressed him back down onto the bed. Zhao Jinxin tilted his head, unable to resist reaching out to touch Li Shuo. A tremor coursed through Li Shuo's body. Don't. Perhaps this will help eliminate the virus. Zhao Jinxin grinned wickedly as he leaned in. Li Shuo's body shook, feeling utterly limp, yet there was a certain part of him that reacted contrary to his weakness. Jinxin. Li Shuo arched his neck, losing control completely. It's so hot, so interesting, Zhao Jinxin mumbled indistinctly. Li Shuo found it hard to articulate his feelings at that moment, as if he were submerged in warm water, drifting with Zhao Jinxin. His mind clouded and nearly incapable of thought. The sensory stimulation intensified, driving him to the brink of madness. Ultimately, a surge of release washed over him. Zhao Jinxin lifted his head, running his long fingers across his lips, his peach blossom eyes glimmering with suggestive amusement. You've been holding back for quite a while, haven't you? It seems Uncle Li has been very well behaved lately. Consider this your reward. Li Shuo felt utterly drained. Even the strength to move his fingers seemed to have abandoned him, leaving him as pliant as a puddle of mud. Zhao Jinxin leaned in, planting a kiss on him. Darling, do you miss it? This is hardly a fraction of the real thing. Li Shuo shielded his eyes with the back of his hand. I'm not in the mood to deal with you. Don't take advantage of me. Zhao Jinxin's playful antics made Li Shuo uncontrollably recall their numerous entangled encounters, which he desperately wanted to forget. Zhao Jinxin had the uncanny ability to transform him into a completely different person in bed, and not only did he not resent that version of himself, but he had also once succumbed to it. This was the most terrifying aspect. Fine, I will take advantage of you, Zhao Jinxin whispered with a chuckle. Uncle Li, you are so bad. It's you who find it enjoyable. Li Shuo remained silent, pursing his lips. Zhao Jinxin kissed him on the lips again. I know you adore it. Your stubbornness is quite endearing. Li Shuo turned away in a huff, presenting his back to Zhao Jinxin and instinctively curling up. Zhao Jinxin wrapped his arms around him from behind, and the childlike side of Li Shuo was likely only visible at such moments, which Zhao Jinxin certainly intended to relish. Morning sunlight streamed into the bedroom, waking the slumbering figure. After over 20 hours of sleep, Li Shuo was the first to awaken. He stretched widely, feeling less discomfort in his body. He sensed a warm presence behind him, an arm draped heavily across his waist. Recalling the events of the previous night, he slapped his forehead in frustration and climbed out of bed. Zhao Jinxin opened his sleepy eyes and, in a drowsy manner, whined, "Uncle Li, I'm sleepy." "Then keep sleeping," Li Shuo replied. His voice was still hoarse, but better than the previous day, with less pain in his throat. He turned to get out of bed. Suddenly, the once childishly adorable Zhao Jinxin stretched out his long arms, wrapping them around Li Shuo's waist and pulling him back from the edge of the bed, nudging his hard forehead into Li Shuo's lower back. "Don't go. I've slept with you for so long. You need to keep me company for a while longer." "What logic is that?" Li Shuo protested, trying to pry his arms away. "Let go. I need to take my temperature." He felt that his fever should have subsided. Zhao Jinxin yawned and released his grip, reaching for the thermometer on the nightstand and handing it to Li Shuo. Li Shuo placed it in his mouth while simultaneously getting dressed. Zhao Jinxin propped his head up, admiring Li Shuo's back, which was clad only in a tank top and shorts. The broad shoulders, slim waist, perky rear, and those smooth, long legs, he was tempted to take a bite. Li Shuo seemed to sense his gaze, abruptly turning around to find Zhao Jinxin looking at him with a predatory gleam in his eyes. He shot Zhao Jinxin a glance before pulling on a robe. "Uncle Li's legs are truly stunning," Zhao Jinxin remarked, licking his lips. "They look best when you spread them." Li Shuo slammed the wardrobe door shut. That is not something a gentleman should say. If a gentleman cannot express sincere compliments, then he is too hypocritical, Zhao Jinxin retorted. Li Shuo took the thermometer from his mouth, glanced at it, and shot Zhao Jinxin a sidelong look. "Thank you for your care. My fever has subsided." "That's wonderful." Zhao Jinxin sat up. "So are you going to kick me out now?" Li Shuo paused in fastening his buttons, turning to face Zhao Jinxin seriously. "Jinxin, I am grateful for your care, but that does not change anything." Zhao Jinxin's expression shifted slightly. "Your mood changes too quickly." "I haven't changed. I simply lacked the strength to argue with you yesterday." "Did you not enjoy it yesterday?" "I did," Li Shuo replied calmly, "but I never asked you to do that." Zhao Jinxin laughed. "Do you have a tender heart or a cold one?" "This has nothing to do with being tender or cold. I have already made my decision and told you." Li Shuo lowered his head, his heart heavy with unshakable discomfort. "How many times must I say it? We will only be partners going forward. How many times I can't understand." Zhao Jinxin narrowed his eyes, his tone sharp. "Han Fei has already given up on you. Do you still think of him? That has nothing to do with this." "Nothing to do with it? If it were unrelated, would you suddenly bring up wanting to cut ties?" Zhao Jinxin advanced, step by step, towards Li Shuo, exuding an aura reminiscent of a predator approaching its prey. Li Shuo's heart tightened, instinctively taking a step back. Zhao Jinxin cornered Li Shuo, his back pressed against the wardrobe door. Softening his tone, he said, "Uncle Li, wouldn't it be better if we returned to how things were before? There won't be anyone by your side who can bring you greater joy than I can. We've always been happy together. Why change that? Isn't life all about seeking happiness?" Li Shuo gazed into Zhao Jinxin's eyes, recalling the words he had inadvertently uttered in a haze of fever the previous day. Zhao Jinxin's response had been, "If I cannot give it to you, then no one else can." At that time, he had been unable to think clearly, but now he understood the implication. Zhao Jinxin was intent on proving that neither Han Fei nor Li Chengxiu could compare to him. Li Shuo conceded that if one disregarded other factors, Zhao Jinxin was indeed the perfect lover. Yet, those other factors included aspects of life far more significant than mere physical pleasure and happiness, such as family and emotional stability, elements Zhao Jinxin had never intended to provide, nor would Li Shuo ever demand. With a measured tone, Li Shuo replied, "I have said before that I am done playing. Please cease your relentless pursuit." A flicker of menace crossed Zhao Jinxin's features as he lowered his head, his nose nearly brushing against Li Shuo's. He whispered, "Uncle Li, are you truly provoking me?" Li Shuo remained unmoved, staring at Zhao Jinxin. "If I become angry, yet cannot direct it at you, then I will have to vent my frustrations on someone else, perhaps Han Fei." Li Shuo's expression shifted dramatically. "You dare. Do you think I wouldn't?" Zhao Jinxin chuckled. "As you mentioned, I am the cousin of Shao Kun. Li Shuo narrowed his eyes. Jinxin, if you confront Fei, it will not merely concern the two of us. I will take full responsibility for everything that arises from my actions. If you truly wish to engage in battle with me, the outcome will be nothing but mutual destruction. Is that truly worthwhile? But the mere thought of him angers me. Zhao Jinxin's fingers traced Li Shuo's face, his eyes gleaming with cold determination. We were once good together. How can I not blame him? I had thought you quite mature. Yet you are merely a reckless youth, Li Shuo scoffed. What do you intend to do? Bring it on, and leave my home. He did not believe Zhao Jinxin would escalate matters out of jealousy. Any person of reasonable intelligence would not. This was not akin to the animosity between him and Xiao Kun, for Xiao Kun genuinely cared for Li Qingxiu, whereas Zhao Jinxin's feelings toward him were merely a sourness at losing a compatible bedmate and the embarrassment of being cast aside. Even if Zhao Jinxin truly planned to take action, Li Shuo felt no fear. It would serve as a lesson for both brothers. Zhao Jinxin fixed his unwavering gaze upon Li Shuo, the emotions swirling in his eyes, and finally spoke. Is it that no matter what I do, you are unwilling to reconcile with me? Li Shuo's lips quivered as a deep sense of sorrow washed over him. He desperately wanted to mend things with Zhao Jinxin, yet he sought a companion who would walk alongside him in totality, not merely someone seeking fleeting pleasure. Regrettably, all Zhao Jinxin could offer him was the latter, prompting Li Shuo to resolve to desire nothing at all. Noticing Li Shuo's silence, Zhao Jinxin bowed his head and placed a heavy hand on his shoulder, seemingly holding back something. Suddenly, he chuckled softly. Li Shuo, sometimes I wonder if you are merely playing hard to get. Otherwise, with how well I treat you, your heart seems rather cruel. Li Shuo closed his eyes. You think too much. Thank you for your kindness. Zhao Jinxin leaned closer, whispering in his ear, this is not over between us. With that, he turned and exited the bedroom. Li Shuo stood rigidly, listening to the sound from the living room, waiting for Zhao Jinxin to leave. Once the door shut, he let out a long sigh, his eyes filled with concealed pain. He leaned against the wardrobe, standing there for a lengthy moment before recovering from the discomfort, then dejectedly walked to the bedside and collapsed. His phone chimed twice, sluggishly. He crawled to the bedside table and picked it up to find a message from Xiao Wei, inviting him to dinner that evening. He replied, Xiao Wei, I'm unavailable today. How about tomorrow night? After 2 days of resting at home, Li Shuo felt uncertain if it was due to his mood, but his cold-like symptoms seemed to recur. Though the fever had subsided, he still felt unwell. Han Fei had not reached out to him either. Before he had asked Sheng to visit, he had wondered if something had happened to Han Fei. Since he was unharmed, yet unwilling to contact him, it was evident what his stance was. Li Shuo felt quite troubled. After all, Han Fei had once been someone he cherished deeply. Their reunion had been pleasant, and even if they could not be together moving forward, it was rare to have a friend with whom to reminisce. Yet, Zhao Jinxin's presence had rendered Han Fei hesitant to reach out. This situation was entirely different from 12 years ago. The method of testing was base and deeply hurtful. The mere thought of Han Fei's struggles and heartache filled him with guilt, which only fueled his anger toward Zhao Jinxin. This was the true Zhao Jinxin, and he would forever remember how sharply his fangs could bite, ensuring he would not be deceived by charming facades. However, since Han Fei had made his choice, there was nothing he could do to compel him otherwise. After several revisions, he composed a solemn apology message and sent it. Once he returned to America, he longed to apologize in person, yet feared it would be too abrupt and wondered if Han Fei would still be willing to see him by then. After dispatching the message, he felt even more despondent. These past few months had been fraught with misfortune, beginning with Xiao Kun's betrayal, followed by the humiliation inflicted by those two cousins, his father's near-fatal incident, the transfer of the firm, and a series of other unfortunate events. It seemed there was little to be joyful about. Though he still felt unwell, he considered rescheduling with Xiao Wei. Yet he also thought that perhaps seeing that little imp would lift his spirits. After tidying himself up a bit, he set out, stopping by a store along the way to purchase a belt. They agreed to meet at a cozy bar they had frequented before, where the ambience was warm and inviting. Arriving a bit early, he ordered a rum, aware that drinking was not advisable given his cold, but he craved something with a bit of kick. Just as he took a sip, he was startled by a sudden knocking on the glass beside him. Turning swiftly, he was met with a smiling face. It was a strikingly handsome young man, his porcelain skin and delicate features accentuated by a small bun at the back of his head. With a light touch of makeup and a trendy outfit, He exuded an air of meticulous refinement. His androgynous appearance was complemented by a hint of defiance in his eyes, and his smile was dazzling. He bounced energetically outside the window, forming a heart with his hands before darting toward the entrance. Li Shua couldn't help but laugh. This was when Xiao Wei, a well-known stylist in the country. When they had first met, Xiao Wei was just starting his career and was an apprentice at a studio. They had shared a brief flirtation, ultimately ending due to a certain madman who could rival Xiao Kun. Yet they had remained good friends over the years. Brotherly, when Xiao Wei cheerfully called as he ran over. Li Shua stood, smiling and opening his arms wide. Xiao Wei leapt into his embrace, laughing heartily. "I've missed you so much." "Did you miss me?" Li Shua replied, "Of course. How is it that after not seeing you for a while, you seem to have grown younger?" When Xiao Wei scoffed, "I'm just getting younger, not smaller." "What do you mean by smaller?" Li Shua chuckled. "All right, you're getting younger." Though Xiao Wei was slightly older than Zhao Jinxin, he appeared much younger, resembling a student. Touching his own face with pride, Xiao Wei declared, "I've always had the skin of a 16-year-old. Li Shua ruffled his hair, saying, "Indeed, you haven't changed a bit over the years." Pleased by the compliment, when Xiao Wei raised his hand to order a drink, Li Shua handed him a gift box. "I came a bit hurriedly today. I hope you like it." "Wow," when Xiao Wei exclaimed upon opening it. "Thank you, brotherly. You truly are the perfect boyfriend in every way." He playfully blew several kisses to Li Shua from a distance. "Oh, really? Why didn't you collect me back then?" Li Shua teased him intentionally. "Ah, that was my folly," when Xiao Wei blinked and added, "I brought you a gift." "What kind of gift?" "Ahem. Well, that person Luo E was rather rude to you last time. I've brought some wine from his cellar as an apology. It's all in my trunk, and I'll give it to you shortly." Li Shua laughed heartily. "Good, that's a splendid gift." When Xiao Wei ceased his playful demeanor, gazing at him with gratitude, sincerely stating, "Brotherly, thank you for everything over the years, for all your help. I truly appreciate it." Li Shua smiled, "As long as you're well. That's enough. By the way, how is Cheng Xiu? Have you seen him?" Speaking of Li Chengxiu, Li Shua's expression grew somber. Xiao Kun employed some despicable tactics. I fear their entanglement will persist." When Xiao Wei sighed, such as fate, lost in thought, his eyes seemed to glaze over as he reflected. Sometimes, despite our desperate attempts to change something, we realize it may have been destined all along, rendering all efforts futile. Li Shua shook his head. "There was a time I felt utterly lost, often recalling your analysis of my emotions. You mentioned that I lacked commitment and sincerity. Back then, I listened but didn't fully comprehend. Now I believe I understand. Whether it's Xiao Kun's feelings for Cheng Xiu or Luo Es for you, they are intense and profound. Yet, such emotions are a double-edged sword, rife with madness and obsession. Why did I allow myself to be defeated by such irrational feelings?" He chuckled self-deprecatingly. "I simply cannot fathom why one cannot approach emotional matters with calmness and grace, instead of creating chaos." "Ah, humans can be foolish," when Xiao Wei shrugged. "You forget the things that make you laugh, yet remember the painful ones for ages. Some choose to forego such experiences altogether." Li Shua swirled his glass. "I wish to avoid such turmoil. I desire a relationship built on equality and respect. If one day circumstances prevent us from continuing, I hope we can part amicably." When Xiao Wei smiled with a hint of melancholy, "Brotherly, truly loving someone can lead one to lose control. To what extent? The depth of your love dictates the extent of your loss of control." Li Shua felt a quiet relief in his heart. If what Xiao Wei said held true, then at least he could still restrain himself. Severing all thoughts at this moment seemed the wisest decision. Although deep down, he did not truly believe he could lose control over anyone. After all, he had never experienced it before. Zhao Jinxin was the one who could stir his emotions and unsettle his calm. Yet he was certain he would never become like Xiao Kun. Noticing his silence, when Xiao Wei raised his hands in surrender, "I know you don't believe it. I'm not so certain myself. People differ, after all. You have always been so rational. Even in love, you remain pragmatic. It's quite admirable. You always know what you want and the next step to take. If only I had half your intellect." He lifted his glass. Li Shua mirrored the gesture, clinking their glasses together. "Xiao Wei, you are far smarter and stronger than you realize. You deserve everything you have now." When Xiao Wei paused, then made a comical face, playfully exclaiming, "Your compliments are so delightful. I wish I could call you just to hear you say, 'I'm more beautiful than anyone today.'" Li Shua chuckled along. "Brotherly, don't dwell on Cheng Xiu. Embrace your charm. The past is the past. When Xiaowei poured him more wine. Don't worry, I'm doing well. Really? But you don't look so great. When Xiaowei rubbed the back of his hand gently, speaking softly, whether it's me or Chang Xiao, not being with you is our loss. So many are waiting for you. Go find someone better. Li Shuo's mild reassuringly, resta surd, iem metrulifine. He had always disliked being pitted, yet he could clearly see the genuine concern in Wen Xiaowei's eyes. His male pride stirred, and he couldn't help but blurt out, I've recently started seeing someone. Oh, really? When Xiaowei's eyes lit up. Is he handsome? Is he handsome? Li Shuo felt a pang of regret. But the boast had escaped him, so he grinned. He is quite handsome. Pictures, pictures, pictures. When Xiaowei rhythmically drummed on the table, calling out before quickly changing his tune. Nude photos, nude photos, nude photos. Li Shuo could only laugh in disbelief. He pulled out his phone and scrolled through, finding the half-nude photo Zhao Jinxin had sneakily set as his contact image. Here, when Xiaowei glanced at it, his eyes widening in astonishment, nearly drooling, brotherly, this is incredibly hot. Li Shuo felt a twinge of bitterness, but forced a smile. Yes, quite nice. He attempted to take it back. No, no, let me see it again. When Xiaowei snatched the phone, licking his lips as he gazed at Zhao Jinxin's image, exclaiming, wow, the two of you must look stunning together in bed. Can you share some insider perks? He winked at Li Shuo. Li Shuo playfully tapped his head, chuckling. You little rascal. He retrieved his phone. But this isn't your usual taste. When Xiaowei pointed at himself. Aren't you into the delicate types like me and Cheng Xiao? Li Shuo cleared his throat, not wishing to delve further, just a change of flavor. A glimmer of mischief flickered in Wen Xiaowei's eyes as he knowingly replied, I see. He made an okay gesture. That's good. Li Shuo understood Wen Xiaowei's implications. He might be viewing Zhao Jinxin as a mere fling, given how provocative the photo was. Even if it wasn't just a casual affair, his words, half-veiled, implied a casual relationship. In truth, they did share that kind of connection, a misinterpretation on his part. When Xiaowei, sensing the shift, refrained from probing further. They chatted about the past and present, unknowingly consuming quite a bit of alcohol. Eventually, when Xiaowei felt overwhelmed and called his driver for a ride home, Li Shuo initially intended to settle the bill, but upon seeing the remaining bottles of wine and the empty seat across from him, it struck him like a wake-up call, realizing he was alone. Thus, he began to drink one glass after another, as if under a spell. Each fiery sip washed away the bitterness on his tongue, providing a fleeting thrill, yet he wondered how much more he must drink to vanquish the sorrow in his heart. As he continued, a headache and dizziness crept in, his body warming slightly. Gradually, he became too fatigued to lift his glass, slipping into a daze. A server approached, speaking to him, but he could barely comprehend. He realized he had overindulged. Perhaps the remnants of his cold exacerbated the effects of the alcohol. Since leaving school, he had never allowed himself to get drunk in public, as it felt too disgraceful. What was wrong with him today? He didn't want to lose control. He felt himself being lifted and placed onto a soft sofa, then drifted into unconsciousness, until he felt strong arms lifting him. A familiar sigh echoed in his ear, a voice so recognizable it made his heart ache, igniting a desire to weep. With great effort, he managed to open one eye, meeting a gaze devoid of discernible emotion. Zhao Jinxin? No, it must be an illusion. After all, he was consumed by thoughts of that person, so a hallucination wasn't too surprising. Zhao Jinxin casually pulled out a few bills from his wallet, handing them to the server. Thank you. The server nodded respectfully. You're welcome. Zhao Jinxin scooped up Li Shuo and headed towards the door, but suddenly paused. Turning to ask, who was he drinking with? He noticed the glass across from Li Shuo, clearly indicating he was not alone. A rather fashionable gentleman. The waiter gestured thoughtfully, choosing his words carefully. He was strikingly handsome, with a hint of femininity. Zhao Jinxin narrowed his eyes, his tone growing serious. What exactly did the two of them do? The waiter, intimidated by Zhao Jinxin's imposing presence, stammered, It seems they didn't do anything, just chatting. A girl nearby whispered, I know that guy. You do? Both Zhao Jinxin and the waiter asked in unison. Yes, he's quite popular online and has styled many celebrities. Zhao Jinxin glanced down at the inebriated Li Shuo, his expression darkening. What's his name? Adrian. Zhao Jinxin pursed his lips and lifted Li Shuo, carrying him away. As he braked suddenly, Li Shuo's head bumped against the door, causing him to frown deeply, his long lashes quivering as he slowly opened his eyes. Zhao Jinxin opened the car door and dragged him out, carrying him up the stairs. The glaring light in the corridor made it difficult for Li Shua to keep his eyes open, but through his blurry vision, he vaguely recognized familiar features. Am I dreaming? What is happening? Zhao Jinxin struggled to retrieve the keys from Li Shua's pocket, finally managing to unlock the door. Once he had laid Li Shua on the bed, he shook his sore arms and took a breath, looking down at the half-conscious Li Shua, feeling a tumult of emotions. Jin, Xin. Li Shua mumbled. Zhao Jinxin leaned down, gently brushing aside the damp hair from Li Shua's forehead, murmuring, "Aren't you afraid of what might happen to you sleeping alone in a bar?" Completely drunk? Li Shua, too weak to lift his arms, gazed at Zhao Jinxin in a daze, his vision blurring and clearing intermittently, unsure if he understood Zhao Jinxin's words. Yet his nostrils flared slightly, as if feeling a hint of grievance. Seeing the moisture in Li Shua's eyes and the redness of his lips, Zhao Jinxin felt an unbearable desire and couldn't help but lean down to capture Li Shua's soft lips, savoring them delicately. Li Shua mita a suft wimpe. Lazily raising his hand to Zhao Jinxin's shoulder, uncertain whether to reject or cling on, his submissive demeanor almost inviting trouble. Zhao Jinxin gripped his hand, pressing it against the bed, his deep-set eyes filled with intensity as he murmured, "I am the bad guy." He hastily tore open Li Shua's shirt, kissing him fervently on the cheeks, neck, and chest, igniting all of Li Shua's passion, making his body open solely for him. In the depths of pleasure, Li Shuo sopti mumut, din sin, din sin, din sin. Zhao Jinxin fervently invaded the territory he had long desired, and even the pained yet blissful expression on Li Shua's face was delectable. As Li Shua was pushed to the edge of ecstasy, he trembled and hoarsely asked, "Jin, Exen, why do I, like you?" Zhao Jinxin halted, the floodgates of his emotions overflowing. Li Shua's soft moan echoed like that of a dying man. Zhao Jinxin collapsed on Li Shua, both drenched in sweat, as if pulled from water. He gently kissed Li Shua's lips, his emotions fluctuating. After a brief moment, he rose, carrying Li Shua into the bathroom, initially intending to clean up, but excitement took over once more, and in the bathtub, he thoroughly exhausted Li Shua until his limbs were limp. It was only deep into the night that they finally found satisfaction. He dressed Li Shua in pajamas, snuggling under the blankets with the already exhausted man. Unable to resist planting a few kisses on his smooth forehead, his gaze wandered past Li Shua to his phone. He picked it up, muttering the name Adrian, while scrolling through the call logs and messages. After a brief review, he found no one by that name, but a message from a lawyer named Wang caught his attention. The last message read, "X still refuses to speak, possibly threatened by S." Doubts flashed through Zhao Jinxin's mind as he opened the messages between the lawyer and Li Shua. Although they used code names and were vague, it was evident they were discussing persuading someone to reveal something significant to Li Shua, which was being obstructed by another party. The mention of a video further piqued his suspicion. Connecting the dots, Zhao Jinxin deduced a possible scenario and dialed Xiao Kun's number. "Hello," Xiao Kun mumbled. "What are you doing up at this hour?" Zhao Jinxin replied gravely, "Brother, what is the name of the person you found to testify against Li Shua?" "Shuetao. Why?" "Li Shua might be in contact with Shuetao. Please investigate." "Damn it. Is he looking for trouble?" Xiao Kun's voice turned cold. "I'll let him off for your sake, so keep your people in check. Then continue to do it for my sake and don't touch him." Zhao Jinxin replied firmly. "Understood." After hanging up, Zhao Jinxin gazed at the defenseless Li Shua, his expression deepening. When Li Shua awoke, his body felt sore and numb, his head pounding as if it might explode. He shifted uncomfortably, feeling as if he were dying. "What happened? I feel terrible." Li Shua struggled to turn over, only to be seized by a violent coughing fit that felt as though his lungs would burst. The bedroom door swung open, and Zhao Jinxin rushed in. "Uncle Li." Li Shua managed to lift himself slightly, casting a glance at Zhao Jinxin before collapsing back onto the bed. "It's over," he thought. The familiar soreness in his lower body hinted at the night S events, much of which he likely couldn't recall. But the faces and intense sensations that felt dreamlike remained vivid. He regretted drinking so much. Being intoxicated never led to good outcomes. Zhao Jinxin helped him sit up, reproaching, "You went drinking while still sick. Thankfully, you didn't develop a fever again." Li Shua looked at him, rasping, "Why are you here?" "I intended to call and reschedule our work discussion, but the bar answered the phone. You. Li Shuo furrowed his brow. Are you? Zhao Jinxin raised an eyebrow, unabashedly asserting, yes, who told you to seduce me? Who seduced you? Li Shuo retorted angrily, struggling to sit up, only to find himself too weak to support his own body. Zhao Jinxin grasped his chin, seriously stating, you collapsed drunk on the bed, that is seduction. Li Shuo pushed his hand away, just as another bout of coughing hit him. Zhao Jinxin gently patted his back. All right, don't be angry. I know you've been holding back for a long time. Leaning down, he whispered in Li Shuo's ear, yesterday your body was so warm, and your little mouth clung to me tightly. Did you miss me? Li Shuo shoved him away, coldly responding. You took advantage of me and still dare to speak so brazenly. Zhao Jinxin tightly embraced him, playfully saying, is Uncle Li shy? So shy that he can't even admit how good it felt? What a lovely contradiction. Unable to resist, he kissed Li Shuo again. I could just devour you. Li Shuo struggled out of Zhao Jinxin's embrace, barely managing to slide off the bed. However, as soon as he stood, his legs buckled uncontrollably, and he knelt on the floor. Zhao Jinxin swiftly caught his waist, pulling him back onto the bed. All right, I won't tease you anymore. You still haven't recovered from your cold. Can you please rest properly? Just consider me being indulgent, wanting to take care of you, all right? Li Shuo glared at Zhao Jinxin, his chest rising and falling with agitation. Zhao Jinxin blinked innocently. Uncle Li, are you no longer angry? Being upset won't change what happened. Can I apologize? I'm sorry for taking advantage of the situation. I shouldn't have lost control in front of such an alluring Uncle Li. Li Shuo was left speechless with anger. Zhao Jinxin has always been like this. When he makes a mistake, he merely pouts and acts spoiled, leaving one at a loss for punishment and devoid of any sense of satisfaction from retribution. How can someone be so shameless? He pressed Li Shuo down onto the bed and tucked him in. Wait for me a moment. I'll fetch breakfast. If you're unwell, you shouldn't be so stubborn. You're an adult now. Stop throwing tantrums like a child. Am I throwing a tantrum? Li Shuo's eyes widened, irritated by Zhao Jinxin's reversal of blame. He felt like a piece of stubborn chewing gum, unable to be struck away or discarded, leaving him utterly perplexed. I'm sorry, it's my fault, all my fault. Zhao Jinxin quickly kissed him and chuckled softly. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have kept my treasure inside you for so long. Zhao! Zhao Jinxin sealed his lips with a fervent kiss that rendered him speechless. Once satisfied, he released him and dashed off. Li Shuo took a deep breath, desperately reminding himself to maintain his composure, barely suppressing the urge to roar. After a while, Zhao Jinxin returned with a steaming breakfast, a charming smile gracing his face as he placed it on the computer desk, gazing tenderly at Li Shuo. Uncle Li, have some breakfast. You need to eat well to take your medicine. Didn't you forget to take it on time yesterday? Li Shuo ignored him, burying himself in breakfast. Do you want me to feed you? Zhao Jinxin propped his chin on his hand, looking at Li Shuo with a beaming smile. No, you may leave. Uncle Li. How unfair. You always chase me away once you've used me. I never asked you to take care of me. There's no question of using you. Even if you think so, it doesn't matter. You may leave. A 1T. Zhao Jinxin picked up a tissue and dabbed at the corner of Li Shuo's lips, declaring, I want to ensure you're well before I go. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep out of worry. I'm fine. The fever has subsided. Li Shuo looked at him coolly. Jinxin, don't make this too awkward. Just leave. Zhao Jinxin shook his head. You eat first. Li Shuo, feeling helpless, continued his meal while contemplating ways to expel Zhao Jinxin. Should he be forceful? He certainly couldn't win in a fight. Zhao Jinxin stared unblinkingly at Li Shuo. Every time Li Shuo glanced up, he met Zhao Jinxin's unabashed gaze, leaving him both confused and irate, unsure of what game Zhao Jinxin was playing. After finishing his breakfast, Zhao Jinxin set aside the dishes, leaning over Li Shuo on the thick wool carpet, staring intently into his eyes. Are you full? I'm full. Can you leave now? Zhao Jinxin suddenly lifted Li Shuo off the bed in a horizontal embrace. What the hell are you doing? Li Shuo exclaimed. Zhao Jinxin ignored him, carrying Li Shuo out of the bedroom. Just as Li Shuo was about to explode, he was stunned into silence. The spacious living room was filled with a sea of rose petals. He doubted his own consciousness, the vibrant crimson petals entirely transforming his home, resembling a rain of roses. Zhao Jinxin gently laid him down onto the plush carpet, smiling as he gazed into his eyes. I had someone arrange this overnight. It cost a fortune. Please smile for me. Li Shuo, taken aback, stammered, Are you out of your mind? What is this for? What do you think it's for? You think this can fool me? Li Shuo thought wryly. Am I a 16-year-old girl? Zhao Jinxin smiled and kissed him lightly. This isn't to fool you. It's to give me courage. Courage for what? Zhao Jinxin said gently. Silly, to confess. Li Shuo was momentarily speechless. He thought he might be hallucinating from drinking too much, but Zhao Jinxin's affectionate gaze pierced through his consciousness, making it impossible to evade. Zhao Jinxin tenderly caressed his face. His eyes filled with earnestness and focus. Li Shuo, I like you. I want to date you. Li Shuo felt as though he might drown in Zhao Jinxin's enchanting eyes, his heart aching with a mix of pain and a thrilling sweetness. Zhao Jinxin is confessing? A genuine, formal confession. Zhao Jinxin chuckled. Say something. You're making me anxious. Li Shuo couldn't detect a hint of nervousness from Zhao Jinxin, and he felt embarrassed to be anxious himself. He had been confessed to countless times in his life. How could he be nervous over a confession that lacked novelty? He swallowed hard, his voice trembling slightly. Why suddenly? Suddenly? What's sudden about it? Zhao Jinxin's expression turned a bit forlorn. I've told you countless times that I like you, from the very beginning until now, but you've never taken it seriously. Li Shuo was left speechless. Zhao Jinxin was correct. But was it truly his fault for not taking it seriously? Wasn't it Zhao Jinxin who had been dismissive? Zhao Jinxin leaned against Li Shuo, gently tapping his lips with his fingertip, softly saying, I've always liked you this way and treated you well, but you. One moment you're with Li Qingxiu, the next with Han Fei, and yesterday you were out drinking with someone. I understand that affection cannot be forced, and if you don't care for me, there is nothing I can do about it, but still makes me sad. Li Shuo was taken aback by the disappointment in Zhao Jinxin's eyes. He began to reflect on himself. Is it truly as Zhao Jinxin said? Have they both misunderstood each other so much that he thought Zhao Jinxin didn't care, while Zhao Jinxin thought he didn't? Perhaps they were both secretly in love? Li Shuo shook his head. After 30 years of intelligence, he felt his mind was muddled. He couldn't distinguish whether Zhao Jinxin's words were sincere or insincere. If what Zhao Jinxin said was true, then he must have been too harsh. However, wasn't it Zhao Jinxin who had evaded rebuilding trust, who had never been in a relationship, and who refused to cohabit? Li Shuo felt utterly confused. Zhao Jinxin gently kissed Li Shuo's lips, whispering, I understand there are many misunderstandings between us, but you're the first person to make my heart flutter. I can't help but feel lost, yet the past is not important. I only want to know, Uncle Li, do you like me? Li Shuo pushed Zhao Jinxin away. Sitting up, his mind swirling chaotically, completely devoid of his usual calmness. He didn't know how to articulate his feelings. He dared not feel joy, as an underlying anxiety gnawed at him. Yet he couldn't question Zhao Jinxin, fearing to hurt his feelings. He desperately needed to calmly sort through his thoughts, hoping to find clarity. But Zhao Jinxin wouldn't grant him that opportunity, clinging to his waist and pouting. Say something. Do you like me? Li Shuo hesitated to meet Zhao Jinxin's hopeful gaze, finally stammering, Jinxin, I need to think. Do you really need to think about whether you like me? Zhao Jinxin pinched his chin, compelling him to look into his eyes. I know you like me. Why don't you admit it? I'm not afraid to admit it. Then what are you doing now? If you don't like me, just look me in the eye and say it. Zhao Jinxin boldly straddled his lap. Persistent in his pursuit, Li Shuo gently bit his lip, feeling more cowardly than ever, unable to even admit his feelings for someone, especially in contrast to Zhao Jinxin's openness, making him feel even less masculine. He took a deep breath. Jinxin, I like you, but... Zhao Jinxin forcefully sealed his lips, toppling him back into the sea of rose petals. Li Shuo barely had time to contemplate their relationship before he was engulfed by the dizzying skill of the kiss, nearly gasping for air before Zhao Jinxin finally released him. Zhao Jinxin could no longer restrain himself, his hands roaming freely, while Li Shuo grasped his hands. Wait a moment. I don't care. You like me? Which means you're mine now. Zhao Jinxin laughed. I knew you liked me. Xin, you mentioned that there is a misunderstanding between us, and I believe we should clarify matters before discussing anything else. What should we clarify? Zhao Xin furrowed his brow. Darling, why are you being so fussy today? Li Shuo was somewhat taken aback by the term fussy, yet he struggled to keep pace with Zhao Jinxin's rhythm, feeling that something was amiss. Zhao Jinxin leaned in again, planting a soft kiss on his swollen lips. Stop overthinking. In any case, whatever you say is right, for I adore you. The more Zhao Jin Xan spoke with such sincerity and candor, the more Li Shuo began to doubt his own narrow-mindedness. After all, they had never had an open and direct conversation about their feelings. Misunderstandings were inevitable. That is simply the nature of human relationships. No matter how perceptive one might be, it is impossible to know precisely what another person is thinking. Li Shuo's character had always been to reflect on himself first when issues arose. But Zhao Jin Xian's approach caught him off guard, leaving him momentarily unsure of how to respond. Zhao Jin Xian softly kissed him again, nuzzling closer. Uncle Li, say once more that you like me. I wish to hear it. Come on, you've already admitted it. Why hesitate? I long to hear it. Zhao Jin Xian smiled. You've never said it before, and sometimes I worry you might not actually like me, which makes me quite distressed. Li Shuo felt a pang of guilt and replied earnestly, Jin Xian, I truly like you. I'm just a bit confused at the moment. Zhao Jin Xian smiled. That's enough for me. You are mine now, so you must promise not to get drunk carelessly outside. Do you know how dangerous that is? I can't bear to be angry with you. Otherwise, I would have to properly punish you. What danger could a grown man like me face? Li Shuo recalled his own solitary escapism through alcohol, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He added, I didn't intend to drink too much. Perhaps it's because I'm still recovering from a cold that I got tipsy so easily. What danger? Zhao Jin Xian narrowed his eyes, playfully pinching Li Shuo's cheek. Do you have any idea how delectable you look? Li Shuo blushed. What do you mean by delectable? He pushed Zhao Jin Xian away and clambered up from the wool blanket, giving his disordered thoughts a good shake. Taking a deep breath, he felt a little more composed and softly said, Jin Xian, I do like you, but I find it hard to understand some of your past actions. And I must clarify this. Zhao Jin Xian stood up as well, leisurely responding, Go ahead and ask. Li Shuo stared at him intently. When I suggested we live together, why did you refuse? I was nervous. Zhao Jin Xian pouted, I've never lived with anyone before, and when you suddenly brought it up, I was taken aback. Li Shuo contemplated for a moment, realizing that he had indeed been too hasty, making a sudden request without any groundwork, which was indeed abrupt. Zhao Jin Xian's reaction was quite reasonable. Taking Li Shuo's hand, Zhao Jin Xian blinked his eyes. Does it really matter if we live together or not? I think a bit of distance between us is better. Being together all the time can lead to more friction and conflict, which would negatively affect our feelings. Li Shuo smiled gently, not wishing to reveal to Zhao Jin Xian that his proposal for cohabitation was merely a test. If he truly cared, he wouldn't have rejected it with such a rigid and laughable excuse. This was the very reason he could not fully trust Zhao Jin Xian to this day. He replied, You are right. Zhao Jin Xian laughed. As long as I can be by your side, I feel very happy. You cannot push me away anymore. I will cling to you. Li Shuo gradually straightened his spine, returning to his usual rationality. He touched Zhao Jin Xian's face. Jin Xian, I need you to listen carefully to every word I say. They're all truths. Zhao Jin Xian was slightly taken aback, as Li Shuo's sincere and warm gaze made him feel a pang of guilt, but he nodded nonetheless. Li Shuo continued softly, Jin Xian, you are quite difficult to read and very changeable. I once said you saved my father, and past grievances were forgiven. But the trust one lost in you cannot be restored so easily, especially after discovering so many things later. Your actions have often repulsed me. Yes, I like you, but there are many things in life beyond love. I cannot be as carefree as you. Even when I was your age, I could not. Zhao Jin Xian listened quietly. Without speaking, Li Shuo continued, I like you, and I do not wish to forfeit the opportunity to be with you. Yet I have many doubts in my heart regarding you. So for now, let us rebuild our trust. Let us start anew. Zhao Jin Xian interjected. This time, it was Li Shuo who was momentarily stunned. Zhao Jin Xian grasped his hand and placed it on his waist. I understand your concerns, so let us begin anew. However, I do not wish to be your friend. I want to be your man. Li Shuo gazed deeply into his eyes, a voice within him repeating, Should you agree? Isn't this what you desire? Why hesitate? Why be fussy? Why do you become so cowardly? Li Shuo could not articulate whether the deeper his affection grew, the more he became consumed by anxiety. He had never imagined that he would become so indecisive and lost regarding matters of the heart. Yet every thread of his internal conflict genuinely tugged at his heart, leaving no room for negligence. Zhao Jin Xian embraced him. You must not refuse. If you do, I will cling to you forever. Uncle Li, I know you enjoy being with me, and you relish our intimacy. You are merely upset with me. I promise not to upset you anymore. Let us be good together, just like before. Do you remember? In the beginning, we were always in sync and very happy. Li Shuo felt a stir in his heart. Before realizing Zhao Jinxian had ulterior motives, those had indeed been moments of bliss that made his heart soar. Alas, they were but illusions. What if they could become real? Who would wish for such happiness to be genuine? Li Shuo sighed softly. It should have been a universally joyous affair, yet his heart felt inexplicably heavy. Nevertheless, he resolutely said, Jinxian, accept what you said. Let's rebuild our trust. How ironic it was that after all the twists and turns and the chaos they had created, they had merely returned to the starting point. Had Zhao Jinxian responded back then in the hospital, how much pain might have been avoided and how many others would not have been dragged into it. Li Shuo felt weary, burdened by thoughts he could not untangle. He had always been fond of numbers for their clear logic. One could articulate 1 and 2 distinctly, and with the right methods, one could distinctly calculate beginnings, processes, and conclusions. This resonated deeply with the core of his character. Yet, emotions were the most perplexing thing in the world, which is why he had vehemently rejected getting too involved emotionally, only to find himself ensnared in a pit. He despised his own confusion in matters of the heart, while simultaneously being unable to extricate himself from its grasp. It felt as though he were mired in a quagmire. The more he struggled, the deeper he sank, and he neither wanted nor could escape. How could someone transform him in such a way? Should he rejoice or lament? However, Zhao Jinxian appeared untroubled, lifting Li Shuo joyfully and spinning him around, exclaiming, Uncle Li is mine now. Li Shuo looked at Zhao Jinxian's unabashed delight and suppressed his lingering concerns. Perhaps the suddenness of the confession made it difficult for him to digest, leading to all these troubling thoughts. Zhao Jinxian's desire to genuinely pursue a romantic relationship was precisely what he had longed for. No wonder Zhao Jinxian teased him for being fussy. If they were mutually attracted, he should strive to keep this person close. That was the mark of a true man. As Li Shuo gazed at Zhao Jinxian, a fervent desire to conquer surged within him. Zhao Jinxian, like a child with a cherished toy, rolled around in the rose petals with Li Shuo and refused to let go. Gradually, Li Shuo was amused by him, helplessly saying, All right, you've scattered so many petals in my home. You must take responsibility for cleaning them up. Don't rush. Zhao Jinxian tenderly caressed his face. Yet we had not yet made love amidst the sea of roses. Li Shuo gently pushed his head away, saying, Do not think about making love all day long. Zhao Jinxian chuckled. I can't help it when I see you. After all, you are the one who tempts me every day. Li Shuo, both amused and exasperated, retorted, How have I tempted you? I'm not drunk right now. Simply standing before me is temptation enough. Zhao Jinxian pouted. Uncle Li, you are so naughty, teasing me and then refusing to take responsibility. Stop it, Li Shuo said, pressing his hand against his forehead, still feeling a lingering sense of unreality and a headache. I will give you a massage. Zhao Jinxian applied a moderate pressure, kneading Li Shuo's brow and temples, softly blowing. Does it hurt? It won't hurt anymore. Just a little blow will make it better. Li Shuo chuckled softly, suddenly feeling lazy and unwilling to move. Beneath him was a plush wool carpet, surrounded by fragrant and romantic petals, with the person who constantly occupied his thoughts by his side. Such a serene and seemingly perfect moment is rare in a lifetime. Why not savor it and enjoy it slowly? After a while, Zhao Jinxian gently asked, Does it still hurt? Much better, thank you. If you're no longer in pain, I must start my interrogation. Interrogate about what? Who did you drink with yesterday? Li Shuo scoffed a friend. That answer scores 0. If you don't answer honestly, I will take liberties with you. As he spoke, Zhao Jinxian's hand slipped under Li Shuo's shirt. Li Shuo, startled by his sudden boldness, grabbed his wrist and pulled it out. A friend I've known for many years, a stylist, and he has a boyfriend. Is he good looking? Yes. Did you two ever have something? Li Shuo felt a moment of embarrassment. Zhao Jinxian narrowed his eyes, so there was something. Not really. We just dated a few times, but later realized we weren't compatible, so we never got together. Li Shuo clicked his tongue. Aren't you asking too many questions? Zhao Jinxian huffed. Not as many as your ex-boyfriends. Li Shuo shot him a sidelong glance. You may not have an ex-boyfriend, but who knows how many Philips there are. Zhao Jinxian was momentarily taken aback. It's not as exaggerated as you think. All right, I'm not interested in digging up old accounts. It's too unrefined. Li Shuo touched Zhao Jinxin's face seriously. I only ask that you be 100% serious with me from now on. Zhao Jinxin held his hand and kissed his warm palm. As you wish. Just then, Li Shuo's phone rang, and he patted Zhao Jinxin. Get up. I will get it for you. Zhao Jinxin swiftly stood, retrieving the phone. After a moment, he awkwardly said, Xiao. Hui Uncle Li, who is this? It's the person I drank with yesterday. Here, take it. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jinxin raised the phone high above his head. Promise me a condition, and I will give it to you. Li Shuo chuckled. It's just a phone call. Don't be so childish. No way. I'm jealous. Li Shuo, feeling helpless, asked, What condition do you want? Zhao Jinxin leaned down, playfully nudging his nose against Li Shuo's, and mischievously said, A blowjob. Li Shuo rolled his eyes at him. You little seducer. He reached for the phone. Zhao Jinxin jumped up, laughing. Will you agree? If you don't, I'll answer the call and start moaning. Li Shuo was both amused and exasperated. You're such a rogue. Give it to me. He stood up and lunged at Zhao Jinxin. Will you agree? Zhao Jinxin held the phone high, and with Li Shuo being shorter by 4 or 5 centimeters, he couldn't reach it at all. All right. Just give it to me, quickly. He had no doubt that Zhao Jinxin would actually carry through with it. He had always maintained a mature and composed image in front of Wen Xiaowei. How could he let Zhao Jinxin ruin it? Zhao Jinxin grinned and tossed the phone to Li Shuo. Li Shuo took a moment to calm himself and answer the call. Hello, Xiaowei. Brother Li, I'm so sorry. I was such a lightweight last night and ended up drunk. I still haven't given you the promised drink. Oh, it's fine. Are you feeling better now? Any discomfort? Zhao Jinxin hugged Li Shuo's waist from behind, his hands boldly slipping under his clothing, caressing his waistline. With only one hand free, Li Shuo couldn't pull away and had to endure Zhao Jinxin's playful touch. A good sleep will fix it. How about you? I'm fine now. Where do you live? I'm free today. I can bring you the drink. Zhao Jinxin grew increasingly bold, starting to rub against him, gently nibbling along Li Shuo's neck, occasionally letting out soft giggles. Li Shuo found it hard to concentrate, not daring to let Wen Xiaowei witness the scene unfolding in the room. He stammered, just send it to the office. Oh, brotherly, are you afraid to let me go to your home? Is there a hidden beauty there? Li Shuo chuckled wryly. No, my home is a mess. I haven't tidied up. Zhao Jinxin's hand reached for Li Shuo's pants. Li Shuo quickly seized his wrist, both of them playfully resisting. Wen Xiaowei teased, I'm so curious. Who are you hiding? Is it someone from the pictures? Why are you so nosy? You come to my place. And I'm worried that Luo Yi, that weirdo, might come knocking at my door. Wen Xiaowei paused for 2 seconds, his voice tinged with melancholy. He.S. in the hospital. Don't worry, he won't bother you. Li Shuo realized he had misspoken and hurriedly said, Xiaohui, that's not what I meant. Please don't take it to heart. Seizing the moment while Li Shuo was distracted, Zhao Jinxin finally managed to grasp Li Shuo's most sensitive area. Li Shuo clenched his teeth, suppressing the urge to make a sound. Wen Xiaowei laughed. It's all right, brotherly. I'll have the driver take it to your office. Okay. How about I treat you to a meal another day? Li Shuo felt guilty, having momentarily forgotten that Luo Yi was still recovering from his injury. Wen Xiaowei must be feeling terrible. Yet, he had no way to continue comforting Wen Xiaowei, as Zhao Jinxin was causing mischief on him. All right, I want a fancy seafood feast. No problem. After hanging up, Li Shuo feigned anger. You're being ridiculous. What if someone hears? If you don't shout, no one will find out. Zhao Jinxin chuckled, as long as you can hold it in. Quick, let go. Li Shuo's lips were silenced, a serpent-like tongue exploring his mouth, entwining with abandon. They tumbled back onto the wool carpet, Zhao Jinxin teasing and grinding against him, not being overtly forceful but refusing to let go, ultimately leaving Li Shuo with no retort. Clothes were half-heartedly shed, and soon he was thoroughly invaded. As Li Shuo drifted amidst waves of desire, his dazed eyes filled with vibrant red petals. It truly felt like being immersed in a dream, as if the entire world of roses was blooming for their passion, and at that moment, the other person was his entire world. Li Shuo was too exhausted to get out of bed the entire day. Zhao Jinxin called someone to clean up the petals while he hummed a tune in the kitchen, preparing a meal, and then brought it to the bedside to feed Li Shuo. Li Shuo lifted the blanket. Let us eat in the dining room. No, I want to feed you. Zhao Jinxin scooped up a spoonful of bitter melon and pork rib soup. Li Shuo chuckled, reluctantly opening his mouth to comply. Zhao Jinxin smiled brightly, asking, "Is it good?" "Delicious. Eat more. Bitter melon cools the body." Li Shuo gazed at Zhao Jinxin, his earnestness in feeding him warming his heart, and he laughed. "So you can make soup? I just learned." Zhao Jinxin blinked. "Aren't I impressive? Whatever you like to eat, I will make for you. If I can't make it, I'll buy it for you." Li Shu smilat arut. After their meal, the petals in the room were cleared away, and night had fallen. The two sat together on the carpet in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, enjoying each other's company. But instead of wine, they were savoring freshly squeezed juice. Zhao Jinxin leaned against Li Shuo, gazing out at the vibrant nightscape, lost in silence. Li Shuo's fingers gently entwined in Zhao Jinxin's hair, his heart extraordinarily calm. His mind completely blank, free from thoughts. Suddenly, Zhao Jinxin lazily inquired, "When will you treat that one shall we to dinner?" Li Shuo paused, chuckling softly, "Any time works." "Then, I'll accompany you," he interjected, playfully rubbing Zhao Jinxin's ear to prevent him from overthinking. Since they were embarking on a genuine romantic relationship, he would not allow his partner to suffer from unnecessary misunderstandings. A flicker of excitement danced in Zhao Jinxin's eyes as he embraced Li Shuo's waist, pouting slightly. Li Shuo smiled and leaned down to plant a kiss on him, affectionately teasing, "At your age, still so fond of being spoiled. Don't you like it?" "I do," Li Shuo replied, affectionately ruffling his hair, though a hint of unease lingered in his heart. Once his mind settled, Li Shuo discerned some inconsistencies in Zhao Jinxin's words. Perhaps Zhao Jinxin was aware of his feelings but feigned ignorance, hence suggesting the reinstatement of trust. He sincerely hoped that today's unexpected confession stemmed from Zhao Jinxin's desire to embark on a serious relationship, rather than some ulterior motives he was reluctant to speculate upon. Regardless of the circumstances, when he had almost given up, Zhao Jinxin took the initiative to make a move he approved of, leaving him no reason to retreat. He had experienced Zhao Jinxin's fickleness, selfishness, and unkindness, yet he remained deeply enchanted and irresistibly drawn to him. This game was far from over, this time. He was placing his heart on the line, wagering on whether he could tame this untamed spirit. During these affectionate days at home, they did not neglect their business, thoroughly reviewing all collaborative details, and the company was officially operational, gradually finding its rhythm. Li Shuo took a moment to discuss his desire to invest in a hotel with Zhao Jinxin, seeking his counsel. Zhao Jinxin eagerly volunteered to accompany him for an inspection. Although they spoke of business, their laughter was anything but serious. Li Shuo pinched his cheek, playfully remarking, "What are you scheming about, little devil? Don't you know what I'm thinking?" "I do." "Then tell me," Zhao Jinxin replied, his face brimming with anticipation. Li Shuo leaned closer, whispering in a teasing tone, "Public pools and hot springs are unclean. I only accept the sea." Zhao Jinxin planted a kiss on him, exclaiming, "You rascal, teasing me already." Li Shuo raised an eyebrow. "You prompted me to say that. I won't take responsibility for your thoughts. All my thoughts are of you," Zhao Jinxin confessed, playfully biting his ear. "Every moment. I want you." Li Shuo pinched his hand. "All right, we need to change and head out." Being with a man in his 20s was a bittersweet experience. While it was exhilarating, at times his body could hardly keep up. Given Zhao Jinxin's fervor and stamina, cohabitation was indeed not feasible. What is the rush? It's only 5 o'clock. Being late is impolite. He had a dinner appointment with When Shall We? Zhao Jinxin pouted, reluctantly heading off to change. Once Li Shuo was dressed, he waited in the living room. After a 20-minute wait, Zhao Jinxin finally emerged. Li Shuo was taken aback. Zhao Jinxin often wore formal or casual suits, which made him appear more mature and authoritative in the office. However, today he donned a pure white cotton t-shirt and casual camel-colored shorts, barefoot in white sneakers, with a Montblanc sports watch adorning his wrist. His muscular chest filled the t-shirt with a sensual curve, while his slender waist made even the finest tailored fit appear loose. His long, powerful calves were accentuated by the simplicity of his attire, perfectly highlighting his striking handsomeness and youthful vitality. He looked as if he had stepped out of a fashion magazine, dazzling anyone who laid eyes on him. Zhao Jinxin beamed at Li Shuo. "Uncle Li, if you keep looking at me like that, are you trying to entice me? Do you still want to go out today?" Li Shuo, realizing he had lost his composure, cleared his throat, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Jinxin, you look incredibly handsome in casual wear." Zhao Jinxin approached, wrapping his arms around Li Shua's waist, chuckling, I know. If you like anything, feel free to touch. Li Shua laughed. I've already touched everything. How about we skip going out today and enjoy some time together at home? Zhao Jinxin took Li Shua's hand and placed it on his backside. Li Shua playfully slapped his rear. I have plenty of opportunities. We're leaving now to eat. As they stepped outside, Zhao Jinxin insisted on holding Li Shua's hand. Uncle Li, I really don't want to meet other men. Come on, it's just a friend. I'm taking you along. RNTI? That doesn't make me happy. I'll try to see him less in the future. Okay? Can you not see him at all? That's unreasonable. It may be unreasonable, but I'm not happy. How will you appease me? Li Shua chuckled good-naturedly. How would you like me to appease you? Isn't it your job to figure that out? All right. I'll make it up to you when we get home. You promise? I promise. Zhao Jinxin pulled Li Shua's hand to his lips, planting a gentle kiss, his eyes filled with warmth. Upon arriving at the hotel, the waiter led them to a private room. As the door opened, they found Wen Xiaowei taking selfies with his phone. His exquisitely sculpted face appeared fair and translucent under the soft lighting, rivaling that of a young girl. Brother Li, Wen Xiaowei turned, momentarily stunned upon seeing Zhao Jinxin, then boldly assessed him from head to toe, letting out an impressed whistle. Li Shua introduced, Xiaowei, this is Zhao Jinxin. Jinxin, this is Wen Xiaowei. Call me Adi. Don't call me Xiaowei, he said, pouting. Li Shua laughed heartily. Jinxin, you should call him Adi. Hello, Zhao Jinxin smiled. Wen Xiaowei bounced over, circling Zhao Jinxin, then fixating on his chest. Li Shua recalled showing Wen Xiaowei a half-naked photo of Zhao Jinxin, realizing there might be a misunderstanding. Clearing his throat, he was about to explain when Wen Xiaowei, licking his lips and blinking his innocent big eyes, asked, Handsome, can I touch your chest? Zhao Jinxin burst into laughter. Extending his arms, come here. Wen Xiaowei eagerly pounced, using both hands to explore, praising him as if he were about to drool. How does it feel? Zhao Jinxin asked proudly. Great. So good. How long did you train for this? Wen Xiaowei was thoroughly enthralled. Since I was 17, many years now. Can you? Wen Xiaowei mimicked a chest bounce, but his slim physique could only mimic the action. Of course. Zhao Jinxin pressed Wen Xiaowei's hand to his chest, genuinely bouncing twice. His tall, lean frame transforming under the shirt into a substantial form. The waiter who had led them in stood frozen, eyes wide. Li Shua buried his face in his hands, feeling utterly embarrassed, wishing to escape for a moment. Wow, this is amazing, Wen Xiaowei exclaimed excitedly to Li Shua. Brother Li, have you tried this? It really shakes. I can't even imagine what would happen if Zhao Jinxin knew Wen Xiaowei viewed him that way. He chuckled awkwardly. You two should tone it down. You're scaring the poor girl. The waiter, blushing, slowly retreated. It's fine, she has gone now. Wen Xiaowei rubbed his hands together, eyes gleaming with anticipation. Can I touch your butt? Li Shua, half joking and half serious, replied, if you're going to take advantage of my boyfriend, at least wait until I go to the restroom. He was not genuinely jealous. Rather, he feared that if he did not intervene with Wen Xiaowei's exuberant character, Zhao Jinxin would likely perform an impromptu striptease right there. Wen Xiaowei's smile faltered for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure, retracting his hand and chuckling. All right. I'm satisfied now. He blew a kiss to both Li Shua and Zhao Jinxin. Zhao Jinxin glanced at Li Shua, evidently pleased with the title of boyfriend. A satisfied smile gracing his lips. Li Shua, smiling, patted Wen Xiaowei's head and asked, have you ordered yet? What would you like to eat? Not yet. I was waiting for you too. I'll go call the waiter, Wen Xiaowei replied, bouncing off to summon the server. Li Shua leaned in and whispered to Zhao Jinxin. He is just like that. He is a delightful person, so don't take it to heart. Am I really that petty? Zhao Jinxin winked at him. Li Shua merely smiled without responding, choosing not to mention that Zhao Jinxin had seemed rather displeased when he left, likely because he perceived Wen Xiaowei as no threat, which had softened his demeanor. Before long, Wen Xiaowei returned with the menu, flipping through it while listing off items. Oysters, peony shrimp, sea cucumbers. After placing his order, he handed the menu to Li Shua and asked, what else do you want to order? Whatever you like, Li Shua replied. Then let us stick with these. It'll be enough to eat. Wen Xiaowei returned the menu to the waiter, and once the waiter had left, he mischievously quipped, they're all aphrodisiacs. No need to thank me. Li Shua raised an eyebrow, chuckling. Are you going to eat any of them? Wen Xiaowei rested his chin on his hand, looking forlorn as he said, I can't. Luo Yi is still in the hospital. Li Shua smiled. And although he and Luo Yi were at odds with each other, he genuinely wished for Wen Xiaoyi's happiness, so he casually asked, "When will he be discharged? He must be recovering well by now. He could have been discharged long ago." But he kept messing around, so I let him stay a few extra days. Wen Xiaoyi pulled out his phone, saying, "Let me send you some pictures of his unfortunate state to vent." "Please don't," Li Shuo replied helplessly. "You little imp, what kind of thought process do you have? What's done is done. As long as you're happy, that's what matters." "Thank you," Wen Xiaoyi said with a gentle smile, then changed the topic. "So, how did you two meet?" Li Shuo and Zhao Jinxin exchanged glances and simultaneously replied, "We met on the plane." "Wow, why didn't I have the luck to meet handsome guys on the plane?" Wen Xiaoyi mused, stroking his chin. "It must be because I was poor before and couldn't afford first class." Li Shuo laughed. "Why are you still thinking about handsome guys? Aren't you afraid Luo Yi will get jealous?" Wen Xiaoyi waved his hand dismissively. "Just thinking about it in my head isn't a crime. Besides, he doesn't know." Zhao Jinxin gently brushed back Li Shuo's bangs and said sweetly, "I only want you." Li Shuo blinked playfully and smiled back at him. Wen Xiaoyi crossed his arms dramatically and declared, "You two are so mushy." As the dishes began to arrive, Wen Xiaoyi raised his glass and exclaimed, "Brother Li, seeing you two together brings me immense joy. Here's to your happiness." The couple raised their glasses in unison and drank heartily. After finishing, Wen Xiaoyi urged them to eat more oysters, saying, "Come on, while you're in the honeymoon phase, how can you not celebrate every night?" Li Shu Shukulat, what on earth is running through that little head of yours? Wen Xiaoyi blinked innocently, just thinking about naughty things. "By the way, could you send me a half-naked photo? Just one, so I can treasure it. This meal is on me." Li Shuo playfully tapped his fingers with chopsticks, teasingly scolding, "You little rascal." Wen Xiaoyi held on to Li Shuo's hand, pouting, "Brotherly, just one, please. Let me keep one, preferably with our chests touching. I promise I won't show it to anyone." After that, he turned to Zhao Jinxin with eager anticipation. Zhao Jinxin shrugged, "No problem. I can send you a fully nude one." With a grin, he picked up a piece of sea cucumber and handed it to Li Shuo. "Your brother Li is a bit shy. I'll make sure to cover his face." Wen Xiaoyi cheered, "Oh yeah," and high-fived Zhao Jinxin. Li Shuo was at a loss, unsure whether to be annoyed or amused. During the meal, Wen Xiaoyi rambled on about which lubricants were good, which condoms were thin, and what new toys had recently emerged. The two of them, one a master of words and the other genuinely adventurous, engaged enthusiastically in these discussions, while Li Shuo felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing Wen Xiaoyi might discover that he and Zhao Jinxin were in a relationship where he played the submissive role. He gradually relaxed, as Zhao Jinxin's thoughtfulness was akin to a gentle rain. Even when the topic of their physical intimacy came up, Zhao Jinxin deftly navigated it, ensuring Li Shuo maintained his dignity. Feeling both touched and delighted, Li Shuo could not resist holding Zhao Jinxin's hand beneath the table, gently caressing his palm with his fingertips. Zhao Jinxin's warm, firm hand gripped his in return. Throughout the meal, Wen Xiaoyi's lively chatter made for an enjoyable dining experience, ensuring that no moment was dull. After their meal, the couple escorted Wen Xiaoyi to his car before intertwining their fingers as they walked to their own vehicle. Li Shuo felt a bit bashful, attempting several times to inconspicuously withdraw his hand, but Zhao Jinxin held on tightly, so he eventually relented. Perhaps it was simply the nature of young love to be a little clingy, he thought. Once in the car, Li Shuo remarked, "So, how delightful is Xiaoyi, right? He is quite charming and good-looking, just as you described." Zhao Jinxin replied, glancing at him sideways. Li Shuo grinned, "What's wrong? Are you feeling jealous?" Zhao Jinxin pouted, but remained silent. Li Shuo turned his chin toward him, gently kissing his lips, and soothingly said, "Be good, don't be jealous. You're the only one in my eyes." Zhao Jinxin bit his lip and gently pulled, saying, "That's not enough to appease me. Is that so?" Li Shuo's tongue slipped into Zhao Jinxin's mouth, entwining with his, deepening the kiss. "Not enough." Zhao Jinxin pressed against the back of his head, responding eagerly. The sounds of their lips meeting echoed in the enclosed car, filling the air with a sense of intimacy that was both exhilarating and embarrassing. Li Shuo's hand ventured toward Zhao Jinxin. Grasping him in a sensitive area, he whispered breathlessly, "How about this?" Still not enough. The zipper was pulled down, and Li Shuo playfully bit Zhao Jinxin's tongue before breaking the kiss, flashing a smile that glimmered with mischief as he leaned down. Zhao Jinxin gasped softly. Li Shuo skillfully teased, the tender Zhao Jinxin. Zhao Jinxin's large hand rested on Li Shua's head, and as the rhythm intensified, he couldn't help but tug on Li Shua's thick hair, pressing down with urgency. The car was filled with muffled sounds of their passion, igniting their desires. Eventually, Li Shua's lips felt swollen, compelling Zhao Jinxin to release him. Remaining somewhat composed, they rejected the idea of indulging in their desires right there and drove home instead. Once inside the elevator, they could hardly contain themselves, launching into a fervent kiss as they tugged at each other's clothing, all while unlocking the door with a fingerprint scanner. Once inside, Zhao Jinxin kicked the door shut and playfully tackled Li Shua onto the carpet. Like frenzied beasts, they intertwined, exchanging the most risque words and engaging in the most audacious acts, shedding all pretense and returning to a primal ecstasy that elevated their passion to its zenith. In the following days, they were nearly inseparable. While Zhao Jinxin worked, Li Shua frequently visited the office and company as a consultant, spending the majority of his time on business, with the remainder exploring various unfamiliar locations with Zhao Jinxin. When his mind was calm, Li Shua often felt regret for indulging in such distractions, akin to a teenage boy preoccupied with thoughts of desire. Despite his remorse, he found himself irresistibly sinking deeper into this state. Throughout his life, he had refrained from smoking or excessive drinking, and even in his school days, he seldom engaged in the popular pastime of marijuana. It was utterly unexpected that at the age of 34, he would become infatuated with lovemaking. He recognized that his affection for Zhao Jinxin was intertwined with those exquisite and exhilarating experiences. No one had ever brought him such profound joy of love and physical ecstasy. Zhao Jinxin was nearly the perfect lover, and had it not been for the past misunderstandings and barriers, he would have devoted himself wholeheartedly to reciprocating the beauty Zhao Jinxin offered him. On this particular weekend, the two had spent 2 days in a carefree manner, utterly exhausted and still asleep until nearly noon. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, and Li Shua mumbled something before reluctantly opening his eyes. Zhao Jinxin gently touched his face and yawned, saying, "I'll go check." He casually wrapped a towel around his waist and headed to the door. Li Shua glanced at the clock and realized it was nearly 11. Sleeping this late felt excessive, prompting him to struggle out of bed. Just then, he perceived a commotion outside, though he couldn't discern the words. He quickly got out of bed, donned his bathrobe, and stepped outside, calling Jinxin what's going on. Upon seeing the person standing at the door, Li Shua froze. Han Fei. Zhao Jinxin turned his head to look at Li Shua, his expression calm, though his eyes flickered slightly. Li Shua was stunned for a couple of seconds, exclaiming, "Fei, what are you?" Han Fei's face was pale and gloomy, his glare directed at Zhao Jinxin, filled with anger and hostility. Li Shua hastily tied the belt of his bathrobe and awkwardly told Zhao Jinxin, "Jinxin, go change your clothes." Zhao Jinxin replied nonchalantly, "We're both men. What's the point of changing?" Han Fei looked at Li Shua, seemingly restraining himself, his voice trembling slightly. "Xiao Shua, can we talk privately?" I can't." Zhao Jinxin leaned against the doorframe, asserting, "I'm his boyfriend. Given your relationship, it's inappropriate to send me away for a conversation." Han Fei looked at Li Shua with a questioning gaze. Under such scrutiny, Li Shua felt a pang of guilt but couldn't evade the situation, merely nodding in response. Han Fei closed his eyes as if the world had gone silent. His already pale and fragile demeanor appeared even more pitiable, causing Li Shua's heart to ache alongside him. Zhao Jinxin coldly regarded Han Fei, showing no reaction. Li Shua softly urged, "Jinxin, you should go inside." His tone still bore an authoritative edge. He wasn't foolish. Han Fei's sudden and unexpected appearance at his doorstep surely hinted at some underlying issue. It was likely that the entire situation differed from what he had understood, and the source of any potential misunderstanding must be Zhao Jinxin. Zhao Jinxin shrugged, remaining unmoved and silent. "Jinxin, that's unnecessary. He needs to hear some things too." Han Fei opened his eyes, his pupils now calm but devoid of vitality. "Xiao Shua, even if you have a boyfriend, it doesn't mean you can ignore my calls." Li Shua was taken aback. "What do you mean?" Han Fei forced a bitter smile. "As I expected, you didn't know I couldn't reach you." Li Shua felt as though a bucket of icy water had been poured over him, his previously heated mind now awakened. He slowly turned to Zhao Jinxin, whose expression was calm and detached, as if it were none of his concern. "I couldn't reach your phone either." Han Fei was astute, Upon confronting each other, he understood everything. At first, Zhao Jinxin threatened me regarding work matters. I'm no longer a child easily intimidated by such tactics. I thought I'd deal with him first and then reach out to you. I believed you would understand. Li Shuo clenched his fists. Continue. And then I could no longer contact you. I called, texted, and emailed, but you did not respond. I thought you were upset with me and wanted to give you time to cool off. I was also trying to reach you, but couldn't. I thought you. You thought I had once again forsaken you for work, didn't you? Han Fei sighed. I thought so too. I was in a slump for days, pondering what to do. And then Cheng Sheng came to see me. Then you should know I was trying to contact you. Yes. It was then that I realized our communication channels must have encountered some issue. Han Fei turned to Zhao Jinxin. Zhao Jinxin regarded him with a raised chin, displaying no signs of tension or guilt. I considered using someone else's phone to call you, but I ultimately decided to come back in person. I got your address from Cheng Sheng. Han Fei bit his lip and softly said, Am I too late? Li Shuo's chest heaved violently as he gritted his teeth. Jinxin, aren't you going to explain? Did you meddle with our phone connections? Zhao Jinxin replied candidly, Yes. What are you doing? Li Shuo shouted. How could you do such a thing? This person is my rival in love. What's wrong with dealing with my rival? Zhao Jinxin's expression was innocent. You are being unreasonable. Li Shuo's heart raced with anger. Li Gahan Feiya. He had initially assumed that the lack of response meant disinterest in contact and never considered reaching out through other means, only to be deceived by Zhao Jinxin's scheme. Han Fei spoke softly. Xiao Shuo, I've always hoped for your happiness, even if it's not with me. But I don't believe this person has genuine feelings. Zhao Jinxin narrowed his eyes and coldly retorted, How would you know whether I have feelings or not? Han Fei glared at him fiercely. You know how you treat those who have shared a bed with you better than I do. That's because he can't play games. Zhao Jinxin smirked mockingly. If he can't play, why agree to play in the first place? Isn't that his own choice? That's what we call lacking heart. Han Fei barshid. What kind of treatment do you think Xiao Shuo would receive from someone like you? Stop speaking so intimately. Enough. Li Shuo snapped. Zhao Jinxin apologized to Fei. Zhao Jinxin turned to Li Shuo, his eyes filled with a hint of grievance. Li Shuo insista starli, apologija. In truth, he was unsure if Zhao Jinxin would indeed apologize, considering Zhao had shown no signs of guilt or remorse. However, he could not endure his partner's attempts to undermine his relationship with a friend. After struggling to trust Zhao Jinxin, mere minutes had stripped away that trust. Zhao Jinxin cleared his throat, straightened up, and suddenly bowed deeply to Han Fei. Brother Fei, I'm sorry. This action stunned both men. Perhaps neither expected Zhao Jinxin to offer a straightforward apology. Zhao Jinxin straightened, his expression inscrutable. Brother Fei, I resorted to some despicable tactics because I could never let the one I love go to someone else. I'm truly sorry. Han Fei trembled with anger. What would he say at this point? Acceptance was out of the question, and continuing to reproach would only make him appear petty. Li Shuo felt as though his head might explode, wearily saying, Jinxin, go inside. I need to speak with Fei alone. Now, immediately go. This time, Zhao Jinxin complied, turning to enter the bedroom. The two men were left to share a difficult gaze across the closed door. Li Shuo quietly said, Fei, please come in and sit. Han Fei hesitated before stepping inside. Li Shuo poured 2 cups of tea and gently placed them before Han Fei. After a moment of contemplation, he finally spoke, Fei, I apologize. Han Fei let out a bitter laugh. Xiao Shuo, I just can't accept this. I never imagined you would truly be with him. Han Fei sighed, acknowledging her naivety. After so many years, she still harbored the hope of returning. Li Shuo felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, torn between his fury towards Zhao Jinxin and the futility of it all. After all, feelings of the past remained just that, past. No amount of anger could alter the reality. He rubbed his temples. Fei, I truly did not foresee Jinxin acting in such a manner. I'm utterly at a loss for words. You need not apologize on his behalf. You often speak of fate. Perhaps ours has simply run its course. Han Fei managed a faint smile, having originally returned with the intent of making one last effort. Xiao Shuo, regardless of what Zhao Jinxin is like, I wish for your happiness. You are so wonderful. You will surely manage to tame him. Thank you. Li Shuo's gaze fell, burdened by guilt. Although the misdeeds were not his own, they were set in motion by him. Zhao Jinxin oscillated between maturity beyond his years and the capriciousness of a child. Could he truly be tamed? Han Fei forced a smile. I shall not intrude any longer. I must return to check on my relatives. Fei, at least allow me to treat you to a meal, Li Shuo implored. Han Fei stood, smiling. There is no need. Simply knowing that you do not wish to avoid conversation with me is sufficient. Li Shuo murmured, it will never be the case. Han Fei opened her arms, and Li Shuo stood to embrace her tightly. The slender form in his arms stirred memories of the past, evoking a wave of emotions. He gently patted Han Fei's back. Take care, Fei. Xiao Shuo, take care. Once Han Fei departed, Li Shuo leaned against the floor-to-ceiling window, silently gazing outside until Zhao Jinxan emerged from the bedroom without turning back. Uncle Ali. Zhao Jinxan called softly. Li Shuo replied calmly, you should return home. I have already apologized. I know. Please go home. Zhao Jinxan approached, turning Li Shuo to face him, locking his gaze onto Li Shuo's eyes. If you are angry, just scold me. Why push me away? Li Shuo lacked even the energy to be angry. Jinxan, I no longer know how to communicate with you. Please allow me a couple of days to calm down. Zhao Jinxan clutched Li Shuo's hand, pleading, even if I was wrong, it was because I care for you. Should I stand by and watch Han Fei take you away? We share mutual affection. What concern is it of his? Your actions have left me disheartened. Li Shuo bit out. It is too despicable, too lowly. How can I trust you? What pained him more was the sentiment of being unworthy. He feared he understood Philip's feelings better than anyone, having once been terrified of being ridiculed for being unable to play the game. To invest genuine feelings only to receive a half-hearted return was truly agonizing. I would never treat you that way, Zhao Jinxan asserted with conviction. You would never treat me that way. Li Shuo mulled over those words, their meaning growing bitter with contemplation. He recognized Zhao Jinxan was referring to Han Fei, yet he could not shake the thought of being unworthy. Furthermore, should one extend kindness to a romantic rival? Did he not confront his brother with sharpened words? That was because Xiao Kun's character is utterly base. I merely retaliated, Li Shuo stated, suddenly reminded of his ongoing schemes against Zhao Jinxan's cousin. Zhao Jinxan squinted. In essence, there is little difference. After all, a rival is an enemy. Besides, I have not harmed him. I have apologized. You never liked him anyway. So, is not the outcome a cause for celebration? Li Shuo's thoughts were muddled by the Xiao Kun incident, realizing he had been caught up in the moment. Neglecting such a significant matter, he momentarily lost the will to educate Zhao Jinxan, pushing him away. Please let me have some time to think. You should return home and reflect. Zhao Jinxan spoke in a low tone. If you expect me to be lenient toward a rival, should you not extend the same courtesy to my cousin? Li Shuo felt a jolt. Zhao Jinxan's words pierced his heart. He slowly turned his head, his expression icy. He destroyed 10 years of my career. What do you think? What if I said it was for my sake? Li Shuo froze. Zhao Jinxan's unwavering gaze held his own. After a pause, Li Shuo lowered his eyes. I am truly exhausted. Please go home. Zhao Jinxan stepped closer, kissing the top of Li Shuo's head before taking his leave. Upon hearing the door close, Li Shuo slapped his forehead in frustration. What should he do? He picked up his phone, calling his lawyer to inquire about the progress. The lawyer informed him that the other party's defenses were crumbling, suggesting a resolution might be imminent. Li Shuo's emotions were conflicted. Despite his anger today, it did not warrant a complete fallout. Zhao Jinxan's words regarding doing it for him left him disoriented. No matter how much he despised Xiao Kun, they were still brothers. If he truly took action against Xiao Kun, how would he face Zhao Jinxan? Should he be forgiving? After 2 days of reflection, Li Shuo found his once overheated thoughts returning to clarity. Any fervor would inevitably diminish with time. Moments of passion hinder rational thought. Now, he could finally approach the current state of his relationship and his stance toward Xiao Kun with a level head. However, before he could articulate a clear thought, a call from Xiao Hui disrupted his contemplation. What? Li Shuo exclaimed, surprised. When Xiao Hui sighed, it's true. Xiao Kun is currently hospitalized. He is not in immediate danger, but Cheng Xiu's voice sounded particularly pitiful. I plan to fly over to keep him company. Li Shuo struggled to process this information. How had Xiao Kun and Cheng Xiu ended up in such a predicament? Although he secretly wished for misfortune to befall Xiao Kun, he never wished for anyone to be hurt. Most importantly, he worried about whether Cheng Xiu was affected. How is Cheng Xiu? He wasn't injured, was he? Cheng Xiu is fine, just a bit shaken. Xiao Kun's sisters are all there, especially his eldest sister, who is quite formidable. Cheng Xiu is timid and has no relatives or friends to rely on. I cannot let others bully him. I'll go support him. Wen Xiaohui's bravado was palpable even through the phone. Li Deji, would you like to join me? Li Shuo fell silent. Since he and Zhao Jinxian were now together, he should maintain a suitable distance from past relationships, particularly sensitive ones. If he went, it would inevitably provoke Xiao Kun, leading to further complications for Zhao Jinxian. His hesitation did not go unnoticed by Wen Xiaohui. What? Afraid your little boyfriend will be jealous? Li Shuo forced a smile. I believe it is best that I do not involve myself in their matters any longer. True. Wen Xiaohui posed, speaking softly. Cheng Xiu would likely feel more at ease if he saw you. But this is indeed unfair to Jinxian. It's fine. I will go alone. You can trust my fighting capability. Just don't stir up trouble, especially with the Xiao family. Wen Xiaohui was straightforward and impulsive, often quick to anger. Li Shuo genuinely worried for his well-being. Got it. If you encounter any difficulties, call me. I will certainly assist you. Okay. After ending the call, Li Shuo remained unsettled. Li Qingxiu was weak, and Wen Xiaohui was impulsive. With Xiao Kun absent, the hostility from Xiao Wen towards Li Qingxiu was palpable. How could they possibly leave him unscathed? As he was lost in thought, Zhao Jinxian called. Li Shuo instinctively felt it was related to Xiao Kun and promptly answered. Hello? Zhao Jinxian's tone was urgent. Li Shuo, my brother is in trouble. What happened? It was likely another bout of jealousy. He thought to himself, damn it. Zhao Jinxian took a deep breath. I am heading to the airport. Can you come with me? Li Shuo was somewhat taken aback. You wish for me to accompany you? My brother has yet to awaken, and Sister Wen is there. I fear she may trouble Li Qingxiu. If you are present, it would ease the situation. After a brief pause, he conceded, all right, I shall go. After hanging up, Li Shuo hastily packed a couple of garments and headed to the airport with his suitcase in hand. At the security checkpoint, he spotted Zhao Jinxin waiting for him, who immediately rushed over and embraced him. Li Shuo frowned slightly. There are many people watching. Zhao Jinxin muttered, Uncle Li, I feel distressed. Li Shui noirly siga. He had yet to cool off and considered leaving Zhao Jinxin hanging for a few more days as a lesson. Yet, thinking of Xiao Kun lying in the hospital made him feel a twinge of sympathy for Zhao Jinxin. Ultimately, he couldn't bring himself to be harsh and gently patted Zhao Jinxin's back, assuring him he will be fine. They say calamities last 1,000 years. Zhao Jinxin pouted. You have ignored me for several days. Are you still not angry? When you realize your mistakes and reflect sincerely, we may discuss other matters. Zhao Jinxin released his grip, casting a sidelong glance at him. I have acknowledged my errors and am contemplating them. It seems that whenever matters involve Han Fei, you are particularly harsh with me. That is sheer nonsense. You are the one at fault, not Han Fei. Zhao Jinxin said, feeling aggrieved, I envy him. You have known him for so long. What am I to you? Li Shuo exhaled helplessly, unable to resist the pitiful look on Zhao Jinxin's face. Trying to harden his heart, he maintained a stern demeanor. That reasoning is still flawed. Jealousy does not justify wrongdoing. However, Jinxin, despite our disagreements, you are not like Xiao Kun in my heart. Please do not make me feel I have misjudged you, all right? Zhao Jinxin fell silent. Let's go. Li Shuo proceeded towards security. Once aboard the plane, Zhao Jinxin leaned his head on Li Shuo's shoulder. Despite being 5 or 6 centimeters taller, the position was awkward and uncomfortable, yet he persisted. After a while, he clung to Li Shuo's arm, rubbing his forehead against it, whispering, I am scared. Li Shuo replied softly, do not be afraid. Everything will be all right. But that is a knife. Isn't there a risk to life? He is healthy and will recover swiftly. That must hurt terribly. Li Shuo remained silent. He felt no sympathy for Xiao Kun, yet genuinely ached for Li Qingxiu, a person so kind and innocent. Why must she endure such hardships? Noticing Li Shuo's silence, Zhao Jinxin inquired, do you feel vindicated? I am not that kind of person. If I sought revenge, I would handle it myself. Gloating serves no purpose. How would you handle it yourself? Zhao Jinxin fixed his gaze upon him, his eyes unusually bright. Li Shuo hesitated, not catching Zhao Jinxin's expression. He pursed his lips. It was merely a thought. Zhao Jinxin lowered his eyelids, concealing his contemplations. After disembarking, the two hurried to the hospital. On the way, Li Shuo called Wen Xiaohui, who had arrived earlier on a different flight and was already at the hospital with Li Qingxiu. Upon arrival, Li Shuo found the two in the lounge. Li Chengxiu's face was ashen, her gaze dull and vacant, appearing utterly pitiful. When Xiao Wei was chattering away, attempting to ease her tension. As soon as Li Shuo entered the room, both looked up. Upon seeing him, Li Chengxiu's expression turned helpless, as if on the verge of tears. "Brother Li, you have come." When Xiao Wei sighed in relief. He seemed to have arrived in haste, unkempt, his hair disheveled and his face devoid of makeup, yet still possessing an astonishing beauty. However, the carefree smile he usually wore was absent, particularly in the presence of Zhao Jinxin, where his demeanor appeared strangely cold. Lacking the previous warmth, Li Shuo approached and grasped Li Chengxiu's shoulder gently, speaking softly, "Chengxiu, it will be all right. We are here for you." Li Chengxiu nodded vacantly, as if her soul had been lost. Zhao Jinxin interjected, "You two converse. I shall check on my brother." No sooner had Zhao Jinxin departed than when Xiao Wei erupted. "He is actually Xiao Kun's cousin? What is his intention in approaching you?" Li Shu raplia bageli. "It is all in the past. I will discuss it with you another time." Humph. When Xiao Wei pouted, his cheeks puffed in indignation. He clearly had a plethora of negative remarks, but refrained from speaking them in front of the two. Li Shuo comforted Li Chengxiu softly, "Do not fear. Xiao Kun's injuries should not be severe." Li Chengxiu nodded, then shook her head, akin to a child drained of spirit. "Have you eaten?" "No, I am famished." When Xiao Wei fiddled with Li Chengxiu's fingers, looking rather displeased. "I will go buy something to eat. Wait for me a moment." "All right." Li Shuo exited the lounge, making his way toward the ward. In the corridor, he spotted Zhao Jinxin conversing with Xiao Wen, not wishing to become embroiled in the Xiao family affairs. He concealed himself around the corner, only approaching once Xiao Wen had left. Seeing Li Shuo, Zhao Jinxin wearily stated, "No organs were harmed. The surgery was very successful, but he has yet to awaken." "That is good." Li Shuo breathed a sigh of relief. Witnessing Li Chengxiu's expression revealed the man's significant position in her heart, surpassing all else. Zhao Jinxin quietly remarked, "Do you think this is retribution?" Li Shuo paused, awaiting Zhao Jinxin to continue. "My brother is indeed not a good person, especially regarding how he has treated you." Zhao Jinxin's deep-set eyes fixed upon Li Shuo. This might be his punishment for his wrongdoings. Li Shuo felt a surge of frustration, perhaps, but no one escapes the consequences of their actions. "I hope you can find peace." Zhao Jinxin smiled faintly. Li Shuo furrowed his brow. "This matter is separate from mine. I harbor no lingering anger." Zhao Jinxin nodded, "I understand." He sighed deeply. "Although many things are my brother's own doing, he must recover quickly. Otherwise, what will become of Li Chengxiu? Chengxiu is stronger than you think. You should persuade Xiao Wen not to act recklessly. I am concerned not only for Chengxiu, but also for their child." Li Shuo's eyes widened in shock. "What did you say?" Zhao Jinxin replied, astonished. "Did Li Chengxiu not inform you?" "Oh, she must have been too frightened." "What? What child? Are you joking at a time like this?" "I am not jesting. My brother has used Li Chengxiu's sperm to conceive a child." He lowered his voice. "This is a secret. Sister Wen is unaware." Li Shuo stepped back in disbelief, his body trembling. He had severely underestimated the madness of Xiao Kun's mind to carry out such an act. It was evident that Xiao Kun had conducted this without Li Chengxiu's consent. No wonder Xiao Kun had escaped danger while Li Chengxiu remained in a daze. He could only imagine the torment she must be feeling inside. Zhao Jinxin smiled. "I think it is quite good. This child, in name, belongs to my brother, and the Xiao family will not make things difficult for them. Li Chengxiu will also have a sense of belonging. You consider this a good thing?" Li Shuo gritted his teeth. Did Xiao Kun do this with Li Chengxiu's approval? This is not akin to purchasing an item. This is a living being, not with her consent, but it has already been established. Zhao Jinxin's expression was inscrutable. "By this time next year, there will be a family of 3. Is that not splendid?" Li Shuo leaned against the wall, closing his eyes, feeling an immediate headache and dizziness. "Are you all right?" Zhao Jinxin touched Li Shuo's face, concern evident. "Think positively. They share deep feelings. With a child, they will form an inseparable family. My brother will take good care of Li Chengxiu. Isn't this a happy ending?" Li Shuo shook his head. "I shall go buy them food." He brushed Zhao Jinxin's hand away and turned to leave. Zhao Jinxin, lost in thought, gazed at Li Shuo's retreating figure until it vanished, then revealed a confident smile. Li Shuo hurriedly exited the hospital, gradually slowing his pace, yet his heart raced unceasingly. Xiao Kun and Li Chengxiu were about to have child. A family of three, an inseparable unit, radiating joy. Zhao Jinxin's words echoed in his ears like the relentless beat of a drum, growing ever louder until they resonated through his very being, leaving his mind blank. Li Chengxiu's child, ostensibly the bloodline of Xiao Kun, it was nothing short of a gateway to the Xiao household. How could someone as kind-hearted and gentle as Li Chengxiu ever part with her own child? Xiao Kun's cunning maneuver was indeed insidious, ensnaring Li Chengxiu in a web of obligation. And how could he ever bring himself to confront Xiao Kun? From the moment he arrived today, doubt had already clouded his judgment. Now, upon receiving this news, his resolve for revenge dissipated like mist. He could never forgive Xiao Kun, but what of Zhao Jinxin? What Li Chengxiu? What the innocent child? Could he truly disregard them all? Perhaps Zhao Jinxin was right. Xiao Kun lying in a hospital bed today was a form of retribution. Since fate had already dealt a blow, perhaps he should show mercy. Li Shuo returned with takeout. During the meal, when Xiao Wei persistently attempted to crack jokes, to which Li Shuo responded with a faint smile, while Li Chengxiu managed a forced grin, though she struggled to swallow her food. After they finished eating, Li Shuo gently patted Li Chengxiu's head. Chengxiu, did you not sleep at all last night? You need a rest for a while. I don't want to sleep. Be good. Listen to Brother Li. Take a nap. If Xiao Kun awakens, we will call for you immediately. Perhaps sensing that her thoughts had been unraveled, Li Chengxiu lowered her head in embarrassment and nodded slightly. She lay down on the sofa in the lounge, while when Xiao Wei exchanged a glance with Li Shuo, signaling him to step outside. Once outside, when Xiao Wei gently closed the door and sighed deeply, Chengxiu has it tough. You have it tough too? Li Shuo replied softly. Hey, I'm fine, I can handle it. When Xiao Wei feigned lightheartedness. Fateful ties are still ties, difficult to sever. Indeed, fateful ties are still ties. When Xiao Wei reflected, so, Brother Li, what is the nature of your relationship with Zhao Jinxin? Li Shuo self-deprecatingly remarked. It's nothing much, merely a fateful tie. He is Xiao Kun's cousin. His intentions in getting close to you cannot be pure. Why are you still with him? He also saved my father's life. So his deceit regarding Xiao Kun balances the scales. Balancing the scales does not require you to offer yourself in return. When Xiao Wei grew somewhat anxious, Chengxiu told me that Zhao Jinxin is a playboy. Xiao Kun warned him to alert you. Li Shuo smiled. I know. You know? When Xiao Wei's eyes widened in disbelief. Xiao Wei, I appreciate your concern, but people can change. One cannot judge the present by the past. Li Shuo's gaze radiated a tenderness he was unaware of. Jinxin has many flaws, and he can be willful and mischievous, but at his core, he is a good person. Without him, my father might no longer be with us. When Xiao Wei stared at Li Shuo in a daze, having never seen him display such emotion for anyone, be it in the past or present. It was not the usual gentle warmth. Alongside, it was a hint of joy and pride, an indescribable expression best summarized in two simple words: pure affection. Li Shu, oblivious, smiled. As for his flirtatious nature, he is young, privileged, and playful. It is only natural. Whether I can tame such a spirit remains to be seen. He winked at Xiao Wei. Have a little faith in your Brother Li. When Xiao Wei inhaled sharply, Brother Li, you truly like him. Yes, Li Shuo replied with a smile. I like him and feel very happy when we are together. Are you really that fond of him? Li Shuo hesitated before affirming. Yes, I genuinely like him. He was uncertain if his standards aligned with when Xiao Wei's definition of fondness, but he was certain that his affection for Zhao Jinxin surpassed that of Han Fei, or any past relationship. Back then, he believed Han Fei was his soulmate, yet he had never felt such anxiety. The joy Zhao Jinxin brought him eclipsed all previous experiences, as did the pain. Zhao Jinxin was the most vibrant chapter of his life. When Xiao Wei furrowed his delicate brows and gritted his teeth, Brother Li, you may not want to hear this, but I believe you are enchanted by him. Consider why he approached you and his past reputation. Can you truly trust him? I do not fully trust him at the moment, but I wish to rebuild that trust. However, Li Shuo chuckled. Xiao Wei, I understand your concerns, but every endeavor carries risks, especially romance. We cannot abstain from it simply due to fear. Instead, we must manage it wisely. For instance, a few days ago, he committed a wrong that I discovered, and I am now punishing him. I will work to mold him into someone compatible with me. When Xiao Wei bit his lip, unable to relax his furrowed brow. Brother Li, you are intelligent and rational, but your greatest flaw, rather your greatest vulnerability, is your excessive kindness. Kind individuals often fall prey to deception because they initially perceive others through a lens of goodwill. He offered a bitter smile. This is what I learned from Luo Yi. I hope you never have to understand this. Li Shuo felt a pang of empathy and ruffled when Xiao Wei's hair. It's all in the past. Don't worry. Do not underestimate your brother Li. I know my limits. When Xiao Wei nodded vigorously, I trust you. No matter how flirtatious Zhao Jinxin may be, you will surely have him tamed. Those who do not like you are simply blind. Li Shuo lauga fartili. Li Shuo and when Xiao Wei spent the night at a hotel near the hospital, while Li Chengxiu and Zhao Jinxin kept vigil at the hospital. The following morning, when Xiao Wei woke him, informing him that Xiao Kun had regained consciousness and was stable, Li Shuo sighed with relief. Ever since learning about the child, he secretly hoped Xiao Kun would become a burden to Li Chengxiu. Li Shuo said, "Come in and sit for a while." When Xiao Wei entered the room and plopped down onto the sofa, "Brotherly, I don't want to see Xiao Kun anymore. He wants to know we're here. Let us stay with Chengxiu for a couple more days, and once Xiao Kun's sister leaves, we can return to Beijing. All right? All right, I don't want to see him either." Li Shuo picked up his phone and noticed a message from Lawyer Wang, indicating significant progress. His heart skipped a beat as he replied, "Hold off for now. I'll call you back later. I had a restless night." When Xiao Wei pulled out his phone to check his reflection, revealing dark circles under his eyes. "By the way, there's a dessert shop not far from here. Let us grab some for Chengxiu." "Okay, wait for me to change." Just then, the doorbell rang, and as Li Shuo opened the door, a figure rushed into his arms, startling him. Jinxin. The impact left a slight ache in his chest as Zhao Jinxin, eyes closed, leaned his head against Li Shuo's shoulder and whimpered, "My brother woke up. I'm so tired. I didn't sleep at all last night." Hearing his raspy voice, which seemed genuine, Li Shuo felt a pang of compassion and patted his back. "Then come inside and take a nap. I'll have the hotel send some food up." Zhao Jinxin opened his eyes and, upon seeing when Xiao Wei, paused and pushed Li Shuo away. When Xiao Wei regarded him with a slight frown, Zhao Jinxin coolly remarked, "What are you doing here?" Although his tone was calm, his gaze betrayed something amiss. "He just came to find me," Li Shuo clarified, aware of Zhao Jinxin's misunderstanding. Zhao Jinxin responded with an "oh" and flopped onto Li Shuo's bed, gripping his hand. "I'm so tired. Will you stay with me for a bit?" Li Shuo glanced at the time. "It's past 9. You should sleep while I go buy some things and return." "No, don't leave." Zhao Jinxin tucked Li Shuo's hand into his embrace and suggested that they have the hotel send up some food to share. When Xiao Wei stood up, saying brotherly, "I'll go myself. If you come to the hospital this afternoon, please call me." Allricht, Li Shuo replied. After when Xiao Wei left, Zhao Jinxin gazed at Li Shuo with sparkling eyes, questioning whether he truly arrived that morning and not the night before. Li Shuo playfully nudged his head away, insisting, "Stop talking nonsense." He attempted to withdraw his hand, but Zhao Jinxin held on tightly, lamenting, "You're still upset with me. You're angry my brother is injured. My sister-in-law is ignoring me, and sister-in-law is scolding me. I feel like an outcast." Seeing Zhao Jinxin's pitiful expression, Li Shuo sighed, feeling a pang of compassion as he gently ruffled his hair. "Why is Xiao scolding you?" Zhao Jinxin replied, "It's all because of my sister-in-law. My brother hasn't woken up, so I have to bear the burden." Zhao Jinxin wrapped his arms around Li Shuo's waist, resting his head on his knee as he murmured, "Yet no one has given me a kind face." Li Shuo reflected on this and realized it was indeed true. He gently pressed on Zhao Jinxin's temples, saying, "Poor thing." Zhao Jinxin sniffled in agreement. "As long as you're not angry with me, I don't care about anything else. The condition for my forgiveness is that you genuinely reflect on your actions and never repeat them," Li Shuo stated. After contemplating for a moment, he felt that enough time had passed. During this time, when everyone was concerned about Zhao Jinxin, he couldn't neglect his own feelings. Zhao Jinxin nudged Li Shuo's stomach with his head, asserting, "I truly have reflected, and I won't make the same mistakes again." Li Shuo caressed his face, saying, "Jin Xin, I'm not saying this to scare you. If you deceive me again or do something wrong, I will no longer be able to trust you. I have my principles and bottom lines. This is the last chance, understood?" Zhao Jinxin nodded silently. Li Shuo leaned down and kissed his shoulder, then began to coax him playfully. "Look at my little Jin Xin's pitiful face. It makes my heart ache. Can you give me a smile?" He poked Zhao Jinxin's dimple with his finger. Zhao Jinxin pouted, "I can't smile." Li Shuo tenderly urged, "Don't smile for them. Just smile for Uncle Li, all right?" His finger moved to the corner of Zhao Jinxin's mouth, gently tugging upwards. Zhao Jinxin opened his mouth and playfully bit his finger, smiling as his gaze towards Li Shuo deepened. Li Shuo withdrew his finger, asking, "What do you want to eat?" "I will have the hotel send it up." He reached for the fixed phone by the bed. Zhao Jinxin grinned mischievously and lifted his robe, burying his head beneath the hem. "You." Li Shuo was caught off guard as Zhao Jinxin seized control. Watching Zhao Jinxin's head move freely under the robe, Li Shuo finally succumbed and collapsed onto the bed, exclaiming, "Aren't you tired? You're right next to me. How could I bear to sleep?" Zhao Jinxin replied, licking his lips and adding, "I'm starving after all these days. I need to fill up first." Despite Li Shuo's feeble protests, he relented to Zhao Jinxin's whims. Zhao Jinxin, it seemed, was truly exhausted, indulging only once before heading for a shower. After Li Shuo ordered food from the hotel, he waited for Zhao Jinxin to finish bathing and eat before they cuddled and fell asleep together. Once Zhao Jinxin was sound asleep, Li Shuo quietly got up, changed his clothes, and left the hotel. He went to the hospital where Xiao Kun had woken up briefly before dozing off again. Li Chengxiu and Wen Xiaowei were chatting in the lounge, allowing Li Shuo a moment to see Li Chengxiu without interruption. Upon entering the room, Li Shuo addressed Li Chengxiu. "Chengxiu, I have something important to discuss with you. Is this a good time?" Li Chengxiu nodded and approached him. Li Shuo cast a reassuring glance at Wen Xiaowei before closing the door. They moved to the hospital's backyard and sat on a stone bench. Li Chengxiu softly said, "Brother Li, I appreciate you coming here specifically." "Thank you. There's no need for thanks. I trust that if I needed help, you would be there for me as well. Right?" Li Shuo replied. Li Chengxiu nodded earnestly. Li Shuo smiled gently. "Chengxiu, I need to ask you a question, and I want you to answer honestly. It's quite important." "Sure, what is it?" Li Shuo pressed his lips together, struggling to find a more delicate way to phrase it, eventually opting for bluntness. "Jean Xin told me that Xiao Kun used your sperm to conceive a child." Li Chengxiu's expression shifted slightly. "Is that not true?" Li Chengxiu shook his head, then nodded solemnly. "It is true." Li Shuo sighed. "Xiao Kun is..." Li Chengxiu gave a bitter smile. "I have reached a point of helplessness regarding him. The truth is..." He grasped his pants, his voice dwindling. "I want a child. I never imagined that someone like me could have my own child." Such an answer was entirely within Li Shuo's expectations. He placed a reassuring hand on Li Chengxiu's shoulder, saying, "Chengxiu, every individual deserves to have their own offspring. It is a fundamental human right. If you desire it, embrace it and cherish it, without concern for the circumstances of its arrival." Li Chengxiu nodded. "Brother Li, rest assured. I will." "What about Xiao Kun? Do you plan to accept him as well?" Li Chengxiu lowered his head, his gaze vacant as he stared at the wild grass at his feet, remaining silent for a long time. Li Shuo gently patted his head and sighed. "I understand." Li Chengxiu's answer was quite clear. At that moment, a nurse hurried over, informing them that Xiao Kun had woken up and urging Li Chengxiu to hurry. After Li Chengxiu left, Li Shuo rested his arms on the back of the stone bench, leaning back and gazing blankly at the clear blue sky above. The vastness of the sky contrasted sharply with the narrowness of one's perspective, so narrow that looking up at the sky could make one believe it was the entire world. Humans are the most adept at confining themselves, drawing boundaries, yet even with a sharp mind and broad vision, once one steps inside, it is a prison from which one cannot escape. Li Shuo took out his phone and dialed Lawyer Wang's number, speaking calmly. "Lawyer Wang, the case is off. Please withdraw. I cannot explain the details over the phone, but this is the end. I will pay the final payment as per the contract. Thank you for your hard work." It was time to turn the page on this chapter, for Zhao Jinxin as well as for Li Chengxiu. Footsteps approached from behind, and Li Shuo turned to find Wen Xiaowei. He patted the space beside him, inviting "Come sit." Wen Xiaowei sat down and smiled. "Today, at the hotel, you two looked quite sweet together, very well matched. Perhaps I was too biased. Brother Li, please don't mind." "Of course not. I know you care about me." "So, have you two reconciled?" "Yes, he is under a lot of pressure right now, and I can't bear to be too harsh on him." Li Shuo recalled Zhao Jinxin's puppy-like pitiful eyes and smiled knowingly, but he also realized he needed to discipline him properly in the future. "I believe he likes you immensely. Such a big guy, yet he acts like a spoiled child when he sees you. Truly fitting for Brother Li." When Xiaowei chuckled, Li Shuo laughed as well, feeling a sense of pride. "By the way, what are you planning to get him for his birthday?" "Need my advice? I excel at gift selection." "Birthday?" Li Shuo paused, taken aback. "Ah, you didn't know it was his birthday?" When Xiaowei seemed surprised. "We've known each other for less than a year. How would you know? I overheard him talking with Xiao Wen in the corridor. Xiao Wen scolded him, saying he would be 24 soon and not to assist Xiao Kun in causing trouble. So I guessed his birthday was approaching. Li Shuo felt embarrassed. I truly didn't know. I hadn't paid attention before. I'll check it out when I get back. Thank you for the reminder, Xiao Wei. If you really appreciate me, could you refrain from calling me Xiao Wei in the future? When Xiao Wei pouted, adding, if it weren't for my fierce mother, I would have changed my name long ago. Li Shuo laughed heartily, no way. I'll wink at you. And you can leave the name Xiao Wei for outsiders and your fans. Xiao Wei is ours. When Xiao Wei chuckled in response, Li Shuo instructed his assistant to look into Zhao Jinxin's birthday, which was just 5 days away. He felt an overwhelming sense of relief that when Xiao Wei had reminded him. Had he neglected to celebrate their first birthday together, it would have reflected poorly on him as a boyfriend. He consulted with Wen Xiaowei on how to commemorate Zhao Jinxin's birthday, considering they were both out of town and the atmosphere was far from festive. The theme of this birthday celebration needed to convey warmth and care rather than exuberance. Wen Xiaowei proved to be quite resourceful, securing the most luxurious suite in the hotel where they were staying and acquiring an array of decorations. During the day, Zhao Jinxin and Li Chengxiu were mostly at the hospital, which provided them with a window of opportunity to set up. As a fashion stylist with impeccable taste, Wen Xiaowei transformed the opulent yet gaudy presidential suite into a space imbued with artistic ambience and romantic charm through the use of soft furnishings, avoiding any major renovations or furniture changes. With time constraints pressing upon them, both were busy throughout the day, and Wen Xiaowei frequently answered phone calls that often lasted an hour, much to Li Shuo's understanding of who was on the other end. They completed the entire decoration process by hand, wary of raising suspicion from the hotel staff should they hire outside help. Li Shuo intended to settle any costs afterward without any disputes with the hotel, although they were exhausted. The thought of providing Zhao Jinxin with heartfelt blessings and comfort during his time of weariness made it all worthwhile. That evening, Li Shuo held Zhao Jinxin close, reading to him from a recently popular thriller filled with engaging short stories. As Zhao Jinxin leaned against Li Shuo's arm, he playfully complained about the frightening nature of the tales. Li Shuo chuckled, teasing him about his timid disposition. Closing the book, he sought to gauge whether Zhao Jinxin had truly forgotten his own birthday, lightly toying with his slender fingers. When you plan to stay here until? He asked. I'll stay until my brother's condition stabilizes. He has a bit of an infection today, and with his father away on a mission, he can't return. Wen Jie is also busy managing the company, and it's exhausting to run around, so I can't leave just yet. But doesn't he have 2 sisters? Li Shuing kidat. They do, but they're not like Wen Jie. They panic when faced with such situations, Zhao Jinxin replied with a smile. He looked up at Li Shuo. Do you find it bothersome? Do you want to go back? No, I'm quite free at the moment. It doesn't matter where I am. I'd rather stay and keep you company, he reassured. Zhao Jinxin pouted. Why did you add them? Li Shuo laughed, ruffling his hair. Honestly, I'm more concerned about Chengxiu than about you. This is a different situation. Are you getting jealous? A kiss would suffice, Zhao Jinxin teased. Li Shuo leaned in and kissed him. How old are you? Yet still so fond of being spoiled? By the way, how about we catch a movie together on Sunday? There's a sci-fi film I'm quite interested in. I missed it when it premiered in the U.S., but it's finally releasing here. Sounds good. We can go right after dinner, Zhao Jinxin replied with a gentle smile. I haven't had time to spend with you lately, but once my brother is better, I'll dedicate all my time to you. He leaned in closer, playfully whispering into Li Shuo's ear. I'll make sure you're well fed every day. Li Shuo responded with a hint of flirtation. I'm looking forward to it. Noticing Zhao Jinxin's lack of reaction to the planned movie, he suspected he had genuinely forgotten or perhaps remembered but lacked the heart to celebrate, both scenarios tugging at his heartstrings, especially considering it was his birthday in this pivotal year. He kissed Zhao Jinxin's hair softly. Be good, sleep now. Early Sunday morning, Zhao Jinxin headed to the hospital while Li Shuo and Wen Xiaowei exited shortly after. They rushed to the largest department store in Yangcheng to select a gift for Zhao Jinxin. Initially, Li Shuo intended to order a pair of customized couple rings, but time was running short. Ultimately, he settled on a collector's fountain pen adorned with precious diamonds. As he swiped his card, Wen Xiaowei gasped at the total. You rich folks are just too frustrating. Li Shuo chuckled. I truly had no idea what else to get. What is this necklace for? Wen Xiaowei pointed at a neighboring gift box. Li Shuo picked it up and handed it to Wen Xiaowei with a smile. This is for you. Me? When Xiaowei exclaimed in surprise. Xiaowei, had it not been for your reminder, I would have surely missed Jin Xin's birthday. This is our first celebration since we got together, and it holds significant meaning to me. Plus, you've been a tremendous help these past few days, Li Shuo said, fastening the necklace around when Xiaowei's neck. Being with you is never dull. There's always a delightful surprise. Thank you. When Xiaowei's face lit up with joy. Li Ge, how are you this wonderful? He opened his arms. Come on, let us hug it out. After all, Luo, doesn't he know? Li Shuo laughed heartily, embracing Wen Xiaowei with warmth. Feeling grateful to have such an honest and charming friend. Wen Xiaowei admired himself in the mirror. Wow, my neck looks so slender and fair. I look good in anything. Li Shuo chuckled as he let him out. Upon returning to the hotel, they hastily had lunch, and then Wen Xiaowei unleashed his skills, starting with a facial massage for Li Shuo. Although Li Shuo felt it unnecessary, he couldn't resist the gleam in Wen Xiaowei's eyes and acquiesced. After the treatment, Li Shuo felt his skin was incredibly smooth, a sensation he found both awkward and delightful. Wen Xiaowei was exhilarated, spending 10 minutes perfecting just one of Li Shuo's eyebrows, insisting on achieving a no-makeup look, while his hair took nearly an hour to style to appear as though it grew naturally. Initially, Li Shuo struggled to understand the significance of a no-makeup effect until he donned the outfit Wen Xiaowei had chosen and stood before the mirror, utterly astounded. Li Shuo knew he was attractive, but he had no idea that under the skilled hands of a professional stylist, he could appear so remarkably handsome. Initially worried about looking overly made up, he soon realized he had underestimated Wen Xiaowei's expertise. The eyebrow and hairstyle were tailored to his essence, and the seemingly simple enhancements made him radiate charm and elegance. When Xiaowei, brimming with excitement, bounced around, how do you feel? Ah, Li Ge, you look incredibly handsome. Let me take some photos. He whipped out his camera, snapping away enthusiastically, alternating between smiles and serious expressions. Yes, give me a softer look. Oh, this is fantastic. I'm a genius, destined for fame. Li Shuo couldn't help but laugh at his antics. After the photo session, when Xiaowei couldn't resist a playful touch to Li Shuo's chest and backside, giving his cheek a light pat. Li Ge, if you go out today, you'll be a heartthrob. Li Shuo sighed. Xiaowei, your descriptions are quite alarming. When Xiaowei giggled, in any case, when Zhao Jinxin sees you today, he might just propose. Oh dear, he covered his face, but he has already taken. Just looking at you has me losing my composure. Li Shuo chuckled as he pinched Wen Xiaowei's cheek. All right, enough of the theatrics. Everything is set. I'll head up and wait for him. Okay, Wen Xiaowei replied, glancing at the clock. He should be back soon. He usually returns around dinner time. Yes, about that, Li Shuo agreed. Just then his phone rang. It was Zhao Jinxin calling. Li Shuo answered, his voice laced with tenderness. Jinxin? Darling, I'm so sorry, but I can't accompany you to the movie today. Oh, what happened? My brother reopened his wound, and then for some reason, my sister-in-law got upset and went home. Oh wait, that's out of order. My sister-in-law left in a huff first, and then my brother tried to get out of bed to follow her, which caused the wound to split open. He sighed heavily. Li Shuo, feeling helpless, asked, when will you be back? I'm not sure. I'm at the hospital with him now. Uncle Li, can I accompany you to the movies tomorrow instead? I'll stay up all night if you want. The movie is of no consequence. What will you have for dinner? The caregiver has brought food. You need not wait for me. All right. After hanging up the phone, Li Shuo, feeling somewhat disheartened, shrugged his shoulders. Xiao Kun's wound has reopened, and Jin Xin will be accompanying him tonight. It is uncertain when he will return. When Xiao Hui cried out, what about the honeymoon suite we prepared? Li Shuo smiled helplessly. We'll have to wait until tomorrow to use it. After midnight, it loses its significance. When Xiao Hui grabbed his bag, Li Shu, let us go to the hospital. I will keep Xiao Kun company in place of Zhao Jin Xin. You two can enjoy your birthday when you return. That won't do. Given the situation with Chang Xiao, you and Xiao Kun have had your disagreements. It's fine. In truth, Xiao Kun has been quite good to me. When Xiao Hui ran his fingers through his hair, feeling a bit awkward. After all, he was my boss and has helped me before. At worst, I can just chat with him about Chang Xiao. We've known each other for so many years, he will give me some face. Noticing Li Shu's hesitation. When Xiao Hui took his arm and pulled him along, come on, even if it's just for a couple of hours for a meal before Jin Xin returns, otherwise, we would have worked for nothing. Li Shuo chuckled, all right. Upon arriving at the hospital, the two made their way to the private room on the top floor. It was Li Shua's first visit at night. The corridor was dimly lit, adorned with thick carpets, creating an elegant atmosphere. Yet the very essence of a hospital imbued it with a chilling aura. They walked side by side to Xiao Kun's room, and just as when Xiao Hui was about to knock, they heard Xiao Kun's displeased voice from inside. "Why did you bring Li Shua? You're making us argue again." When Xiao Hui's hand froze mid-knock, and they exchanged glances, Li Shua gestured for him to wait. The soundproofing of the room was decent, yet the corridor was so silent that even the faintest sound was distinct. Zhao Jin Xian's lazy voice drifted out. "Isn't it for you?" Li Shua was taken aback. "For me? Did you bring him here to infuriate me or to amuse him?" Zhao Jin Xian laughed. "It's to show him just how miserable you are, to cool his anger. Otherwise, he won't let you off easily." "Am I afraid of him?" Xiao Kun's voice dripped with disdain. "Is it a matter of fear or not? I found the footage from that day in his mailbox, enough to prove that you two have a personal vendetta, 100% motive for the crime. It was only a matter of time before that corporate entity was dealt with. Do you prefer trouble or being sued?" Li Shua felt his blood run cold. When Xiao Hui's face also paled, and he cautiously tugged at Li Shua's sleeve, but Li Shua remained unresponsive. "Umph," Xiao Kun sneered. "It's better to settle it sooner. I'm already troubled enough with Chang Xiao. I really don't want to deal with him. So, you should thank me," Zhao Jin Xian said with a smile. "I also mentioned your child to him." His expression changed right away. "He is kind-hearted and won't make things difficult for you. You know him well." Xiao Kun's tone remained unfriendly. "Too well. After all, I've been with him for over 6 months, Zhao Jin Xian replied with a hint of pride. When Xiao Hui's eyes widened in disbelief, and he reached for the door to pound on it, Li Shua seized his slender wrist, slowly pressing it down. With his head bowed, his body stiff as a statue, his face shrouded in shadows, Li Shua's grip was painfully tight. And when Xiao Hui could not discern his expression, only that Li Shua's presence was fearsome. "Xin Xin," Xiao Kun's voice echoed again. "You don't actually like him, do you?" "Yes, I do. I like him very much," Zhao Jin Xian replied nonchalantly. "He is exquisite, inside and out. I adore him immensely." "What nonsense! Cut ties with him. Just the thought of him annoys me." Zhao Jin Xian chuckled softly. "If you're annoyed, bear with it. I'm getting along well with him. I haven't had enough fun yet." Li Shua clenched his fists, his mind a blank, the words "haven't had enough fun" yet resonating in his mind, growing louder until they thundered, threatening to shatter his very being. "You played too long this time. Don't blame me for not warning you. Li Shua is not easy to deal with. Be careful not to get rid of him. That once he happened, I know he likes me. He even wants to live together. But he also values his pride. When I grow tired of him, he will find a decent reason to break up. It won't be difficult." Li Shua felt every muscle in his body convulsing, trembling, his heart aching as if it had been ripped out, leaving behind a pool of bloody entrails in this dark hospital corridor, transforming it into his personal slaughterhouse. Unable to contain himself, when Xiao Hui's eyes turned bloodshot, his expression twisted with rage, and he kicked the door with force. Li Shua reacted as if a switch had been flipped, swiftly covering his mouth with one hand while the other wrapped around his waist, lifting him off the ground. When Xiao Hui's throat emitted an angry sound muffled by Li Shua's palm, his legs kicked desperately in the air, but he could not reach that accursed door. That door felt like a barrier, humiliating Li Shua. He longed to kick it down, to salvage the dignity of the brother he admired. Li Shua felt his palm grow warm. When Xiao Hui's tears streamed through his fingers, slippery enough to nearly slip from his grasp, he leaned closer to Wen Xiao Hui's ear, his voice trembling with desperation. "Xiao Hui, please, don't make a scene." When Xiao Hui's vision blurred, Li Shua sensed the person in his arms breathing heavily, gradually calming down, and he tremblingly released his grip. When Xiao Hui turned to embrace him, stifling his cries, tears flowing uncontrollably, his shoulders shaking with suppressed rage and sorrow. Li Shua found it difficult to articulate his emotions at that moment. He could not discern whether sadness, embarrassment, or anger weighed heavier. He only knew that he was experiencing the hollow ache of having his heart excavated, a pervasive chill coursing through him. Zhao Jin Xian had been fully aware of his feelings all along, playing him like a puppet. Throughout, he was the only one lost, entangled, and struggling, while Zhao Jin Xian observed with clarity. Whenever trust was to be rebuilt, when cohabitation was proposed, or when separation was suggested, Zhao Jin Xian knew exactly what he wanted, yet chose not to give, still wanted to play. It was only when all else failed that he resorted to a confession. Thinking back to Zhao Jin Xian's tender expressions and his own astonishment and delight, Li Shuo felt nauseous. What kind of cold heart could so cruelly demean another? All his life, Li Shuo had been generous and upright, kind to others, yet he had been deliberately harmed by the two brothers behind that door. One of whom he believed reciprocated his feelings. The boy who always acted spoiled in front of him, even with occasional mischief, was now casually trampling his emotions in a tone that spoke of the weather with his most loathed adversary. As if his feelings were so cheap, they only warranted casual conversation, as if Zhao Jin Xian was utterly indifferent to how his enemy would mock and scorn him, as if his dignity was worthless. No one had ever humiliated him to such an extent, and that person was someone he held dear, remembering all the moments of tolerance, concession, and patient nurturing, recalling how he confidently vowed in front of Xiao Hui to tame Zhao Jin Xian, thinking of the efforts they had put in these days for Zhao Jin Xian's birthday. Now Zhao Jin Xian had slapped him countless times in front of his most despised enemy and closest friend. Li Shuo felt as if his heart and lungs were about to explode. He wanted to flee this place immediately, yet his legs felt as if they were nailed to the floor, unable to move. Leave now, depart. Escape this place, do not let him see. Do not allow him another chance to humiliate you. Li Shuo, let him go. A voice, imbued with an icy chill, pierced the tranquil night like a blade from another realm, reverberating softly through the empty corridor, rendering Li Shuo and Wen Xiaohui utterly rigid. In the adjacent hospital room, silence suddenly enveloped the atmosphere. Li Shuo turned to find a strikingly handsome young man standing behind them, his skin as translucent as white jade, even in the dim light. His lips bore a sickly pallor, yet his deep-set eyes shone with an extraordinary sharpness and brightness, possessing a depth that belied his years, as though they could pierce flesh and delve into the very heart of a person. He was undeniably beautiful, yet exuded an unsettling aura of coldness. Luo Yi. When Xiaohui snapped back to reality. Luo Yi, how? You said you'd be back in 3 days. Luo Yi cast a dark look at Li Shuo. You never mentioned you would be with him. The door to the hospital room swung open abruptly, and Zhao Jinxin rushed out, panic etched on his face. Li Shuo's spine stiffened. He found himself devoid of courage to turn around, feeling a profound sense of helplessness and vulnerability for the first time in his life, such that he had to grasp Wen Xiaohui's hand for support. Wen Xiaohui angrily wiped his tears away. Luo Yi, I'll explain later. Before anyone could react, he seized a nearby trash bin and hurled it violently at Zhao Jinxin. Zhao Jinxin's complexion turned ashen as he narrowly dodged the projectile. You bastard! Wen Xiaohui shouted, his voice entirely at odds with his delicate appearance, and then he raised his fist, ready to charge. Li Shuo bit down on his lip, the sharp pain jolting his senses back to attention, and he quickly moved to shield Wen Xiaohui, whispering, All right, we agreed not to cause a scene. Wen Xiaohui, you despicable beast, you filthy fool. Wen Xiaohui roared, like a small beast driven to fury, clawing and shouting. Luo Yi approached, brusquely pushing Li Shuo aside and pulling Wen Xiaohui back a few steps, frowning as he glanced between Li Shuo and Zhao Jinxin. What madness is this? Who has provoked you? It's him. Him. Wen Xiaohui pointed accusingly at Zhao Jinxin. I'll kill you. He kicked at the air, attempting to lunge forward, but was restrained in Luo Yi's embrace. Xiaohui, Li Shuo raised his voice. I can handle this, all right? When Xiaohui looked at Li Shuo, tears brimming in his eyes, his face a mask of anger and grievance. Li Shuo took a deep breath and turned to face Zhao Jinxin. Zhao Jinxin's gaze was exceptionally grim. Li Shuo adjusted his attire, forcing a semblance of composure, though he could not muster a smile. Zhao Jinxin, I am curious. When do you intend to tire of this game? Zhao Jinxin's tongue felt tied. His usual eloquence rendered useless in the face of Li Shuo's faded gaze, which gripped his throat like an invisible hand. I have had my issues with Xiao Kun, but I've been decent to you. Our families have long-standing ties. Is it amusing to toy with me? With each word Li Shuo uttered, he felt a part of himself bleeding. Zhao Jinxin had plunged a knife into his heart, exposing his innermost vulnerabilities for all to see, those he despised and those he loved. How could it hurt so much? How could despair feel so absolute? Zhao Jinxin clenched his fists, unable to voice a response. Li Shu, clinging to his last vestiges of dignity, feigned nonchalance as he shrugged. Rest assured, I, Li Shuo, can always play this game. You will never have the burden of being unable to shake me off. Once I leave this hospital, I do not wish to see you again. He stated coolly, it's too revolting. Zhao Jinxin's face drained of color, his gaze lingering on Li Shuo, emotions swirling in his eyes, complex and tumultuous. Li Shuo turned away, bolstered by every ounce of pride within him, striding forward resolutely. Uncle Li, Zhao Jinxin called softly, his voice tinged with a hint of grievance. Instantly, Li Shuo felt his eyes welling with tears. Yet he did not hesitate or look back, putting one foot in front of the other, distancing himself from Zhao Jinxin. When Xiaowei glared at Zhao Jinxin with unbridled hatred. Wretched creature, I hope you descend into hell soon. He turned to pursue Li Shuo. Luo Yi grasped when Xiaowei's hand, his expression one of concern. When Xiaowei calmed slightly. Let us go. Inside the elevator, Li Shuo leaned wearily against the wall, closing his eyes in exhaustion. Brotherly, when Xiaowei supported his arm. Are you all right? Don't pay any mind to what that beast said. He is utterly unworthy of you. He and Xiao Kun are cut from the same cloth. Li Shuo looked at him dully, feeling a haze overtake his senses as he watched when Xiaowei's lips move, struggling to comprehend his words. Luo Yi cleared his throat, coldly interjecting, Shall if you get any closer to him, I'll be upset. We'll talk later. When Xiaowei retorted without looking back, Luo Yi squinted at Li Shuo, then crouched down against the elevator wall, emitting a painful gasp. When Xiaowei froze for a moment, rushing to his side, anxious, Darling, what's wrong? Did you hurt yourself? Who the hell told you to come here, looking for a fight? Luo Yi embraced when Xiaowei, murmuring, It hurts. We'll get you registered once we're downstairs. You promised me last time you wouldn't leave the hospital casually. You said you'd be back in 3 days. It's been 5, and when I checked, you had vanished, and he appeared. What was I supposed to think? Think what you will. If I could really be with him, would you even have a place? You were still a child back then. Luo Yi groaned in response. All right, enough about you. When Xiaowei helped him to his feet, Li Shuo stared at them blankly, feeling envy towards the two people he once thought should never be together. In comparison, his own emotions seemed tragically absurd. Xiaowei, please take him to get registered. I'll head back to the hotel. Don't worry about me. I'm fine. But, Li Shuo forced a smile, faintly lifting the corners of his mouth. I just want to be alone for a while. When Xiaowei, with red-rimmed eyes, nodded. The hospital was a mere 200 meters from the hotel, yet those 200 meters felt like the longest stretch he had ever walked. His legs felt weak, his steps unsteady, terrified of stumbling. Perhaps only the wobbly steps of a toddler could evoke such a sense of fragility. Yet while toddlers receive sympathy and encouragement when they fall, at his age, a stumble only invites pity and ridicule. He recoiled from sympathy, abhorred mockery. Yet in a single night, he had experienced both. After living a charmed life for 34 years, his emotions had been toyed with by a young man 11 years his junior. He deserved the pity and derision. He felt foolish, even ashamed of himself. Upon returning to the hotel, Li Shuo packed his belongings, discarding the bow tie from around his neck, and tossed the book he had read to Zhao Jinxin the previous night into the trash. He then left the room with his luggage. Upon entering the elevator, he should have pressed for the first floor, but his gaze was inexplicably drawn upward, pausing at the number 32. With a strange compulsion, he pressed the button. As he stepped out of the elevator, he beheld the grand double doors at the end of the corridor, the finest suite the hotel offered, and the one he knew intimately. Familiar enough that with closed eyes, he could envision the layout, structure, and positioning of the furniture with clarity. Over the past week, he had spent countless hours within, orchestrating a surprise for the one he cherished on his birthday. Yet Zhao Jinxin had delivered a stinging slap to his face. He walked deliberately toward the suite, swiping his room card to unlock the door. Upon entry, he was greeted by a wall adorned with peach-pink lilies arranged in a romantic display. The room filled with balloons, ribbons, hearts, flowers, candles, and graffiti. The floor was strewn with hundreds of adorable plush sheep, nearly covering every inch of the space, each with curly horns, fluffy bodies, and small, bead-like eyes, all charmingly endearing. Surrounded by a flock of little lambs, a dining table adorned with a pristine white tablecloth stood at the center, graced by 2 exquisite sets of embossed bone china dinnerware. Li Shuo pondered earnestly. In his past romantic endeavors, although he had always been generous, he had never devoted himself so meticulously to anyone. The joy and anticipation he felt while engaging in an impractical, purely romantic gesture, without a hint of fatigue, seemed an experience he might never encounter again. He set down his luggage, removed his suit jacket, loosened a few buttons, and rolled up his sleeves. With determined strides, he stepped over the fluffy little lambs, seized a chair, and violently overturned the table. The resounding crash echoed like the drums of battle, igniting all the madness within him. He swung the chair, demolishing everything he and Wen Xiaowei had painstakingly chosen and arranged. The flowers on the wall, the scattered vases, the thoughtful decorations, the heart-shaped candlesticks, the murals, the streamers, the curtains, everything he could destroy, all remnants of his foolishness, he obliterated with unrestrained fury. He discarded the chair, grabbed a bucket of paint, and splattered it everywhere, particularly on the innocent-looking lamb plushies, their snowy fur instantly stained with vibrant colors, drenched in the drizzling paint, creating a scene of utter devastation. Exhausted, Li Shuo leaned against the wall, staring at his hands, which he realized were scraped and marred with paint, filthy and disheveled. He surveyed the chaotic suite he had ravaged, and the more he looked, the more blurred his vision became. Why had he allowed himself to become such a wreck for someone unworthy? Closing his eyes, something warm and damp slid down his cheek. He forcefully knocked his head against the wall, again and again, yearning for this pain to alleviate the torment in his heart. But it proved futile. It was all too grotesque, truly too grotesque. This visage of his was the very embodiment of what he had never wished to become. He staggered to his feet, grasped his suitcase, and exited the room. He left a blank check at the hotel front desk and walked away without a backward glance. By the time Zhao Jinxin returned to the hotel, it was already quite late. He had not expected Li Shuo to still be there, but upon entering the empty room, he felt an overwhelming sense of loss. He decided to pack his belongings and change rooms, as remaining there would only lead to brooding thoughts. After finishing, he discovered a book in the trash can. It was the very book Li Shuo had read to him the previous night, embellishing the ambience by occasionally whispering in his ear. He had never been frightened by such antics. It was merely to amuse Li Shuo. He picked up the book, silently observing its gruesome cover, with evident signs of having been flipped through. He could almost envision Li Shuo's long fingers delicately pinching the pages, elegant and alluring. He turned to walk toward his suitcase, but halted midway, ultimately tossing the book back into the trash. What use was a dull book? He hoisted his suitcase and departed the room. As the elevator doors opened, he was met with 6 or 7 janitors, fully equipped, nearly filling the space. Zhao Jinxin frowned, but stepped inside, only to realize the elevator was ascending and the doors had already closed. "I think he is not quite right in the head," one of the women remarked. "But I heard from Xiaoli that he is incredibly handsome, with impeccable manners, and quite wealthy," another replied. Zhao Jinxin froze. It was precisely such individuals who could turn out to be deranged. After all, why else would one arrange a room in such a manner and then destroy it? Splattering paint everywhere, terrifying everyone? You all have quite the imagination. He must have just suffered a heartbreak. That was clearly a setup for a birthday celebration. Oh, what a waste. Zhao Jinxin tightened his grip on the suitcase as he watched the elevator numbers ascend to the top floor, following the group of janitors as they exited. At the end of the hallway, a door stood wide open, and he immediately spotted the paint splattered on the walls. Amidst the chaos lay petals, faintly forming the words "Happy Birthday" alongside his English name. His heart constricted, and his breath trembled as he involuntarily moved toward the suite. The suite was indeed terrifying. It was hard to fathom what kind of rage could unleash such destruction, leaving an oppressive atmosphere in its wake. "Sir, we need to clean the room. You shouldn't linger here," one of the staff said. "Whose room is this?" Zhao Jinxin found his voice trembling. It was a guest who just checked out. He caused quite a financial loss. Who knows what he was thinking? Zhao Jinxin's gaze fell upon the pile of lamb plushies soaked in paint. Today was his birthday, a detail he had nearly forgotten. It was only when his mother called in the morning that he remembered. He had anticipated Li Shuo would know no wonder he had dressed so elegantly today, even donning a lovely bow tie, as Zhao Jinxin recalled Li Shuo's appearance. A smile crept to his lips, but the memory of the pain and resignation in Li Shuo's eyes quickly extinguished any joy. He set down his suitcase and navigated through the wreckage, paying no mind to the paint ruining his shoes and trousers. Even as the place transformed into a dump, he could still visualize its former beauty in his mind. Glancing at his watch, he noted it was still before midnight. He had envisioned a romantic surprise for his birthday, accompanied by a gentle and perfect lover. Yet now, Everything was gone. He crouched down and picked up one of the lamb plushies. It was the cleanest among them, only slightly speckled with paint, its fur still soft and white, adorned with an endearing smile. Zhao Jinxin pressed the little lamb to his chest and lowered his head heavily. A tender voice echoed in his mind, whispering lamb. It was his own voice. Li Shuo had just landed, weary from travel, and upon returning home, he took a hot shower before collapsing on his bed, falling into a deep slumber. When he finally awoke, it was already the following midday. He had slept nearly 24 hours, yet still felt exhausted, a fatigue that seemed inescapable no matter how much he rested. His mind was foggy, and he lacked the will to do anything but lie in bed in a daze. After what felt like an eternity, the doorbell rang. The sound pierced through the haze, taking an age to register in his ears, and by the time his brain comprehended it was the doorbell, it felt as if a century had passed. Li Shuo dragged himself out of bed and shuffled to the door. Wen Xiaoyi stood at the threshold, carrying 2 large plastic bags, seemingly relieved to see him. "You're back," Li Shuo murmured. "I've been trying to reach you all day. Your phone was off. Were you trying to scare me to death?" Wen Xiaoyi said, pushing his way inside without waiting for a response. Li Shuo chuckled self-deprecatingly. "What were you worried about? I'm a grown man now. Surely, you didn't think I'd do something foolish, right? That would be quite ridiculous. I was worried about you, encountering something so vile. Who could be okay?" When Xiaoyi replied, pulling out food and drinks from the bags. "You clearly haven't eaten. You look terrible." Li Shuo ran a hand through his hair. "I'm sorry you had to see me like this. I'll go wash my face." When Xiaoyi turned, speaking softly, "Brother Li, we've been friends for so many years. You've seen me at my worst, never ridiculed me, and have helped me immensely. If you truly consider me a friend, please don't force yourself in front of me, okay?" Li Shuo stared blankly at him, then nodded gently. He simply lacked the strength to maintain a facade of nonchalance. Feeling utterly drained, when Xiaoyi smiled faintly, "I'm not going to poison you with my cooking. I brought plenty of delicious food for us to share." Before the array of delectable dishes, Li Shuo felt no appetite and didn't even register hunger, which struck him as odd. When Xiaoyi thrust a pair of chopsticks into his hand. "Eat. Do you want me to feed you?" Li Shuo picked up a piece of meat and put it in his mouth, yet he could not discern its flavor. He did not wish to cause Wen Xiaoyi concern, nor did he intend to starve himself, so he reluctantly began to eat. "For the next few days, if you prefer not to go out, I will bring you meals and keep you company," Li Shuo remarked, looking up at him. "Will Luo Yi agree to that?" he inquired. At this, Wen Xiaoyi's expression became somewhat twisted. He shrugged and feigned nonchalance, saying, "Oh, I'll just use some coaxing and persuasion. He can't do much about it anyway." Li Shuo spoke softly. "Xiaoyi, thank you, but I truly have no pressing matters. A few days of rest will suffice. Please do not trouble yourself on my account." "It's no trouble at all. You need not worry," Wen Xiaoyi replied, serving him a piece of rib. "Eat this, it's delicious. Afterward, we can watch a movie. I brought a whole bunch of comedies." After their meal, Wen Xiaoyi insisted on making Li Shuo watch a film. However, Li Shuo felt his mind clouded, unable to engage with the plot. Halfway through the movie, Wen Xiaoyi urged him to go to sleep. As Li Shuo lay in bed, listening to Wen Xiaoyi bustling about, tidying his room, he felt deeply moved. Having someone nearby, even amidst the chaos, felt comforting, yet that person did not belong to him. Ultimately, he was alone. In the days that followed, Li Shuo remained indoors, with Wen Xiaoyi visiting for an hour or two each day, ensuring he ate before leaving with a sense of relief. The typically boisterous individual was remarkably attentive during this time. Aside from feigning indifference while speaking with his mother over the phone, Li Shuo spent most of his days in a state of despondency. He was someone who valued his pride immensely, and fortunately, only Wen Xiaoyi witnessed his current state. These days carried a surreal quality, oscillating between the feeling that everything he had heard that day was a dream and the notion that his entire experience with Zhao Jinxin was but a figment of his imagination. For reality ought not to be so theatrical or dismal. Regardless, he found it hard to accept his own descent into despair. Rationally, he understood he should gracefully part with his failures, yet emotionally he could not. The despair of watching himself spiral out of control, helpless to salvage the situation, was the most agonizing of all. This time, even lecturing himself on profound truths proved futile. On Monday morning, Li Shuo received a call from his assistant, inquiring why he had yet to arrive at the office. Still half asleep, Li Shuo felt momentarily disoriented by the question. After a brief pause, the assistant asked, "Mr. Li, You aren't still asleep, are you? Suddenly, it dawned on Li Shuo that he had a meeting regarding the quarterly report at Inan. His assistant had reminded him of it long before he left Yanqing. Yet, his mind felt utterly vacant, devoid of recollection. Li Shuo rubbed his eyes and murmured, "I apologize. I had too much to drink." He hastily concocted a poor excuse, secretly wishing it were true, that if he had indeed drunk too much, he might awaken from this stupor, unlike the current state where he had not touched a drop of alcohol, yet felt utterly incapacitated. "Wow," the assistant exclaimed, "Mr. Li, I've been with you for 4 years, and you've never been late for work. Could it be that you're heartbroken?" The assistant's words, meant as a lighthearted jest, tightened Li Shuo's chest, as if he had been publicly stripped of his dignity, leaving him trembling. Noticing Li Shuo's silence, the assistant quickly realized his misstep and hurriedly added, "Mr. Li, I was just joking. If you're unwell, please rest at home. We'll report to you after our meeting." Li Shuo recognized that he had frightened the young assistant. His amiable nature, which allowed him to relate to subordinates as friends, had turned peculiar today. Whether due to forgetting a critical work obligation or being unable to jest, he shielded his eyes with the back of his hand and wearily responded, "Yes. Please send a summary to my email. Call me if there are any issues." After ending the call, Li Shuo slowly lowered his hand, picked up the remote from his bedside table, and opened the curtains. As the curtains parted, blinding sunlight poured into the bedroom, gradually enveloping him in a warm glow. He squinted against the harsh light, yet felt a long-lost warmth. If sunlight could indeed purify, he wished it would cleanse him of his despondency. He lay there in the sunlight, holding onto a comical sense of reverence. Eventually, when the warmth began to make his head spin, he finally rose from the bed and unsteadily walked into the bathroom. The mirror reflected a face unkempt, with puffy eyelids and dark circles beneath his eyes. In just a few days, he had lost so much weight that his cheekbones were becoming visible, making him appear entirely different from the confident Li Shuo of usual days. He stared unblinkingly at his reflection, growing increasingly angry. "Why have you allowed yourself to become this way?" He chastised himself, forcefully shedding his nightgown and stepping into the shower. Without hesitation, he turned on the faucet. The water was cool, invigorating him and sending goosebumps across his skin, yet it felt refreshing. After showering, he stood before the mirror to shave, but whether due to a lack of concentration or his swollen, dry eyes, he accidentally nicked his skin. Blood immediately trickled down his chin, and he grabbed a tissue to stanch the wound, which quickly became soaked. Frustrated, he tossed the razor aside and leaned heavily against the sink, unable to lift his head. The words of Zhao Jinxin echoed in his mind, taunting him with, "Not done playing yet." What had Zhao Jinxin's expression been like at that moment? Mocking? Arrogant? And what about Shao Kun? Disdainful? Derisive? All he knew was that he, standing outside the door at that time, felt as if his face might ignite in flames any second. His resolve was insufficient. His heart lacked the capacity to forgive, leaving him unable to let go even now. Gripping the marble counter tightly, his knuckles turned white from the pressure. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Li Shuo jolted, lifting his head, thinking it might be Wen Xiaowei. He quickly wiped the blood from his chin, threw on a bathrobe, and went to open the door. However, when he opened it, he froze. Standing before him was not the cheerful and vibrant Wen Xiaowei, but the impassive Zhao Jinxin. Li Shuo felt his blood run cold, as if it had frozen in an instant, and then he felt the small veins within him burst, sending waves of pain throughout his body. Instinctively, he lowered his head, not wanting Zhao Jinxin to see his disarray, his hands clenched in a fist behind his back as he said in a low voice, "Are you here to pick something up? Just hand me my keys." Zhao Jinxin extended his hand towards him. "Your chin." Li Shuo's expression shifted, and he abruptly opened the door wider. The sound of the door slamming shut echoed like a slap. Bone against bone, skin against skin, a sharp sting that left both of them momentarily frozen. Li Shuo knew he had overreacted, yet he could not suppress the resistance surging within him, coolly retorting, "It was just a shave. Give me my keys." Zhao Jinxin lowered his gaze and stepped forward, attempting to enter. Li Shuo did not step aside, blocking the entrance. "Your belongings are already packed," he stated, bending down to retrieve a bag from the side and tossing it at Zhao Jinxin's feet. Had Zhao Jinxin not come, he intended to dispose of it. He extended his hand again, reiterating, "Keys. I came to deliver the documents. You weren't at the meeting today, and I was worried about you," Zhao Jinxin said, shaking the documents in his hand. I merely overslept, Li Shuo retorted, taking the documents and emphasizing keys. Zhao Jinxin gazed into Li Shuo's eyes and spoke softly. I didn't bring them. Then throw them away, Li Shuo declared, preparing to close the door. Zhao Jinxin forcefully propped the door open, lifting his head to meet Li Shuo's gaze earnestly. Li Shuo, Iemisuri. Li Shuo's heart raced, a surge of anger rushing to his head as he struggled to contain himself. I do not accept that. Leave. He attempted to shut the door once more, but the hand holding it open was too strong. He could not push it closed. Narrowing his eyes, he demanded, what do you mean? Zhao Jinxin bit his lip, looking deeply into Li Shuo's eyes, and softly replied, I don't want it to be this way. You certainly do not wish for this, after all. You have not yet had your fill of play. Perhaps it has become a habit, repeatedly reopening wounds, yet it seems inconsequential. No, Zhao Jinxin articulated each word with clarity, stating, I did not intend to hurt you. How absurd such words are. Regrettably, Li Shuo found no laughter within him. Then what exactly did you intend? When you haven't had your fill, you confess your feelings to me, claiming a desire for a serious relationship, and once you are satiated, you seek a respectable reason to part ways. Everything unfolds according to your whims. Is that your plan? Li Shuo clenched his jaw, trembling as he bit down on his molars. Why must I be subjected to your mockery? Is it merely because I harbor feelings for you? The word like was nearly chewed to pieces and swallowed down, only to be spat out mingled with blood. Like is undeniably one of the most beautiful words in the world, yet now it has become repugnant. What wrong has like committed to be treated so poorly? Zhao Jinxin's eyelashes fluttered slightly. I genuinely like you. You are unworthy of uttering those two words. To Li Shuo at present, those words felt like a curse. Do you think I am unaware of your thoughts? You are still young. Today you may like me. Yet tomorrow you might fancy another. Thus you desire to ship. He chuckled coldly. But I do not wish to. Do you understand me clearly? I do not want to. Everything you do sickens me. Akin to your cousin. You both are truly of the same ilk. Zhao Jinxin's brows knitted together as he looked at Li Shuo with sorrowful eyes. Uncle Li, I am sorry. Let go. Li Shuo stated impassively. Thank you for celebrating my birthday. Let go. With force, Li Shuo pushed him, causing Zhao Jinxin to stagger, and seize the opportunity to slam the door shut. With just a thin barrier between them, Li Shuo could still feel Zhao Jinxin's presence. He gasped for breath, struggling to contain the surging tide of grief and anger. Crouching down, he clasped his head, pounding his skull with his fists. After some time, Li Shuo rose from the floor and returned to the bathroom, where stubble still adorned his face, uneven and unkempt, a fresh trickle of blood from a wound, his eyes red-rimmed, giving him an overall disheveled and despondent appearance, resembling a stray dog. Indeed, in this contest, he had lost utterly, with his face covered in shame. Gazing into the mirror at his woeful reflection, he let out a long, furious roar, the sound reverberating in his chest, echoing in his mind with a deafening clarity, as if it had violently awakened the part of him that cowered in the shadows. This wretched figure in the mirror is not Li Shuo. No one shall change who Li Shuo is. He seized his razor, meticulously removing the unruly stubble, washing away the dried blood, drying his tousled hair, and then returned to his bedroom, selecting a fresh outfit, grabbing his keys and wallet before stepping out. He needed to bask in the sunlight, to mingle with others, sweeping away the dark and oppressive aura that clung to him. After all, it was merely a heartbreak. Just a heartbreak. Li Shuo called Wen Xiaowei, inviting him for a meal. Upon learning that Li Shuo was venturing out, Wen Xiaowei was overjoyed and hurried to the restaurant at the fastest pace possible. When he saw Li Shuo, his face lit up with surprise. Brotherly, you finally emerged after so many days. Li Shuo offered a faint smile. Though your gifts were delightful, I no longer wish to eat takeout. Haha, how about I cook for you? Please spare me. Wen Xiaowei gazed at Li Shuo without blinking, a cheerful smile on his face. Li Shuo stroked his chin. I did nick myself while shaving, it's nothing. Though my complexion isn't the best, right? But you still look handsome. Wen Xiaowei winked at him. Seeing you better makes me relieved. Li Shuo chuckled. I will be fine. Wen Xiaowei maintained his lively demeanor, continuously lightening the atmosphere as they shared their meal, filled with laughter and chatter. After dining, Li Shuo suggested a stroll. What do you want to buy? I am close to a professional buyer. I assure you I can make you dazzling. Just browsing. Mainly to buy for you. For me? Wen Xiaowei pointed to himself. Why buy for me? I want to spend money. Li Shuo ruffled his hair. I wish to spend it on you. When Xiaowei affectionately wrapped his arms around Li Shua's, calling out Dad, Li Shua burst into laughter. He knew when Xiaowei was not lacking in funds. Even without considering his own high income, he had Luo Yi supporting him. Yet, when Xiaowei needed an outlet for his emotions, after settling the bill, they headed straight to the mall. Li Shua quietly observed when Xiaowei trying on clothes, deliberating on combinations, pondering the fit of a pair of pants or whether certain shoes were suitable for height insoles. It was just as entertaining as when he accompanied his mother shopping. He never grew impatient as long as the other person wore a satisfied smile. Although this charming young man was not his to possess, he still derived a sense of being needed from him, which is precisely what he craved at that moment. After several hours, Luo Yi called 3 times. When Xiaowei could no longer endure and had to return, Li Shua carried the shopping bags for him and escorted him to the car. When Xiaowei beamed, "Brotherly, thank you. Are you happy today?" Li Shua regarded him gently. "Happy. That's good. Head home." Li Shua closed the car door for him. When Xiaowei lowered the window, blowing him a kiss, "Brotherly, you are amazing." Li Shua gave him a thumbs up. "Drive safely." As when Xiaowei's car drove away, Li Shua stood by the roadside, watching until it disappeared. Being alone is truly unbearable. Li Shua resolved to visit Sanya for an inspection in a few days. After that, he would return to America, where his home awaited him. He got into his car, hesitating for a moment, then pulled out his phone and dialed number. "Hello? Xiaoqi, this is Li Shua. Are you free today?" Upon returning home, Li Shua tidied up his room slightly before sitting on the sofa, lost in thought. After the call, he had regretted it. However, to refuse again would be to toy with someone's feelings. He merely sought companionship, not to prove anything. "Li Shua, what do you wish to prove?" The doorbell rang, jolting him back to reality as he approached to open it. Standing at the door was a sunny, handsome young man. Not tall, slim, and stylishly dressed. "Hi, brother, it's been a while." Li Shua smiled warmly. "Indeed, it has been a long time. Come in." The boy's name was Xiaoqi. Li Shua was uncertain of his name at first. They met at a bar and had shared a few encounters. After getting to know Li Chengxiu, they had lost contact. Today, Li Shua was unsure of Xiaoqi's intentions for calling. Yet here he was. "Brother, you don't look well. Are you sick?" Li Shua shook his head. "I've been too busy lately and haven't rested well. It's nothing." "Oh, you seem to have lost weight." Xiaoqi stretched, surveying the surroundings. "Your house is quite large. I think I've been here once, but I don't remember much." "You have been," Li Shua replied. "Have you eaten?" "Not yet." Xiaoqi clung to Li Shua's arm, playfully asking, "Brother, will you cook for me?" "Sure. What do you want to eat?" "Anything is fine." The ingredients at home were limited, so he decided to whip up a simple noodle dish. Li Shua smiled. "Let us watch some TV while I cook." "Okay." He opened a fridge, finding only some vegetables bought by Xiaowei for salad or leftover food. Not wanting to serve leftovers, he made 2 bowls of noodles. Xiaoqi was not picky and ate happily, sharing stories about his internship, complaining about his boss, and commenting on a male colleague's physique. Li Shua listened with a smile. He did not care much about what Xiaoqi said, but the spacious house needed a bit of human presence. After their meal, they watched a movie together. As they watched, Xiaoqi shifted to sit on Li Shua's lap, cupping his face to kiss him. Li Shua wrapped his arms around Xiaoqi's slender waist, skillfully responding, yet his heart remained eerily calm. After a moment of kissing, Xiaoqi furrowed his brow slightly. "Brother, what's wrong?" The passion infused in a kiss is easily discernible. Li Shua chuckled lightly, dismissing the moment. He embraced Xiaoqi's waist, pressing the boy down on the sofa, kissing his cheeks and neck, tenderly removing his clothing. Xiaoqi playfully teased him, clearly stirred by the moment. The two tumbled from the sofa onto the woolen carpet, each step of their foreplay seemingly methodical. Yet, an indescribable sense of resistance welled up within Li Shua, which he fought against, compelling himself to immerse in the present. Caught between these conflicting emotions, he found it increasingly difficult to concentrate, instead battling with the thoughts in his mind that contradicted his desires, ultimately rendering him uncertain of his true feelings. "Yi!" Xiaoqi called softly. Li Shua snapped back to reality, a hint of panic crossing his face. Xiaoqi awkwardly said, "If you're not in the mood, perhaps we shouldn't force it." It dawned on Li Shua that he had yet to respond, his thoughts in disarray, uncontrollably conjuring Zhao Jinxin's face, which filled him with revulsion. He propped himself up, speaking in a low voice. "Xiaoqi, I'm sorry." "It's all right," Xiaoqi replied, sitting up and gently touching his face. You seem upset. Is something bothering you? Li Shuo shook his head. I'm sorry. Is it heartbreak? Xiao Qi raised an eyebrow. Li Shuo paused, speechless. Ah, Xiao Qi said, wrapping his arms around Li Shuo's head and kissing his forehead. I'm really happy you sought me out today, but we don't have to go through with anything. If you're feeling down, I can keep you company and chat. Li Shuo looked at the cheerful boy with a sense of shame, mechanically whispering, I'm sorry. Don't worry about it. Heartbreak is a common human experience. Xiao Qi stood up from the carpet, pulling Li Shuo up as well. Come on, let us continue watching the movie. Oh, I'm hungry again. Let me order takeout. I want some skewers and a dozen beers. Tonight will be fun. Li Shuo smiled, feeling a sense of relief. All right, he ordered takeout, and the two enjoyed their meal while watching and chatting. Aside from their intimate moments, they found common ground in football, music, and shared experiences over a few bottles of beer. Xiao Qi confided in Li Shuo about his work troubles, and Li Shuo offered him sage advice. Unbeknownst to them, they chatted until the midnight hour, both tipsy as they crawled into bed and fell asleep. The following morning, Li Shuo awoke with a hangover, his mind still foggy. He felt warm skin beside him and instinctively mumbled, Jean exit. The moment the name escaped his lips, he opened his eyes wide, jolting upright, staring at the person next to him. The sweetly sleeping, handsome face before him was not Zhao Jinxin. In that instant, Li Shuo's heart plummeted, experiencing a surreal sense of weightlessness, a chilling sensation of rapid descent. He could not discern whether he felt relief or disappointment. With a deep sigh, he rubbed his disheveled hair, hesitating between getting up or sinking back into slumber. Suddenly, he heard the sound of a door lock turning in the living room. Startled, he straightened his back. The next moment, the front door swung open, and he rushed into the living room. It couldn't be. He collided with Zhao Jinxin, who was entering with something in hand. Both froze momentarily. Li Shuo regained his composure, disbelief evident in his gaze. Who gave you permission to come in? Zhao Jinxin did not respond. His eyes scanned the living room, taking in the remnants of their meal, empty bottles, and scattered clothes on the carpet, finally resting on Li Shuo's bare torso and the marks on his neck. Zhao Jinxin's expression shifted, turning cold and dark. He discarded what he was holding and strode toward the bedroom. Li Shuo lunged forward, forcefully pushing him, growling, Get out. Zhao Jinxin glared at him fiercely. Who is in the room? None of your business. Is it when shall we? Stop talking nonsense. Zhao Jinxin attempted to push past him into the bedroom, but Li Shuo seized his collar, coldly asserting, Zhao Jinxin, I'll say it once more, leave. Disappear from my home, my sight, my life. Zhao Jinxin's gaze bore into Li Shuo, his eyes slightly bloodshot, as if he hadn't heard a word. Who did you find? Get out. Li Shuo pressed against his chest. After taking 2 steps back, Zhao Jinxin stood rooted, refusing to budge. He grasped Li Shuo's hand tightly, staring into his eyes, then pried his fingers apart. Li Shuo's face paled with fury. Zhao Jinxin finally freed his hands, tossing them aside, and without hesitation, rushed into the bedroom. Li Shuo cursed and chased after him. Zhao Jinxin beheld the figure rising from the bed, momentarily stunned. Xiao Qi, still dazed from sleep, gazed blankly at the intruder. Li Shuo stormed in, gritting his teeth. Have you seen enough? Get out. Zhao Jinxin smirked slightly, a chilling smile that sent shivers down one's spine. Found someone else so quickly, huh? He scrutinized Xiao Qi. A mere boy. Is this your type? Li Shuo grabbed his collar again, lowering his voice. I don't want to fight you. Don't push me. Zhao Jinxin wrapped his hand around Li Shuo's fist, a tumult of inscrutable emotions flickering in his eyes. Aren't you the one who liked me? Not anymore, leave. Li Shuo said coldly. Zhao Jinxin narrowed his eyes, suddenly pulling out a wallet from his pocket and tossing it onto the bed. He turned to Xiao Qi with a sardonic smile. Sorry, you should go back for now. We have matters to discuss. Xiao Qi's expression shifted, shame and anger flooding his features, his lips trembling. Zhao Jinxin. Li Shuo yanked Zhao Jinxin's collar and slammed him against the wall, his fists clenched tightly, yet he could not bring himself to strike. Xiao Qi kicked the wallet aside, jumping off the bed, head down, silently preparing to leave. Li Shuo released Zhao Jinxin and rushed to grab Xiao Qi, apologizing. Sorry. If the wallet only has a few thousand, I can write you a check if that's insufficient. Zhao Jinxin smiled, yet his demeanor radiated a menacing arrogance. Xiao Qi, now enraged, shouted, I am not for sale. Oh, really? A sharp slap echoed in the room. Silence enveloped them. Zhao Jinxin tilted his head, frozen, a flush creeping over his porcelain-like face. Li Shuo felt a surge of heat in his palm, his heart racing uncontrollably. A torrent of pent-up rage coursing through him, poised to erupt from within. Zhao Jinxin's tongue brushed against his stinging cheek. Then he slowly turned his face. His eyes dark as bottomless pits, silently observing Li Shuo. Li Shuo met his gaze unwaveringly. Zhao Jinxin's eyes darted between Li Shuo and Shao Qi before a sarcastic smile emerged. You hit me for him. He emphasized each word, as if slowing his speech could alter the reality of the situation. Despite his fury, Li Shuo had never struck Zhao Jinxin, and usually his anger would dissipate into leniency. Yet now he had struck him for an outsider, for someone else, and Li Shuo had hit him. Zhao Jinxin felt as if he had been torpedoed deep underwater, the surface merely rippling while the depths exploded in fury. Li Shuo glared at Zhao Jinxin, his eyes crimson, spitting out a single word through gritted teeth. Leave. I'll take my leave. Shao Qi murmured. Shao Qi. Li Shuo wanted to apologize, but Shao Qi had already fled without looking back. Zhao Jinxin lowered his gaze, chuckling softly, his hand reaching into his pocket to retrieve a set of keys. I actually came to return the keys. Li Shuo reached out to take the keys, and as Zhao Jinxin released his grip, the keys clattered to the ground. He spread his hands and said, I came to return the keys and brought you some supplements. I noticed you've lost weight, and it pains me. The keys were returned, the supplements offered. It was time for you to leave. Li Shuo's expression remained stern, and his words were even more unyielding. Zhao Jinxin bit his lip and chuckled derisively. Li Shuo, we've known each other for a while. There is no need to rush me out, is there? Or do you think I would cling to you? Li Shuo's breath hitched, his fists clenched once more. I truly lack the energy to entangle myself with you. Nor is it necessary, right? Rest assured, I have no intention of pursuing you. Your eagerness to dismiss me is quite awkward. Li Shuo's complexion grew increasingly pale, a sharp pain gripping his chest as he coldly smiled. I am dismissing you merely because I do not wish to see you, not out of fear of your persistence. However, your reassurance brings me some comfort. Zhao Jinxin stared at him, a forced smile on his lips. Let us part on good terms. Can we still be friends? We cannot, Li Shuo replied with a smirk. I know your intentions behind this courtesy. You fear I might cause trouble for Shao Kun, don't you? Zhao Jinxin's brows furrowed. That is not how I see it. Stop pretending. Youth and Shao Kun are cut from the same cloth. Since there is nothing more to unravel before me, why not be candid? Li Shuo lifted his chin. Speaking haughtily, rest assured, I'll one-tea deal with Shao Kun for now, but not for your sake. It is for Li Chengxiu and that innocent child. Go back and inform your esteemed cousin that I possess not only the evidence you are aware of, but also the signed confession from the witness who was bribed, along with the video of his admission and the transfer records. If he dares to wrong Li Chengxiu again, Li Shuo narrowed his eyes, his voice icy. I will drag him into the abyss. Zhao Jinxin inhaled deeply. Before him, Li Shuo had always been gentle and kind-hearted. This baring of teeth was a side he had never witnessed. This harshness from Li Shuo was entirely new to him. Li Shu gestura dismissively, coolly stating, I trust you understand the implication of my silence. Zhao Jinxin pressed his lips together, turning toward the door. Pausing at the threshold, he half-turned and remarked, I am curious. Was that enough to satisfy you? Li Shuo regarded him coldly. Zhao Jinxin smiled slightly. After being with me, wouldn't it be rather dull to bed some naive boy? Do you think I could still be aroused? Li Shuo suppressed the turmoil within him, masking his emotions behind a facade. He gazed at Zhao Jinxin and replied with a light laugh. If that displeases me, I will seek the next. I have never lacked companionship. They come and go without distinction. Zhao Jinxin's grip on the doorframe tightened, the veins on his hand protruding. He nodded, flippantly stating, if you ever need anything, I remain at your service. You've lost that opportunity, Li Shuo responded. Zhao Jinxin cast one final, deep glance at Li Shuo before turning to leave. Li Shuo's expression darkened, and once he heard the door slam shut, he swung his fist violently against the wall. Pain radiated from his knuckles, coursing through his wrist, arm, and shoulder, until even his heart ached as if shattered by that blow. Zhao Jinxin had finally revealed his true nature. He had always believed that only through candidness could they progress further. But the reality was that the true Zhao Jinxin was not the one he had hoped to see. After a moment of calm, Li Shuo called to apologize to Shao Qi. Shao Qi, distracted, offered a few perfunctory remarks before hanging up. Li Shuo felt a pang of discomfort. He had summoned Xiao Qi only to vent his frustrations, unaware of what he had been thinking the previous day. Turning around, he noticed the bag on the floor, one that Zhao Jinxin had brought. After a moment's hesitation, he crouched down and opened it. Inside were several items: sea cucumbers, bird's nest, cordyceps, and dessert from a shop he favored, as well as the functional drinks he enjoyed during workouts. There was even a type of cheese that could only be purchased in the United States, evidently air-freighted, the packaging still cool and damp. The bag also contained a card, which Li Shuo hesitantly picked up. It bore Zhao Jinxin's handwriting. "Uncle Li, please don't worry me." The heart-shaped symbol was a sign of affection. In an instant, Li Shuo crumpled the card tightly in his fist, then tossed it into the trash. He gathered his minimal belongings and decided to head to Sanya for an inspection. He had intended to go back home after returning, but had been delayed by a series of events. Now, he yearned to escape the oppressive city and seek solace in a place filled with sunshine and gentle sea breezes. Before departing, he notified Wen Xiaowei and made a call to Li Qingxiu. Wen Xiaowei did not divulge what had transpired that day, perhaps out of consideration for his dignity, or perhaps to spare Li Qingxiu from discomfort, or perhaps both. In any case, this was the outcome Li Shuo desired. The dignity that had been shattered in the hospital that day needed to be pieced back together, and the fewer people who knew, the faster he could mend it. Hearing Li Qingxiu's voice, which had lost its previous gloominess and now sounded much lighter, brought him solace. As long as Li Qingxiu was well, he would not interfere. However, if Xiao Kun dared to betray Li Qingxiu again, both old grievances and new grudges would be settled together. Ultimately, he briefed his assistant on some work matters and then set off for the airport without hesitation. Upon arriving in Sanya, he checked into a beautiful resort, opting for a villa with a private pool and beachfront. The resort featured a supermarket selling daily necessities and homegrown vegetables, allowing for a comfortable stay without ever stepping outside. The partners he was to negotiate with were currently abroad, returning in 3 days, but Li Shuo was not in a hurry. During the day, he lounged in the resort, reading and listening to music. In the evenings, he drove a rented car along the coast, surveying the city and its surroundings, seeking out well-reviewed restaurants for dinner, which was quite delightful. Everything here was pleasant, yet he found it difficult to sleep. He constantly dreamed of Zhao Jinxin. While awake, he restrained himself from thoughts of him. Yet when sleep deprived his consciousness, the truest sentiments buried deep within his soul were laid bare in dreams. He loathed it, yet felt powerless against it. One day, while discussing work online with his assistant, when Xiaowei called, he answered, "Hello, Xiaowei. Brotherly, you must check the internet." When Xiaowei's voice was filled with excitement. "What's going on? Just go on Weibo and look at my post." Li Shuo chuckled. "What is up? Just look." Li Shuo, perplexed, searched for Wen Xiaowei's Weibo and was taken aback to see that his latest post had been shared over 10,000 times. The accompanying photo featured Zhao Jinxin in splendid attire on his birthday, but every background detail had been obscured by a mosaic. Wen Xiaowei was grinning from ear to ear. "Brotherly, you've become a sensation. Do you know how many people want to marry you?" Li Shuo opened the post, finding a long line of comments, calling him hubby. He couldn't help but laugh. "I truly don't understand what young people are thinking." Though he voiced this, he secretly relished the attention. Who would dislike flattery? What is there to be confused about? We young people are weak in the knees just looking at you. With so many people in the world, there are bound to be a few blind fools, but the vast majority have sharp eyes. When Xiaowei gently remarked, "Brotherly, you must remember that there are many outstanding individuals waiting for you. You will surely find happiness, and one day, Zhao Jinxin will regret his choices profoundly." Li Shuo smiled, feeling the warmth of Wen Xiaowei's concern. "Thank you, Xiaowei." When Xiaowei giggled, "Many people have sent me private messages wanting to know you, but let us skip the strangers. When I find a suitable man for you, I will definitely introduce you." Li Shuo responded with a grin. "That sounds wonderful." He gazed at the photograph of the man adorned with a smile radiating confidence, and as he recalled the exhilaration and anticipation he once felt, an indescribable bitterness coursed through his heart. He saved the picture in his phone as a cautionary emblem. Whenever he contemplated foolish actions in the future, he would glance at it to remind himself of the cost. To his surprise, the recent Weibo post by Wen Xiaowei had garnered some attention online, accompanied by various labels of affluent, handsome Chinese Americans circulating across multiple platforms. Even Li Qingxiu, who rarely ventured online, called to tease Li Shuo about it. Remarkably, even his parents, residing far away in America, had heard of it. Li Shuo spent the day perusing the amusing comments online, letting the hours slip by. After a week of residing there, his business associate, a friend of his father's, and a notable figure in the New York Chinese Chamber of Commerce named Chui, arrived in Sanya. Rumor had it that he was a decent person, albeit somewhat lecherous. Acknowledging Chui's seniority and having nothing pressing to attend to, Li Shuo drove to the airport to pick him up. However, upon arrival, he was taken aback to find that Mr. Chui was not alone. He was accompanied by a young man and woman. The woman was alluring and taller than Mr. Chui by half a head, while the man was a striking mixed-race individual, drawing gazes from everyone in the airport. He appeared to be around 25 or 26, tall and handsome, with deep-set, yet gentle features and light brown eyes, perpetually wearing a charming smile. Shaoli, Mr. Chui greeted him warmly with a handshake. The last time I saw you, you were still a student. Now you've matured quite a bit. Li Shuo smiled, replying, Mr. Chui, you haven't changed at all, still as spirited as ever. Mr. Chui laughed heartily. Come, let me introduce you. This is Cici, my goddaughter, and this is the son of a friend of mine, one of the heirs of Hanyun capital, Zhou Jingxing. Jingxing. This is the lead general I mentioned to you. Zhou Jingxing extended his hand with a smile. Hello, General Li. Hello, it's a pleasure, Li Shuo responded. Hanyun capital is a major stakeholder in the project, with Mr. Chui acting as the intermediary. Li Shuo would hold a minor stake. Considering the hotel investment was estimated to exceed 1 billion, making it challenging to acquire a loan. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Li Shuo remarked, Mr. Chui, I didn't expect 3 of you. I rented a sports car, which can't accommodate everyone. Not a problem. We'll take a cab. You could drive Jingxing. Which hotel are you staying at? We'll stay at the same one. All right, Li Shuo gestured to Zhou Jingxing. Mr. Zhou, please follow me. Zhou Jingxing smiled elegantly and followed. Sanya is indeed hot. Zhou Jingxing wiped the sweat from his forehead, chuckling. Yes, I hardly go out during the day. Li Shuo replied as he turned on the air conditioning. Mr. Zhou, are you mixed race? Yes, my mother is Swiss, Zhou Jingxing confirmed. To which Li Shuo nodded with a smile. Hanyun Capital is one of the foremost investment firms in the country. 2 years ago, a family member fell gravely ill, leading to a scandalous battle over the inheritance that became a topic of discussion in the business world. Li Shuo had some recollection of this mixed-race heir. He was rumored to be a bastard child who entered the family after the legitimate eldest son's untimely death. Excuse me, I need to make a call, Zhou Jingxing said, tilting aside and lowering his voice. Yes, I'm here. The child isn't restless, is he? I appreciate your help these days. His tone remained gentle and warm. After ending the call, Li Shuo casually asked, how old is the child? 2 years old, a boy, Zhou Jingxing replied with a smile, a bit mischievous. That must be tough for your wife. Zhou Jingxing paused, then replied with a chuckle. Yes, indeed. Mr. Zhou, look over there. Li Shuo pointed towards the distant coastline. Do you see the illuminated area? That's the land we've set our sights on. It's not far from the city center. I've visited several times during the day. The sea view is magnificent, and the quality of the sand is excellent. Wonderful. Let's visit it together tomorrow. Our company places great importance on this project and aims to establish it as China's premier sailing hotel. That will be no problem, Li Shuo assured. The two engaged in a fruitful discussion regarding the hotel's planning, finding themselves in sync. Initially, Li Shuo felt a sense of distance from Zhou Jingxing, given the latter's family's media attention and public persona. However, as their conversation unfolded, he realized Zhou Jingxing was a reliable individual, and the ease of communication was a crucial quality for a partner, filling Li Shuo with relief. Upon arriving at the hotel, Mr. Chui and his goddaughter rented a villa next to Li Shuo's, while Zhou Jingxing stayed with him. They agreed to examine the land early the next morning. That evening, as Li Shuo reclined on the living room sofa, engrossed in a book, the words began to blur and recede into a haze. He once again found it difficult to concentrate, and, as had become routine, Zhou Jingxing's face intruded upon his thoughts. Frustration welled within him as he forced himself to focus on the text, but it remained unengaging. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was when Shaoli, requesting a video call. Relieved, Li Shuo felt as if this call had rescued him. He shook his head to clear his thoughts and directed his attention to the phone. What's the video for? To show you my new hair color, when Shaoli proclaimed proudly. Li Shuo chuckled as he opened the video, only to be greeted by a close-up of 2 large nostrils. Startled, he jumped back, and when Shaoli erupted in laughter, pulling the phone away from his face and fluffing his hair. What do you think of this color? When Shaoli had dyed his hair, a striking gray-blue, and sported matching color contact lenses. With the addition of pointed ears, he could easily pass for an enchanting elf, both beautiful and fashionable. It looks fantastic, truly stylish, Li Shuo complimented. Right? I think it looks great too. I mixed the color myself and spent all afternoon on it. When Xiaowei pouted, but Luo, he doesn't like it. Li Shuo smiled. The more he dislikes it, the longer you should keep it before reverting back. It will create some emotional fluctuations for him, and he will be pleased. When Xiaowei laughed, I'll learn a trick from you. Wait, what? His eyes widened. Li Shuo was startled, instinctively sitting up on the sofa. What happened? Behind you, behind you. Li Shuo's heart raced. His first thought was that he had encountered something supernatural. Turning around, he found Zhou Jingxing standing awkwardly behind him, clad in a tank top and beach shorts, seemingly caught in a moment of indecision. Is there something wrong? He asked. I just came to get some water. Li Shuo almost burst into laughter. No worries. I was just video chatting with a friend. Sorry to have startled you. Zhou Jingxing smiled. No problem. Good night. Good night, Li Shuo replied, picking up the phone and retreating to the balcony, where he chuckled. Xiaowei, why were you so startled? You had a mixed-race male model suddenly appear behind you. How is that my fault? When Xiaowei glanced around before leaning closer to the screen, raising his eyebrows and lowering his voice, how did you meet him? Not in the way you think. He's a potential business partner, Li Shuo clarified with a smile. Who are you trying to fool? You're sharing a room with him. I rented a villa with 4 bedrooms, Li Shuo retorted, exasperated. What would I gain by deceiving you? It's genuinely not what you think, and besides, he married. When Xiaowei sighed in disappointment. What a shame. You two would be quite the match. Match? He is not my type. I don't fancy someone taller and more robust than I am. Li Shuo paused mid-sentence. His previous preferences had only ever been for delicate types like Han Fei and Li Qingxiu. He could never have imagined he would become so infatuated with Zhao Jinxin. How ironic that someone who was neither his type nor approached him with honest intentions, but rather as the brother of someone he despised, would end up embedding himself deeply within his heart. It felt as though an unseen hand were recklessly manipulating the chessboard, disrupting the game, and leading him into a labyrinth of confusion and uncertainty. At this juncture, he found himself uncertain whether it was Zhao Jinxin's uniqueness that captivated him or if his affection had, in turn, transformed Zhao Jinxin into something exceptional. When Xiaowei fell silent, evidently sharing the same thought as Li Shuo, he quickly joked, I know you're fond of that type. As he spoke, he loosened his robe and threw a flirtatious glance at Li Shuo, who couldn't help but chuckle. Suddenly, the sound of a door opening came from Xiaowei's end, and the camera abruptly darkened. All that could be heard was when Xiaowei exclaiming, I simply adore this color. Luo Yi's indulgent voice followed. All right, if you like it. That's all that matters. When Xiaowei lowered his voice, goodbye, brotherly. After hanging up, Li Shuo shook his head with a smile. But just as he was about to put down his phone, Zhao Jinxin's name appeared on the caller ID. His breath hitched, and he adjusted his emotions before answering. Hello. Zhao Jinxin's voice was calm. Have you gone to Sanya? How did you know? Your assistant mentioned it. Is there something you need? We agreed to go to Sanya together last time. Zhao Jinxin paused. I'm also interested in that hotel project. We have enough investors, Li Shuo replied. Zhao Jinxin, unless it's a business matter, please refrain from calling me. It is a business matter. Speak. Zhao Jinxin raised several financial inquiries, to which Li Shuo responded with composure. Their conversation felt distant, akin to that of strangers. As Li Shuo spoke, he clenched the iron railing of the balcony. After Li Shuo finished, Zhao Jinxin unexpectedly veered off topic and asked, the entertainment industry in Sanya is particularly developed. Did you take the time to experience it? Li Shuo narrowed his eyes. Thank you for the reminder. I will check it out tomorrow. After a few seconds of silence, Zhao Jinxin hung up. Li Shuo was taken aback and irritably tossed his phone aside. The following afternoon, representatives from the government escorted them to view the land. A colleague detailed the specifics of the location and the overall planning of the surrounding area. Although General Cui often appeared unreliable, he became exceptionally astute when it came to serious matters. As they explored, numerous ideas emerged through their discussions. After viewing the land, dusk approached, and General Cui invited them to dinner, where they also indulged in a bit of drinking. Once the meal concluded, he enthusiastically suggested taking them out for entertainment. Li Shuo exchanged glances with Zhou Jingxing, both sensing a hint of concealed discomfort in each other's eyes. Zhou Jingxing quickly responded politely, sure, we'll follow General Cui's lead. In domestic business dealings, Li Shuo dreaded such situations, Being a gay man, uninterested in women, placed him in a precarious position. However, declining would surely dampen the mood. And he was momentarily reminded of Zhao Jinxin's word from the previous night, laced with a hint of provocation, which left him feeling agitated. Experience it? Why not? Li Shuo smiled. Yes, let's follow General Cui. They soon arrived at a nightclub, where General Cui explained that it was particularly discreet, costly, yet safe and attentive. As he mentioned the attentiveness, he shot a wink at Li Shuo, who was left puzzled. Upon arrival, Li Shuo quickly realized that this establishment catered not only to male patrons, but also to those with non-mainstream inclinations. His orientation was not a significant secret within the Chinese community. While he had never openly flaunted it, those slightly familiar with his parents were aware. However, he had not anticipated General Cui's consideration to such an extent, as he had indeed arranged for an array of young male companions. Feeling awkward, Li Shuo glanced at the line of young boys, while General Cui, with bright, eager eyes, looked at him expectantly. Li Shuo could only choose the one who seemed most appealing. Zhou Jinxing, silently amused, allowed General Cui to select a fair-skinned girl for himself. Brother, the boy, who had a rather endearing appearance, immediately wrapped his arms around Li Shuo's, his eyes shining with unmasked joy and admiration. Thank you, brother. Li Shuo smiled. You're welcome. What's your name? After taking a sip of lemonade, the boy replied, Leon. Li Shuo nearly spat out his drink. Brother, are you all right? The boy asked, patting his back eagerly. It's nothing, Li Shuo reassured him, pouring a glass of alcohol before turning away to engage Zhou Jinxing in a discussion about a project. Zhou Jinxing appeared equally disinterested in the accompanying beauty, and they continued their conversation amidst the loud music. After several drinks, Li Shuo excused himself to the restroom. The boy, Leon, immediately stood up. Brother, I'll accompany you. Thank you, but I'll go alone, Li Shuo replied, knowing the boy's intentions and refusing without hesitation. Brother, let me go with you. Li Shuo gently patted his arm, patiently saying, I'll go to the restroom myself. Then you can join me outside for some fresh air. How does that sound? The boy nodded, somewhat disappointed. Upon entering the restroom, Li Shuo glanced at himself in the mirror, forcing a wry smile. Leon. His commonplace English name had become an indelible mark of shame in his life. He recalled sticking flower petals to the wall one after another. The fragrance of the lilies was particularly delicate, easily torn with the slightest pressure, leaving him with glue-covered hands that he scrubbed raw to cleanse. When he decorated that suite, he often felt as if he were proposing to Zhao Jinxin. After all, such impractical gestures were not befitting of his age and were far too ostentatious. More appropriate for a once-in-a-lifetime ceremony rather than a hastily prepared birthday celebration in a temporary suite. He poured every ounce of passion and love into it, only to be met with Zhao Jinxin's sharp remarks that left him wounded and humiliated. For the rest of his life, he wished never to see the name Leon again, as if it were a slap in his face. He composed himself and exited the private room, where General Cui was smoking, the air thick with smoke. He needed to step outside for a breath. The boy, as expected, followed closely behind, insisting on linking his arm with Li Shuo's. Li Shuo, never one to offend others, despite his discomfort, did not refuse and engaged him in conversation. They traversed the corridor and lobby, but as they passed the sofas in the lobby, Li Shuo suddenly froze. From the corner of his eye, he caught a familiar figure, slowly turning to see Zhao Jinxin seated on a sofa. Beside Zhao Jinxin was a handsome man. Both engaged in cheerful conversation. Zhao Jinxin slightly tilted his head, glancing at Li Shuo, and smiled. What a coincidence. Li Shuo was certainly aware that such coincidences were rare. He frowned and asked, Why are you here? Work. Zhao Jinxin shrugged, though his gaze fell on the boy, Leon, still linked to Li Shuo's arm. Li Shuo followed his gaze and smiled faintly. I took your advice and came to experience it. Zhao Jinxin narrowed his eyes slightly. How was the experience? Quite enjoyable. Li Shuo replied with a smile towards Leon, then turned to Zhao Jinxin. His name is indeed quite common, isn't it? That merely indicates your fateful connection with Leon, Zhao Jinxin remarked. Glancing back at the man beside him, this is my friend, Ken. Li Shuo examined the man, who was smiling gently, in his 30s, handsome and well-dressed. Entirely Zhao Jinxin's type. He felt a pang in his heart, but maintained his composure and nodded. I'll 1T intrude on your time. Gently placing his arm around Leon's shoulders, he said, Let us go. Zhao Jinxin abruptly stood from the sofa. Wait. Li Shuo paused. You're with Uncle Chui, right? Which private room are you in? I'll go say hello. Li Shuo inhaled deeply, turning back with a cold demeanor. You seem to know my itinerary quite well. Did my assistant inform you? If my assistant had such a big mouth, he would have rolled up his bedding and gone home long ago. No, it was my own investigation. Zhao Jinxin spoke with unwavering confidence. You, Li Shuo gritted his teeth and asked, what do you intend to do? Regarding the hotel project, we have discussed it in depth. I have developed an attachment to this project and wish to invest. Attachment? Li Shu Skufa. You have used the wrong term. You possess interest, but not attachment. Zhao Jinxin paused, his eyelashes fluttering slightly as he murmured, I do have feelings. Li Shuo coldly chuckled, Mr. Chui is in the 8 private room. You may go on your own. Where are you going? Zhao Jinxin obstructed the two, stating, I'm going to pay my respects to my elders. It would be quite rude for you to leave like this. I merely need some fresh air. Even if I leave, it is not your courtesy that will be lost. Li Shuo attempted to circumvent him. Zhao Jinxin seized his arm. Li Shuo's voice turned grave. What are you doing? Let go. Zhao Jinxin grinned stubbornly, claiming he was lost. Li Shuo glared at Zhao Jinxin in frustration. The lobby was bustling with people, and he did not wish to lose face there. So he relented, saying, Let go. I will take you there. Only then did Zhao Jinxin release his grip. He turned to his friend and said, Ken, we will be in touch later. Sure. Ken stood up, approached Zhao Jinxin, gently resting a hand on his shoulder, audaciously kissing him on the lips, then playfully winking at Li Shuo. Zhao Jinxin glanced at Li Shuo. Li Shuo's face turned pale, a surge of anger coursing through him, as if it were desperately attempting to break free from the constraints of his flesh, aimed squarely at the one who had ignited his fury. He bit his teeth in silence, the roots throbbing painfully, recalling how natural that kiss had felt. The two clearly hadn't known each other for a long time. Yet the truly vibrant person was accusing him. He was thoroughly incensed, clenching his fists as he coldly remarked, Indeed, I enjoy being single. Do you have a problem with that? Zhao Jinxin stared at him, his expression somewhat fierce, blood vessels gradually appearing in his eyes. At that moment, the door to the adjacent private room swung open, and Mr. Chui stepped out, momentarily taken aback by the sight of the two. Oh, isn't that Jinxin? What brings you here? Zhao Jinxin instantly resumed his composure, smiling. Uncle Chui, what a coincidence. I ran into Brother Li in the lobby, and he mentioned you were here as well. Oh, what a stroke of luck. How small the world is. Mr. Chui replied with a suggestive smile. So you are here to have some fun? You have always been quite the playful one. Indeed, a man, a hero in youth. Ah, Komin. Zhao Jinxin laughed, insisting that he must share a few drinks with him. Of course, come on, Shally, let's head in. I was worried you might drink too much and seek me out. Upon entering the private room, Zhao Jinxin spotted Zhou Jinxing, and a sense of foreboding arose within him. Ah, let me introduce you. This is Zhou Jinxing, who is... Zhao Jinxin froze. Mr. Chui repeated the introduction he had made to Li Shuo the other day. The more Zhao Jinxin listened, the darker his expression grew. He turned to Li Shuo and, with a feigned smile, extended his hand. Mr. Zhou, it is a pleasure. Zhou Jinxing, sensing something amiss, maintained a gentle smile and discreetly shook Zhao Jinxin's hand, returning the greeting. Mr. Chui, slightly inebriated, seemed oblivious to any tension, eagerly calling for more drinks. Li Shuo seated himself between Zhou Jinxing and Leon, no longer glancing at Zhao Jinxin, while Zhao Jinxin engaged Mr. Chui in conversation, occasionally casting glances in Li Shuo's direction. Zhou Jinxing stole a glance at Zhao Jinxin, smirking as he leaned closer to Li Shuo, saying, Am I mistaken? Or is there something between you two? Li Shuo coughed lightly, pretending not to hear, pouring a glass of wine for Zhou Jinxing, saying, Here you go, Mr. Zhou. Zhou Jinxing smiled, clinking glasses with him. To prevent Zhou Jinxing from probing further, Li Shuo turned to chat with Leon, deliberately wrapping his arms around Leon and whispering jokes into his ear. Leon, either intoxicated or overly excited, nestled against Li Shuo, his delicate face flushed. As Li Shuo continued to drink, he felt increasingly sober and drained. He could not comprehend the purpose of his actions or their significance. He felt like a rash and naive youth, exhibiting childishness, folly, and chaos. Was this truly him? He had asked himself countless times why he allowed Zhao Jinxin to transform him into someone he utterly disdained. Yet he received only the same answer from within. He was powerless to control it. His soul seemed imprisoned within this body. helplessly witnessing his repeated loss of control and humiliation. If this was true love, he would rather forego it, as ultimately, all he gained was pain and humiliation. Gradually, he found the situation increasingly tedious and spoke less. Zhou Jingxing discreetly handed Leon some cash as a tip and asked him to step out for a moment. Then took the wine glass from Li Shua's hand, softly saying, "Mr. Li, it's best you refrain from drinking. A small drink is delightful. But we have matters to discuss tomorrow." Li Shua was still lost in his own world until he realized his glass was empty. "Oh, right. We have business tomorrow. My apologies. I see you're not in great shape. Shall we return? I have barely had a drink, and I can drive." Li Shua shook his head. "No, Mr. Kui. Let me speak with Mr. Cui." Zhou Jingxing rose and approached Mr. Cui, whispering something in his ear. At that moment, Zhao Jinxin stood up, offering a drink to Zhou Jingxing. Li Shu fronut. The music in the room was loud, and he couldn't hear their conversation. But it was evident that Zhao Jinxin was cheerfully persuading Zhou Jingxing to drink. Li Shua had excellent vision, even in the dim light. He could see that the smiles on their faces were increasingly false, as if they were competing in an act. Zhou Jingxing drank a glass, and Mr. Cui became invigorated, urging him to drink again. Zhou Jingxing laughed and drank another glass, then pointed at Li Shua to decline, before walking over. "Li Shua, let us go. I mentioned you weren't feeling well, so I'll take you back." Zhou Jingxing blinked. "I'm tired too. Let us hurry." Li Shua smiled gratefully, standing up, only to find his legs a bit unsteady, swaying slightly. Zhou Jingxing grasped his waist with one hand and his arm with the other. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Li Shua felt a sudden pull on his arm. Looking up, he saw Zhao Jinxin smiling insincerely at Zhou Jingxing. "Mr. Zhou, there's no need for your assistance. I will take brotherly home." Li Shua attempted to withdraw his hand, but found it impossible. He coldly stated, "I would rather not trouble you. Let go of me. No need to be polite." Zhao Jinxin domineeringly pulled Li Shua into his embrace, insisting, "Let us go." Li Shua disregarded Zhou Jingxing's presence and barked, "Get away." Zhou Jingxing raised an eyebrow, retaining his grip on Li Shua's other arm and calmly responding, "Mr. Zhao, it seems Mr. Li does not wish to accompany you. It would be unkind to force him." Mr. Cui approached. "What is going on? Shaoli, are you all right?" Seizing the opportunity, Li Shua pushed Zhao Jinxin away, smiling. "I'm fine, just a bit dizzy. My apologies, Mr. Cui, but I will be heading back. I fear I may not rise early tomorrow." "Very well, you two may leave. I will have Jinxin keep me company." Mr. Cui pulled Zhao Jinxin back, urging, "Come on, let us drink." Zhao Jinxin's brows knitted together in concern. Li Shua seized Zhou Jingxing's arm and whispered, "Let's go." Once outside the private room, Li Shua leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, feeling a flush of embarrassment on his face. "I apologize, Mr. Zhou, for the scene. I've had a bit too much to drink today, so." Zhou Jingxing reassured him, "Don't worry about it. I didn't see anything." Supporting Li Shua, he added, "Come on, let me take you home." As they got into the car, Li Shua reclined in the passenger seat, inhaling deeply. Suddenly, he blurted out, "Mr. Zhou, you and your wife have a wonderful relationship, don't you?" He had witnessed Zhou Jingxing smiling brightly as he sent text messages, a look that was not easily bestowed upon just anyone. Zhou Jingxing smiled. "Yes, she is a very interesting person. Congratulations, Li Shu Raplia." Zhou Jingxing glanced at him. "I believe that one day, I will congratulate you too." Li Shua smiled faintly. "Thank you." Upon returning to the resort, Li Shua felt both exhausted and sleepy. Zhou Jingxing helped him to his room and poured him a glass of water. After resting for a while, Li Shua took a shower to wash away the scent of smoke and alcohol, as well as some of his muddled thoughts. After the shower, he couldn't muster the energy to dry his hair properly. He quickly towel-dried it and collapsed onto the bed, utterly drained, almost incapable of thought, yet unable to forget the kiss shared with Zhao Jinxin and that Ken. Just a kiss, merely a kiss, was it worth all this? It seemed irrelevant whether it was worth it or not. With a bitter smile, Li Shua wrapped himself in the blanket and closed his eyes. Soon, fatigue overwhelmed his senses, and he fell into a deep slumber. In his drowsy state, he felt something warm gently cover his head. His eyelids fluttered, yet he struggled to open them. He murmured softly and instinctively turned over. However, the slight pressure on his head remained. Eventually, he awoke, blinking slowly. A pair of beautiful peach blossom eyes met his gaze, filled with exasperation and some inscrutable emotion. Why didn't you dry your hair? You'll have a headache tomorrow. Zhao Jinxin's fingers wove through Li Shua's hair, his tone reminiscent of a lover's gentle reproach. Li Shua furrowed his brow, taking several seconds to distinguish between dream and reality. He painfully squeezed his eyes shut and hoarsely asked, How did you get in? As he spoke, the memory struck him. Zhao Jinxin held him down, shaking the hairdryer in his hand. I came to help you dry your hair before you sleep. Li Shua pushed his hand away, raising his voice. How did you get in? President Shui brought me in. What is the matter? Are you worried that Zhou Jinxing Wen Ti let me in? What does he have to do with it? What ground does he have to stop me? Zhao Jinxin felt his heart racing. The moment he entered the villa and saw that Li Shua was not sleeping with Zhou Jinxing, only then did he feel the tight grip around his heart loosen. His status is not up for discussion, but you have no right to enter my room. Li Shua struggled to maintain a stern demeanor, but fatigue weighed heavily on him, making his words drip with exhaustion. Zhao Jinxin ignored the dismissal, stating, Let me dry your hair. I don't want you to get sick. With that, he switched on the hairdryer. Li Shua felt an overwhelming surge of anger at Zhao Jinxin's feigned concern. Perhaps it was the alcohol or the absence of others that allowed him to cast aside his decorum and pride. The pent-up fury within him erupted. He forcefully shoved Zhao Jinxin's hand away, shouting, Get out. The hairdryer crashed to the floor, falling silent. Zhao Jinxin froze, the room suffocatingly silent. Removing the mask of composure, Li Shua recklessly seized Zhao Jinxin's collar and pushed him back, his eyes ablaze, gritting his teeth as he declared, We're done. I don't want to see you again, nor do I wish to hear your voice. Do you understand? Your false concern is meaningless. Do you expect me to continue being yours? Can you just leave my life? Have some dignity and stop bothering me. Zhao Jinxin stared at Li Shua, who was in a state of hysterics filled with rage and sorrow. It felt like a heavy blow to his chest, a dull ache spreading within him, rendering him speechless. Li Shua shoved Zhao Jinxin again, pushing him toward the door. Get out. Don't let me see you again. Leave. Zhao Jinxin grasped his wrist, his feet rooted to the ground, refusing to retreat despite Li Shua's shoves. His voice trembled. I'm sorry. Li Shua, looking disheveled, fixed his gaze on Zhao Jinxin's eyes, coldly stating, I don't need your apology. I need you to disappear. Zhao Jinxin bit his lip, his eyes reddening, his voice barely a whisper, Uncle Li, please don't treat me this way. Li Shua's heart ached sharply at Zhao Jinxin's pleading tone, reminiscent of countless times when he had been spoiled, and vivid memories flooded back, muddling his mind. The once beautiful details seemed painfully clear, overwhelming him with a headache. He bore the weight of all the pain in that moment, hoarsely replying, However you treat me, I will treat you the same. We owe each other nothing. It's all settled. He inhaled deeply, summoning all his strength to say leave. Zhao Jinxin closed his eyes, taking a moment to compose himself. When he opened them again, he had calmed down. He released Li Shua's hand but gently brushed his hair aside. Let me say a few final words, all right? Li Shua silently regarded him. I never wanted to hurt you, and I have never liked anyone as much as I like you. Zhao Jinxin's gaze was steeped in sadness. But I dislike constraints, and I dislike promises. I cannot envision what it would be like to spend a lifetime with someone. A lifetime is too long, and who knows what tomorrow holds. So I cannot reciprocate the feelings you desire. Li Shua trembled, his voice quivering. That's enough, just go. He had known this all along, but hearing it from Zhao Jinxin's lips felt like a fresh wound. Zhao Jinxin was too young. In his own youth, he couldn't fathom a lifetime. Yet, Zhao Jinxin should not toy with his feelings, fully aware of their depth. He could not forgive the deceit and humiliation this person had inflicted upon him. But I think of you every day. Zhao Jinxin's eyes grew increasingly lost and helpless every moment. Why can't I forget? Li Shua closed his eyes, turning away, silently rejecting him. I'm sorry, I won't disturb you again. Zhao Jinxin watched as Li Shua's figure retreated step by step, his vision blurring with tears, his heart suddenly feeling as though it had been torn apart. It was a sensation he had never experienced, a strange fear blooming within him, as if Li Shua's back could consume him. He nearly fled the bedroom. Li Shua stood frozen for a long time before collapsing onto the bed, feeling all his strength drain away with Zhao Jinxin's departing footsteps. Let this end, it's for the best. Let it all come to an end. Li Shua gently covered his eyes. The next day, Li Shua did not rise, not because he felt particularly ill, but because he wished to avoid seeing anyone, using a hangover as an excuse. Zhou Jingxing paused outside the door. I'm sorry. Was it because I didn't stop Mr. Zhao from coming in yesterday? No, Li Shuo replied hoarsely. I truly don't feel well. I'm sorry. You all go ahead. Zhou Jingxing had no reason to confront Zhao Jingxing on his behalf. It was already commendable that he had brought him back. All right, I'll have a hotel send you some medicine. Rest well. Li Shuo sighed with relief, rubbing his aching temples, staring at the empty room, uncertain of what to do next. After a moment's thought, he dialed his mother's number, yearning for the calming sound of her voice. As soon as Mrs. Li answered the phone, she asked with concern, Son, are you unwell? No, I was at a dinner party yesterday, and someone was smoking. It irritated my throat. Oh, you should participate in fewer dinner parties. Our family is not short on money. If you want to work, then work. If not, go out and take a break. It would be quite dull not to work, Li Shuo chuckled. Besides, I have rested long enough. It's time for me to do something. If I can secure the hotel project, I will reserve a customized suite for our family, where you can wear beautiful dresses and take photos by the seaside. Mrs. Li beamed with delight. That sounds wonderful. The climate there is pleasant. I would love to stay for 2 months. As the mother and son engaged in casual conversation, Li Shuo's heart gradually calmed. While chatting, he quietly reassured himself. His family was healthy and happy, a blessing from above. He should not burden himself too much with emotional turmoil. All sorrow would eventually pass. It would be all right once it was behind him. After 2 days of seclusion, Li Shuo finally gathered himself to face the world. Though he could not claim to be in high spirits, he managed to avoid utter disarray. Zhou Jingxing and General Cui had been navigating various organizations over the past few days, striving for lower land prices and greater policy support. Li Shuo felt it was inappropriate to continue feigning illness, so he helped to facilitate connections, negotiate, and advance matters, quickly becoming busy. The more he interacted with Zhou Jingxing, the more Li Shuo realized the depth of his character. On the surface, he appeared to be a refined gentleman, courteous to all. Yet his methods for resolving issues could be somewhat underhanded, particularly with those that were difficult to address. Although effective and legal, they often left Li Shuo astonished. He aimed for transparency and integrity in all his dealings, never considering his approach naive or simplistic. However, he did not impose his values on others. Due to family matters, General Cui had temporarily stepped away for a few days, leaving only Li Shuo and Zhou Jingxing to share meals and drinks together. They found common ground and, despite their outward politeness, communicated calmly to resolve any differences. This mature and astute approach to life fostered mutual admiration, transforming their partnership into a friendship. Zhou Jingxing showed Li Shuo what he claimed were pictures of his wife and child. The woman in the pictures was clearly a man, with balanced features and a cool smile. While not conventionally handsome, he exuded a casual, rugged masculinity. From a gay perspective, one could sense a hint of wild, primal energy even through the screen. Li Shuo was quite taken aback by Zhou Jingxing's orientation, considering he was married. Zhou Jingxing offered no further explanation, and Li Shuo felt it inappropriate to inquire, so he could only wish him well from the bottom of his heart. A month passed since that day without any sign or word from Zhao Jingxing. Li Shuo understood that their chapter had truly closed. Yet he never felt a moment of relief and never spent a day without thoughts of Zhao Jingxing. However, he knew that eventually he would forget this person entirely. Like Zhou Jingxing, he hoped to find someone who genuinely belonged to him, someone to receive lifelong blessings. One day, Li Shuo received an unexpected phone call from Zhao Rongtian. Upon hearing his voice, he instinctively felt nervous and guilty. He composed himself and exchanged pleasantries with Zhao Rongtian, who suddenly sighed. Li Shuo, I actually wanted to ask you for a favor. Of course, Li Shuo thought silently, hoping it was not related to Zhao Jingxing, though he sensed it likely was. Could you possibly check on Jingxing for me? Despite mentally preparing himself, Li Shuo was momentarily taken aback. What? His heart raced like a drum. Could it be that something had happened to Zhao Jingxing? Jingxing hasn't been himself lately. I've only managed to contact him once this month, and that was when he was drunk. Usually, he either has his phone off or doesn't answer. He hardly goes to the office, and I'm worried something might be wrong. Did you not send anyone from the company to look for him? A bad mood. Is it really just because he was scolded? I did. A few times. But he either didn't answer the door or sent them away. He seems physically fine, but emotionally off. I can't tell his mother, and I have my own matters to attend to, so I can't return home right now. I also prefer not to worry our relatives unnecessarily. I just want you to confirm what is wrong. He respects you as an elder brother. Li Shuo felt as though something was blocking his airway, making it difficult to breathe. He hesitated. Uncle Zhao, I am not currently in Beijing. It may be difficult for me to go back. He dreaded facing Zhao Jinxin, especially in a potentially unstable state. I know you are busy with a project in Sanya. Your father informed me. Zhao Rongtian's tone softened. It is quite uncomfortable for me to ask, but could you please help me? Jinxin has always been unique, but since he has matured, he has not acted out like this. I care about my reputation and fear it may be a false alarm. If he is truly in trouble, I will return with his mother immediately. Sighing, Li Shuo felt he had no valid reason to refuse, especially considering the connection between their families. Moreover, despite harboring resentment towards Zhao Jinxin, he never wished for anything ill to befall him. Before knowing what had transpired, he felt a twinge of concern. After a moment of contemplation, he softly replied, "All right, I will return to check on him. Please send me his address." "Thank you, Li Shuo. You have always been mature and steady. I know you can handle this. If Jinxin is difficult, please bear with it. Rest assured." After hanging up, Li Shuo lightly tapped his forehead with his palm. A look of confusion etched across his face. He had finally immersed himself in work, managing not to dwell on someone he wished to forget. Meeting him again at this juncture would undo the progress he had made over the past month, breaching the psychological defenses he had painstakingly built. His phone buzzed twice. Zhao Rongtian had sent the address. A quick glance revealed it was not far from his home and, intriguingly, closer to Group than Zhao Jinxin's residence, by at least a 10 to 20-minute drive. Yet Zhao Jinxin had initially rejected him with the most flimsy excuse. He could see that Zhao Jinxin had been caught off guard by his assertiveness, unable to provide a better excuse in that moment. He had sought such a reaction, desiring nothing more than Zhao Jinxin's authentic response. At that time, he had already received Zhao Jinxin's answer. Without that romantic confession, how could he have ever demeaned himself? That realization was what he despised the most. He called his assistant to arrange a flight back to Beijing for the afternoon and began packing his belongings. As he descended with his luggage, Zhu Jinxing happened to return from outside. "Li Shuo, where are you going?" "I have some matters to attend to. I'm heading back to Beijing. If all goes well, I may return in a day or two. It won't affect our negotiations." "Oh, then I will accompany you back." Zhu Jinxing smiled. "I need to check on my wife and child." Li Shuo smiled in return. "All right, if I have time, let's grab a meal together. We can come back together in a couple of days." "Sure, give me a moment to pack." Zhu Jinxing booked the same flight, and they departed the warm, vibrant island, while the capital had already entered deep autumn. After landing, the sky was dark. Li Shuo bid farewell to Zhu Jinxing at the airport, and his assistant took him home. Arriving after 9 o'clock, having forgotten to bring seasonal clothing, he felt quite cold during the commute. Upon entering his home, he quickly changed clothes and grabbed his keys to head out. His assistant was busy opening windows and adjusting the air conditioning for ventilation. "President Li, where are you going at this late hour?" "I have some matters to attend to. You need not concern yourself with home. Please call the cleaner for tomorrow and head back." "Oh, very well." Just as Li Shuo was about to leave, he paused and turned back. "Xiao Chun, has Zhao Jinxin inquired about my whereabouts?" "Whereabouts?" Xiao Chun was taken aback. "No, why?" "Nothing, I'm off now. Be careful on your way." "Li Zong." Xiao Chun hesitated, words lingering on the tip of his tongue. "What is the matter?" Sighing, Xiao Chun raked his fingers through his hair, lamenting, "I've meddled again. Why can't I just mind my own business?" "What is it? Speak." Xiao Chun appeared genuinely reluctant to voice his thoughts, but under Li Shuo's inquisitive gaze, he steeled himself and said, "Li Zong, we all know you and Zhao Zong have had your moments, right?" Li Shuo was taken aback, his eyes dropping in an attempt to conceal his surprise. He had always maintained a clear boundary between personal and professional matters, showcasing his professionalism at work rather than indulging in flirtation. If not for Zhao Jinxin's reckless behavior, their relationship would not have been so blatantly obvious. "Li Zong, please don't be angry. I know I shouldn't speak out of turn, but having followed you for so many years, I regard you as my most respected elder brother. You are such a remarkable man. I don't want anyone to deceive you." Xiao Chen's agitation was palpable. Li Shuo clenched his fists tightly. "Deceive me? What do you mean?" His heart wavered between wishing Xiao Chen would cease his words and hoping he would continue. "I heard from someone close to Ensnared that Zhao Zong has been acting strangely lately, not showing up at work, and no one knows what is going on. People from the company have visited his home twice. Xiao Chen stole a glance at Li Shuo, biting his lip, and whispered both times. There were different people at his home. Li Shuo felt a wave of darkness wash over him, a sharp pain striking his nerves like lightning. He mustered all his strength to maintain the facade of calmness on his face, slowly nodding and forcing a casual smile. Oh, we broke up a long time ago. His personal affairs are his own business. They have nothing to do with me. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chun seemed to exhale in relief. That's good. That's good. Thank you for your concern, Xiao Chun, but please refrain from wasting time and energy on trivial gossip in the future. Yes, Li Zong, I was in the wrong. Not a problem. I'm leaving now. Li Shuo exited the room without a backward glance, slamming the door behind him. He hurried toward the elevator, pressing the button furiously. He knew full well that it would take a moment for the numbers to light up, yet he felt compelled to do something to alleviate the turmoil within him. After nervously pressing the innocent button dozens of times, his actions finally slowed, and he let out a long sigh. Li Shuo, what are you doing? How cowardly, how embarrassing, how foolish. He questioned himself with a near acerbic tone, yet no answer would satisfy him or provide solace. They had broken up. It was their freedom to pursue whomever they wished. He understood this all too well. The elevator arrived, and he descended, driving straight to Zhao Jinxin's residence. Along the way, he pondered what he would do if he indeed found a stranger in Zhao Jinxin's home. Suddenly, he slammed on the brakes, stopping his car in the middle of the road, nearly causing the vehicle behind him to rear-end him as the driver angrily honked. Gripping the steering wheel tightly, his gaze was fierce as he stared ahead, the leather of the wheel creaking under his grip. What was he considering? Why should he even contemplate it? He was there on behalf of Zhao Rongtian to ascertain Zhao Jinxin's situation, not to catch him in a compromising position. His current state of mind was nothing but self-inflicted torment, utterly laughable. He raked his fingers through his hair, anxiously rubbing his scalp, finally revealing a mocking yet melancholic smile. Shaking his head, he released the brake and drove towards Zhao Jinxin's home. As he ascended in the elevator, he felt as though only his heart remained in the underground parking lot, leaving an emptiness in his chest that rendered him unexpectedly calm. Stepping out of the elevator, he was greeted by the booming sound of heavy metal rock music echoing through the hallway. The soundproofing was effective. It was not overly loud, but with only Zhao Jinxin's apartment on the floor, the thundering bass seemed to penetrate the walls, transforming into a tangible blade. He approached, hesitating for a moment before pressing the doorbell. The music continued unabated, and no one came to answer. Li Shuo pressed the doorbell again. After a while, just as he was about to raise his hand once more, the door began to stir. It swung open from the inside. In an instant, Li Shuo felt his heart surge from the basement to his throat, an unexpected wave of fear washing over him. The next moment, a familiar face appeared before him. He stood frozen, his entire being stiffening. Before him stood Ken, clad loosely in a bath towel, his hair still damp, his neck and chest speckled with hickeys, the very same person he had encountered at the nightclub. Despite having prepared himself for any disheartening scene, the sight struck him with an overwhelming sense of suffocation. The cacophony of music blaring out only intensified his agitation. Seeing him, Ken appeared equally surprised, leaning against the doorframe with a lazy smile. Hi, are you looking for Leon? Yes, is he here? Li Shuo replied with an understated smile, exuding an air of elegance. Not here. What if you find me instead? Ken winked, his grasp of Mandarin somewhat halting. Li Shuo paused, sensing movement within. Ken laughed heartily. Easy, I'm kidding. He swung the door open wider, tossing his head back. Come in. Li Shuo furrowed his brow, feeling an intense aversion to stepping through the threshold. Can you ask him to come out? Glancing back, Ken simply shook his head, grinning mischievously. Li Shuo's expression turned cold as he bypassed Ken and made his way inside. Before him lay a spacious living room, designed in a modern minimalist style, dominated by a massive carpet in the center. On it was a combination sofa, and sprawled on the couch was a bare-chested man clad only in jeans, unresponsive even to the thunderous music. The surroundings were a chaotic mess of scattered bottles, discarded cigarette butts, crumpled clothes, and takeout containers that had evidently not been cleaned in days. The room was saturated with a foul stench of alcohol, yet to any observer, it would undoubtedly convey a sense of despair. Li Shuo felt his eyes burn, his fists clenching involuntarily, overwhelmed by a profound and genuine rage. He approached, and there lay Zhao Jinxin, disheveled and intoxicated beyond consciousness. You're just in time. Can you help me carry him to the bedroom? Ken approached as well. Li Shuo remained silent, maneuvering past the obstacles of scattered bottles. He seized a bottle of mineral water from the table, twisted the cap open, and doused Zhao Jinxin's face with it. Caught off guard, he could only shrug helplessly. Zhao Jinxin jolted awake as if electrocuted, flailing his hands in a futile attempt to push away the cold water, cursing vehemently. Li Shuo discarded the bottle, watching coldly as Zhao Jinxin wiped the water from his face, his eyes struggling to focus. Finally, recognition dawned as he squinted at Li Shuo, then closed his eyes again in mockery. But soon, he shot his eyes wide open. Li Shuo. Li Shuo regarded him with an impassive expression. Li Shuo. Zhao Jinxin staggered to his feet, his dull gaze suddenly brightening as if clouds had parted. Is it really you? How come? Li Shuo interjecta curi. Uncle Zhao entrusted me to check on you. If you're all right, please return his call and attend to your work. Don't make your family worry. Zhao Jinxin still appeared disoriented, wanting to say something, but abruptly noticing Ken, his expression shifting. With a shrug, he said, I'll head back now. Don't go. Li Shuo spoke quickly. My task is complete. I am leaving. Zhao Jinxin stepped in front of him, silently gazing with reddened eyes. Li Shuo frowned, attempting to sidestep him. Who allowed you to come to my home so freely? Zhao Jinxin suddenly spoke, his voice trembling and laced with intoxication. Aren't you the one who said you didn't want to see me? Do you just blindly obey my father? Li Shuo took a deep breath. I find it hard to refuse. Rest assured, I shall not return. He pushed past Zhao Jinxin. However, Zhao Jinxin unexpectedly seized his hand, twisting it behind his back, forcing Li Shuo to arch his chest and meet his gaze directly. What are you doing? Li Shuo gritted his teeth. This is your own doing. Zhao Jinxin's bloodshot eyes glimmered, his breath reeking of alcohol, his demeanor decidedly unstable. What do you mean? My father made me. Li Shuo began. But Zhao Jinxin suddenly pressed his hand against the back of Li Shuo's head, silencing him with a passionate kiss, so forceful it caused pain to his gums. Li Shuo trembled with rage, struggling violently, stepping on Zhao Jinxin's foot. Zhao Jinxin winced in pain, but did not relent, instead tripping Li Shuo, bringing him down onto the carpet, his towering figure pressing down upon him. Zhao Jinxin! Li Shuo roared, unable to contain his fury, throwing a punch. The presence of someone nearby, a person with whom Zhao Jinxin shared a physical relationship, filled him with profound shame. Zhao Jinxin gripped his wrist tightly, immobilizing his other hand above his head, and kissed him even more aggressively. You brought this upon yourself. Why? Why must I still see him? Li Shuo gasped as the kiss left him breathless, his face flushed with anger and humiliation. He kicked at Zhao Jinxin's calf, who grimaced but held on, even daring to slip his hand beneath Li Shuo's cashmere sweater, brazenly caressing his warm skin. An awkward silence ensued, with no way to leave or stay. Zhao Jinxin, inebriated and operating on instinct, released Li Shuo's hand after enough kissing, attempting to tear at his clothing. Once liberated, Li Shuo shoved Zhao Jinxin away and sat up. His face was pale, filled with loathing. You scoundrel. Zhao Jinxin looked at him, a sudden bitter laugh escaping him, revealing an indescribable sorrow in his eyes. You know I'm a scoundrel, yet you sought me out and even fell for me. Aren't you the one deserving this? Didn't you think you could handle it? Yes, I deserve it. Li Shuo felt hollowed out, his tone harsh. But I can handle it. Hey, you too. Ken interjected, exasperated. This is too awkward. I think I should leave. Don't go. Zhao Jinxin's plea cut through the air. He laughed afterward, a chilling smile directed at Li Shuo, his gaze unwavering. What does it mean to handle it? Ken knows how to play the game. He won't speak of childish affections or foolishly think of living with me, nor demand declarations or promises. As he spoke, his eyes grew increasingly bloodshot, laughter erupting. Li Shuo, don't you find this amusing? Have you lived all these years in vain? If you could truly handle it, how can we end up like this? We would be together happily. His voice faltered, emotions choking him. Li Shuo's eyes widened in horror. Every word from Zhao Jinxin felt like a weapon piercing his soul, leaving him battered. He summoned all his strength to rise from the ground, expecting anger and a sharp retort. Yet he found himself speechless. In that moment, he truly grasped the meaning of despair, devoid of even a sliver of strength to defend himself. If his heart was emptied, what remained to matter? Indeed, he could not handle it. He had never intended to play at all. Why must even the beautiful act of loving someone turn into a mistake? Patting Zhao Jinxin's shoulder gently, he whispered, Leon, you've had too much to drink. Stop talking. Zhao Jinxin, ignoring his words, stared intently at Li Shuo, his voice low. Li Shuo, sometimes I wonder if you're playing with me. Do you genuinely care for anyone, only to move on to the next as soon as it's over? Just to make me vanish? Li Shuo looked at Zhao Jinxin, his vision blurring. Zhao Jinxin wore a smile more grotesque than tears. How many have you gone through in such a short time? What is the worth of your affection? Li Shuo suddenly burst into laughter. My affection is worthless. Tossing it aside brings no regret. Yours is equally cheap. Have you counted who has exchanged more? How ridiculous it all is. Zhao Jinxin joined in the laughter, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Li Shuo, just go. I don't need you to visit me. I'm doing just fine. He spoke nonchalantly. Expending time and energy on someone was utterly pointless. At last, he felt free. Li Shuo nodded, weakly responding. Congratulations. He turned to leave. Zhao Jinxin watched his retreating figure, reminiscent of a month ago when he had been rejected, feeling as if he were trapped in a nightmare, unable to awaken. He closed his eyes. Once downstairs, Li Shuo could no longer contain his emotions, kicking the wall repeatedly until his leg felt numb. Why had he come here today? Subjecting himself to such humiliation? Even if Zhao Rongtian had threatened him with a knife, he should not have come, for this pain was far worse than any wound. From now on, he wanted nothing to do with Zhao Jinxin. Returning to his car, he stared blankly at the flowers and plants in the complex, remaining motionless. How wonderful it was. Zhao Jinxin would no longer bother him, and they would part ways, each going their own direction. He took out his phone, mechanically typing a message to Zhao Rongtian. Uncle Zhao, I visited Jinxin. He is indeed unwell, but I could not ascertain the reason. I suggest you find someone he trusts more to visit him. After sending the message, he turned off his phone. At that moment, he noticed Ken emerging from a nearby apartment building, walking briskly, evident anger on his face. Another one who has had enough? Li Shu Shukulat Sufli. He felt neither anger nor jealousy. Only exhaustion washed over him. He no longer wished to feel this way. He would let it all go. After returning home, Li Shuo called Wen Xiaowei, informing him that his assistant would deliver a box of fruit he had brought back from Sanya. Wen Xiaowei responded cautiously.